Chapter 351. Putting these messy thoughts behind, Xiaobo no longer thought about these troubles. When the rules of the fault world are restored, they will definitely find me through the marks, and I will need to travel on these large and small roads. As for getting rid of the rules of the road in the fault world, he also has this idea in his heart. But there is no way. The rules of the road fault are too many. Each time I give 2 skill books, I will develop by hiding. It won't take long before I don't need to rely on either side. Forget it, I'd better enjoy this time. I'll leave the headache to Old Man Joe. Xiaobo waved his hand, and simply ignored it. After looking at the supplies in the space, I decided to enjoy it during the rest time and collect supplies to deal with future emergencies. The RV started and drove slowly on the boundless and vast barren plateau. The weather suddenly turned cold in a short period of time, and I couldn't stand it. I'm afraid that people in the world can't stand the cold. This winter is probably a very terrible winter. I'm afraid that many people will freeze to death. Fortunately, I have a small steel cannon. Although the small steel cannon is only the size of a palm, it consumes more fuel than a motorhome. If I didn't have a lot of resources, I really couldn't afford to feed the small steel cannon. Not long after walking, Xiaobo saw the first resource box. The appearance of the resource box made him feel gloomy. Maybe it's time for him to adjust his state and deal with future events with a good mood. 2 cabbages, not bad, upgrade. Knock open the box broke with a sound, and 2 plump and juicy cabbages appeared in his sight. He took the cabbages, stuffed them into the locker, and upgraded them. A pile of Chinese cabbage was found in the storage space. There are still a lot of Chinese cabbage and carrots in the fertile land on the roof. Go up and pick them, and plant all the remaining seeds. Xiaobo touched his chin, went to the second floor, and probed into the space where the fertile land was stored. He pulled out all the vegetables that had grown. As his mind moved again, these vegetables entered the storage cabinet. Then he upgraded in the storage cabinet, and a bunch of various vegetables appeared in the space. After so much hard work, I finally got such a big harvest. I really hope I can come here more times. There are still some seeds, so plant them all. On the roof, Xiaobo planted the few remaining seeds. His mind jumped, sprinkled some water casually, clapped his hands, and returned to the car. It's not easy to be a hard-working gardener. It's better to use this magical high-tech to complete planting, watering, and automatic fertilization with one click, without having to do it yourself. After everything was done, Xiaobo returned to the cab of the RV and stretched his body. The short leisure made his tense spirit relax, and he slowly started the car and drove deep into the road. Little did he know that a huge crack appeared above the sky, and a black pupil turned out from the huge crack, staring at the RV driving on the road. It seemed to be whispering, and it seemed to be murmuring, "An outsider has appeared, and the world is going to change." After saying that, the huge eyes closed tightly. What a strange feeling. In the car, Xiaobo slammed the brakes, and felt that the hair on his body stood up, and there was a creepy feeling, and the scalp was numb, but it soon disappeared. He jumped out of the car, looked around without looking, frowning. It feels like a prehistoric beast is staring at me. Strange, why do I feel this way? He was a little at a loss, and his expression became a little nervous and uneasy. The feeling just now was really terrifying, and he felt like he didn't want to face it again. What on earth could have given me such a terrible feeling? Xiaobo touched the goosebumps on his arm, and he was still frightened. Back in the car, the happy mood just now suddenly became heavy, and his heart was like a mess. After brewing a cup of hot tea, Xiaobo took 2 sips, and took a heavy breath. There was definitely something staring at him just now, but it disappeared again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that feeling. Xiaobo thought that his strength was already very strong, but that feeling was like being stared at by a beast, and there was no room for resistance. After taking a few deep breaths, Xiaobo calmed down his inner restlessness. Since the other party has not made a move, it means that he does not want to kill me yet, and I still have time. At this moment, the desire to enjoy himself disappeared all of a sudden. He started the car and increased the speed to more than 100. The current plan: search for a lot of food. He has no shortage of supplies now. To be precise, there is basically nothing in the world that can bring him benefits. What he needs now is strength and food, a lot of food. Future changes will definitely appear with the rules of highway faults, and the whole highway survival game will become a mess. Don't look at the well-organized roads now. In fact, every road contains terrible crises. A large amount of food is far from enough. I need food with special properties. Xiaobo drove the car with a cold look. He didn't consider much now. After all, he was already involved in the crisis. He calmed down a little and stopped the car slowly. There was a resource box on the side of the road. Xiaobo pushed open the car door, got out of the car, and smashed the resource box. His eyes were slightly focused. There was nothing empty inside. An empty box. Xiaobo rubbed his head. This was the second empty box he had opened. Then, he opened another box, but the box he opened was just a few ordinary supplies he already had. This made him a little disappointed. The resources of the first-level highway were limited, and he had already mastered most of the resources. There were very few useful resources, unless there were some special items like drawings. Otherwise, it would not be of much help to him. Time waits for no one. The plan to go to the second-level highway must be implemented in advance. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. The first-level highway had very limited improvement on his resources. He had to open the second-level highway, or even a higher-level highway. Similarly, if he went to the second-level highway, he would have to bear the danger of the second-level highway. The second-level highway can almost crush me for my current strength. Because the players on the second-level highway are all above level 20, any of the lowest-ranked players on those highways will be basically invincible on a highway like mine. After thinking it over, Xiaobo decided that it was imperative to go to the second-level highway, and only by improving his strength could he survive in this struggle. And all this requires the highway shuttle order. I have 3 highway shuttle orders. One of them can detect the highway, which is equivalent to the other 2 having the ability to detect the highway. Having made up his mind, Xiaobo drove forward. Chapter 352. This search lasted more than half a month. He didn't know how many roads, big and small, he had discovered, and after exploring them, basically none of them met the standards of a secondary road. During this search, he also encountered many convoys, including a foreign convoy, which he eliminated. As for people, he didn't kill them. Those players from the other jump road are still there, and Xiaobo doesn't want to face them now. This team is quite rich, and they have a lot of food and drinks. 2/3 of the space in the locker has been used. In this half, he focused on searching for the second road and collecting supplies. So the speed of supply growth is very fast. As for the feeling of facing a prehistoric monster, it never appeared again, and the rules of the fault road never appeared, as if everything has returned to the beginning. These days are very stable. As for the changes in the world, it is still the same, but the fate of the white players is much more tragic. At the beginning of the road merger, these white camp players were very arrogant, bombarding the yellow camp, and taking the black camp players as slaves. Now the status of the white camp players has plummeted, basically becoming a rat crossing the street. Whether it is the black camp players or the yellow camp players, they all began to add insult to injury. It's really a matter of time. Originally, such a trend would take a long time to wait, but I didn't expect that the invasion of this group of players from another road would directly lead to the rapid development of these things. In just half a month, the high-level players of the white camp were killed and injured countless times, and a large number of people died every day. This has affected the balance of the entire world. In the past half-month, the level of these players who invaded the highway has risen sharply. Now Xiaobo can basically be sure that these players are definitely not people he can provoke. Old Zhou has approached him several times in a row, but he has rejected them all. Being able to survive for more than half a month under the care of the highway rules, the strength of these people can be imagined. Now he is heading to the second highway, which is a secondary highway. Whether he can survive for a day under the care of the highway rules is still unknown. In the past half-month, his strength has also improved, but he has not gained any skills. It is even more difficult to gain a skill on the highway today. Xiaobo vaguely feels that the acquisition of skills is related to the development of the highway time, but he is not clear about what the relationship is. Fortunately, the skills he obtained before have unlimited growth. During this period, he deliberately set aside some time to exercise. In addition to the early morning, he also added noon and evening. During this period, he was extremely hardworking, and sometimes he opened attribute points. Except for physical fitness, the other attributes of the four-dimensional attributes have exceeded 100 points. 100 points may seem like a lot, a superhuman attribute, but it is not. This is just the beginning. Xiaobo took 2 deep breaths, only feeling the difficulty of the future. With a thought, he looked at the space, which was almost full. Various kinds of food were stored together, and there were almost no supplies. In the past half-month, he met many convoys. Every time he met a convoy, he would exchange supplies for food. He exchanged a lot of food and upgraded it to store it in the locker. In the past half-month, he exchanged all the previous supplies, all kinds of metals that had not been upgraded, iron, wood, and cloth. Especially the exquisite cloth. The air temperature has dropped suddenly recently, and the price of these things has naturally risen. He hoarded a lot of food madly. Enough for him and Blueberry to eat for a year. Not enough, far from enough. Xiaobo drove the car with a serious face. Although everything seemed calm during this period, only he knew that there was a huge crisis hidden in it. The food was almost the same, but he still lacked too many things. Special food. Strength, he lacked all of these. After smashing a resource box, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. In a week, he opened a lot of boxes, a lot of empty boxes, and a lot of garbage boxes, but there was nothing special. Now, finally opened a good thing. Rapid Bomb *1. Rapid Bomb, after opening the consecration, it will explode immediately when it touches anything. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Rapid Bomb *1 has been upgraded to Rapid Bomb *9. The biggest gain in the past week. This is a good thing. Put it away first. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and he put away all 7 bombs. Suddenly, a gust of cold air blew. Xiaobo shivered slightly, and hurriedly got into the car with a bunch of things. Enjoying the warm heating, Xiaobo exhaled gently, while carefully stuffing the rapid bomb into the locker, and said, "It's getting colder and colder, and the air is getting dry. I'm afraid it won't be long before it snows." That's true. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past half-month. He didn't dare to stay outside for half an hour. He was freezing. The temperature now doesn't matter how high your 4-dimensional attributes are or how strong your defense is. The temperature on the road, even if the 4-dimensional attributes break through the sky, winter is coming, you still have to wear thick clothes obediently. Start the car and continue to set off. The day passed very quickly. It got dark very quickly. Even if there were still 2 hours, it was dark. After dinner, Xiaobo lay on the bed and opened the system. The system has also undergone tremendous changes in the past half-month. All activities have been opened, but there are no rewards. I think it's the way the rules deal with those foreign players. In addition to this change, the system interface has also turned blood red, as if showing something. According to what Old Man Joe meant, the change in the system is definitely something that is going to happen. Xiaobo didn't know what else was going to happen besides the 3-legged tripod and the invasion of foreign players. If the 3-legged tripod is really opened, then the whole world will be in chaos. Moreover, a lot of people will die during the period of the 3-legged race. After chatting with Feng Xian and the others for a while, Xiaobo continued to meditate. During this period, his mental power increased very rapidly. With the increase of various skills, his mental power almost broke 100. During this period, he concentrated on training and gained a lot. Tonight, he entered the training state early. Even Blueberry didn't remind him, because he had never encountered wild monsters in the past half-month, as if the wild monsters had died out. As for why this happened, Xiaobo couldn't figure it out, and could only attribute it to the fact that the rules of this world discovered him. I don't know whether it was to restrict himself or to protect himself. So as early as half a month ago, he had never encountered wild monsters again. Chapter 353. Name, Xiaobo, Sin Value, 8. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Butcher. Profession 2, Master of Chinese Martial Arts. Profession 3, Automotive Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 1429/2000. Strength, 107, 10.7. Agility, 112, 11.2. Physical fitness, 67, 6.7. Backup energy activated. Mental strength, 155, 31. Health value, 385, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills expertise. Strength increases with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Eye of detection. Body of steel. Burning life. Purification. Weapon affinity. Swords and shadows. Meditation. Fire control. Butcher's occupation skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Dismemberment. Butcher's courage. Full firepower. Backup energy. Primary Butcher's physical fitness. Butcher's occupational passive. Butcher's hand, LV2. Master of Chinese Martial Arts occupational skills. Bajiquan, Nether Step, Punch. Master of Chinese Martial Arts occupational passive. King of Battle, LV1. Automobile Engineer's unique passive. King of Cars, LV1. Automobile Engineer's occupational skills. Primary Artillery. The next morning, Xiaobo was refreshed and checked his personal attributes, very powerful. Especially his mental strength, which had reached a terrifying 180 points after being blessed. With the eye of the phantom demon, he could pull most people into his spiritual world and carry out inhumane ravages. Not many people could withstand such inhumane torture. He turned off the system, stretched his back, and went to the bathroom to relieve his personal needs, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Breakfast was hot milk and bread, which was very simple, nutritious, delicious, and affordable. While the milk was heating, Xiaobo made a cup of hot tea and pushed open the door. He was startled, and snowflakes were floating in the air. The cold air suddenly blew in, and the snowflakes mixed with the cold wind blew on Xiaobo's face, which was icy and cold. "It's snowing!" Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. With a thought, he turned on the system and was surprised to find that he was only concerned with checking his personal attributes in the morning and didn't notice that the system had changed. The system was blood red. In the middle of the system, there was even bloody typing. "The tripod will open soon." Opening countdown. 6 days 22 hours 49 minutes 45 seconds. 44 seconds. 43 seconds. The tripod will open. Xiaobo suddenly lost the mood to exercise, and even had no time to look at the snowflakes outside. Whether in the world or in the camp chat, it has exploded, and everyone is discussing the opening of the tripod. The opening of the tripod means that the road owner is about to be selected, whether it is the white camp, the yellow camp, or the black camp. In short, countless people are looking forward to it, and countless people are worried. The opening of the tripod means that the plan of the road rules will be launched. It will select the road owner who best suits it, and the owner who serves as the road will be taken care of by the road rules and move towards the second level upgrade process. Take care, haha. Xiaobo stared at the system panel and sneered in his heart. He naturally knew about the rules. He was afraid that after entering the second level road, these rules would be able to resist the erosion of the rules of the fault world. Otherwise, why would the rules of the fault world only dare to devour the initial highway? Here is the reason. The secondary highway has not only improved its space, but also improved its game difficulty and rules. This is why the rules on the highway where he is located have been catching up so quickly, and updated so quickly. His plan did work, but many people died. Old Joe once told himself that as they continued to upgrade, the game became more and more difficult. No matter how big the team was, it was very difficult to resist the waves of wild monsters at night. The four-dimensional attributes of these wild monsters have reached about 120. They are powerful and terrifying. Even without skills, they are very scary. It can be imagined that the 7-day hunt must be a huge disaster for them. Of course, they naturally get a lot of rewards. According to Old Man Joe, the four-dimensional attributes of their team members all follow his ideas, which can be said to be a policy. Old Man Joe and his team have conducted a very thorough study of the professions. They have analyzed the focus of the professions more than once, and have a very clear focus on the development of the professions. The attribute direction of the professions has also been unified. In addition, the cooperation of the professions is like a combination of concave and convex, complementing each other. This is also the reason why they can survive the tyrannical disasters again and again. Xiaobo closed the system, and his eyes fell into contemplation. Is it better to have a completed road or a developing road? Obviously, a fully developed road is sound and rich in materials, while a developing road has more opportunities. The second and third job transfers that I opened before are both very representative. It also shows that there are many opportunities for developing roads. Especially after the end of the three-legged tripod, this Tau road will definitely usher in a stage of rapid development. But for me, it is still too slow. He doesn't have so much time to wait for the opportunity of rapid development of this road, because during this period of time, he has gradually felt that the pattern on his arm has shown signs of recovery. This means that the rules of the fault world have been restored. This made Xiaobo secretly say that he was abnormal. You know, when he saw the rules of the fault world before, he was covered with cracks all over his body. It would probably be far from enough without more than a month, but things went beyond his expectations. Xiaobo restarted the car and continued to move forward. Time waits for no one. In the past half-month, he did use the Peeping Roadshow order to find a lot of second roads, but these roads are not all second level. Even if he went there, it would not be of much use to him. It seems that we have to wait here until the three-legged tripod is opened. The rewards for the characters in the three-legged tripod seem to be generous. Xiaobo touched his chin and thought to himself. Looking at the time, Xiaobo exhaled lightly, opened the car door, and a gust of cold air hit him, He tightened his clothes and looked calmly at the snow that fell on the ground and formed spots. It's snowing, and the weather has changed. Highway survival will also usher in huge changes. According to what Old Man Joe said, the biggest enemy this time will no longer be the white camp, but the players in the black camp. Who can imagine that a few months ago, the players in the white camp were the strongest players among the three camps? Xiaobo couldn't help but sigh. Now things have changed. Chapter 354. The scattered snowflakes were falling. Xiaobo was sitting at the door in a trance. He actually missed his hometown a little bit. When he was young, he liked to sit under the eaves of the main hall door, watching the snowflakes falling in the yard. Life at that time was hard, but very happy. Later, his family changed drastically. He left his hometown early, and he hadn't been back for several years. The house was overgrown with grass, but he could no longer see the boy sitting in front of the door watching the snow, and the two busy figures in the house. This made Xiaobo feel sad. He sighed softly, sat at the door for a while, watched the snow scene, and then returned to the car. The heating in the car made Xiaobo groan softly. The cold wind outside was too fierce. His clothes were a little thin, but unfortunately he didn't have too many clothes to wear, and the clothes he got were all thin clothes. This was a bit painful. Xiaobo sat on the sofa. In such weather, let alone action, even standing outside for a while would freeze him like a dog. The temperature dropped sharply in this weather, and it was useless to be strong. Xiaobo returned to the car and brewed a cup of hot tea. Now there were only 6 days left before the start of the tripartite. The world was already in chaos, especially the players in the white camp. With these foreign players cleaning up their high-level combat power, the tripartite would definitely fail. They also thought about uniting the players in the black camp to deal with the players in the yellow camp. The players in the black camp were not fools. This was considered killing with a borrowed knife, so they would naturally not look favorably upon the players in the white camp. But the players in the yellow camp are not so sure, especially since Old Man Joe had just come to him. The players in the black camp are still a little behind us in strength. If a player from the white camp joins the black camp, the situation will be reversed instantly, and we are very likely to fail. Now the players in the black camp are so repulsive to the white camp, but it is possible that they have already formed an alliance in secret. Xiaobo looked at the message sent to him by Old Man Joe, took a sip of hot tea, and looked at the world again. Although it was already a mess, the division of camps was very obvious, especially after the game divided the camps. The contradictions were very serious. The high-level players in the white camp suffered countless casualties, and the combat power of the middle-level players was almost the same as that of the black camp players, so the two combined to eliminate the strong ones first, and the remaining ones were almost the same in strength, that is, 50-50. Xiaobo analyzed it in his heart and understood it. If he were a high-level player in the black camp, he would naturally think so. They are still enemies on the surface, but they have already formed an alliance behind the scenes. Although it's good to open up the wasteland, many people will die, and many forces have been born in the wasteland. Especially with the development of time, these forces have almost taken root in the wasteland. After all, the wasteland can upgrade quickly, and once the level is too high, they also know that returning to the road is a dead end, so they would rather stay in the wasteland and wait for batches of players who failed in the three-legged tripod to come. Xiaobo thought, if he was assigned to the newly opened area, it would be fine, there would be less fighting, but if it was the old area, it would basically be a dead end. How terrifying the forces in the old area are. Even if he has never been there, he can guess. Especially in the top-ranked areas, the forces rooted in these areas are stronger than one another. Almost every one of the three camps has more than 1 billion players, and these players are distributed in large and small areas. The number of deaths is definitely an astronomical number. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Maybe the land reclamation seems peaceful, but that's just because I was assigned to a newly opened area when I was doing the task. If I were in the old area, I would probably be the target of those big forces. Especially those who drive RVs, they are generally the top players on the road with rich resources. Thinking of this, Xiaobo felt that this three-legged race must be won no matter what, not to mention that there are a lot of skills to be gained in the three-legged race, and no matter what, he must win. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Xiaobo's harvest was pretty good. The biggest harvest was that he used the upgrade system to upgrade a piece of clothing that can adjust the temperature. With this piece of clothing, he can successfully resist the changing temperature outside. In addition to this piece of clothing, other supplies have also been harvested one after another. As night fell, the RV stopped by the roadside. Xiaobo sat in the car, opened the window, and admired the snow outside, while Blueberry crawled beside him. In a few days, we will grow together. The world is not peaceful these days. The players in the black camp have joined forces with the players in the white camp. They are trying to kill us. Xiaobo stretched out his hand and rubbed Blueberry's soft fur. Suddenly, he felt the pattern on his arm move. His face suddenly changed. He didn't think about appreciating the snow. He returned to the bedroom and stretched out his arm. Has the rules finally revived after more than half a month? Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and the peaceful days were coming. The three-legged tripod was about to start, and the rules of the Fault World were revived again. He was on this road, and he was afraid that the rules of the Fault World would extend their claws to this road. Xiaobo took a deep breath. Once this world turned into a Fault World, the number of people who died at that time was unimaginable. It was even a question whether they could reach the town in the Fault World. This gave him a headache. However, one thing was not settled, and another one arose. Perhaps the pattern on his arm vibrated, and the rules of this world were sensed, and Xiaobo was the first to notice the changes in the rules of this world. Xiaobo's face changed suddenly. The rules came out at this time, and if the Fault World wanted to swallow it, it would definitely not be a big problem. Moreover, people who have just been injured need a lot of energy to replenish. At this time, aren't the rules of the world coming here to deliver supplies? Feeling the twisted strangeness above the car, Xiaobo's heartbeat raced. Once the road is swallowed, everyone will face the end of the world. He must do something. Thinking of this, Xiaobo stretched out his hand to cover the pattern. His face was calm. This road is the road where I was born. You can't swallow it. However, after he finished speaking, he felt the violent struggle of the rules of the Fault World, and his hand couldn't cover the rules of the Fault World at all. The rules of the Fault World obviously wanted to use him to complete the swallowing of the road. Damn it! Xiaobo cursed the rules of the Fault World in his heart. He had to make a decision quickly. He had already felt the condensation of the rules in the air, which might appear at any time. At that time, he wanted to control it, but he would definitely not be able to control it. Damn it, be quiet! I can erase the mark you left on me at any time. If you don't want the cooperation to end, be more obedient. You can't touch the rules of this road? Chapter 355. Xiaobo said sternly, his eyes radiating coldness. He was indeed angry. This immediately made the rules of the Fault World stop. It could not stop cooperating with Xiaobo now. After all, the identity of an outsider allowed him to shuttle between the highway and the Fault World at will. But later, he could kick this outsider out. Xiaobo felt the pattern on his arm stop, and his eyes were a little cold. After all, the rules of this layer of world were not under his control. Purification might be able to eliminate it. But this would also make enemies with the rules of the Fault World, and who knows what kind of chaos would happen in the future. The most important thing is that he can get skills from the rules of the Fault World regularly. This is a long-term interest line. It would be painful for him to give it up. Reluctant, the two of them had their own plans. When the pattern calmed down, the rules outside did not stop. Xiaobo quietly waited for the rules to come. Soon, a human figure condensed by air waves appeared in the car. Coco! Coco! Blueberry in the carriage seemed to have sensed something and yelled. Calm down, Blueberry. Xiaobo tried to comfort him, but his eyes were fixed on the twisted figure in front of him. This was another incarnation of a rule. The rules that could be incarnated were basically very powerful. It's just that the incarnation of the rule in front of him was still a ball of air, while the incarnation of the Fault World was a ball of dark and thick black fog. The weird thing is that no matter the rules of this world or the rules of the Fault World, their incarnations are actually humanoid creatures, which has to cause some speculation. Who are you? Xiaobo decided to pretend he didn't know. Outsider. The rule spoke, a little intermittently, and spoke stiffly like a machine, not on the same level as the incarnation of the Fault World. Xiaobo put his hands behind his back to cover the pattern, fearing that the rules of the Fault World were unreasonable. Once they really swallowed the rules in front of him, it would be too late for him to purify them. It was not surprising to know that he was an outsider, because this road was ruled by rules. I was afraid that the rules had noticed him a long time ago, but he just didn't notice it before. Yes, you are the rule here, right? Xiaobo thought about it. When dealing with these rules, he must be cautious enough. You have a virus. I want to eliminate you. However, what Xiaobo didn't expect was that the rule actually wanted to eliminate him. Xiaobo's face suddenly tightened, and his eyes immediately became cold. If he really wanted to eliminate him, then he would never let him do it. After all, the cooperation between the two sides was still there. Once he was eliminated by the rules, He was afraid that he would be greatly implicated. You want to eliminate me, which is not a good thing for you. I know you are smart. You should think about the consequences. Xiaobo no longer hides himself, and stretches out his arm hidden behind his back, with a strange pattern on it. The rules of the Fault World can invade this world through this pattern, which is definitely more convenient and faster than hiding on these low-level roads and slowly eroding them. At this moment, Xiaobo gradually understands why the rules of the Fault World want to cooperate with him. Because his identity as an outsider, he can swallow these roads by possessing himself, and then letting himself travel through the world. This is using me. Similarly, I am also using the rules of the Fault World to improve my strength. To put it bluntly, it is just a relationship of mutual use. The twisted rules seemed to sense the pattern on Xiaobo's arm, and it froze in place. After a while, it said stiffly, "Leave here." Xiaobo's eyes flickered. "No, I want to participate in the three-legged tripod event. I need to improve my strength through the event." The rule pondered and said stiffly, "The three-legged tripod event can only obtain a small amount of skills. I can compensate you, but you have to leave here." It felt an inexplicable fear from the pattern on Xiaobo's arm. It felt that the things in the pattern could easily devour itself. This is a plague god, and it must be sent away quickly. After hearing the words of the rule, Xiaobo was stunned. He thought that the rule would let him wait until the end of the event before leaving, but he didn't expect it to be so tough and directly compensate himself with the reward of the event. Then, there is a lot of room for operation. No, I'm a high-level player in the yellow camp. If I quit, the yellow camp will lose a top force, and may even fail in the mission, and go to open up new land. You should know what it is like to open up new land, and you know better than me what it is like now. Xiaobo refused flatly, speaking righteously. Then what do you want to do? The rules squirmed, the voice was stiff, and it seemed to frown. It's very simple. Make sure that the players in the yellow camp can win this event. Xiaobo said. This is impossible. The event is not something I can interfere with. The rules twisted their bodies stiffly, shook their heads, and rejected Xiaobo's proposal. Then there is no way. I can't leave. You should feel the power in this pattern. If it is released, you will definitely not be able to withstand it. Xiaobo said. The rules were silent. Xiaobo felt that it was a bit difficult for him to do this, and said, You can't interfere with the final result, but you can interfere with the process. Now the yellow camp is the only one, and the black camp and the white camp are now in an alliance. This is equivalent to 2 against 1. So what is the meaning of this three-legged mission? Bullying the few with the many? The rules continued to be silent. Xiaobo ignored its silence and continued, This is an unfair battle. Now you have seen the power of the yellow camp. You also have the right to stop these unfair phenomena from happening. Moreover, the level of the yellow camp is now increasing very quickly. Isn't it in line with your requirements? Speaking of this, the rule suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaobo. You know, I actually guessed it a long time ago. The development of this world is very rough. There is an update every week. The speed of highway replacement is too fast. There is no main brain. What's more surprising is that the body is obviously digitized and can be ranked according to combat power, but it is ranked according to level, and the activities are accelerated. The result is to promote the crazy level increase of players on the road. You actually know everything. You are an outsider. You know the news faster than I thought. The rule said stiffly. Are you doing this because of it? Xiaobo asked, and then added, Of course, I still have some credibility in the yellow camp. If you can ensure that the players in the yellow camp stand out smoothly, I don't mind telling them to work hard to improve their levels, and there will be generous rewards. After all, I used to be the first on the 3 lists. Chapter 356. The rule shook slightly, and had to admit that it was tempted now. This was better than a deal, and it was not a loss for it no matter how you looked at it. Moreover, now that things had developed to this point, it actually favored the yellow camp the most. However, the alliance between the black camp and the white camp was somewhat beyond its expectations. It was indeed unbelievable that 2 hostile forces had formed an alliance with each other. At the same time, it was self-righteous and the lord of the road, so it could not stoop to deal with these things. In addition, it was the rule, so it was even more difficult to come forward. And now this outsider with a special identity would actually have interests with itself, which made it a little tempted. Xiaobo felt the emotion of the rule and struck while the iron was hot. And I will also leave here with your so-called virus. Isn't this the best of both worlds? And the ultimate beneficiary is still you. Okay. The rule, which was silent for a long time, finally chose to compromise. Xiaobo also made a choice between the three camps. Rise is always accompanied by sacrifice and bloodshed, which is inevitable. Can I ask, besides this virus, what else are you worried about? Xiaobo asked. He was very curious whether what the rules were afraid of was the same as what he guessed. The rules squirmed, as if they were struggling whether to tell the other party. Xiaobo said, in addition to being afraid of the virus, is it also related to the outside world? After all, the rules between roads devour each other. You only said two things right. Don't look at me as the master of a road, but the cruelty of the world is just like the road. It is always the survival of the fittest. Our rules are the same. Under a big rule, there are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of road rules. You are trying to survive, and so are we? It's just that we are also managing you. The rigid voice of the road rules came out. And this is just the beginning. When the cosmic storm comes, only 1 out of 10 will survive. Not many people can survive. As an outsider, if you don't die young, maybe you will become. Before he finished speaking, the highway rules stopped talking. Xiaobo's face froze slightly. You should finish talking. As the highway rules were told, a huge survival rule unfolded in front of him. He realized that what he thought was just a small part. The cruelty of the world was far more cruel than he imagined. Perhaps all these rules can be compared to players on the road. They will also survive, face the swallowing of other rules, and face external dangers. Relatively speaking, the dangers that the rules bear are not much worse than those of the players. After all, the death of the rules is just a change of another rule. The road is still running as usual, everything is still the same, and no one cares about these. Xiaobo was very interested in the words behind the rules, but the rules were only half said. What will he become? It is unknown. For now, it is better to complete the transaction with the rules in front of him. I can leave, but I hope you can give me the right to enter this road at will. After all, this is my home. Of course, I will not come back until I have dealt with the situation on my body. Xiaobo pondered for a moment, then said, This is okay. The rules moved, and a token appeared out of thin air and floated strangely in the air. This token can open the way back, but the effect is limited. If the road level reaches level 3, this token cannot be used. Good stuff, I understand. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, he didn't know if the token was tampered with by the rules, and he only needed to upgrade it, so even the rules couldn't do anything. He reached out and grabbed the token floating in the air. Thank you. It's okay, in that case, you should leave. As for the 3-legged tripod, I will naturally solve it for you. The rules said, by the way, this is what you want. As he said, a mysterious light wrapped in items appeared in Xiaobo's eyes. Happy transaction. Xiaobo handed over the things wrapped in the light very calmly. The things are good, 2 random skill boxes, and a purple intermediate enchanted gem. Okay, since the transaction is completed, you can leave. The stiff voice of the rules came out. Xiaobo looked calm, of course, but I still need your help. The rules didn't say anything, but the air on the road suddenly twisted, and then a light curtain appeared in Xiaobo's field of vision. It then spoke. This is the road that leads to another road that is similar to this one. You can go there. The players on that road are also human, and I have a blessing on you. The rules there will not find you in a short time. Thank you. After that, Xiaobo started the car and went to another kilometer. The car passed into the light curtain, and the vision gradually distorted, and then a sunny road appeared in his field of vision. What caught his eye was the ups and downs of the grassland road. The air was no longer cold, but the spring breeze was warm, and the sun was bright. Compared with the winter on the previous road, Xiaobo still liked the weather here better. Turning off the heater, he opened the car door and went outside. Coco, Coco. Blueberry danced happily, and it also felt that this place was unusual. I also feel that the environment and air here are very good. The most important thing is that the sun is not scorching. Xiaobo showed a long-lost smile on his face. The environment can really bring people a good mood. He thought so. Boom! While he was enjoying the fresh air, 2 heavy trucks drove over from a distance. The ground was shaking slightly. The body of the truck was even bigger than his RV. Coco, Coco. Blueberry's cry came to his ears. Xiaobo heard the movement, turned around and shifted his gaze, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'm afraid these 2 cars have surpassed the heavy trucks, like giant turtles. By the way, it seems that I haven't checked this road yet. He realized that he had overlooked a problem, and turned on the system to take a rough look. It was found that the situation on this road was indeed, as described on the previous road. The players on this road are all human, but there are very few of them. The population of a world can be seen from the chat. The chat information in this world is refreshed several times slower than that on the road where he is, and the most important thing is that there is no activity on this road. But the ranking is still there. The strange thing is that the players on this road are not high level. The highest is only level 10, but their car modifications are very outrageous. My car has only been upgraded a few times, but my ranking in this world is actually the lowest. Even those who are higher than me have been modified 10 times. Could it be that, while thinking, two heavy trucks drove over and slowly stopped? For the sake of caution, Xiaobo put his car into the capsule. The door of the heavy truck in the front opened with a hissing sound, and the door sprayed thick white gas, which was very sci-fi style. A tall woman with silver hair and golden eyes walked out of the car. Her fair oval face reflected the light. She was wearing a silver tights that outlined graceful curves. Chapter 357. The woman looked like a goddess. But Xiaobo was not relaxed, but alert, because on the two heavy trucks, there were very scary cannons, and some of the cannons looked very strange and had no barrels. But without exception, the barrels were all pointed at him. The most important thing was that no matter whether it was the heavy truck, the woman or the cannon, Xiaobo's eyes did not show any information about them. The door of the heavy truck at the back opened, and a group of people in strange clothes came out. These people were men and women, but without exception, they were all handsome men and beautiful women. The most important thing was that they looked spotless and very clean. They all stared at him. Xiaobo looked cautious, and he was ready for battle. The people in the first car were obviously of higher status. In addition to the woman who came out, there were other people in the car, but none of them came out. But through the blurry car window, Xiaobo could still see that the people inside were looking at him. Ugly man. The woman spoke, her voice was very sweet, like the sound of nature. Even if her expression was cold, it could still be charming. Ugly man? What the hell? Xiaobo frowned slightly, and saw the woman stepping back into the super heavy truck, taking out two things, and slowly walking in front of him, accompanied by a fragrance. Xiaobo then saw that the woman was holding food and water. For me? Xiaobo pointed at himself, a little surprised. The beautiful woman nodded. Ugly people need food. We are on the same road. When we meet ugly people, we will naturally help them. He finally understood what the ugly people in the woman's mouth meant, that they disliked his ugliness. That's right, these people are all handsome men and beautiful women, and they don't look like they want to survive at all. It's hard to imagine. Even though he has lived a very good life, it's strange that these people are better than him. Looking at the food in the woman's hand, they are all things he has never seen before. But he still can't check the properties of these things. This makes Xiaobo very puzzled. These people must have something blocking the game, or even blocking. You say I'm an ugly person? No, I'm not an ugly person. Xiaobo shook his head, and refused the other party's food. He is not the same as these people, and as for the ugly people they call, he is not one of them. No, you are an ugly person. I can help you solve the identity of an ugly person, and even cover up the rules of this world, so that you will no longer be its puppet. The woman said very calmly, and the food in her hand disappeared in a flash, and then she stretched out her hand to him. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed, and his figure retreated, staring at her intently. He didn't know what the woman was going to do. If he hadn't been afraid of the cannon on the other party's super heavy truck, Xiaobo would have taken action long ago. He didn't have much mercy on these aliens. You have evil rules on you. I can clear the rules on you, and give you freedom. The woman looked calm, and didn't seem to care. She stretched out her finger, and pointed at his arm. Evil rules. The rules of the fault world. The woman just said that she could cover the rules of this world. Could it be that he couldn't view the information of these things because the rules on them had been covered? That's why this effect occurred. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he was thinking very carefully. He was considering the pros and cons. He had his own way to get rid of the rules of the fault world. The reason why he didn't act now was that the time had not come yet. In addition, he was afraid of the power of the rules of the fault world. Secondly, the rules of the fault world gave too much. It seemed that they were cooperating, but in fact it was more like a deal. If he lifted it in advance, he would have completely broken with the fault world. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if he met the other party again. His eyes flickered, and Xiaobo naturally refused. Thank you for your kindness, beautiful lady. I can solve it myself. He was very curious about how these people did it. This is definitely not a secondary road, but it is more terrifying than the road he was on before, especially the people here. Since you refuse, I won't force it. Join our big family. With us here, the evil rules on you are not a problem. If you want, you can contact us at any time to get in touch with the rules on you. The beautiful woman continued. A trace of suspicion flashed in Xiaobo's eyes. Are these people really so friendly? He always felt that these people were a little strange. But I can't tell where it's strange. If I use one word to describe it, it's perfect. Yes, that's right, it's perfect. These people are too perfect. Whether it's this woman or the handsome men and beautiful women in the second heavy truck, they are too perfect without any flaws. They met me and even helped me, giving me food and water. He would never believe that after so long on the road, these kind people could survive until now. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Xiaobo's eyes did not move, but he was very cautious in his heart. No, you go first. I'm used to people alone, but I'm a little uncomfortable with a lot of people. After careful thinking, before understanding why people in this world are strange, try to have as little contact with these people as possible. In this case, I won't force it. The woman said in Xiaobo's surprised eyes, and took out something and handed it to Xiaobo. The world's population is decreasing every day. Sooner or later, it will be our turn. If there is any danger, this thing can save you. Xiaobo looked at the thing in the other person's hand, which was a small square piece of metal, very strange. No, I have the ability to deal with emergencies myself, thank you. He was still very cautious, and his voice was full of gratitude. Of course, these were all pretended by him. Without knowing the purpose of these people, he had to be cautious enough. God knows what this small piece of metal is. You can't refuse this thing, you must take it. The beautiful woman shook her head, and continued to stretch her hand in the air. Xiaobo narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the other person's face. His expression was calm, without any flaws, and could even be described as impeccable. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of these people. But he saw that the people behind him were all looking at him calmly, and their expressions were exactly the same as the woman in front of him. So many handsome men and beautiful women gathered together, but there was not even a sound of talking. Very strange. After a short thought, Xiaobo slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron sheet in the woman's hand. During this period, Xiaobo stared at the woman's face, trying to find a trace of weirdness. Just when he stretched out his hand, he found that the woman's eyes changed, becoming unclear and not light. There was even a struggle. Chapter 358. As soon as Xiaobo's hand touched the metal sheet, it disappeared and was directly put into the storage belt. The expression on the woman's face froze. What's wrong? Xiaobo said calmly. From the subtle changes in the other party's facial expression, he was basically sure that there was definitely something wrong with the metal sheet. As for what the problem was, he didn't dare to try. It was definitely not a good thing. No, it's okay, I wish you a good time. The woman shook her head gently, as if she was very puzzled by Xiaobo's behavior of not playing by the rules. But she just completed the task and couldn't reveal anything. Thank you. Xiaobo replied calmly. Seeing the other party turn around and leave, he didn't say anything anymore and watched them quietly. It was very strange that when the sneak attack on him failed, the other party didn't try again, but turned around and left directly. Looking at the back of the super heavy truck leaving, Xiaobo's eyes and thoughts moved, and the piece of metal fell to the ground. Not long after the super heavy truck left, information about this iron piece popped up in front of him. Slavery chip *1. Slavery chip, scrapped. Introduction. Slavery is accomplished by contact with the skin. Xiaobo's eyes narrowed slightly, as he looked at the heavy truck that had turned into a small black dot. The people in the two super heavy trucks just now were enslaved. No wonder the woman who just appeared, as well as the handsome men and beautiful women behind them, have all been enslaved. But why did the other party leave after the plan failed? Xiaobo was very puzzled. The other party had two super heavy trucks, and there were several heavy artillery on the roof. Judging from the level of the heavy artillery, it must be very powerful, but the other party just left. It is not difficult to see from the opponent's two super heavy trucks that the opponent's job must be a repairman, and the development of this road is faster than the road where I am. There are no activities. It is obviously the late stage of the first level road, and it has even completed the transformation to the second level road. The chip in his hand is definitely not a resource owned by the first level road. And the heavy artillery on the roof is definitely not a turret that can be built on the first level road. Xiaobo deduced that this road has definitely completed the second level evolution, but the routes taken by the players on this road are completely different. It is inferred that it is a second level road, but the level of the people here is completely inconsistent with the road. If this road has really completed the second level evolution, and the players on this road are so inconsistent with the level, it can be basically inferred that the people here have changed their jobs to auxiliary professions, and only auxiliary professions will not be affected by the level. Xiao Bo's eyes flickered, and a terrible inference rose in his heart. If the people here are all auxiliary professions, then where are those who have changed their jobs to other professions? It's chilling to think about it. Forget it, this is not something I can consider. If all the players here are auxiliary professions, then it means that I am the only one who has completed the third job transfer. He thought to himself, this is a huge advantage. Once the people here complete other job transfers, the road will not be able to upgrade. In other words, in addition to technological power, my personal strength is the most powerful here. Xiao Bo's eyes flashed, his mind jumped, and he took out the RV from the capsule and put the capsule into his pocket. This kind of capsule is very convenient to carry, and after using it, you can take it out again and use it again. Entering the RV, Xiao Bo rubbed his brows. The technological power is not that scary. After all, as long as his agility is high, he can still dodge ordinary artillery attacks. But the appearance of this chip made him hesitate. He has basically concluded that this is a secondary road, and the technological power of these people must be strange, and some of them even have very powerful destructive strikes. He must be cautious enough. After all the other job changers in this world are dead. Among these people, there are many humans who are stronger than himself. Even if they are dead, he is not good enough. After taking a deep breath, pouring tea and drinking a few sips, Xiao Bo decided to start the car. Since this is a secondary road, and it is a road of technological power, as long as he is careful and cautious and collects some supplies here, it will be enough for him. As for the two super heavy trucks just now, Xiao Bo just regarded it as a small episode. The car started and slowly drove away. He didn't drive very fast. After all, two heavy trucks just passed by. If there were any boxes in front, they would definitely be taken away by the people in the two heavy trucks. Two cars, all with handsome men and beautiful women. The guys here really enjoy themselves. After lighting a cigarette, Xiao Bo looked calm and recalled the people just now. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. None of them looked ugly. It seemed that these people were providing special services. He took off his cigarette butt and flicked the ash outside the window. Xiao Bo looked calm, and the car was filled with mist. The car drove for half an hour without seeing a single box. Slowly stopping the car, Xiao Bo leaned back against the seat. Half an hour has passed, and I haven't seen a box, so there's no need to continue. Needless to say, I can guess that the boxes in front have been taken away by the people in the two super heavy trucks just now. Pushing open the car door, looking at the endless road in front and behind, Xiao Bo's eyes were calm, thinking in his heart, the boxes in front will not refresh in a short time, and if he waits here, he may meet the people behind him. But this possibility is not great. After pondering for a while, Xiao Bo decided to wait here for a day. Although it is risky, as long as he is extremely cautious, it should not be a problem to deal with this place. After all, there are still a lot of sticky bombs and other strange equipment in his car, plus his own combat power. It shouldn't be a big problem to deal with the people in this world. Xiao Bo is confident, but naturally he is also very cautious. Although his power is terrible, it is not enough to see the resolute scientific and technological power. The daytime passed quickly, and all the novels on the bookshelf have been read. In addition to the basic ones he likes to read, there are also some novels written by poisonous people. Xiao Bo is naturally not in the mood to read them. Time passed by in his killing time. In addition to the chats sent in the world, most of the discussions were about technology, which Xiao Bo could not understand at all. You should know that before coming to this game, he was a poor student. As for collecting useful information in the world, he was not weak in space. In the afternoon, he also found the reason why the world became like this in space. Chapter 359. All players in this world have survived hardships. You should know that players who have changed their jobs to car mechanics are born with the help of chariots, and they don't even need a high-level concept. After all, car mechanics can change their jobs at any time. There are no restrictions at all. Similarly, they themselves have no combat power. So in some major events at the beginning of the game, the rules of this world are to give these car mechanics, who have changed their jobs, some benefits. These car mechanics have the right to refuse some major events. After all, strength is supreme. Without strength, the only outcome in these events is death. However, little do they know that these benefits are actually a conspiracy of the rules. The special nature of the car mechanic profession makes them ignore the concept of level. In other words, as long as the only players on the road are car mechanics, then this road will complete the second level evolution, or even the third and fourth level evolution. crossing the span of several levels in a short period of time. Obviously, these players who participated in the event did not come back in the end, and the only ones left in the world were the car mechanics, who refused the event. The conspiracy of the world rules was achieved, and the second level evolution, or even the third level evolution, was completed in a short period of time. The current highway is in the third level evolution stage, and is still being improved. Seeing the videos shared by some people in this space, Xiaobo suddenly changed. This world is actually like this. Xiaobo's eyes, like an ancient well, rippled slightly, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. Since the rule goal of this highway has been achieved, it is now in the process of evolution. But my appearance must have disrupted the other party's evolution. That is to say, the evolving rules have stopped evolving. The other party must have realized that there have been changes on the highway. He is a third-level professional. Although he changed to an automobile engineer, which is not restricted by level, he has 2 other professions. The game will not judge him as an automobile engineer. After all, his first job change was a butcher. Then, the rules of this world must be looking for me, but because of some special blessings given to me by the original highway, the rules of this world cannot find me in a short time. But time has passed, the blessing disappears, and the other party finds me. With the power of the local third-level highway, they can easily kill me. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he thought carefully in his heart. It is a very risky thing to continue staying here. But at the same time, this is a third-level highway, and the resources are far more terrifying than those of a second-level highway, and the skills and equipment are far more powerful than those of a second-level highway or even a first-level highway. He can't leave so easily. Xiaobo decided to stay here for a while. After all, the other party hasn't discovered him yet, but he can't take it lightly. It's only a matter of time before the other party discovers him, and he must be prepared to escape. At that time, a third-level highway, let alone himself, no one dares to swallow it rashly, even the rules of the fault world. The strength of the third-level highway rules is far more terrifying than the first level. It takes time to swallow the rules of the fault world. Swallowing the rules of the third-level highway will attract the attention of the superiors. When the punishment is imposed, he can't escape, and the rules of the fault world can't escape either. After all, compared to commanding a fault world, the thing that commands the survival rules of a highway is more terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he was looking for opportunities in danger. Opportunities often coexist with danger. Xiaobo could hardly resist temptation, especially for a high-quality highway like the third-level highway. He entered the system and hid his information, although he only knew that he was just trying to cover up his mistake. The night was spent in Xiaobo's wandering space. In addition to the shocking changes in this world, he also found what he wanted. For example, those handsome men and beautiful women, as Xiaobo thought, were some enslaved people, and these people were all transformed, both in genes and skin. There were even players who sold these handsome men and beautiful women in the space, and the things they exchanged were all things Xiaobo had never heard of. Even converters and transfer devices, these must be high-level materials he had never seen. In addition to these things, the trading method was also beyond Xiaobo's expectations. They could actually teleport directly to where you are. Lihua, female, 23 years old, height 176, leg length 109, measurements, well-behaved and obedient, body developed, can do all kinds of movements, master all kinds of skills, proficient in all kinds of plots. Mo Fan, male, 21 years old, height 185, golden ratio, 3 legs 16 centimeters long, handsome face, can be domineering, can be a dog, personality can change at any time, bring different feelings. Xiaobo found a person who specializes in selling these enslaved people. His space publishes videos of every enslaved person, physical examinations, etc., comparable to the blockbuster movies of Libya, which makes people excited. There are also a lot of players who buy these enslaved people. It seems that this guy is using friendliness as a disguise. If the enslavement is unsuccessful, he will leave and enslave at will. Xiaobo browsed his space, just like visiting a beauty pageant in a red light district. They were super beautiful, cute, and all kinds of styles. There were more types than the columns of a certain website, which was simply terrible. It's her. At this time, Xiaobo browsed these videos and noticed a very familiar face. It was the woman he met before, the woman who gave him food. The video played the woman's name, age, height measurement, 3-dimensional, and even. If it's this guy, then everything can be explained. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. When he met these 2 super heavy trucks, he felt strange that he could block the rules. Since he could block the rules, he could also sell these things into space, and even publish these videos. The rules wanted to attack him, but there was nothing he could do. After all, if the rules were blocked, he would be invisible, and the rules would not be able to find him at all. By the way, maybe I can try to follow the guide to by this shielding rule method. If I master this method, it is equivalent to having a rule to fight against these worlds, even the rules of the fault world. Xiaobo rubbed the pattern on his arm. His eyes fell on the basic information of the woman in the video, and his mind moved, and he immediately had a solution. The price of this woman is 3 energy crystals. Although I don't know what energy crystals are, they are definitely extraordinary. Xiaobo also found this so-called energy crystal in the transaction, only one, but for Xiaobo who has a resource upgrade system, these are all small problems. Chapter 360. But when he tried to trade, he was confused. He kept trying to trade, and the food he put up was equivalent to the food he and Blueberry had for 7 days, but it was still not enough for the trade of this energy crystal. The price of a crystal is so high, or is the food of different races also cheap in the other race? Xiaobo temporarily cancelled the transaction. His eyes fell into a brief contemplation. This is a 3rd level highway, and any item on the 3rd level highway can make him bankrupt. Energy crystals, especially items that sound so high-end, must not be ordinary technological items. Suddenly, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. By the way, I have overlooked a crucial thing. Technology is supreme here, so skills are not very useful to people here. Thinking of this, he immediately searched for skills in the space. A large number of skills suddenly appeared. Selling skill books, affordable, cheap and non-expensive. Warrior. Assassin. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. These professional skill books for sale are all about professional skill books, and there are no general skill books. He also saw many people selling professional skill books for boxers and butchers. Found it. His face turned to surprise. He didn't expect that he had really guessed it. The situation in this world was just as he thought. Technology was supreme, so the consequence was that these skills were hoarded and could not be sold. Looking at the various skill books for sale in the space, Xiaobo's heart beat inexplicably. If he bought all these skills, his 4-dimensional attributes could easily break through the sky. But the price of these skills is outrageous, all of which are from materials in this world, and they are all materials that he does not have. Xiaobo tried to contact one of the guys who sold boxer skills, wanting to buy other items, but the reply he got was that other materials were not accepted, only scientific and technological materials were accepted. This gave him a headache. People in this world have no shortage of food and water resources. After all, the 3rd level highway is the least lacking of these. Moreover, he belongs to an alien race. In his eyes, delicacies such as lobster and abalone actually look a bit scary to them. Nearing the evening, Xiaobo had been wandering around for several hours, and in the end, he did not buy a single item. After shutting down the system, Xiaobo rubbed his eyebrows. There were many people selling skills in the space and in the transaction, but the other party's needs were also very difficult to deal with. They were all materials that he had never seen before. For him, this is a huge treasure house. But his time is limited. Once he is discovered by the rules of this world, he has to leave this treasure house. So, that transaction must be carried out. He already had a basic plan in mind. He would trade the woman he met today. Since she was in the first heavy truck, her status was very special. Moreover, the transaction was for 3 energy crystals, which were also very expensive. She must know something. And he knew very little about this world. If the transaction was completed, it would be a very good thing. Xiaobo opened the transaction again. There was another trading opportunity today. He found the energy crystal again. This time he used the magic scissors. The magic scissors were one of his trump cards, but in the current situation, he could not catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. After systematic statistics, although the magic scissors were used once, their value was the same as an energy crystal. However, the other party's demand was not the magic scissors, so Xiaobo had to contact the other party first. After he kept discussing with the other party decided to agree to the transaction. After completing the transaction, an orange-yellow crystal the size of a fingernail appeared on the table in front of him. Energy Crystal *1. Energy Crystal. Introduction. It stores huge energy. Xiaobo looked at the crystal the size of a fingernail, and was a little surprised. It's only this big, but it has powerful energy. It's incredible. Is this the crystal that only a 3rd level highway can have? Decide immediately. Xiaobo immediately upgraded it. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Energy Crystal *1 upgraded to Energy Crystal *5. Hmm? 5 energy crystals, not bad enough? Xiaobo's eyes flashed, and his mind moved, and the 5 energy crystals on the table disappeared and entered the storage space. Then he opened the system, found the person in the space, and chose to trade. And the trading partner was Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was the woman he met when he first came to this road. When she handed him the iron sheet, a trace of human struggle flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for this trace of struggle, he probably wouldn't think there was anything wrong with the iron sheet. In the private chat of the system, the invisible man sent him a message. Do you want to trade Lin Jiao with me? Yes. Okay, but the price of Lin Jiao has been changed now. It has been increased to 5 energy crystals. I forgot to change the previous information. The man replied. Xiaobo's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce look. He was now in invisible state, so the other party naturally could not check his status. It was obviously against the rules to raise the price. But after all, he had just arrived here, and he needed to trade with the other party to block the rules. Okay. After careful thinking, he replied. Okay. In the luxurious super tank, a group of beautiful women surrounded a handsome man, wearing a large golden silk garment, with 8 abdominal muscles. There was a faint smile on his mouth all the time. Lin Jiao. The man opened his mouth to take the food handed over by the woman next to him, sobbing. Here. Lin Jiao said softly. She was wearing a white tights, with beautiful lines on her body. She showed 2 completely different faces from when she faced Xiaobo before. You have been bought by someone. Pack up, and get ready to leave. The man said lightly, chewing the food carefully in his mouth. The sweet smile on Lin Jiao's face froze slightly, and she moved unnaturally, then nodded gently. Yes, master. The man glanced at Lin Jiao's back as she turned away, and his thin lips opened slightly, and a piece of food entered his mouth. The remaining women looked at Lin Jiao with some sympathy. Although they had to serve one person here, at least this man was normal, and would not abuse them, and they had no worries about food and clothing, and no need to worry about any danger. But being bought by someone is different. The people you may meet are very perverted, and they have not been genetically optimized and are extremely ugly. Many sisters were sent there, and suffered inhumane abuse. But there is no way. They dare not control the will of the man in front of them, because this man controls their lives. Chapter 361. Gar, send Lin Jiao to the person who made the transaction, and retrieve the person's personal information. The handsome man swallowed the food in his mouth, and said to the air. Yes. There was only a mechanical sound in the air, followed by blue light interweaving and converging into a virtual screen. The personal information of the transaction was displayed on it. Interesting, the combat power evaluation has reached a level. The man was stunned for a moment, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This road is getting more and more interesting. The women around him couldn't help but take a breath when they heard the man's voice. Combat power A level. This is an unimaginable level. You have to know that the most powerful boss of the wild monsters they met along the way was only evaluated as a level in combat power. But the man who bought Lin Jiao actually reached the A-level combat power. Incredible. Only men understand that this person must be a job changer. This road has been around for several years. From the initial twists and turns to the era of high technology supremacy, people here have forgotten the appearance of the road at the beginning. After that battle, the road rapidly transformed, and the crisis began to come. The strength of the wild monsters also became extremely terrifying with the transformation of the road. Then there was the technological explosion, and people also found that the strength of the wild monsters increased rapidly. Similarly, all kinds of strange materials also appeared, and some materials were even materials that did not exist in the real world. People ushered in a new spring. It also opened the era of technology. And these developments, I am afraid that only a few people remember them. They exist in memory. As for the job changers, they have long become a distant past. But I didn't expect to meet a job changer now, and his strength definition is the same as that of the boss. The man knew what the appearance of the job changer meant, and he felt that this job changer would trade with him sooner or later. Xiaobo didn't know that his information had been investigated by the other party. The things will be sent over immediately. Thinking about it, Xiaobo received the other party's reply, and then he saw the void on the road began to wriggle, and a tunnel was opened up. Then a woman wearing a white tights, and with a beautiful face walked out of the tunnel. She was holding a suitcase in her hand, which contained her personal daily necessities. The woman appeared and saw the RV in front of her. Her beautiful face was startled, but she immediately changed her expression after being trained by the trainer. Just as she walked to the front of the RV, the door opened and a familiar man walked out of the car. It's you? The sky was a little dark, but the lights in the car were bright. Lin Jiao recognized him immediately. This person was the ugly man she met during the day. She was just surprised for a moment, and soon recovered. Are you surprised? Come in and sit down first. You are the first woman to enter my car, Xiaobo said. Since his RV was upgraded, only he had entered it, and no one else had entered his RV. Really? Lin Jiao lifted her hair, and her expression suddenly became charming. It's dark and long, I will serve you. Since the other party bought me, I need to serve him for survival. No hurry, can you connect to the system now? Xiaobo shook his head and asked. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. The previous owner installed a shielding chip in our body to block our connection to the system. Our position is to serve. If we connect to the system, some people will have bad intentions. Xiaobo nodded silently. The other party's previous owner was very smart. Such a woman's position itself is clothing. If the buyer buys such a product, but this product can also be connected to the game, then this will be an unstable factor. The players in this game have all changed their jobs to auxiliary professions. Frankly speaking, if you want to kill them, a knife can kill them. These women have to sleep in the same bed, and no one wants to see an unstable factor lying next to them. Xiaobo pondered and made way for her. Get in the car first. I have something to ask you. Lin Jiao nodded slightly, looking very elegant. Walking into the RV, the decoration inside the car made Lin Jiao's eyes light up. There are not too many science fiction elements, just ordinary wooden floors and leather sofas. The space inside the RV is not as big as the super tank of the previous owner, but it is small but complete. The warm tone lights give her a great sense of warmth and calmness. It lacks the seriousness and depression of the tank. Lin Jiao fell in love with this seemingly small RV at first sight. It's a bit crude, but it's just okay, Xiaobo said. Although he can now upgrade to a more advanced tank, the tank has not improved his strength much after the upgrade. It just makes him a little safer to drive. But there is no tight enjoyment brought by the RV. I like it here very much. Lin Jiao showed a beautiful smile on her face. Xiaobo naturally would not believe the other party's nonsense. After all, who would be willing to give up the big house and come to his small house? Walking through the kitchen, living room, and coming to the leisure and entertainment area, it sounds big, but it is actually just a few steps. Sit. The other party was controlled by the chip, and after completing the transaction, the man also handed over the control chip to himself, which was considered a transaction. It can be said that the life and death of this woman is now controlled by him. As for destroying the controller in front of the other party, like in the novel, and giving the other party a freedom, he can't do it. Everyone has selfishness. Lin Jiao was not restrained. She walked to the sofa opposite Xiaobo with her bag, and sat down with her legs crossed. The tights outlined the beautiful lines of her body. If it were other men, I'm afraid they would have been unable to resist. But Xiaobo had been wandering on this road for so long, and had seen all kinds of strange things. He was much more cautious than others. Moreover, Xiaobo, the hero of the gentle land, always remembered what his ancestors had scolded him. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was just a skeleton in his eyes. She was useless to him, so he would just kill her. Xiaobo took out tea and snacks like a magician and put them on the table. Eat something. Lin Jiao looked at the snacks on the table curiously, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, because she had never seen these things before, and even on her own planet, she had never seen such strange food. What is this? Lin Jiao pinched the banana, which was icy and cold. Chapter 362. Use it this way. Xiaobo didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he knew that the other party was an alien, and it was the first time he had seen such strange food, so he picked up a banana and explained it carefully. He peeled off the banana to reveal the flesh inside, and took a bite. The banana tasted really good, sweet and delicious. Lin Jiao knew that she had misunderstood. This was the same way to eat. She followed Xiaobo's way, gently peeled off the banana to reveal the flesh, slightly opened her red lips, and gently bit the flesh. Soft and sweet. Her eyes were slightly curved. This was something she had never eaten before, and it was so delicious. After eating a banana quickly, she regained her calm and elegant temperament, but her eyes occasionally swept over the various strange foods on the table. After trying a banana, the other things must be delicious that she had never eaten. This was a magical man. Although he looked similar to himself, his eyes and skin color were very strange. Yellow skin, 2 different colors of pupils. Magical man. Xiaobo brewed 2 cups of hot tea, which contained long jing tea leaves, and pushed 1 cup to the other person. Lin Jiao was somewhat flattered, and looked curiously at the tea leaves floating or sinking in the cups, and was somewhat curious about why this man put tree leaves in the teacups. Seeing Xiaobo pick up the teacup and blow gently, the tea leaves in the teacup were almost soaked, so she took a sip gently. Lin Jiao imitated Xiaobo, picked up the teacup, blew gently, blew open the tea leaves, and took a sip. The hot tea mixed with the fragrance of tea leaves flowed into the stomach, refreshing the heart and warming the whole body. With bright eyes, Lin Jiao showed a hint of surprise on her face. The taste was surprisingly Hulk. Xiaobo saw the change in the other party and smiled. After obtaining this tea, the quality and quantity of the tea were upgraded by the resource upgrade system, and the tea reached the top. If it is placed in the hands of a domestic tea culture enthusiast, it can be sold at a sky-high price with a cup of tea. Xiaobo does not understand tea culture, and can only taste tea in this barbaric and rough way. If this is seen by the tea culture tycoon, he will definitely curse. Waste, it is really a waste. Xiaobo gently put down the teacup and asked, "Since I bought you the past, Don't worry, I am still a perfect virgin. Our master has no desire for us. On weekdays, he only asks us to serve, but does not provide extra services. He will arrange some women to train us." Lin Jiao said immediately, thinking of her master, the handsome man, and sighing in her heart. Because the man was a half-cyborg, he once had a sister who looked more beautiful than her, and stood in front of the master without being moved. It seems that in the eyes of the master, they are all goods. Xiaobo shook his head gently. He didn't care whether the other party was virgin or not. He already knew that Lin Jiao was virgin or not, because the space sails were marked in detail whether she was virgin or not. In fact, he was also a little confused. How could that man not be moved by a group of beautiful women? Could it be the same as himself? Whether she is virgin or not is not important to me. I hope you can forget the past. Changing to a new place means a new beginning. In addition, I need to know something about your former master and what happened in this world. Xiaobo said, "As you can see, these foods are all things you have never seen before. You can understand that I come from other roads." The elegant expression on Lin Jiao's face disappeared, replaced by a trace of panic. Xiaobo peeled an orange, stuffed it into his mouth calmly, and continued, "But don't worry, I won't control you to do anything, nor will it cause any harm to this world. I came here just to take refuge." He didn't tell the other party everything. At present, he couldn't be sure whether the other party had done anything to this woman. "I am still in this world now, so I can't tell the other party everything." Lin Jiao nodded silently. She also knew a little about the things on other roads. In the past, when it was still an era of multi-professional symbiosis, the team she followed had received a message from other roads. It shows that the road survival game is not just such a road, but countless roads and countless races participate in the game. Although I don't know the significance of the existence of this game, this point broke out a huge heated discussion in the entire team at that time. It turns out that they are not the only ones. Later, the game changed, and players of other professions died one after another. The only ones left were players who changed their professions to car mechanics. The existence of such players on the road would not affect the evolution of the road. In addition, no matter how much the road evolved, they would not be affected. Because the external danger is the wild monsters in the game, and the wild monsters are refreshed according to the level of the players. They are not too high in level, and the strength of the wild monsters is also very balanced. Later, she became the object of training under the former master, and then was selected by the former master to enter the first super tank to serve the former master's daily life. It was during this period that she came into contact with some core things. Since the previous owner sold her, it means that the previous owner was not worried about these things being known by others. So when the new owner wanted to ask about the previous owner's situation, she nodded obediently. The first question, "What happened in this world?" Xiaobo asked. Although he saw some events about this world in this space, and had a basic inference in his heart, he needed a detailed understanding of the whole process. After all, no one can tell the future changes. At present, the definition of the Death Highway has been found, and what he had crossed before was not the Death Highway, but the highway that was slowly swallowed by the rules of the Fault World. In other words, the real Death Highway did not appear. Therefore, the definition of the Death Highway needs to be refound. And, if all the players on the highway died, what would happen? Is this another unsolvable evolutionary path? Xiaobo has seen too much and has a comprehensive understanding of the talents of the rules. Especially for the highway survival game, the population has no effect on the Fault World, and it cannot prevent the evolution of the rules of the Fault World. In fact, the population inside can promote the evolution of the Fault World. But the highway survival game is just the opposite. Some people's highways have become the limit of highway evolution, especially in this highway. Originally, Xiaobo thought that talents were the core of highway evolution, until he met this highway. In order to promote evolution, it actually killed all the job-changing players on the highway. So, is it that the seemingly weird rules of the Fault World are oriented to all races? Or is it that the rules of the highway survival game are oriented to all races? Chapter 363. Xiaobo did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, the worlds he had completed the time-space shuttle order before were all disaster worlds, and in these disaster worlds, human beings disappeared. At that time, he had inferred that the highway survival game was protecting the continuation of creatures. As for the prompts when entering the highway survival game at the beginning, it was just the game to stabilize the players who enter the game. But now it seems that the highway rules are not entirely for the continuation of creatures, but to promote evolution. As for searching for players in the disaster world, it is just one of the ways to cover up one's own mistakes. Maybe the original idea of the game creator was for the continuation of the race, but as time went by, the development of the highway has become very deformed and termites have begun to appear. This is unavoidable in society, not to mention in such a huge world. Then, Lin Jiao told the story of the game. After all, she was also a participant, and naturally knew all about it. Xiaobo listened quietly on the side. As Lin Jiao told the story, a shocking conspiracy appeared in his eyes. Lin Jiao had also described the activities of some games in the space before, which were basically the same as the video. He was now almost certain that the rules were indeed using activities to eliminate all professions except car mechanics in order to evolve, and they were eliminated completely. Now he could also confirm that his appearance would definitely interrupt the evolution of the rules, and the other party must be looking for him now. It was late at night. Lin Jiao was still talking, and Xiaobo listened silently, expressing his opinions from time to time. Thirsty, the two drank some water. When talking about the former master, Lin Jiao said, "I don't know much about the former master, but I still know a little about the core things. This world has rules, and you carry rules that do not belong to this world. We call it a virus. Viruses will pollute the rules of this world, and even eliminate the rules of this world." Xiaobo nodded. The pattern on his arm is the rule of the Fault World. It is indeed, as the other party said, the rules of the Fault World can easily swallow up the first-class highway. Is the chip on your body the means by which you shield the rules of this world? Xiaobo asked. The master didn't tell us that this chip is a small iron piece I gave you before. According to the master's meaning, the iron piece only enslaves the destined person, Lin Jiao said. The destined person? I think it's an unlucky person. Xiaobo said in his heart, but his face didn't change. He took a sip of tea lightly. The tea was a little cold, so he added some hot water. Lin Jiao drank some hot tea, and she was no longer as reserved as she was at first. She also realized that Xiaobo seemed not very interested in her body, but was very interested in this information. He moistened his throat and continued, but in the master's car, the rules can indeed be blocked. We haven't encountered wild monsters for a long time. Xiaobo nodded gently. After nearly 2 hours of communication, he had already grasped what he wanted in his heart. He drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, and then said, "Okay, take a rest. There is hot water in the bathroom. You can take a shower and change your clothes." After saying that, he returned to the bedroom and quickly took out a set of women's clothes. This was the clothes he got later. He didn't expect it to be useful now. Put on this dress. By the way, can you use the bathroom? Xiaobo threw the clothes to her, and suddenly remembered something and asked again. Lin Jiao took the clothes in her hand, put them on the sofa under her hips, stood up and walked to Xiaobo gracefully. A fragrance came to her face, and Lin Jiao's expression became a little charming. Am I not beautiful? Beautiful. Looking at the enlarged face in front of him, Xiaobo was very calm, and his heart beat involuntarily. After all, he was just a pure boy. Especially the other party was Snow White, and his pupils were golden, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. It was like a man and an animal. Then don't you want to do something? Lin Jiao licked her red lips with a small tongue, with a charming look on her face. No. Xiaobo said calmly. Gentle land hero Tomb. He was naturally clear about the importance of things. He had too many secrets, and he was now caught in a struggle. Whether he could survive was still a huge problem. It was not the right time to indulge in pleasure. Lin Jiao's charming expression disappeared. She was still very confident about her appearance, but the other party actually refused. Isn't this kind of family happiness between different races exciting? This is a bathroom heater. Hot water is on this side, and cold water is on this side. This is shower gel, which is applied to the body. This is shampoo, which is applied to the hair. This is soap, which can be used to wash the face and body. This is a toilet, which is used to go to the toilet. Xiaobo took Lin Jiao to the bathroom and said one by one. Lin Jiao's expression was like that of Granny Lu visiting a manor, touching here and looking there. Noticing Xiaobo's strange eyes, a hint of red appeared on her face, which was very beautiful with her snow-white skin. She gently lifted the silver hair in front of her eyes. I have never seen so many strange things before. Xiaobo retracted his gaze and opened his mouth to speak, when he heard Blueberry's cry from the bedroom. Coco, Coco! Xiaobo's face suddenly changed. You stay in the car first. After speaking, he stepped from the side door to the roof, looked at the darkness around him with cold eyes, and instantly entered a fighting state. In the car, Lin Jiao didn't know what happened yet. Curiously, she followed the sound just now, and came to me, and saw Blueberry squatting in front of the car. A furry little guy, I saw it squatting on the board in front of the window, tilting its head to look at this uninvited guest. Lin Jiao's golden pupils seemed to turn into a heart shape. Wow, what a cute little guy. As soon as the voice fell, the ground outside shook violently, and Lin Jiao immediately looked out the dark window. Wait, what happened outside? She realized that Xiaobo's expression had just become stern, and it was very likely that something had happened. Accompanied by the vibration outside, there was an inexplicable roar, as if something attacked them outside. Although the car windows on both sides of the bedroom were open, it was pitch black outside, and it was impossible to see what was happening outside. Lin Jiao realized that something must have happened outside. The dusty memory was awakened, and that was when she was the auxiliary in the team. I remember that every night, there would be occasional terrifying wild monsters on the road. Could it be that the creature hidden in the dark appeared again? She was just an ordinary person, so it was naturally impossible for her to go out. She sat on the bed with a look of worry. If Xiaobo had an accident, she would not survive. Chapter 364. Without the protection of the shielding rules, powerful monsters would appear and attack her at night. She would definitely not live long on this road. She was worried, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only wait quietly. Soon, the noise outside disappeared, and Xiaobo's figure appeared in the car again. Are you okay? Lin Jiao immediately stepped forward and said softly. It's okay, just a monster. Xiaobo's expression was calm, and the messy breath on his body calmed down. The strength of the monster was almost the same as his, and it was much stronger than the monsters on the first-class highway. He also spent a lot of effort to kill the other party. Lin Jiao covered her mouth, looked at Xiaobo with bright eyes, and was shocked. Go to bed, I take a shower first. Xiaobo stretched his body. There were still things to do tomorrow, so he would end it here tonight. After saying that, he went into the bathroom. Lin Jiao picked up her bag, and came to the side of the bedroom. In her bag were all kinds of very tempting clothes, black and white silk, and various professional uniforms. She had studied acting, so she could change roles at any time, and put on clothes to get into the state immediately. But she took off her clothes, revealing her white skin, and put on a pair of over-knee black stockings on her legs. With her snow-white skin, this scene was very tempting. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, she knew what was waiting for her tonight, and had been prepared for it. However, when this moment came, a layer of red cloud still climbed on her face. Blueberry didn't know what this woman was going to do. She squatted on the car window, tilted her head, and watched Lin Jiao's actions intently. What are you looking at, little pervert? Lin Jiao's delicate face flushed, and she felt uncomfortable under Blueberry's gaze, so she spat. Soon, she was wearing a uniform, which was looming and made people's blood vessels swell. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped abruptly, and Xiaobo walked into the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel. He saw Lin Jiao sitting on the bed with a red face, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Go take a shower, don't dress like this in the future, you and I are just a master and servant relationship. Xiaobo said rather coldly, but the blood demon's heart was beating uncomfortably. Are you dissatisfied with me? Lin Jiao's body was slightly stiff, biting her lips tightly. She knew very well that her advantage was her body, but when her body lost its function, she would have no value. Often, worthless people will eventually be abandoned. Go take a shower. Xiaobo's eyes were slightly cold. He didn't like disobedient women. I don't like women who have their own ideas. I have enough things to do, and I won't get entangled in one thing just for my lower body. Trouble. Lin Jiao's body trembled slightly, and she immediately took the clothes that Xiaobo gave her to take a shower. When she came back, The light in the bedroom had become dim, and Xiaobo was already lying on the bed and sleeping. Lin Jiao stood in front of the bed, pursed her lips tightly, hesitated for a moment, got into the quilt, and then slowly touched Xiaobo's position. When her hand touched Xiaobo's body, Xiaobo's cold voice came. "Stop, keep your distance. Besides, your bed is up there." "Oh!" Lin Jiao's lips moved, and she looked at the top of her head. There was indeed a bed pulled out. She obediently lifted the quilt, and came to the second floor, where there were all kinds of bedding and quilts. There were also books to read at the head of the bed, a small table lamp on one side, and beautiful patterns all around the edge of the bed, which was unique and very warm. After just one look, she fell in love with this comfortable little bed. Although it was not as big as the bed she had with her previous owner, it was full of warmth and simplicity. Lin Jiao smiled like a flower on her face, lying down comfortably on her side, with her slender and white legs sandwiching the quilt, and a sweet smile on her face. It seemed that this was not bad. When Xiaobo heard the noise above, he closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. The highway at night was not peaceful, especially on the third-level highway, where wild monsters appeared very frequently, and he did not sleep well all night. However, the experience value increased rapidly. Experience, 1915/2000. If this continues, the upgrade will be fast. In the morning, Xiaobo opened his eyes from the bed, feeling a little depressed. He had experienced several consecutive battles last night, and his physical energy was consumed a lot. After several consecutive battles, his physical energy, which was as high as more than 100 points, dropped to more than 20 points several times. Fortunately, rest can speed up the recovery of physical energy, and with the backup energy, he didn't feel panic. It's just that every battle requires 90% of his own strength. The strength of those wild monsters is extremely strong, so the consumption of himself is very fast. This is not a solution. Once it is upgraded again, the strength of these wild monsters will also increase. Today, I must get the things that block the rules. Xiaobo sat in front of the window, looking at the sky with a faint light. His eyes were lost in thought. At this moment, there was a noise in the kitchen. He pushed open the bedroom door, and found Lin Jiao, who was wearing pajamas and had her hair tied up. She was looking through everything in the kitchen at a loss. These things were very unfamiliar to her. "Let me do it." Xiaobo's voice came out suddenly, and Lin Jiao, who was in a dilemma, shivered all over. "Oh, okay." Lin Jiao's voice was very nice and soft. "Go to sleep for a while, there are dark circles on your face," Xiaobo said lightly. "Ah!" Lin Jiao's face suddenly changed, and she ran back to the house immediately. Xiaobo shook his head gently. It seemed that it was not bad to have someone here. At least life would not be so boring and monotonous. Breakfast was very nutritious, fresh milk and bread. After heating it in the microwave, Xiaobo made tea and went outside. The wind in the early morning still had a sharp breath, blowing over and scraping on the body painfully. Even a gust of wind on a Class 3 highway can be so strong. Xiaobo was startled and started his daily morning exercise. Lin Jiao came to the sofa for entertainment and leisure, pushed open the car window, climbed on it, and watched Xiaobo doing morning exercises. What a powerful move. It looks a bit strange, but every move is fatal, and it is a killing move. When Xiaobo punched a sonic boom, Lin Jiao's eyes brightened, and she gradually became addicted to Xiaobo's fierce moves. Although this person does not look good, for her, this is no longer an era of looking at appearance. There are too many good-looking skins. What she needs is a sense of security, and Xiaobo brings her a sense of security, plus her own destiny is controlled by the other party. If the other party wants, she is ready to sacrifice herself. After a set of Bajiquan and Nether Step, Xiaobo drank hot tea, and his mind was extremely clear. If this continues, it won't be long before the four-dimensional attribute will be improved again. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he turned back to the car, and saw Lin Jiao climbing in front of the window, looking at the fascination. It's time to eat. Ah! Chapter 365. Wow, these foods are delicious. Inside the car, 2 people and 1 bee sat at the dining table. Lin Jiao took a bite of fresh and soft bread, and then drank a sip of hot milk. The sweetness filled her taste buds. She couldn't help but admire it, and her beautiful eyes radiated bright light. The food over there is so magical. You must be very happy. Lin Jiao's eyes were curved, which was very beautiful. She gradually became less restrained. Lin Jiao found that although Xiaobo was sometimes a little cold, he would not say anything to her. In the early stage, she had to be obedient. This was what she figured out last night. Blueberry on the side looked at Lin Jiao, who was shouting, and a mocking look appeared on his face. What are you looking at? Lin Jiao saw Blueberry's arrogant expression, and her expression could not help but stagnate. Kikik. What are you talking about? Kiki. You? Listening to the irrelevant conversation between the man and the beast, the car seemed to be lively, and Xiaobo always had a faint smile on his face. If, to be honest, he can survive in the future, it seems that such a free life is not bad. A breakfast ended in a lively manner. Can you drive? Xiaobo asked lazily while lying on the sofa. I think so, Lin Jiao said hesitantly. In fact, the car models of different races are different, just like this RV. When they upgraded before, there was no such RV, which means that the car models of different races are also different. As for the way of driving, it must be different. Let me try it. Driving is very simple. Lin Jiao thought about it, and said immediately, since I am here, I must show my useful value. Yes. Coming to the cab, Xiaobo briefly explained that the driving system on the road is actually very simple. And it is automatic transmission. The width of the road can accommodate more than 10 cars driving side by side. You only need to step on the accelerator and brake. Basically, no high-level operation is required. Xiaobo only said it once, and Lin Jiao remembered it. The main reason is that it is too easy to remember. It is indeed as he said. Driving is really too simple. Then he tried it on the road again, and Lin Jiao was able to drive forward freely. As for reversing, it is not necessary at all. The road is straight, and even he rarely reverses. It can be said that there is almost no time. After finding a driver, Xiaobo's mood became inexplicably happy. Back in the car, he took out the things given to him by his own road rules. First is the Intermediate Enchantment Gem. Intermediate Enchanted Gemstone *1. Features: Sharpness +5, Hardness +5. Introduction: Enchant the weapon to increase its sharpness and hardness. Special effect: Make the weapon emit a pale yellow light. Time limit: 1 month. The Intermediate Enchanted Gemstone and the Primary Enchanted Gemstone are only different in features and emitted colors, and the other differences are nothing special. Xiaobo looked calm and took out the hatchet and steel knife. Putting them on the table, without the blessing of the butcher's hand, the hatchet returned to its usual heaviness, while the steel knife emitted a yellow light. This was after the primary gemstone was upgraded, and the blessing of the steel knife was permanent. And the upgraded primary gem is comparable to the intermediate gem. But the name has become the magical enchanted gem. In a sense, the steel knife is actually stronger than the hatchet, but the hatchet has become more powerful after the upgrade. With a thought, the intermediate enchanted gem in his hand has completed the upgrade. Strange Enchanted Gem *1. Features: Curse +5, Bleeding +5. Introduction: Enchant the weapon to increase the curse power and bleeding of the weapon. Special effect: Make the weapon emit black light. Time limit: Permanent, unique strange attribute. Xiaobo's eyes were slightly startled, and his eyes changed when he looked at the upgraded enchanted gem. The purple gem in his hand also turned into a strange black. What is the curse power, and what is bleeding? Xiaobo's heart moved. Whether to try it, these are two new comforts. Curse and bleeding, incredible. After a short thought, I can only wait until tonight, when I encounter wild monsters, to try it. Soon, the black gem merged into the hatchet, and the whole hatchet seemed to be activated. A black light flashed, and then it was restrained. The surface of the hatchet became extremely black, faintly emitting a sharp, cold and strange black light. With a wave of his hand, he put the two things into his pocket. This time the harvest is good. Xiaobo whispered in his heart. The benefits of this enchanted gem alone are huge. Skill: Flash. Feature: None. Introduction: Consume 5 points of spirit, and the figure will appear 1 meter in front of the line of sight. Skill: Detection. Feature: Mental Power +3. Introduction: When it is turned on, it will detect nearby creatures, consuming 0.05 points of mental power per second. Huh? Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the two general skills. Both of them were very special, especially the second one, which he was very familiar with, because he had seen the powerful characteristics of this skill of Old Man Zhou when he experienced the Black Mountain Desolate Village before. He didn't expect to draw this skill now, which surprised him. As for flashing, it's equivalent to teleportation. Don't underestimate this 1 meter. If you can use it continuously, you can even flash in the sky, but the consumption of 5 points of mental power is completely unbearable for him, even if his current mental power is more than 150 points. Upgrade 2 skills. Skill: Teleport. Feature: None. Introduction. Consume a little mental power, and the figure will appear 1 meter in front of the line of sight. Skill Detection. Feature, Mental Power plus 5. Introduction. When it is turned on, it will detect nearby creatures, consuming 0.01 points of mental power per second. After the upgrade, the two skills have changed except that the name of flashing has changed, but detection has not changed. After the upgrade, the consumption of the two skills has been greatly reduced, which makes Xiaobo very satisfied. With more and more skills, the consumption of mental power is a huge burden. Fortunately, his mental power has grown so rapidly. If it were to follow the previous growth rate, it would probably only be 50 or 60 points now. After all, the two skills of the National Martial Arts Master and the Butcher are not focused on mental power, and the balanced development of the National Martial Arts Master is also spread across various attributes, which does not increase much mental power. After learning the two skills, Xiaobo just wanted to open the personal attribute panel to take a look, and heard Lin Jiao's gentle voice. Along with the car speed, it also slowed down. Master, there is a resource box outside. Chapter 366. Lin Jiao's voice was very sweet. Even though they were aliens, there was not much difference between the two races. Apart from some differences in life, everything else was just as the rules of the road said. The players on this road were really all human. The RV slowly stopped, Xiaobo opened the door, and behind him, Lin Jiao also opened the door and got out. He ignored Lin Jiao's actions. The other party's actions were actually to prove that he had no selfish motives and would not drive away. Xiaobo got out of the car, but Lin Jiao was sure to drive away. But even if the other party drove away, Xiaobo could catch up. After getting out of the car, there was a huge box on the road, which was much heavier than the boxes on the road, and the whole body was black and red. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaobo's fist landed on the box, and cracks appeared on the box. Bang! Another punch, the whole box was broken into pieces. Lin Jiao's lips opened slightly, shocked by Xiaobo's violent unpacking method. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. What a powerful man. Even before the event, there was no such a powerful man on the leaderboard. The box was broken into pieces, and items appeared in Xiaobo's eyes. Primary Career Advancement Order *1. In a huge box, there was only a token the size of a baby's palm, but when Xiaobo saw the contents of this token, his face showed joy. It's worthy of being a box on the 3rd level highway. I didn't expect the first thing to be so nice. Xiaobo smiled and reached out to grab the Primary Career Advancement Order in the box. This is a good thing. Primary Occupation Advancement Token. One occupation can only be advanced once. There is a small probability of occupation advancement. Note, the failure rate is high. It is recommended to use more than one. The nature of this token is similar to the Primary Skill Upgrade book, both of which complete the skill/occupation advancement. As for the failure rate, it is not a big problem for Xiaobo. Because the success rate of the advancement token after the resource upgrade system is upgraded will be improved. Master, a token seems to be of little use. Why are you happy? Lin Jiao looked at the token in Xiaobo's hand, and the master seemed to be very interested in this token. Her previous master had also opened a lot of such tokens before, but he threw them all away. Obviously, Lin Jiao did not know the function of this token. Xiaobo shook his head gently. For you, this token may not be important, but for me, this token is simply a timely help. He must be sure in his heart that the auxiliary professional players here must have undergone professional advancement. It's a pity that choosing an auxiliary profession is destined to have only this one profession, and cannot complete the double transfer. So after the auxiliary profession car mechanic completed the advancement, it was useless, and could only be discarded. In Lin Jiao's eyes, it became useless. But for me, this is very useful. The resource upgrade system itself has completed an incredible upgrade of my profession, and after this time, the profession will be upgraded again. Okay, get back to the car, you continue to drive. You performed well this time, I will let you taste the feast at noon, you will have an unprecedented experience. Xiaobo was very happy. After all, professional advancement means that his strength will usher in a blowout growth. So her words seemed vague. This changed in Lin Jiao's ears. She gently closed her slender white legs, and a faint red glow covered her white neck. When she followed her former master, she did it a lot, of course, only outside, and did not break her virginity. She was both nervous and eager about the affairs between men and women. Noon? Lin Jiao looked at Xiaobo's strong back, nearly 1.9 meters tall. It must be very comfortable. Xiaobo didn't know that Lin Jiao had misunderstood his words. He opened the car door and paused. Don't call me master, just call me Xiaobo. Then he got into the car. Xiaobo, what a strange name. Lin Jiao stretched out a slender index finger, put it in front of her cherry lips, and her eyes moved slightly. Immediately got on the RV. The RV started slowly. Xiaobo did not open the personal attribute panel, but quickly upgraded the advancement order in his hand. He was now looking forward to what kind of incredible evolution would occur after the advancement order was used to upgrade the profession. Special grade profession upgrade order, 99% probability of profession advancement. Note, as long as you are not bad-faced, it will generally succeed. Sure enough, after the upgrade is successful, it is similar to the special grade skill upgrade book, but the name has changed. Then the next step is to complete the career advancement. Butcher, what will the advancement be like? Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and he whispered in his mouth, and immediately chose to complete the advancement of the butcher profession. The advancement order disappeared. He felt a ball of hot flames rising from his body, his whole body turned blood red, and his skin seemed to be able to drip blood. Two strange tentacles grew on his forehead, and his body was rising up, and soon it was squeezed into a ball. He immediately came to the second floor, and stretched out his body. He was 4 meters tall, with a sturdy figure and red skin, as if there was a flame burning. Xiaobo felt the almost explosive power in his body, which seemed to stretch his body, and complete some incredible transformation. This power, the 4-dimensional attribute, may have reached the level of 200. Looking at his tall body, Xiaobo's strange eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames. This power was simply terrifying. He didn't know that he had completed the career advancement, but this power made him feel shocked and terrible. How could the career advancement make such a big fuss? My current state seems to be reborn. He opened the system and wanted to check what kind of changes had happened to his body. But the personal attributes of the system were dim. The career advancement order was still undergoing incredible evolution. It seemed that it would not subside in a short time. Feeling the heat of his body, Xiaobo sat cross-legged in the swimming pool, quietly waiting for the career advancement order to complete the advancement. This is a matter of time. He also truly felt the changes in his body at this time. After his body was raised, the clothes and belt on his body were directly integrated into his body. This was his most real feeling. In addition to these changes, the biggest change was his own strength. Once the firepower was fully opened, even if it was the road rules, he would have the strength to fight. The road rules are not an illusory existence, they will also die and be swallowed. Soon, his own evolution gradually faded, and Xiaobo was already lying on the bed. After completing the career advancement, he couldn't wait to open the system. The butcher turned into Shura. Chapter 367. Name, Xiaobo, Sin Value, 8. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automobile Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 11. Experience, 1915/2000. Strength, 137, 13.7. Agility, 137, 13.7. Physical fitness, 97, 9.7. Backup energy activated. Mental strength, 195, 38.5. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise, strength increases with training, primary agility, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, eye of detection, body of steel, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light and shadow, meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance. Shura occupation skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's wrath, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura occupation passive, Azura's hand, LV2, Azura's incarnation, LV1. National Martial Arts Master occupation skills, Bajiquan, Netherworld step, punch. National Martial Arts Master occupation passive only, King of Battle, LV1. Automobile Engineer only passive, King of Cars, LV1. Automobile Engineer occupation skills, primary artillery. At this time, the first occupation has changed, no longer a butcher, but an Azura. And some of Azura's skills have also undergone incredible changes. For example, the butcher's courage has become the Azura's wrath. For example, dismemberment became slaughter, and the primary butcher's physical fitness became the primary Shura's physical fitness. And the professional passive is no longer unique. There is an additional Shura incarnation. As for the four-dimensional attributes, they have been unprecedentedly improved, especially the physical fitness, which has directly completed an incredible advancement and broke through to 100 points, which he dared not even think about. Obviously, after the professional advancement, the growth of the four-dimensional attributes is driven. Let's take a look at these advanced skills first. Xiaobo's eyes flashed. The professional advancement directly advanced all the skills included in the profession. He quickly clicked on these skills and checked them one by one. Professional skills, bloodshed unique. Professional requirements, Shura. Bloodshed, unique, consume 5 points of mental power to gain bloodshed. Recover your physical strength and maintain your body's endurance by killing and bathing in blood. Overflow, if the body is fully restored during the duration of bloodshed, it will overflow infinitely until the duration stops and the physical strength is exhausted. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooling time, 3 hours. Introduction, killing makes me strong. Professional skills, slaughter. Specify profession, Shura. Features, strength plus 10. Introduction, you will be familiar with the body structure of various creatures, proficient in various methods of dismemberment, and know which part is the most vulnerable and easiest to dismember. Professional skills, Shura's Fury. Features, health plus 200, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, physical plus 10, mental plus 10. Introduction, consume 100 points of health and gain a 50% bonus to all attributes. Maintains for 10 minutes. No cooldown. Professional skills, full firepower. Specify profession, Shura. Features, none. Introduction, consume all mental power and enter the full firepower state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. For every 5 points of mental power consumed, it increases by 1%. Side effects, once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. Professional skills book, backup energy. Specify profession, Shura. Features, none. Introduction, store 200% of physical energy as backup energy. When the physical energy is exhausted, you can activate the backup energy. Professional skills book, primary Shura physical fitness. Specify profession, Shura. Features, physical fitness plus 10. Introduction, upgradable skills, can be used in high-intensity combat. Xiaobo sat on the recliner on the second floor, quietly flipping through the updated skills, and understood it in his heart. No wonder the four-dimensional attributes can show such explosive growth. In addition to the Shura profession, which has all attributes increased by 20 after advancement, there are also these professions that have completed the advancement. The advancement level of these professions is already very terrifying. He is not sure how strong he will be after he has used all his means. He is afraid that a player of level May 20th not be his opponent. You must know that his profession has completed 2 advancements. First, it was advanced through the resource upgrade system, and then it was the career advancement brought by the advancement order. This is unimaginable. Click to open Shura's hand. Hand of Shura, LV2, use any weapon, sharpness increased by 50, hardness increased by 50, armor penetration increased by 50%. Introduction, there is nothing that Shura cannot cut. If there is, it may be a tenacious heart. After the advancement, the hand of Shura has become extremely powerful. When paired with a hatchet, the power is extraordinary. The butcher profession has a new spring. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and then he clicked on the Shura incarnation. He had already guessed what the Shura incarnation was. Shura incarnation. Introduction, incarnate as Hell Shura, all attributes increased by 50%. How to use with the mind. Duration, 5 minutes, a very simple and rough introduction. It is obviously unreasonable to put this thing after the passive, but it is within the rules. Shura itself must look like Shura. I'm afraid I'm already invincible on the 3rd level highway. After Xiaobo was excited, he thought calmly that the power of professional advancement was far beyond his ability. Even if he met a sea giant, he could easily defeat the opponent. At this time, he really had the confidence to fight against the rules, but it was far from enough to play against the rules of the Fault World. Xiaobo was also very clear in his heart, but he also had full confidence in playing against the rules of the 1st level highway. At least, he was no longer passive. Lying comfortably on the recliner, Xiaobo felt particularly comfortable. The most significant effect of his strength improvement was to calm his heart. Although he was in a foreign country now, he was no longer worried. The previous highway had the rules to take care of it, and with the help of Old Man Joe and others, they could definitely complete a comeback. He believed that old man Zhou had the strength. After a short rest, he checked the time, and it was still early for noon. Having tasted the sweetness of the third-level highway, Xiaobo ran straight to the driver's seat, picked up Blueberry, who was squatting on the passenger seat, and sat on the passenger seat. Chapter 368. Xiaobo Linjiao was still a little stiff, as if she was used to calling him master. "How is it, are you still adapting?" Xiaobo asked, looking calmly at the wide road ahead. "Not bad," Linjiao said from the bottom of her heart. Although she is now Xiaobo's slave, or even a sex slave, Xiaobo did not show any contempt for her or insult her. In addition, the environment in the RV made her uneasy heart very relaxed. "That's fine." Xiaobo's eyes were calm, and a beautiful woman sitting next to him did not affect his mentality. Even if this woman was very attractive. Rubbing the furry fur on Blueberry's body, his heart gradually felt a little relieved, and everything became calm. Touching the pattern on his arm, Xiaobo also felt a little sure in his heart. No matter what the future holds, he must work hard to create it. "Xiaobo, is this your pet?" Lin Jiao looked at the very cute Blueberry and couldn't help saying. "No, it's my partner," Xiaobo said calmly. Ever since Blueberry rescued him from the sea giant, he had already abandoned the other party's identity as his slave and pet, and became his partner. Blueberry seemed to feel Xiaobo's emotions, and licked Xiaobo's palm with his tongue. Lin Jiao's eyes were full of envy. She also wanted such an identity. Maybe there would be a chance in the future. This man was different from her previous master. Stop. Xiaobo's eyes suddenly stared at the road on one side, and said immediately. He quickly opened the car door, explained something, and immediately walked to the field beside the road. Exploration is available. Then, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Red Moon Mode. There is a 10% chance that a red moon will appear at night. The red moon will trigger a riot of wild monsters and a beast tide. The number of wild monsters depends on the player's strength. Red Moon Mode Derivative. Highway Wildland Exploration is enabled. During the Red Moon Mode, barriers will be broken and players will have the ability to leave the highway. Note, there are wild monster tribes, ancient forbidden areas, lost ruins, and other places with a lot of opportunities hidden in the wild. Xiaobo immediately remembered the previous highway update, which was a derivative of the Red Moon Mode, Wilderness Exploration. Wait, now that the Wilderness Exploration has come out, will it be the Red Moon Mode tonight? Xiaobo stared at the wilderness in front of him with a calm look, slowly stretched out his palm, and his palm penetrated the original air wall. Xiaobo was very tempted by the Wilderness Exploration on the third-level highway, especially after his strength increased, and confidence followed. On the third-level highway, as long as the rules did not appear, he was basically invincible. The main reason is the abnormal development of this road. Although the level of the road has been upgraded, the players on the road have become auxiliary players, and the level has only been upgraded. The strength of the wild monsters is not high. My own level is only level 11, but the four-dimensional attributes are extremely strong. This is his carefulness. No need to move forward. I have something to do. I will stop here first. You can also take a rest. There are drinks in the refrigerator, snacks in the cabinet, and hot tea in the tea bottle, Xiaobo said, and returned to the bedroom of the RV. His mind jumped, and he opened the system to quickly contact Lin Jiao's former owner. He had no idea about the method used by Lin Jiao's former master to block the rules. After all, he was not a job changer to study technology. And the automotive engineer could not provide this knowledge, so the method of blocking the rules still needed to be purchased. After explaining the purpose, the other party replied quickly. The method of blocking the rules is not simple, and the price is very high. What do you need? I just need the method of blocking the rules, Xiaobo replied, and then quietly waited for the other party to reply. Make friends. I can give you the thing to block the rules. The content of the other party's reply made Xiaobo stunned for a moment, and then he fell into deep thought. He was not sure of the other party's intentions yet. After a short thought, Xiaobo asked back, why? Two very simple words. He knew that the other party would never hand over the things to him easily. Let me talk about this thing first. After using it, you will be disconnected from the rules, and you will also become an ordinary person. After all, your strength is based on the rules. And I want to change my job, the other party replied. Xiaobo's eyes were calm, and he immediately understood the other party's intentions. I was afraid that the other party already knew his identity. He had thought before that the players in this world were all auxiliary professions, and it was impossible to complete the job transfer of other professions. After all, individual strength is here, and physical reasons do not allow them to complete the extremely difficult double job transfer. In addition, there are no other players in this world, so the job transfer of other professions has basically become an impossible thing. If this man wants to complete the job transfer of other professions, he must go through himself, but the other party is so straightforward. Obviously the other party also knows his secret. Thinking of this, Xiaobo narrowed his eyes slightly. He would never have thought that he was an outsider. Blocking rules will not make him an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Xiaobo agreed to the other party's request. Okay. Xiaobo replied, which indirectly showed that the other party was not worried about the rules because he had a way to circumvent the rules. But there was another question. Once the job was changed, the whole person would be bound by the rules. If the rules were blocked, wouldn't it be equivalent to changing the job and having no effect? Xiaobo's eyes flickered. Unless this person was also an outsider, it was possible to learn the skills within the rules and not be controlled by the rules, but this was just an inference. Soon, the other party's transaction came over, which was a small metal ball. This thing is placed on the roof and unfolded. It can block the rules. The range is only 20 meters, but it is enough. The other party responded very quickly and told Xiaobo how to use it directly. Xiaobo grabbed the small ball in his hand, and the basic functions of this thing jumped in his eyes. The other party did not deceive himself. This thing can indeed block the rules. However, Xiaobo did not unfold it on the roof, but in his hands. Suddenly, an inexplicable force descended and enveloped the entire RV. Xiaobo found that his system had turned gray, but his strength was still there. In this way, holding this item, he had the confidence to go to the wilderness. Xiaobo was still looking forward to what opportunities there would be in the wilderness. You wait here, Blueberry, protect Lin Jiao's safety. If there is any danger, slap the car body hard and I will notice it. Xiaobo said. The transmission disc Feng Xian gave him was still placed on the roof, and they would notice it if they slapped the car door. Put away the shielding device, Xiaobo turned and walked into the wilderness. Chapter 369. He did not unfold the shield, but turned into the size of a goose egg and stuffed it into his belt. There is only one left in the belt. The wilderness is boundless. Walking into the wilderness magically, the surrounding scenery has changed. The most intuitive thing is that the grass around is rising inch by inch, a full meter high, reaching Xiaobo's waist. Turning to look up, the grass around is getting higher and higher. The grass in the distance is already 2 meters high, which can swallow a person. Xiaobo's eyes are calm, walking through the dense grass, but the grass in the distance blocks his sight. From the outside, the grass in the wilderness is only knee-high. I didn't expect that entering the wilderness would present a different scene. Xiaobo walked in thought, and his eyes were calm. There was no sound of insects. It was very quiet. There was only the rustling sound of himself walking through the grass. In order to find something useful quickly, Xiaobo increased his speed and moved quickly through the bushes. His time was limited, and he couldn't waste too much time here. The rules of the fault world were recovering. The third-level highway was his chance. If he could find more trump cards, his chance of survival in the future would be improved. Half an hour passed quickly, and the height of the bushes reached 3 meters. Xiaobo's expression was solemn, and his vision was severely blocked. He ran around like a headless fly. No way, this won't work. Xiaobo thought in his heart. Looking up at the sky, his figure disappeared on the ground, and then appeared in the sky. His figure flickered, like a light bulb that was constantly turned on and off. But every time he appeared, he would appear 1 meter away from the previous location. At this time, he was already standing 10 meters in the air, his figure flickering, his eyes scanning the endless grasslands around him. And soon, he found that the grasslands in the distance had become bald, just like the Mediterranean. Found it. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and he didn't waste his mental energy. He hit the ground with a bang, and his figure rushed away. His movements were as fast as a speeding car. Soon he came to the abrupt open space. In the center of the open space, there was a platform made of stones, only half a meter high, in a square shape, with 4 pillars only 1 meter high at the 4 corners, and a raised platform in the middle, also half a person high. On this platform, there was a lot of black and smelly meat. It looked like some kind of altar. Because the game was not blocked, the basic properties of this platform also jumped in his eyes. General God Platform. Introduction. Through sacrifice, you can get Mysterious Power Blessing. General God Platform. Mysterious Power Blessing? Natsam's eyes flashed with surprise, and he slowly walked forward. He could indeed feel a strange fluctuation on this platform. Mysterious Power Blessing. He thought about it in his heart. The things on this platform cannot be upgraded through the resource upgrade system, so this platform has no effect on him. After a short thought, Xiaobo gave up the idea of using this platform. Items like the General God platform are obviously the credit of the rules, and once such items that cannot be upgraded by the resource upgrade system are used, what kind of effect will occur is unknown. After all, only the power upgraded by the resource upgrade system is your own power. The food on the altar means that there have been creatures here before. If they have been here, the nearby grassland will look different. Xiaobo looked around. Except for the place where he came, other places seemed to be no different, but he could still find it if he observed carefully. On a piece of grass, there seemed to be a slight crease on the grass. The grass here will recover, but it will take time. The crease has not completely disappeared. In other words, there were wild monsters here. Realizing this, Xiaobo went deep into the grassland directly, and then used teleportation to soar into the air. His eyes kept scanning the surrounding grasslands, and soon he found something. In the distance, there was a house made of stones. Above these houses, there was an inexplicable power fluctuation. Xiaobo also noticed it at the first time. This power fluctuation was the rule. While considering whether to go up, suddenly, the inexplicable rules in the air began to emerge, as if they noticed him. Xiaobo's eyes turned cold, and he quickly took out the shield. In an instant, the rule fluctuations disappeared, and he could no longer perceive the rules. The effect of the shield is so powerful? Wait, why are there rules here? 2 questions appeared in his mind, and he seemed to have thought of something, so he took the unfolded shield and took the initiative to check. This is just an ordinary stone house, with a complex layout and no rules. The stone house has no door, just open, and the dark rooms face different directions. There are no windows, only a dark door. This tribe is very strange, without any life, but the strange thing is that the rules are here. Xiaobo naturally does not believe that the rules are just passing by here. There must be something here that attracts the rules. He also knows something about wild monsters. According to the information obtained on the road before, these wild monsters are most likely the races that rebelled against the rules, suffered ruthless suppression by the advanced rules, and eventually became puppets in the rules. Of course, this is just an inference, but there is one thing that can be proved, that is, the wild monsters are indeed the races that failed to rebel and eventually became wild monsters. This is recorded in detail in the information obtained, and there is also a strange race that seems to want to get rid of the constraints of the road, but ultimately failed. He still doesn't understand what the meaning of the road survival game is. What is the existence of rules? He doesn't know these, but since this place attracts the rules, there must be something that attracts them. Xiaobo walked into a dark stone house. The room was very dark and empty, and he didn't notice any fluctuations in the room. The whole room was very quiet, just like an ordinary stone house. Xiaobo looked around the room, found nothing, and turned to leave, turning to the second room. Then the third and fourth rooms, and so on. Finally, in a stone house that was a little bigger than the others, he made an amazing discovery. This stone house looked no different from the others, just a little bigger. But when you walk in, you will find that there is a different world in this stone house. In the dark stone house, there are 2 huge stone walls, but it is these walls that made Xiaobo discover. Chapter 370. On this wall, there are strange lines, crisscrossing and very complicated. These lines are very mysterious, as if someone deliberately engraved them. But these lines are very messy and complicated. Xiaobo looked at them for a few minutes, but he couldn't figure out what these strange lines meant. At this moment, he suddenly found that the lines below were blurred, just like the pencil words written on the book were erased by an eraser, leaving only a shallow trace. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it clearly. Some lines were erased by something here. Wait, will the rules come for these lines? Xiaobo's eyes condensed slightly, recalling the fluctuations of the rules before, and he was indeed doing something. What do these lines mean? These crooked lines must be a secret when combined together, and even the rules have to come out to eliminate these lines. If I hadn't happened to come here, I'm afraid the entire line would have been erased. And the remaining lines are very strange. Xiaobo decided to record the lines first, and then make plans after returning to the car. He had wasted too much time here. These lines might be the only reward. He recorded the lines, and engraved them deeply in his mind, and then visited the remaining houses without seeing any other lines. When he was in the last house, he found a pile of disappearing ashes on the ground. The ashes disappeared very slowly, but when he arrived, the ashes were only the size of a palm, and were still disappearing. The strange thing is that there is no smell in the air. There is no smell of burning, and there are no signs of burning on the ground. Very strange. This stone house is full of weirdness. There was no gain this time. When passing by the god altar, Xiaobo had another inference in his heart. The flesh and blood on the god altar had rotted, but not completely rotten. There was only a foul smell in the air, which meant that the god altar had been used, and it was used by the wild monsters on the other side of the stone house. But what about the wild monsters? In the whole stone house, Xiaobo did not find any signs of fighting or blood. It was as if these wild monsters disappeared out of thin air. What on earth did they go through? What are the embers that have not disappeared in the room? And what exactly does the line engraved in his mind mean? Why did Guzi show up and erase the lines? It seems that there is no gain this time, but there is actually a gain. At least one thing is proved, that is, this shield is indeed useful. Back on the road, Xiaobo kept thinking about those stone houses. After entering the RV, he drew these lines on paper, and every stroke seemed to have magical power. Only a few blurred lines were left. Xiaobo, what is this? Lin Jiao asked curiously while holding Blueberry. Xiaobo looked up and found Blueberry leaning against Lin Jiao's trench, enjoying himself, and was speechless. He shook his head gently. I found it in the wild, and I don't know what it is. By the way, how much do you know about the rules? Rules? Lin Jiao's face changed, as if she remembered something bad. What's wrong? Xiaobo put down the pen in his hand and stared at Lin Jiao. But Lin Jiao's face was not good, and there were drops of sweat on her delicate face. The rules seemed to kill all the players on the road and complete the incredible evolution. This is also the original intention of my former master to invent this shield, Lin Jiao said. What do you mean? Xiaobo immediately became interested. This matter has to start from that event. Lin Jiao hugged Blueberry and said slowly. The more Xiaobo listened, the more he felt that it was a bit outrageous. After the event, all the players who changed their jobs disappeared. Some people in the world speculated that there were no winners or losers in that event. According to the survivors, these people may have been sent away. But some people speculated that these people were actually killed by the rules. But no one knows what happened in that event. While everyone was still speculating, someone said that he saw with his own eyes that all the people in the event turned into ashes in an instant, but not long after, the player also died. Later, more and more people died, as if there was an invisible hand controlling their life and death. If they were not careful, they would disappear from this world. Hearing this, Xiaobo felt it was very outrageous. He had experienced the attack of rules. The rules could at most strengthen the strength of wild monsters, but they could not strengthen the strength of wild monsters too much, otherwise it would shake the foundation of the road. At first, Xiaobo thought that shaking the foundation of the road was actually nothing. After all, you are the rules, and you can rebuild it. But just a few days ago, in a conversation with the rules of the road, he learned that there are rules outside the rules, and all the rules are like players, and they also need to survive. The strength of the road represents the strength of the road rules. Once the foundation of the road is shaken, it is equivalent to cutting off one's own strength. That's why he thinks these people's ideas are outrageous. But as he listened, Xiaobo no longer thought so in his heart, because his former master used the loopholes in the rules to circumvent the rules, and created a rule blocker. The principle of the rule blocker is also very simple. The rules are programs. Programs will have loopholes, and the rule blocker is inserted into the loopholes to complete the blocking of the rules. The rule blocker was created at a huge cost, which shows that this rule has really gotten rid of the constraints of the autonomous rules of the road, and even eliminated these players at all costs. Originally, Xiaobo didn't understand what the autonomous rules of the road and the rules of the road were. Later, after Lin Jiao's explanation, he understood. The autonomous rules of the road are the programs that existed at the beginning of the road's derivation. This was created by the makers of this game. The rules of the road are to manage the road and complete the management of the road within the autonomous rules of the road. Breaking away from the autonomous rules of the road is to shake the foundation of the road. It is equivalent to that autonomous rules are the framework, and the rules regulate the highway based on the structure within the framework. Xiaobo lamented that the players on this highway knew so much information. Even Lin Jiao understood it. If this is really the case, then the rules on this highway have broken free from the constraints of the framework. But why? It did so, and the highway did not collapse. Xiaobo's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Lin Jiao stopped talking and waited quietly for Xiaobo to think. After a short thought, Xiaobo soon came up with a shocking inference. Chapter 371. If the rules on this road really get rid of the constraints of the framework, then the creatures in the stone house must also be wiped out by the rules. After all, I can't think of any other way to quietly wipe out the wild monsters except the rules. The secret of these lines must be related to the rules, otherwise the rules will not erase the existence of wild monsters. The rest of the speculation is much simpler. Although these wild monsters have become puppets of the rules, they are always thinking about how to get rid of the constraints of the rules. They resisted and accidentally discovered the secrets of the rules. The rules learned and wiped out these wild monsters, but these wild monsters recorded the secrets in some way. The rules found that they wanted to erase these things, but they appeared by chance. Xiaobo thought in his heart, if this is really the case, then this mural needs to be understood. The lines are outlined, except for the parts erased by the rules. The others are basically outlined one by one according to the picture in the mind. This painting is so strange, it looks a bit weird. Lin Jiao's voice is sweet and soft. Xiaobo looked up at her delicate face and said calmly, this is a mural of a wild monster tribe. The content is related to the rules, and the lower part has been erased by the rules, leaving only the upper part. It is difficult to infer. As he said this, he rolled up the paper and put it in the locker. Then he fell into deep thought again, wondering what the lines on the wall meant. Is it about the rules breaking free from the framework and being able to kill people at will? Or does the rule want to erase all creatures on the road and achieve that incredible evolution? Anyway, this secret is definitely not small. Xiaobo found it difficult to guess for a while. Keep driving forward. I'm afraid it won't be long before we have to leave. Lin Jiao asked, leave? Where to? The rules on this road have been freed from the constraints of the framework. If it wants to kill people, it can directly use the framework to erase us. The rule blocker can only block the tracking of the rules. When it finds out these things, the rule blocker will lose its effect. Xiaobo said. He lay back, his expression indifferent. You also know that if it wants to clear the players on the road, it must bypass these things that block the rules. In the short term, it may not be able to do it, but over time, do you think it will still be unable to do it? Lin Jiao immediately understood what Xiaobo meant and nodded gently. You go drive first. I want to study those strange lines. Xiaobo waved his hand, turned around and went to the bedroom, took out something, and began to study it himself. Before, I looked at it in a general way, just seeing messy lines. If I study it carefully, I may find something amazing. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. There must be countless road rules that have escaped the constraints of the original framework. If all the players are killed, what kind of evolution will happen to these roads? Xiaobo looked at the messy lines on the paper calmly without any thoughts. It would be much better if there were surviving wild monsters, but unfortunately there were none. These lines are most likely the special language of this wild monster tribe. If the blocker is removed, will there be a system prompt? Xiaobo thought in his heart that the blocker cannot be removed. Once it is removed, the rules will definitely find him. After all, he has come face to face with the rules. The rules may not have left yet, and because of the signal blocker, I can't sense the existence of the rules. Only after removing the rule blocker can I feel the existence of the rules. But doing so is too risky. The rules want to clear the players on the road. Even if it's not now, I have already run into the rules in the wasteland. Now remove the rule shield, maybe the other party will attack me immediately. Thinking of this, Xiaobo felt that there is no need to rush now. The murals on the wall of the stone house may have been erased by the rules. The only tribe that knows what the content of this mural is has disappeared. What is this? The car slowly stopped, and Lin Jiao's voice came over. Xiaobo, there is a resource box. Here it comes. Xiaobo responded and opened the car door. It was indeed a resource box. After opening it, there were two strange items inside. The system was blocked, and it was impossible to determine what these were. Xiaobo had to put these things in the locker first, and take a look at what these things were later. Food. Lin Jiao suddenly said. You said these things are food? Xiaobo was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of it. Yes, Lin Jiao is a player on this road. She should know what these are. Yes, these are some food. You are not from this world, so you naturally don't know these foods, but these foods are very unpalatable. It's better to give me bananas, which are big and long, Lin Jiao said with a slightly red face. Xiaobo looked at Lin Jiao indifferently. You said it's unpalatable, so I just throw it away. He was not interested in these foods. His wife and children said they were unpalatable, so it was basically certain that these foods were not of high quality. Foods with special properties are very delicious. Wait a minute, let me taste it. Some of the foods on this road have magical properties, and maybe these foods also have them. As she said this, Lin Xiao took a piece of food, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. She looked a little embarrassed and frowned. I don't feel anything. Maybe these foods don't have special properties. Then throw it away. Xiaobo waved his hand lightly. He thought it was something delicious, but it turned out to be just some food, an ordinary food. That's meaningless. Continuing on the road, Xiaobo looked at the time. It was almost morning. There were not many boxes along the way, which made Xiaobo feel very strange. No, there shouldn't be so few boxes on the road. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. I don't know. I remember the master once said that the road has changed, and the resources on the road are getting less and less. Sooner or later, this road will gradually become deserted, Lin Jiao said while driving. Xiaobo thought about it, and could only attribute it to the fact that the road rules began to restrict the players on the road. When did it happen? A few days ago. I also clearly felt that the previous owner often encountered resource boxes, but later the number of resources became less and less, Lin Jiao said. Xiaobo sat in the co-pilot, looking at the distance calmly. This could only mean that the rules of industry and commerce began to restrict the development of players on the road, and this can also indirectly show that the road rules are indeed above the framework. Even began to change the framework. Chapter 372. Maybe, sooner or later, this road will become the back garden of this rule, and turn the framework into what he wants. Thinking of this, Xiaobo felt that this road was so terrible. At the same time, he also felt that the rules of this road had gone out of its own way. Compared with the rules of other roads that follow the framework step by step, the measures of this road are effective, and an incredible leap has been completed in a short period of time. Similarly, it also shows the ruthlessness of the rules here. In order to advance, all the players on their own roads are eliminated abruptly. This is an unimaginable number. Thinking back, the rules of the third-level road have broken free from the constraints of the framework. Once there is no signal blocker, it can wipe out the players on the road unscrupulously. The signal blocker has become the only thing to protect the road. Of course, there are still a few players in the world sending messages, indicating that the highway rules have not actually taken action. Safety is only temporary. Perhaps it is waiting for the complete completion of the third-level evolution? It seems that the matter of buying skills in the space still needs to be considered in the long run. Guarding such a large treasure house, Xiaobo definitely does not want to leave. Even if he cannot obtain a large number of skills, a small amount of skills is still suspicious. The most important thing is the resources here. It is a pity that the rules on this road have changed very seriously. The amount of supplies may have been changed by the rules and eventually disappeared. The players on the road lack supplies, and will definitely not last long. Taking advantage of this time, he decided to collect some supplies and wait until that day comes, so that he can also form a team. Near noon, Xiaobo started to cook. The addition of one person at noon did not affect his cooking speed. Lunch was simple, some stir-fried vegetables and meat, delicious and tasty. After the spatula was stir-fried, the taste rose sharply. Blueberry also ran out of the cab and surrounded him. For Blueberry, the happiest thing every day is probably mealtime. Lunch is ready. Don't drive for now, come and eat. Xiaobo wiped his hands. In fact, his cooking skills were not very good. It was all because of the delicious spatula. It smells so good. Lin Jiao also smelled the fragrance of the food and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Eat it, these foods are native to our planet. Try it, and see if it suits your appetite. Xiaobo said. Rice soup, stir-fried vegetables and meat, fried crispy meat. 2 dishes, not very rich, but large in quantity, and delicious and tasty. Lin Jiao picked up a piece of crispy meat, opened her cherry lips slightly, took a bite, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. What delicious food! I haven't eaten such delicious food in Mulan on our planet. Mulan is the highest standard hotel on their planet, and it is also a recognized gourmet hotel on their planet. But how can it be compared with the delicious spatula? Xiaobo originally thought that the food he made was enough for the 3 of them to eat. After all, he made a lot, but he didn't expect that they would eat it all without leaving anything. Burp. Lin Jiao burped. A blush appeared on her delicate face, and her soft lips moved. Sorry, it's really delicious. At this moment, she felt that her image was gone. Xiaobo waved his hand. You guys pack up the things, I go take a rest. After saying that, he got up and went back to the dormitory. Lin Jiao stared at Xiaobo's back, her face becoming more and more rosy. She first cleaned up the dishes on the table, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the unique clothes of her planet. The tight white silk tights outlined beautiful lines, and the white and tender skin was exposed outside, but the key parts were covered. There was a hint of different temptation in the faint light. After taking a shower, she moved her slender legs to push open the bedroom door, and then she found that Xiaobo was actually asleep. Pouting, Lin Jiao gently lifted the quilt and clung to the man's sturdy figure. Her body began to become hot and strange, like a furnace. Lin Jiao understood that she had become the other party's flesh slave, and driving could not fully demonstrate her value. After all, everyone can drive. Just like her former master, the car is controlled by intelligence. If you don't want to be abandoned, the best way is to use your body. The body is the capital. She is very clear about her advantages. But strangely, no matter how her body changes, the man in front of her is motionless, and even his breathing is very stable. The heat gradually subsided. Lin Jiao pouted, quietly hugging the man's strong body. Lin Jiao fell asleep unconsciously. At this time, Lin Bei opened his bright eyes and looked at the woman who was clinging to him like an octopus with a bitter smile. I really don't know what the point of buying such a burden at this time is. However, it was also through this woman that I succeeded in cooperating with the man, and the shielding device given to me by the other party, and the pattern on my arm has been in a silent state. The shield not only shields the rules of this world, but also the rules of the pattern on the arm. Originally, the pattern on the arm was ready to move, as if there was something, but now it has become an ordinary pattern. I don't know whether this is good news or bad news. After a short thought, Xiaobo decided to take back the shield. The rules of the fault world have been revived. If he turns on the shield, the other party can't sense his existence, which will inevitably break the cooperation. In fact, the main reason is that he has a bold plan in his heart, which is to use the rules of the fault world to deal with the rules of this world. If both sides lose, he will have a lot of time. Secondly, he wants to check the mural. The secret on the mural must be revealed. Although it is a bit risky, in order to cooperate with the fault world and check the contents of the mural, Xiaobo thinks that this adventure is still necessary to try. After a short thought, he feels that this plan is feasible. The rules of this world attack him, and the rules of the fault world will definitely not sit idly by. At this time, his goal has been achieved. Wait for the two sides to get entangled, check the contents of the murals, and find out what the information is first. The information that can make the rules of a road wipe out a tribe must not be ordinary. As for what this road will become, it is not up to him to decide. Sometimes, for the sake of necessary things, you always have to sacrifice something. Looking at his own status, the four-dimensional attributes are very healthy, and he can upgrade with some experience. Chapter 373. But soon, he closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. As for the woman beside him, he ignored her. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Jiao opened her eyes in confusion, and her face turned slightly red. Looking at Xiaobo's handsome face, she felt her body getting hot. Carefully, she pulled back her arms and thighs, stepped lightly on the carpeted floor, and then found the clothes Xiaobo had given her before, put them on, and covered her curvy figure. Coming to the kitchen, she patted her ruddy face with water, and Lin Jiao muttered to herself, "I actually fell asleep." As soon as Lin Jiao left, Xiaobo opened his eyes, moved his body, and his mental power increased by 2 points again. His mental state was surprisingly good. With a mental power of nearly 200, in 2 days, the mental power will be able to break through 200. Xiaobo looked thoughtful, walked to the kitchen, and saw Lin Jiao washing her face. You woke up?" Lin Jiao noticed the movement in front of her, looked up at Li Yin, and her face suddenly flushed. "Yeah." Xiaobo nodded lightly, as if nothing happened. He sat on the sofa, brewed a cup of tea, half-closed his eyes, and considered whether the plan just now was feasible. After all, this is a third-level rule that has escaped the framework. Once the fault world cannot withstand the erosion of this third-level rule, I am afraid that even I will suffer. However, did I think the rules of the fault world were too weak? In any case, I still have to try it. If the rules of the fault world are backfired, then I will use the shuttle order given to me by the original world to return to the original road. The plan in his mind was perfected bit by bit. Xiaobo drank the brewed tea in one gulp, stood up and said, "You don't have to drive this afternoon. You and Blueberry stay in the car." Lin Jiao nodded gently, not knowing what would happen next. Xiaobo's eyes were calm. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to gain a lot of skills. If the plan failed, he would return to the original road and there would be no loss. The plan was a bit hasty, but there was no way. He accidentally encountered the rules of crime, and the other party would definitely not let him go. Moreover, the materials on the road have been controlled by the rules, and the quantity has become very scarce. Moving forward on the road is just a waste of time, and it will be meaningless. Get off the car and use the capsule to put the RV in, and then put it in your pocket. Xiaobo stood quietly on the road. Sure enough, after the RV was put into the capsule, an inexplicable breath slowly appeared in the air. The rules are coming. His lips moved, and his eyes became firm. This was the first time he really fought against the rules of a world, and it was a third-level world. Xiaobo was not completely sure. On the road, the wind and clouds turned, and a dark figure condensed on the road. It was extremely dark, even darker than a black man. This was the figure condensed by the rules. You deserve to die. The rules spoke with an inexplicable force. However, an incredible scene happened to Xiaobo. The way the rules were used was actually the same as the skills. In astonishment, Xiaobo did not dodge in time. The opponent's strength was very strong. The figure flashed directly in front of him. Then, the world spun, and the chest was hit hard, and the whole person flew backwards. Puff! The sudden attack caught Xiaobo off guard. The huge force directly hit his chest and made it dent, and blood gushed out. Damn it! Xiaobo held his body. Rules slowly walked into Xiaobo, and the surrounding rules surged, blocking Xiaobo on all sides. The system panel disappeared. You shouldn't be there. Now you can die. The voice of the rules was very cold. Xiaobo spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the other party with cold eyes. But the other party raised the black shadow in his hand high and dropped it suddenly. The whole ground shook, dust and smoke rose, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared with Xiaobo as the center. The power of this attack was so terrifying. Dust and smoke drifted. Rules withdrew his palm lightly, and just as he was about to leave, a violent cough came from the dust and smoke behind him. The rules focused their eyes, and a man's face appeared in the dark figure. The man's face was very white, and he looked like Lin Jiao, with silver hair, golden eyes, and pale skin. There was a strange look in his golden eyes. He waved his hand, and the dust and smoke dissipated, and the road was restored, but a skinny man was half kneeling on the ground, and a pool of blood had already flowed out of his feet. He's not dead? Huh? No, this is skills. The man's face suddenly changed. Impossible, I have changed the rules. Wait, you are an outsider. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited quietly. The man could feel that the other party's momentum was getting stronger. Since the other party used the skills so confidently, it was basically certain that he was invincible during the use of this skill. Xiaobo slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body rose inch by inch, with blood-red blood lingering around him. The rules of the Fault World are ready to move, but seem to be restricted. After all, it is a third-level highway, and it will take some time for the other party to come in. During this period of time, you must stick to it. Xiaobo looked at the other party with cold eyes, and directly used all means, burning life with the incarnation of Shura, and various gains appeared together. What kind of breath is this? No, it's a skill I haven't seen before. No, it's not a skill, it's a profession. Hate or advanced profession. Neither is this a brand new transformation. The eyes of the rules flickered, and the expression on his face kept changing. Interesting, as an outsider, I am not as good as you, but unfortunately, I am the rule here. Even if you are powerful, it is useless to me. After speaking, his figure was also rising. After the blessing of the rules, his power increase was very terrifying. Xiaobo transformed into a 4-meter-tall Shura, his body filled with scarlet blood. For him, he could not kill this rule. The real method was to wait until the rule of the Fault World arrived. Now he was stalling for time. You are the player here. Xiaobo transformed into Shura, and his 4-dimensional attributes soared. Only then did he see the figure revealed in the darkness. Are you surprised? It seems that you have not touched the core things. You should have seen the mural before. Unfortunately, you can't understand the words on it. The man had a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Xiaobo's head was buzzing, and he had not recovered from the shock at this moment. It's hard to imagine. The rules here are actually the players on this road. Chapter 374. The core thing? Is it the mural? You miscalculated, you can see the prompt in the game. Xiaobo smiled lightly, and opened the system, only to find that the other party had blocked his system. This made Xiaobo's face darken. You have no chance. The man sneered and disappeared into the darkness. His figure rose, and became a dark giant more than 10 meters high. To him, Xiaobo was just an ant struggling to death. The darkness condensed by the rules fell like a heavy hammer, and landed hard on the ground. Xiaobo was very calm. He was definitely not the opponent of the rules. He just needed to insist on the arrival of the rules of the fault world. But although the pattern moved, the rules of the fault world did not appear. Is it blocked? Damn it, if you don't come out, I'm going to die. If I die, it will not be good for you. Xiaobo looked calm and his figure flashed quickly. Skill teleportation. Bang! The road broke directly, as if it was hit by a missile, and a huge deep pit appeared. Then, the power of rules surged, and the ground was repaired. You actually escaped? By the way, you are an outsider, and are not bound by the rules. The man was surprised for a moment, and then showed a look of understanding. He was also an outsider, so he naturally knew that the rules were actually useless to outsiders. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, you must die today. The man's face suddenly showed ruthlessness, and the rules fell again. This road survival game began to change beyond recognition, and the chain of rules was collapsing. Although he was above the situation, and could do many things that other roads could not do, the same frequent use of the power of rules eventually led to the collapse of the power of rules. Xiaobo turned into Shura, and all the blessings were used at the same time. His agility had reached a very terrifying level. He took a step, and turned into a residual image, appearing 100 meters away. The rules could not restrain him, and the opponent could only use his own tyrannical strength. Run fast? Haha, a sneer came from the huge rules, and the man's figure flashed and quickly chased Xiaobo. The opponent's speed was very fast. It only took 2 or 3 seconds to close the distance with Xiaobo. Even Xiaobo, who turned into Shura, was not the opponent of the opponent. The most important thing is that this is possible. Feeling the fierce momentum behind him, Xiaobo's face suddenly changed. If you don't come out, I will die. But Huolin didn't react. Xiaobo's eyes turned cold, and while exerting his speed with all his strength, he said coldly, "The last chance, if you don't come out, our cooperation will be cancelled." However, the rules of the fault world did not appear as Xiaobo thought. Xiaobo's heart suddenly sank, and the plan went astray. If the rules of the fault world did not appear, he would definitely not be the opponent of the rules of this world. Bang! Puff! After Xiaobo transformed into Shura, his tall figure was directly blown away and fell heavily to the ground. The terrifying air wave directly covered his head and stretched out layer by layer to the distance. The aftermath spread far away, as if the whole world was shattered. Xiaobo's condition was not good, with flesh and blood falling from his body. Even if he played all his cards, he was still no match for this rule. Struggling to stand up, Xiaobo spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You can become a rule, and one day in the future I will also become a rule. Please give me some mercy, so that we can meet again in the future. As an outsider, don't you know your identity? There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, especially in this world. I can't tolerate your presence. The man's voice was cold, the rules were squirming, and an inexplicable force fell towards Xiaobo. At the same time, the road surface began to crack. The world was shocked. What happened? Why are there so many cracks on the road? It's going to change. Is there something wrong with the rules? Is the rule trying to kill all of us? The news flashed in the world. People here know the rules very well. After all, the rules of this world are set by players, and they act arrogantly. Before this, they cruelly used activities to eliminate countless players. Just to increase their own promotion speed, such behavior was naturally noticed by some people, and finally confirmed the existence of the rules of this world. But now the changes on the road have attracted their attention again, and they began to discuss the sudden situation on the road this time. But they could never guess that the rules they thought were high above were just one of them. And this group is chasing a human relentlessly. Xiaobo was very calm, calculating the time while dodging the opponent's attack. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his body was bloody, and there was no intact piece. Puff! A ball of blood spurted out again, and Xiaobo felt that his expression was a little dazed, and his condition was rapidly declining. We must hold on. 5 minutes was not long nor short. For Xiaobo, it seemed like a century had passed. All the skills have been used, and only some auxiliary things are left. If these things can't hold up, then he can only be a team. What on earth are the rules of this fault world doing? Xiaobo gritted his teeth. At this moment, he still held a glimmer of fantasy. This world is a huge treasure for him, and he doesn't want to lose it like this. So he has to fight, and he must fight. Although the man in front of him is powerful, and can use the rules to attack him, the other party can only do this. Although he is the rule, and is above the rules, the most basic rules are destined to become the rules. After becoming a rule, the strength cannot be improved, and can only be improved by using the strength of the players on the road. You are just like this. You can only use the rules. Without the rules, you are nothing in front of me. Xiaobo was blown away again, and the whole person fell heavily on the ground and rolled several meters away. Even if the four-dimensional attributes exceeded 300, or even more, facing the rules of the third-level road, there is still no power to resist. The rules of the third-level road are really terrible. He also understood why the Fault World only chose the first-level road. The main reason is that these high-level roads are too difficult to tame. Not only does it take time, but it is also very easy to be discovered. The tall black shadow squirmed, as if it was enraged, but soon calmed down. You are really an immortal cockroach. You are not dead yet, so I can't let you go. After saying that, he ignored Xiaobo's ridicule and controlled the power of rules to fall fiercely towards Xiaobo. This is the purest power. It was like a huge rock smashing down, and after Xiaobo turned on the hunting state, he naturally sensed the changes in the air. His eyes flashed, and he instantly appeared 100 meters away. Chapter 375. This also consumed 2/3 of his mental power, and there was not much left. Only more than 20 points were left, which could only support the hunting state. As for the burning time of Shura body and life, it was almost time. Looking at the pattern on his arm, Xiaobo sneered in his heart. He had seen the rules of this Fault World clearly. He originally thought that with the cooperation of both parties, this guy could take the risk to save him once. However, he thought too much. His heart suddenly became cold. When he was needed, he was the bait. When he was not needed, he became a discarded pawn. In the final analysis, it was still because of strength. If he had the strength to override the rules, he would not be bound by others. After confirming that the Fault World would not take action, facing the attack of the rules that came again, Xiaobo calculated his sight very calmly. When the mysterious power fell on him in the giant's grin. Crack, a crisp sound, as if a mirror was broken. Xiaobo's skin was cracked, and all the injuries on his body disappeared. He looked like a completely new person. What's going on? Didn't I use purification? Why did all the injuries on my body disappear? Xiaobo stared, as if he saw an incredible scene. The pattern on his arm had disappeared, and all the injuries on his body disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Then, he understood that purification thought that the injuries were negative effects on the body, so it directly cleared them. This was simply a pleasant surprise. And that 1 second of invincibility also resisted the opponent's attack. Then, he took out a tube of azure liquid and drank it in one gulp. Little Superman Oral Liquid. This is his ultimate trump card. After drinking the oral liquid, a force far exceeding the previous one rose in his body. The four-dimensional attributes rose steadily. Now without the system, he didn't know what level his four-dimensional attributes had reached, but he could easily beat his previous self. Is this the power of Superman? Xiaobo sneered at the corner of his mouth, soaring into the sky, breaking through the speed of sound, and turning into an elusive afterimage. Want to run? The man sneered, the rules squirmed, and disappeared. In the sky, Xiaobo, who was speeding at high speed, suddenly felt the squeeze of the air around him. Advanced and invisible force enveloped him. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, his eyes were blood red, and 2 hot lasers shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards the surrounding void. A strange scene appeared. The laser seemed to be blocked by an unintentional barrier, but it was actually resisted. A figure condensed in the void, and he actually resisted the laser. Although the rules cannot affect you, the power of the rules is something you can never touch. If I master this power, I will become the only god in the world. The man stretched out his hand to block the laser, sneering. Xiaobo was extremely calm. He knew that even if he took the Little Superman Oral Liquid, he could not kill him. After all, the other party was above the rule framework, and was no longer bound by the framework. After what happened just now, he had an extremely bold idea in his heart. Since the other party can become a rule, can he also become a rule? Instead of fleeing in a hurry, it is better to take a risk and confront him. Xiaobo saw that Cyclops could not cause any harm to the opponent, and the opponent bullied him again, and the Little Superman Oral Solution also had a cooling time. With his heart racing, he gritted his teeth. Stop! The sharp blade manifested by the rules stopped in front of Xiaobo, and the man's eyes were cold. You will die today. I am not a person in this world, I can leave here, and I have a shocking secret. Xiaobo was suspended in the void, and said very calmly. Oh! What secret? The man raised his eyebrows, and immediately became interested. You should know that there are more rules than you. There are more powerful rules above that control everything, and you who control the rules of the road are just like the players in this world, surviving. Xiaobo calmed down the coldness in his heart and said calmly, "What do you want to say?" The man frowned. "You are powerful, there is no doubt about that, but your power is nothing in front of these rules, and they can even destroy you with a flip of the hand." Xiaobo said again, "What do you want to say?" The man's eyes were full of anger. Xiaobo sneered in his heart, but said calmly, "You and I are both outsiders. If these powerful rules discover your existence, what will happen? Have you thought about it? Look at the road below." The man frowned and looked down, only to see that the ground was covered with cracks more than 2 meters wide, crisscrossing and extending to the road. Combined with the power of the rules that he had just used recklessly, once the upper level discovered what he did on this road, what would greet him? You can figure it out with your ass. Thinking of this, the man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, turned to look at Xiaobo, who seemed to be smiling, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "How do you know all this?" At this moment, his murderous intention towards Xiaobo was reduced a little, but only a little. It's very simple. The rules between roads can devour each other, and there are more than one road. You can think of it with your brain. It's just like a company. Employees and management, employees fight each other, and improving performance is what management wants to see most, isn't it? But your appearance broke it all. Xiaobo counted quietly. Break? How can it break? I worked hard to evolve, and completed the 3rd level of evolution in the shortest time. Shouldn't it thank me? The man sneered, but what he thought in his heart, I'm afraid only he knew. Yes, everyone likes excellent employees, but 2 excellent employees, employees who like to show off, and employees who do whatever it takes, are not liked by everyone. Xiaobo said meaningfully. The man frowned. He understood the deep meaning of the other party's words. It was only a matter of time before the rules above didn't find him. Sooner or later, he would find himself and find that everything he did would not allow his existence. When the responsible rules override the basic rules, everything will change. What's more, he is still an outsider who does not abide by the rules. Xiaobo then said, "You and I are both outsiders. Let's join forces. When I become a rule on the road one day, you and I will join forces and grow together. Before it finds you, we will make countermeasures in advance. I believe that as outsiders, we can easily get rid of the pursuit from above." This proposal made the man excited. He was right. What he lacked most now was allies. "But you are not a rule yet." The man was not overwhelmed by excitement, but said very calmly, Chapter 376. You helped me become the rule. Xiaobo took the initiative and said calmly. Why? The man did not like the feeling of being controlled. Just like he did not like the feeling of being constrained by rules. I said, we cooperate, you help me become the rule, and I help you survive under the rule. Xiaobo spread his hands and said helplessly, my energy is beyond your imagination. The man looked straight at Xiaobo. Xiaobo was very calm. The two were in the sky where the wind was howling. Xiaobo's confidence still came from the resource upgrade system. He did not think he was an outsider. The reason why they regarded him as an outsider was ultimately because of the resource upgrade system. If he became the rule, he would be able to use the power of the rules in the shortest time, combined with the resource upgrade system to build himself into an existence above the rules. There was a brief silence between the two, with only the sharp sound of the wind. The man was silent for a long time, and finally raised his head. Okay, I can help you become the rule. Xiaobo smiled. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Xiaobo smiled very happily, and the harvest this time was so great. The man was worried. In order to show his sincerity, he tore up the paper with lines. Since I help you become the rule, these lines are meaningless. The man said calmly. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he had basically guessed the content of this mural. I'm afraid it's a way to become a rule. Also, being beaten by the rules as a wild monster on the road is a shame for a tall race. And to get rid of this shame and help them regain their identity, I'm afraid the only way is to become the rule on this road. The man in front of him must have discovered the tribe of wild monsters after the game and learned the secret, which became a rule. Then the tribe realized that the secret was exposed and migrated. Although these wild monsters are controlled by the rules, they are still free to move. They just have to go to the road to find food at a specific time. This is the constraint of the rules, which they cannot resist. The situation later is the scene I encountered before. The method of becoming a rule is actually not difficult. You need to. The man handed the method of becoming a rule to Xiaobo, with a solemn look in his eyes. This method of becoming a rule is a bit extreme. If you are not careful, you will die. I was also a life and death struggle at the beginning. Fortunately, it succeeded. Xiaobo pondered for a while. What the other party said was actually very simple, even rough. A new rule road as an initial rule. The initial rule is not strong, and it is also the easiest time to control. At that time, the rules of the road where the man was located were mature, and the man was the first in combat power. Naturally, he had the confidence to try. As a result, he survived a near-death experience, exhausted all his trump cards, and successfully absorbed the rules into his body. He was exhausted and covered in blood. A near-death experience. Xiaobo was silent. He already had a way to become a rule. 2 words, extreme. In that case, I will leave. Xiaobo said, and also gave up the idea of obtaining the other party's rule world skills. The cooperation between the two parties was limited to this. If he rashly pushed further, the man in front of him would probably beat him without hesitation. Xiaobo took a deep breath and comforted himself. As long as he became a rule, he would have as many skills as he wanted. Thinking of this, his gloomy mood was swept away. He couldn't wait to become the rule and wanted to feel the feeling of controlling everything. He said immediately, I am leaving too. By the way, since you have become the rule, you can create things that can be contacted at any time. Create? A trace of confusion flashed in the man's eyes. Xiaobo was stunned for a moment. You don't know yet? He didn't expect that the other party didn't even know this. You must know that everything here is created. It can't just appear out of thin air. Just like the game Minecraft that he often plays on Earth. In the creation mode, he is a god, villagers, various animals, zombies, and even creatures from the hell world can all be created. Xiaobo told the other party the most basic distance, which seemed to open a new world for the man. He took out a silver bead casually. What is this? This is the rule. What you said just now has inspired me a lot. I used to be limited by my thinking. Thank you. I am sorry for everything I did before. The man looked excited, and his tone was a little apologetic. He closed his eyes, the silver beads disappeared, and the inexplicable breath reappeared. Xiaobo felt it quietly. This was the breath of rules. The breath of rules was changing everything in the world. The void was squirming, and 2 things similar to telephones appeared. Success? The man opened his eyes, and looked at the intercom floating in the void with great surprise, with a hint of horror in his expression. Xiaobo's words did open a new door for him. That is creation. At this moment, the man truly felt that he was the existence of the creator. He would not change the framework of the rules, and would create whatever he wanted at will, even a planet. The man's expression became crazy, and he couldn't wait to say goodbye to Xiaobo. He didn't even have a problem with his name. He left behind something that could be contacted and disappeared. Xiaobo shook his head gently. This was the most common thing in his country. Panga created the sky, and Niwa created people. Everything was creation. But they had never heard of it. It was outrageous. After a short thought, Xiaobo decided to leave. This time the harvest was very great, and it could even be described as terrifying. As for the fault rules, let them go. He decided to control a newly born road, so that he could perform many things he wanted. Thinking of this, Xiaobo's heart moved, and he returned to his own road in a flash. The heavy snow fell, and the whole world was white. He stared at the void. After he appeared, the power of the rules came. In addition to his familiar feeling, the system was automatically connected. Are you back? The rules slowly condensed into a figure, and stood in front of Xiaobo. Do you still want to help me this time? Xiaobo said. You say. The rules squirmed, looking very easy to negotiate. I want to develop on a brand new road. Xiaobo explained his purpose. Brand new road? Impossible. Newly born roads all have protection mechanisms. It's hard for me to help you. The rules shook their heads. I can help you deal with the rules of the fault world. Xiaobo said something shocking. He had a certain understanding of the new road, which was also being eroded by the rules of the fault world. Chapter 377. The rules were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads. You can't help me. Your power is too weak. No, I can help you. Xiaobo shook his head decisively, with a harmless smile on his face, accompanied by a sense of self-confidence. The virus in my body, you knew before, is actually the rule of the fault world. Now it is gone. The main goal of the rules of the fault world is now to erode the first-class highway. You know all of this? The rules were a little surprised. Of course. Xiaobo nodded. He is now different from the past, and has a lot of information in his hands. He got this through little by little. And now I have mastered the way to become a rule. Xiaobo said indifferently. The rules suddenly tightened. But don't worry, my goal is the new highway that has not yet given birth to wisdom. I want to become the rule there, and then help you fight against the rules of the fault world. Xiaobo's plan is actually very simple, that is, to become a grasshopper on a rope with these rules. I will help you become the rule against the fault world, and relieve your own pressure. You just need to send me to the new road. Xiaobo said. He himself did not have the power to open a space tunnel, and the roads that the highway shuttle order went to were mostly roads that had been developed for a long time. The time was too far, and the roads were somewhat dangerous. It is better to go to a new world road and start from the beginning. The rules continued to be silent. He did not know what the consequences would be in the future if he helped the human in front of him, but if he did not help him, he would eventually be eroded by the rules of the fault world. Now it was just a matter of time. At present, the highest level on the road is only level 11, and I cannot use the loopholes in the rules to help them improve. The only way is to speed up the game update. The disadvantage of this is that the level is too high and the strength is too low. In fact, the rules know all these, but under internal and external pressure, this is a forced choice. After a short thought, it feels that this matter has no harm to itself, but only endless benefits. Breaking the barriers of the newly born road only consumes a lot of time, but if it can be exchanged for a capable helper, this matter is still very cost-effective. In addition, Xiaobo is a player on his road, and he has cooperated with him before, so he will not feel that he is too bad. Okay. After thinking for a long time, the rules still agreed. Breaking the barriers of the birth road is very troublesome, and the rules need to be prepared. And taking advantage of this time, Xiaobo took out the RV. You are finally back. What happened just now? It's pitch black outside, just like nothing. Lin Jiao's face was pale. If it weren't for Blueberry, she would have thought she was dead. It's okay. I just went to do something, Xiaobo said, and put away the signal jammer. As for the agreement with Lin Jiao's previous master, go away. It was getting close to night. I don't know if the road rules took care of me, and no wild monsters were refreshed. After dinner, Xiaobo also lay on the bed early and entered a meditative state. Now that there is water, Lin Jiao does not miss every opportunity to take a bath. She rubs her snow-white skin vigorously to rub off all the old dust. These items smell like spices, so good. Lin Jiao smelled the scent of shower gel, and her delicate face showed joy. Since she took a bath last night, she has been addicted to the smell, which is really good. She took a comfortable hot bath, wrapped in a simple blanket. She came to the bedroom timidly, bit her red lips gently, opened the quilt nervously, and got in. While meditating, Xiaobo felt a hot body hugging him. With a slight bitter smile, he emptied his mind and entered the meditative state again. For creatures like women, Xiaobo didn't dare to provoke them now. Once he sank into it, it would not be so easy to get out of the quagmire. And this woman has been trained and is proficient in various techniques of controlling the room. Not to mention that she is a pure boy. Even if she is a master of picking flowers, she is even more afraid that this woman can turn herself into a furnace, which is simply a beauty in the world. Women of this race are probably born to control the room. Xiaobo knew this very well. Compared with the momentary desire, trying to survive was the key. The night was quiet. Lin Jiao was not sleepy. She had stripped naked and lay beside the other person, but the other person did not react. Was her charm not working? You know, the previous master trained her with things that increased her charm. If she was placed on her own planet, she could charm thousands of boys. But when she met this person, it didn't work. Could it be that he was not a man? Thinking of this, Lin Jiao bit her lips gently. Her face immediately turned red. She was overthinking. Lin Jiao's whole body turned red. Xiaobo's body trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes, unable to enter a meditative state. Don't move, sleep quietly. Lin Jiao pouted her lips, thinking, there is a beautiful woman lying next to you, and you are not moved. She stopped groping, and instead clung to Xiaobo's body like an octopus. Outside was a vast expanse of white, and she knew in her heart that this was no longer the original road. Although she didn't know what happened, it was definitely not the original road. In other words, she only had the man in front of her to rely on. She had to hold on to this man. After thinking about it, she hugged him tighter. Xiaobo couldn't help shaking his head. It seemed that this woman had already relied on him. He exhaled and continued to enter a meditative state. The next morning, Xiaobo opened his eyes, and the beauty beside him had disappeared. Rubbing his swollen and painful head, Xiaobo got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Ah! As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Jiao sitting naked on the urinal with a ruddy face. Xiaobo was stunned for a second or two, then he came to his senses and closed the door. His old face flushed. I didn't expect that the bloody plot in the novel would happen again. He shook his head, and waited for Lin Jiao to come out before he went in to wash up. When he came out, Lin Jiao had already put on her clothes, and her face was still rosy. After all, the other party had seen her naked. It was nothing in the dark before, but the situation just now was different. Blueberry yawned, crawled on the table, and looked at the men and women in front of him with contempt. The breath of youth was stirring, floating in the RV. Xiaobo was sure that his endurance would be worn out sooner or later in such a leisurely life, so he hoped that the rules would quickly break through the barriers of the new road, so that he could control the rules and become the rules. Chapter 378. In the morning, Xiaobo came out to warm up, wearing only a pair of breeches, and practiced Bajiquan with great vigor and ferocity. If he were to transform into Shura and perform such Bajiquan, the power could be imagined. Now there are only 4 days left before the three-legged tripod. Because he had cooperated with the rules before, he didn't have to participate in this event. Without external pressure and the constraints of the rules of the fault world, he completely relaxed, his mind was calm, and his tense nerves disappeared. After a set of Bajiquan, his body was full of vigor and his strength increased. His legs and arms seemed to have endless strength. Name: Xiaobo, Guild Value, 8. Title: Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automobile Engineer. Gender: Male. Level: 11. Experience: 1915/2000. Strength: 139, 13.9. Agility: 139, 13.9. Physical fitness: 97, 9.7. Backup energy is activated. Mental strength: 201, 40.2. Health value: 215, weak state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills: intermediate fighting skills. Expertise: strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility, intermediate agility. Hunting state: double heavy attack, eye of detection, body of steel, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light and shadow, meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance. Shura occupational skills: bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura occupational passive: hand of Azura, LV2, Azura incarnation, LV1. National Martial Arts Master occupational skills: Bajiquan, Netherworld step, punch. National Martial Arts Master occupational passive: King of Battle, LV1. Automobile Engineer occupational passive: King of Cars, LV1. Automobile Engineer occupational skills: primary artillery. After making a simple movement to close the posture, Xiaobo stood still and clicked on the system to view the current personal attribute panel. In addition to the weakened health value, the four-dimensional attributes and skills have changed. Although the body is weak, it just feels powerless. If it fights, it can only exert half of its strength at most. But half of its strength is far beyond ordinary people. So the impact is not very big. The snow is getting heavier. Xiaobo looked calm. Back in the car, calling Blueberry to heal himself, Xiaobo squinted his eyes and thought about things. Once he became the rules of the road, he would face two biggest problems in the future. One is about the outsider on the road being discovered by the rules, and the other is the road fault. Even if he doesn't provoke this road fault, when he becomes the rule, he has to face this road fault. So it is most appropriate to cooperate with the rules of the road. After all, he came out of this road, and the other party also trusts him. Xiaobo, you are tired. Let me massage your shoulders. Lin Jiao stood beside Xiaobo and said softly, Yeah. Xiaobo squinted his eyes and nodded. Lin Jiao sat in front of Xiaobo's head, carefully picked up Xiaobo's head, and placed it on her slender and white legs. A fresh fragrance came to her nose, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the proud double peaks. Xiaobo narrowed his eyes, and his mind was still thinking about future plans. The outsider was able to use skills, which meant that after becoming a rule, he could also use skills. But there was one very strange thing, that is, the other party had obviously become a rule, and Gonglu had mastered a lot of rules, but his fighting methods were so childish. He couldn't figure this out. Unless the other party couldn't use these treasures, this was the only explanation. After looking at his own condition, he found that his health value had recovered by 90%. Blueberry crawled on the table, as if he was exhausted. Xiaobo reached out and stroked Blueberry, resting his head on Lin Jiao's soft thighs. He suddenly felt that this kind of life was extremely comfortable. Suddenly, there was a roar of cars outside, and then he saw that the windows around were surrounded by several trucks. Stop first. Xiaobo waved his hand, sat up, and looked out the window. The people inside, come out. Then, he heard an unfriendly voice coming out from outside. Lin Jiao suddenly tightened and grabbed the corner of Xiaobo's clothes. Don't worry. Xiaobo patted Lin Jiao's soft palm, stood up and opened the car door. He looked at these people with a hint of coldness. What's the matter? Xiaobo looked coldly. This was a group of people with relatively dirty clothes, led by a man who was dressed quite brightly, with a thin face and a slender figure, but his face was a little gloomy. The other party was startled when he saw Xiaobo, because he was too thin. He had experienced a great battle before, and his flesh and blood had not recovered. He was 1.85 meters tall, and his weight was probably only 112 pounds. Are you the owner of this car? The man asked. Well, what do you want to do? Xiaobo looked indifferent, knowing the answer. Nothing else, just want to borrow some supplies. The man had a smile on his lips, and his eyes looked into the car from time to time. He seemed to see a woman. Just borrow supplies? Xiaobo smiled, but there was a hint of cold murderous intent in his eyes. These people actually set their sights on him. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He also found it a little funny. Yes, is there anyone else in the car? Let him come out together. The man looked at the body in the car from time to time. He seemed to see a pair of faint white legs, but the thin man in front of him blocked it, so he couldn't see it clearly. But the man in front of him was so easy to talk to. You don't have this chance. Xiaobo shook his head lightly, took out the hatchet, slid it casually, and the blood-red knife energy directly swallowed the man in front of him. The whole person was torn apart, and the knife energy whistled, swallowing up the car behind. The huge movement immediately frightened the others and froze in place, at a loss. Their boss was actually killed by the other party with a knife. How terrifying it is. Well, I don't want to kill you now, get out. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and the hatchet in his hand emitted a black and red light. These people were as quiet as cicadas, and immediately got on the car and left. Xiaobo looked cold, put away the hatchet, looked at the mincemeat on the ground and the red snow, his eyes full of disdain. He closed the car door and turned around to lie on the sofa. What happened just now? Lin Jiao supported the man's head and placed it on her snow-white thighs, letting him rest his head on her slender hands. Her white hands were placed on the man's head and gently massaged. Nothing, just a few blind guys. Xiaobo's voice was flat, half closed his eyes, staring at the system panel in the void. Chapter 379. During this period, the top players of the White Camp were slaughtered, and they no longer had the glory of the past. It seems that these people have killed enough. The killing of white players at level 8 stopped and disappeared, and even their information was no longer on the world rankings. I don't know if they are invisible or what happened. Xiaobo opened the private message, and Old Man Zhou and others sent him a lot of messages. Feng Xian, how are you doing recently? Xiaobo, not bad, just a little busy. Chu Xia, Xiaobo, where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you recently? The rewards for the current activities are very generous. Xiaobo, I went to other roads. Don't just focus on the road in front of you. Go to other roads more often, and you will have unexpected gains. Han Yi, Captain, the situation on the road has become complicated. Xiaobo, the road has become complicated, but I am fine as long as I haven't changed. Xiaobo looked at the content in the private message and responded to them one by one. He was very calm in his heart. If there was no resource upgrade system, he would probably be like them, struggling to survive on this road, and he didn't know when he would die in the hands of wild monsters. But Xiaobo envied them a little. At least they didn't know anything, didn't have to care about anything, and just stayed on this road to survive. Sometimes, knowing less is also a kind of happiness. Now that I am stuck in the quagmire, it is impossible to survive on the peaceful road. Relying on this resource upgrade system, my strength becomes stronger and stronger, and I come into contact with more and more things. Rules, the erosion of the fault world, the struggle of rules, and even cosmic storms. With crises emerging one after another, how can I survive on the road peacefully? I can only climb up step by step, use the system, and reach the top. Even if I am not a real outsider. After chatting with everyone for a while, I looked at the time. It was already noon, and it was almost time to cook. In order to play a role, Lin Jiao followed Xiaobo while he was cooking and kept learning. Xiaobo also wanted to teach her, This is cooking oil, it is very fragrant. Adding some cooking oil when cooking will make the dishes more delicious. As he said, he used a spatula to stir fry. As long as the seasoning is not wrong, even if people who can't cook use a delicious spatula, the taste of the food will become super delicious. The power of the delicious spatula is so strong that even if the food is not delicious, it can become delicious as long as you flip the spatula. Lin Jiao studied seriously and asked if she didn't understand. She found that Xia Bo and others paid great attention to food. It was the same dish, but they could make different flavors. It was simply magical. On their planet, all they eat are nutrition bars, which are extracted from plants. Most of them are colorless and tasteless, and only some hardcover ones have other flavors. But hardcover ones are ridiculously expensive. Their planet focuses on technological development and is not so stingy about food. Whatever is edible is fine. Lin Jiao was stunned to see Xia Bo cook the same dish in different ways. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, she suddenly felt that she had lived in vain. At this point, her eyes looked at Xia Bo more gently. Soon, a simple stir-fried vegetable dish was ready, and the warm air was filled with the aroma of vegetables. Lin Jiao and Blueberry were like two little greedy cats, swallowing their saliva desperately. There was no way. The delicious and tasty dishes cooked with a spatula were so fragrant. How is it? Have you learned it? Xia Bo served the dishes. Lin Jiao nodded gently. Almost, I already know the process, but I still don't quite understand what you said, the seasoning. It's okay, take your time. Xia Bo was not in a hurry. If Lin Jiao could learn it, it would be much easier for him. After lunch, Lin Jiao was responsible for driving on the road, while Xia Bo lay on the co-pilot, closing his eyes and meditating. This kind of life is quite comfortable. I met a lot of boxes along the way, harvested a lot of food and supplies, but no empty boxes were opened. Today's luck seems to be a bit bursting. Each box has a lot of food and water. Is it because of the rules? Xia Bo smiled with a hint of smile between his eyebrows. It seems so. You should know that on weekdays, when you open a box, you can only get 2 kinds of food at most. But today, the situation is different. In 3 hours, I encountered more than 10 boxes, an average of 1 box every 10 minutes, and the supplies in the boxes are very rich. There are also many types of food. I encountered a lot of vegetables such as potatoes, corn, beans, and cucumbers. I also encountered a lot of chicken, duck, and fish. There are also many seafood specialties, lobsters, and crabs. After the resource upgrade system was upgraded, the number of these supplies increased again, and they were piled up in the lockers. I have to say that it has become easy to survive with the rules. The food they got in 3 hours was upgraded to be enough for them to eat for a month. The next journey was too simple, just like picking up things on the road. There was no shortage of high-end red wine, expensive clothes, facial cleansers, facial masks, and other necessities of life. Xia Bo didn't care, but Lin Jiao loved them very much, especially knowing the functions of these items. She couldn't wait to run into the bathroom, wash her face with facial cleansers, and put on a facial mask comfortably. Xia Bo, I feel that living with you is a kind of enjoyment. Lin Jiao drove the car comfortably, with a mask on her face, and her beautiful eyes wide open. The facial mask on her face moisturized her skin and felt cool. She felt that life on Xia Bo's planet must be very beautiful and very comfortable. Xia Bo smiled faintly. If he knew what Lin Jiao was thinking, he would definitely hit her without hesitation. She thought too much. The premise is that you have to have money. If you don't have money, you can enjoy it. Fortunately, you met a person who used cheats. If you meet other people on the road, you will become a real sex slave in minutes. After explaining the rules, the rest of the day was very comfortable. Every day, I collected supplies on the road. In addition to skills, other items were available. The most critical point is that the space in the space locker is not enough. Fortunately, the rules are careful. It is really considerate to send a car space blueprint and the resources required for the car space blueprint. It seems that survival has become boring. Thoughts are flying. Xia Bo thinks that it may be more interesting to turn into rules. A comfortable life will defeat a person. Although he longs for a comfortable life, the current situation does not allow him to enjoy a comfortable life. Crisis may come at any time. Chapter 380. The comfortable life did not last long. There was only 1 day left before the opening of the 3-legged tripod, and the group of players from another road appeared again. The rules also appeared. It was just that it came to find me. The night was cold, but the rules formed a barrier, covering Xia Bo's RV and protecting it from the cold wind. The current situation is like this. The road is riddled with holes, because of these guys. I have no means to restrict them. This is the sadness of the bottom-level road rules. Their means are not like the rules controlled by the outsider I met, who can use the power of rules to suppress these people without limit. After all, outsiders are not controlled by rules, and they can use their own ideas to override the rule framework. But the rules on the road are not like this. They are always within the rule framework and are constrained by the framework. Just like changing the explosion rate in the resource box and improving wild monsters, they cannot provide strategic resources such as skills. From the experience of the past few days, it can be seen that if the other party wants to give you skills, I am afraid that they would have used skills to win you over, but the other party did not. This is obviously a skill that cannot be controlled by rules. As for the other party's revenge for his cooperation, it was just that he used the rules to complete his task. It is within the rules. In short, the rules cannot resist the erosion of these other players on the road. Xiaobo looked at the rules quietly. He already understood the other party's idea, which was to hope that he would take action to stop them. After all, he was the only one on the road who could do that. After a brief thought, Xiaobo raised his head and asked, "How is the progress of breaking through the space of the new highway?" 1/3 of it has been completed, but the progress was disrupted today. These players from other highways began to look for me. During the time they disappeared, they must have cooperated with another highway and wanted to devour me. At this point, the rules squirmed. Xiaobo's eyes suddenly became cold. So the previous progress has failed? You can say that, and players have already been born on that new highway. If you want to open it up, the other party has already made some preparations, unless I go to find another highway. The rules said. Xiaobo's face became cold, and he realized that he had waited in vain these days. He would not blame the rules. After all, it takes time for the rules to search for the highway and break through the barriers, but the mistake was that this group of outsiders looked for the rules, causing the previous progress of the rules to collapse. Not only did the new highway have some progress, but the barriers that were broken through also disappeared completely. Is there a way to send me to that group of players? Xiaobo said coldly. Yes. Xiaobo looked at his condition. His four-dimensional attributes were very healthy, and his health value had reached a full state. However, the sequelae of the burning of life were still there, and he was still recovering slowly. Blueberry also treated him from time to time, and his body recovered quickly, although he did not recover to his previous strong level. But he recovered almost all, and in 2 days, he would be able to recover to his previous figure. Wait for me to explain. Xiaobo said lightly. There was a fierce killing intent in his eyes. Geely was delighted and immediately said, "Okay." Inside the car, Lin Jia was lying on the bed. Her fair and tender figure made people imagine a lot. Xiaobo's eyes were very calm, and he gently woke Lin Jia up. Looking at Xiaobo's straight eyes, Lin Jiao's fair and tender face showed a blush. Her voice was soft, her long and beautiful legs gently merged, and her body seemed to become hot. Xiaobo, if you want it, I can give it to you, I'm ready." Ahem. Xiaobo was a little speechless, and coughed lightly. "It's not that I want it, I'm going to go out to do something, there is food in the refrigerator, if you are hungry, go and eat some, blueberries, you too. Then you should be careful." Lin Jiao's face was blushing and hot. What happened to her? Why did she often misunderstand? After Xiaobo left, she immediately lay on the bed, and covered her blonde hair with a quilt. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. On the roof of the car, the creeping rules stood quietly in the void. Xiaobo put the car into the capsule, and nodded gently to the rules. The rules understood, waved their hands, and a space tunnel appeared. "I can only open up the wild land closest to him, you need to go through the wild land. If possible, I hope you can pretend to be a wild monster." Why? Xiaobo didn't understand. He could completely kill him as a road player. If I kill them as a wild monster, I can get their skills and rules. The rules said. The rules continued. Becoming a rule, you will lose a lot of things, such as learning skills. The rules are equivalent to the gods of this world, but they are not as powerful as imagined. If any high-level road player comes over, we can't resist them. We are restricted by the rules, and can't get out, can't learn, and can only continuously improve the road level. And the only way to get the skills is to use wild monsters to kill other players on the road. This is the rule above for us to compete with each other. Xiaobo understood in his heart. To put it bluntly, this is the beginning of the road only seeing the rules devouring each other, the players only seeing the war, and the rules fighting each other. So how can I become a wild monster? He asked. This is very simple. The void in front of the rules squirmed, and a token appeared. This is the reward for a special road. I will change you to the person who completes the reward, and this item is yours. Wild Monster Token. Introduction. Wearing this Wild Monster Token, you can obtain the identity of a wild monster and enter and exit the wild freely. These lines? Xiaobo was stunned for a moment and put it on his body. A magical scene happened, and the system he was connected to actually changed. Clicking on the system, he was surprised to find that the system panel had changed. There were a large number of wild monster races on the system panel. The system has released a highway attack mission, with a difficulty of 2 stars. Is there anyone who wants to form a team? I knock. I only need 2 highway attack missions today before I can rest for a while. Who is on the new highway? I have to say that the welfare of the new highway is good. Once you enter, you can become the leader of a tribe. Xiaobo looked at the strange monsters in the world chatting, as if a new door had opened. What's going on? He raised his head and looked at the rules. Can wild monsters connect to the system? Yes. The rules nodded. Wait a minute. Xiaobo squinted his eyes. He remembered that the information he obtained clearly stated that becoming a wild monster would be completely bound. How could it be possible to connect to the system? Could it be that the rules in front of him deceived him? It's not much. He has something to ask of himself. How could he deceive himself? Is the information wrong, or is the rule in front of him deceiving himself? Chapter 381. Xiaobo thought calmly, raised his head and said, No, I got a piece of information before. It clearly said that becoming a wild monster is becoming a puppet. How to explain this? He took out the information he got and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he was ready to fight. As long as the rules in front of him changed slightly, he would not hesitate to attack. The Scroll of the Underwater Tribe. Introduction. It records the changes of a race and an era. This is a forgotten world. A road runs through the dark sea. Various strange races descended on this world and started a huge struggle for survival. Every race will face a huge catastrophe when it descends. In this catastrophe of survival, countless races have been destroyed. Internal struggles and external struggles continue, and many alien strongmen have worked hard, but they can't escape death. Is it surrender or resistance? Surrender means being a puppet, and resistance means death. After years of resistance, we finally chose to surrender, sink to the bottom of the sea, and be willing to be a puppet, just to stay alive and continue our race. Rules saw the items on the ground, and then suddenly realized, the identities of the wild monsters are indeed from the myriad races, but do you know the true identities of these wild monsters? True identities? Xiaobo's eyebrows tightened. These wild monsters have actually died a long time ago. Rules said, the information above is true and false. Their tribe was indeed destroyed, because they all died after the destruction, and then they turned around and resurrected and became the wild monsters refreshed in the game. The implanted memory is a unified memory implanted by the initiator of this world. Our rules cannot view it, but one thing is known, that is, when you are resurrected for the first time after death, you will become a walking corpse, without any thoughts, but full of desires. This type of puppet needs to complete a certain amount of tasks before it can get rid of the road and enter the wild monster city, and connect to the wild monster system. This is something that every wild monster will experience, and the system rules are not omnipotent. It has loopholes. Only a small number of wild monsters will retain their memories and rebirth. This is caused by loopholes in the rules. And the wild monster order given to you is equivalent to a pass, which can directly enter the wild monster city. The world of monsters, this world of wild monsters, comes from the wild monster field. The wild monsters there have experienced several resurrections, and the tasks they choose are to go to different roads. Every night, the rules will produce countless characters to be thrown into the wild monster field. These wild monsters need to receive characters, throw them into the road, and hunt the players on the road. In fact, there are a lot of rules here. We are only responsible for the normal operation and improvement of the road, and we can also get benefits. After the rules explained this, Xiaobo understood that it was no wonder that the wisdom of wild monsters would be improved. As the game progresses, the strength of the refreshed wild monsters will become stronger and stronger. As for improving the strength of wild monsters, it is also very simple. Release high-level tasks to let strong wild monsters come, but there are restrictions. The level of wild monsters cannot exceed 2 levels of the road, otherwise they cannot enter the road. The rules continued to add. A huge wild monster world appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, in addition to the road, even the wild monsters would have such a wonderful side. He opened the system again and checked the information on the system. He was basically sure that the rules did not deceive him. Instead, The information he received deceived himself. Then a question appeared in front of him. Was the information he had collected before wrong? He did not show it. He looked through the system and found that his personal attribute panel had also undergone incredible changes. Name, hidden. Race, Stamo. Gender, convex. Level, 3 stars. Task, 0. Strength, 3 stars. Agility, 3 stars. Physical fitness, 3 stars. Mental strength, 4 stars. Health value, 5 stars. Other information, unknown. The very simple system information is indeed an incredible change, and the Stamo tribe is probably the identity randomly assigned to him by the token. After browsing the information in the world for a while, he also had a general understanding of this wild monster system. It must be said that it is very interesting. Hunt players on the road, and complete the number of tasks to gain skills. This is a first-class highway, so most of the monsters I encounter are unskilled, and only half of the lucky ones have skills. It is hard to imagine that I have a lot of skills, and I can enter other roads to be the biggest boss. Maybe after this matter is over, I can go to the wild monster city to see the different customs. He still has a certain curiosity about the wild monster city. The rules waited quietly until he raised his head again, and then said, "How is it?" "It's okay." "Okay, then proceed according to the plan. I help you clean up these termites. You have to open the tunnel quickly," Xiaobo said. His time was still quite tight. On the one hand, there was the pressure from the fault world. This road had been eroded by the fault world. The rules of the fault world would inevitably find him through the fault world. This was a matter of time. On the other hand, there was the pressure from the outsider on the other road. After all, it was now a stage of cooperation between the two sides. Once the other party was exposed, he would also be at risk of being exposed. Time waits for no one. He must master the rules quickly. And a new road is more conducive to exerting his own ingenuity, and the most important thing is to become a rule safety. The space tunnel has been opened, which is a piece of cake for the rules. "Do you need me to let some wild monsters help you?" the rules said. "Wild monsters? Are they the guys from the wild monster city?" Xiaobo asked. "That's right." "Then get some over here," Xiaobo said casually. Although these wild monsters can't help much, he can get some news about the wild monster city from them. Passing through the space tunnel, a wilderness appeared in front of him. "Go forward and you will find the highway. They are repairing the highway. Let's go there at night. The rules are too strong during the day, and I cannot fully control them," the rules said. Xiaobo pursed his lips and nodded. If the rules forcibly summon wild monsters, it would inevitably shake the foundation of the highway rules. Xiaobo had guessed it when the outsider used the rules to attack him before. "Then I will go and prepare first." "Okay, go ahead." Xiaobo waved his hand and wandered in the wilderness with the wild monster token. In fact, he was a little curious. Since there was a wild monster city, what kind of existence was the tribe in the wilderness? He did not ask the rules. Only when he became the rules, perhaps the secrets on the highway would be revealed one by one. Chapter 382. Time passed quickly, and evening came. A red moon descended in the sky, which seemed to indicate that tonight was a bad night. Not far from Xiaobo, a space tunnel opened, and the figures of wild monsters emerged in the space tunnel. The difficulty of this mission is a bit high, and there are so many people. B-level mission, it's almost done. After completing this mission, you can take a rest. These days are too tiring. Don't say anything, there are people in front. The wild monsters coming out of the space crack whispered. They were wild monsters from different places, employed by the rules, and different from the refreshed wild monsters. The refreshed wild monsters are those who have not completed the fixed tasks, and have not entered the wild monster city. Naturally, their strength is not as strong as theirs. You must know that the strength of the wild monsters will be improved accordingly every time they carry out a task. The system will generate tasks of corresponding levels according to the levels of the players on the road, and the wild monsters will accept the tasks. However, when accepting the tasks, the system will make a judgment, that is, whether the strength of the wild monsters participating in this task meets the difficulty of the task. Generally speaking, there are no monsters on this road, but there happened to be a monster on this road when they came. This monster is Xiaobo. Xiaobo is looking at them, and they are also looking at Xiaobo. Xiaobo, who has the monster order, has a very perfect disguise, and these monsters can't tell that Xiaobo is a player at all. "Someone came here in advance?" another uninformed monster said. "Don't say a word." Yu Guy immediately stopped him. "Are you the boss here?" one of the ugly monsters with a hideous bloody mouth asked. No, like you, I am here to complete the mission, but I am not from Wild Monster City, but a local monster. Xiaobo said casually. This was his first time to come into contact with wild monsters. He could actually understand what the other party said. When he killed wild monsters before, he couldn't understand what the other party said, because when he killed wild monsters always shouted. It must be the effect of the wild monster order. Local monsters too? These wild monsters were stunned. What a joke, local monsters too. We can feel an inexplicable breath from you. Since the other party didn't want to tell them, they naturally wouldn't ask about the other party's origin. Generally speaking, wild monsters are very taboo about this question. Okay, since everyone is here, let me talk about this mission. There are a total of 15 people. The highest level is currently level 16. They are strong and should not be underestimated. But we are not bad either. As long as there is no problem with mutual cooperation, it is relatively easy to kill these people. The leading wild monster seemed to be the captain of this team. Xiaobo listened to their conversation quietly on the side without interrupting. You just follow us first. The wild monster who seemed to be the captain turned around and looked at Xiaobo, thinking for a while before saying, Yes, you can, but before you act, I have something to ask you. Xiaobo said lightly. Well? What else do you want to ask? The captain said very politely. The wild monster in front of him was too weird. Not only was it in the space they opened up for teleportation, but there was also an inexplicable aura on his body, just like a master who was hidden. Because these wild monsters were system puppets, he was very polite based on the idea that they were born from the same roots. I want to know something about Monster City. How can I enter Monster City? Xiaobo said. To enter Monster City? You need to complete a certain amount of tasks, or complete this task. This task is very difficult. Generally, the strength of the wild monsters on this road is not that high. You are a wild monster on this road. Since you are acting with us, you only need to participate in this task, and you can go back after completing it. So that's how it is. How can I participate in the task? The way to participate in the task is very simple. You just need to follow us on the road to join the road. The wild monster said. That's great. Xiaobo nodded. Okay, in this case, let's go. The captain stared at Xiaobo for a while, and then called his people to carefully touch the road. This task is difficult. If you can sneak attack one person, the difficulty of the task may be greatly reduced. So he was very well prepared for this mission. The wild monsters groped forward in the dark. Soon, a straight road appeared in their field of vision. They could vaguely see 3 chariots and 2 RVs parked on the road. There was a bonfire in front of the road, and the light reflected the swaying figures. Several wild monsters cautiously moved towards the road, but Xiaobo, who was following them, walked swaggeringly, without any worries. The wild monsters did not pay attention to the movement behind them, but were tense and focused. This action seemed very simple, but in fact, it was full of uncertain factors. For wild monsters, except for special wild monsters, other wild monsters had no skills, but the 4-dimensional attributes were extremely terrifying. However, in terror, their strength is also extremely stable, just like a triangle, with stability. The combat value is how many, that is how many. Having skills is different. Because the strength of the skills is not clear, the strength will change at any time. Just like facing some players, their strength is strong enough to crush the 14th level players, but because of the instability of skills, there is a certain risk. As for how to become a special wild monster, it is necessary to complete a special task of life and death will no longer be resurrected. Completely disappear from this world. Unify the plan first. The captain stopped and was about to say the plan, when he saw a figure appeared on the road. Looking closely, isn't it the wild monster on this road? Captain him. Damn. These people found it. Don't move yet. We still have a chance. While these people are taking action, we will sneak attack. The captain immediately lowered his voice to curb the actions of these people. Xiaobo's action instantly exposed the plan. The aliens who were chatting in front of the campfire looked over here and sneered. Hey, another experience, Xiaomao, go kill it. A slender alien stood out in the firelight, but her appearance was extremely ugly, which was relative to Xiaobo's aesthetics. But for the people on this planet, this is a goddess-level task. But the woman walked over slowly, like a graceful swan, with electric eyebrows and charming. Xiaobo almost vomited, as if the alien was flirting in front of you. You really disgust me. A black and red hatchet suddenly appeared in his hand. Prepare to attack, while that woman waits. The captain was about to let someone launch an attack, and then a layer of red light appeared on his face. Chapter 383. Accompanied by the horrifying blood-colored knife energy, the wild monster in a coquettish pose was swallowed up, and everyone was stunned. After the whistling knife light cut the woman in half, it spread endlessly and directly exploded the bonfire. The wild monsters showed shocked expressions on their faces. The huge movement attracted the people in the car. A rough creature walked out of the car and said in a cold voice, "What's going on? Xiao Imo is dead." At this time, the creatures in front of the bonfire were stunned, and they looked at Xiaobo holding a black and red hatchet in shock, and their expressions turned into horror. The rough creature looked over, and saw only a wild monster standing on the road. The strange thing was that it was holding a hatchet emitting black and red light in its hand. In this dark night, it was so clearly visible. In front of the wild monster, there was a torn corpse, and the bright red flesh and internal organs were exposed to the air. "Captain, this monster is stronger than before." The member who swallowed his saliva stood up and said. They were really shocked. "You know, Xiaomo's strength is much stronger than theirs, but he died in the hands of this monster. A special monster. The rules of this world actually found a special monster. The strength of a special monster should not be underestimated, but we have more people, and we will die if we come. Although Xiaomo is strong, he is only at the middle and lower level in the team. Kill this monster and commemorate Xiaomo." The members behind the rough creature said one after another. They are all core members of the team, strong and very high level. This is their confidence, plus they have killed many special monsters during this period. Xiaomo died this time because he was careless. After all, he was used to being lazy on this road. A first-class road is not challenging at all. Xiaobo calmly put away the hatchet. He wanted to ask these people about the information of another road, but he didn't expect to disgust himself as soon as he arrived. "It's not your fault that you are ugly. If you come out to show off, you will die. People like those who are good-looking and gentle, just like Lin Jiao, who is very obedient. There is no room for negotiation now." Xiaobo didn't waste time. After killing a person, he directly played his trump card. His figure rose inch by inch, and the blood-colored aura spread around him. "Captain!" In the dark wilderness, these monsters looked at Xiaobo, who had transformed into Shura, in horror. They were shocked and wide-eyed. Is he really a monster? What kind of power is this? Not only this group of monsters, but also the players from other roads were frightened. They looked shocked and swallowed their saliva desperately, as they looked at the giant, who was more than 4 meters tall. Change skills. This is not a simple special monster. Be careful of the hatchet in his hand. An unprecedented crisis has come. Even the rough and strong man who has killed thousands of monsters in his hands is shocked at this moment. He has also experienced great storms, and recovered immediately in a short time, so he comforted the emotions of the team members. This battle is inevitable. He immediately made a plan and followed the previous method of dealing with monsters that were stronger than them, moving and pulling. The weaker team members drove the car and stayed away from the battlefield first. Transformed into Shura, Xiaobo's body overflowed with a trace of bloody murderous aura, and in a flash, a sea of blood formed on this road. Refreshing. Xiaobo roared loudly, "This is the blessing of power." Before, on the third level road, he felt the suppression of his own power by the rules, as if it were a world without levels. Just like in the low-latitude space of the Earth, you can split a world with one knife. But in the high-latitude world, in the eyes of the world rules, one knife can only split a mountain. This is the rule suppression, so on the third level highway, using the burning of life and the incarnation of Shura, running at full speed only leaves a residual image. But here, he seemed to be teleported, his figure disappeared on the spot, the bloody aura was filled, and the black and red hatchet was like a sharp blade across the calm water, leaving a long ripple on the water. Crack. Even if a team member used defensive skills, he was still chopped by the blood-colored hatchet, like a broken egg, with a crackling sound. The hatchet that has been blessed with various things is like cutting tofu, easily cutting the body of the team member in half. "Do it!" The captain saw a member die tragically in an instant, and immediately roared. His body also swelled up, but it turned into 3 meters high. He swung his fists and turned into a residual image, falling on the bloody aura. The whole sea of blood seemed to be churned and began to stir wildly. Xiaobo did not hold back at all, and used various skills. His health value dropped like a stream of water. With the skills of Shura Incarnation, his 4-dimensional attributes broke through the sky. With the blessing of general skills, one knife combined with weapon affinity, and double heavy blows, the power of one knife was terrifying. Even if the fiery red thing flowed on the body of this tall creature, one knife directly cut it in half. The hot blood splashed on the ground, and melted the snow on the ground. Captain, the captain is dead. Looking at the captain who was cut in half, it exploded among them like a thunder. Their captain's strength in the four-dimensional attribute reached 130. He was very powerful, and even changed his profession. He couldn't resist the opponent's sword. Everyone was scared. The wild monsters were completely in a sluggish reload. It was like a massacre. One sword killed one person. From beginning to end, only 2 swords were used. Is this really the power of the wild monsters on the road? At this time, these players no longer have the years of fighting. Xiaobo, who has transformed into Shura, is too powerful, just like the rules crushing him on Lin Jiao's road before. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many trump cards these people have, they are vulnerable. More than 10 people joined forces, but they couldn't stop Xiaobo's sword-to-sword massacre. In addition to the blood all over his body, he also gave birth to a blood-red goose egg-shaped barrier. More than 10 people died in Xiaobo's hands. This was a one-sided massacre. There was no difficulty at all. The power brought by the increase in strength is something these people dare not imagine. You have to know that Xiaobo's level is only level 11. Stop those cars, Xiaobo said in a rough voice. He dealt with these core members and left the rest to these wild monsters. Let's go! The wild monster in charge of the team gritted his teeth and rushed to the road. They were very fast. Originally, these people wanted to stop the car to save people, but when they saw Xiaobo's terrifying figure and the scene of 1 knife per person, they were so scared that they dared not stay any longer. They drove the car without stopping and ran away. Suddenly, an inexplicable breath descended. Xiaobo raised his head and felt the fluctuation of the rules. It was obvious that the rules took action. The other party had been watching this battle. Chapter 384. With the rules in place, the rest was much easier. The car was stopped, and the remaining players were no match for these monsters. They were all brutally killed by them. Xiaobo removed his avatar, looked up at the distant sky, and felt that the power of the rules had become stronger. It turned out that letting monsters kill players who invaded the road could also enhance the evolution of the rules. After dealing with the remaining people, the group of monsters came over, and the leader looked at them with a hint of respect. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. We became lazy in this operation. Xiaobo waved his hand lightly. These people are my enemies. It doesn't matter who kills them. I need to learn something about the monster city from you. You said, as long as we know it, we will tell you. The leader was extremely respectful, and he had a full view of the battle just now. With powerful forces and avatars, even they can be slaughtered on the opposite side. I'm afraid that the strength of this wild monster in front of me is enough to be on the heavenly ranking. Xiaobo learned some news about the wild monster city from this group of wild monsters. In order to answer a question, they almost fought. It made Xiaobo laugh and cry. It was enough to please himself. They chatted for half an hour before Xiaobo waved his hand to let them leave. Watching the group of wild monsters enter the space channel one by one, Xiaobo retracted his gaze and felt the advent of rules. I think you will like these things. I saw a group of items appear in front of Xiaobo: wireless TV design, power *5, iron *10, column collection *1, redstone *10, unmanned aircraft design, power 510, iron *5, redstone *10, spirit potion *1, instant recovery potion *1, professional skills, advent, specified profession, boxer, skills, change. Other materials vary. What is this? Xiaobo asked in surprise. These are the items that exploded after the death of people from other roads. They are all here, Rule said. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he nodded and put these items into the space. Thank you. I am relieved that these invaders from other roads have left. I will hurry up to complete the opening of the space tunnel, Rule said. Xiaobo waved his hand. Okay, I will take these things first. You go and get busy first. Feeling that the rules disappeared, Xiaobo took out the RV. As for the chariots driven by players from other roads, they were all taken back by the rules. He has already touched a trace of the alternative evolution method of the rules. I don't know if it is accurate. Are you okay? Lin Jiao looked at Xiaobo, who had become thinner and had a pale face, and couldn't help but step forward and asked. It's okay, just overconsumed. I need to rest. Xiaobo said lightly, and couldn't help yawning. He had just experienced a massacre, and there was a lot of blood on his body. He was going to take a shower. I help you. Lin Jiao suddenly stood up, her face flushed. No, I'm not so weak that I don't even have the strength to take a shower. As he said that, he had already closed the door. Lin Jiao pouted and sat on the sofa, struggling. On the one hand, she wanted to give it to Xiaobo. After all, her future depended on this man. On the other hand, she didn't want to take the initiative. This was out of a woman's modesty, and she took off her clothes and hugged Xiaobo at night, which was the most difficult step. It was done after overcoming great difficulties in his heart. Xiaobo didn't know that Lin Jiao's inner emotional drama was so complicated, but he thought it was quite simple. Then he must never touch a woman without absolute guarantee of his own safety. The warm water poured over his thin body, dispelling the cold. Xiaobo squinted his eyes, and enjoyed the hot water washing over his body. He washed his body very carefully, took out the hatchet, and shaved off the beard on his face. Then he walked out in a bathrobe. The heater in the car was still on, and there was no trace of coldness. But outside, snowflakes were flying, and the snow on the ground had reached the ankles, which was unusually deep. Xiaobo walked into the bedroom very calmly, and Lin Jiao immediately followed Xiaobo, sat on the bed before him, and took off her shoes. I give you a massage? Lin Jiao's face was ruddy. Xiaobo nodded lightly, lay on the bed with sleepiness, and called Blueberry to heal himself. Lin Jiao sat on Xiaobo's, but with her legs apart, stretched out her white and tender little hands, placed them on Xiaobo's shoulders, and kneaded them slowly. Xiaobo didn't feel anything. He had killed so many people. Lin Jiao was just a corpse with a pretty face. But the corpse was indeed attractive. He almost lost control before, but now, he gradually adapted to her little movements and didn't think anything of it. While enjoying the healing of Blueberries and the massage of Lin Jiao, his life was extremely comfortable. Now, if he didn't consider external factors, he would basically have no worries for the rest of his life. But the pace of progress could not stop. The night was very quiet, and snowflakes could be seen outside through the car window. The heat in the car rose, Lin Jiao's skin had turned red, and a blush appeared on her face. Her breathing became heavy, and her beautiful eyes were rippling with blue waves. Xiaobo had fallen into a deep sleep without even meditating. Xiaobo suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was asleep, his sleep was very shallow. He remained alert. Listening to the sound coming from the bathroom, he shook his head gently. This woman. He changed to a comfortable posture, sank his mind into the space, and upgraded the items given to him by the previous rules. The blueprints were not upgraded, so he could only wait until they were manufactured before upgrading. Some of the materials on the blueprints were not available to him, so he had to go to the secondary road. Spirit Potion *6. Instant Recovery Potion *9. Introduction. It can instantly recover injuries on the body. Professional skills. God's Descent. Designated profession. National Martial Arts Master. Features. None. Introduction. Consume 50 points of physical energy, gain unknown power blessing, and increase strength by 50%. Skills. Change. Features. None. Introduction. Consume 30 points of mental power, and you can specify to change into an item, which lasts for 10 minutes. A standard skill. Xiaobo looked calm, and chose to use 2 skills. These 2 skills do not increase the 4-dimensional attributes. The advent of the god sounds grand, but it is actually just for strength improvement. And the transformation is just like the 72 transformations in the novel. You can become what you want by consuming 30 points of mental power. It is still useful when encountering enemies without detection. Chapter 385. After choosing to use 2 skills, the system's personal basic information was refreshed. Xiaobo was too lazy to look at it, lying on the bed, and continuing to sleep. As for meditation, he had no idea. Tomorrow is the start of the 3-legged tripod, and the rules of the world have chosen to help him, so he can prepare for his own affairs with confidence. The world is very lively, because the foreigners who just appeared today disappeared again. I thought these foreigners would do something weird on the eve of the war, but I didn't expect them to just show up and disappear. The players in the white camp were extremely fortunate. The player ranked first on the sin value ranking list was paralyzed by fear. Soon, Lin Jiao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, exuding a faint fragrance all over her body, and her skin was pink and tender, very attractive. Wiping her wet hair, Lin Jiao walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Xiaobo with resentment. It's annoying to light a fire, but not put it out. After her hair dried, she lifted the quilt and crawled in, carefully touching Xiaobo, and her white legs climbed up Xiaobo's body. Her face was slightly rosy, her eyelashes trembled, and she gently closed her eyes. Soon, her breathing gradually became stable. Xiaobo opened his eyes, glanced at the woman beside him, exhaled gently, and closed his eyes, deciding to have a good sleep tonight. Now there is basically nothing to do. Just quietly wait for the rules to open up a passage to another road. This process is relatively slow, and he plans to go to Monster City to take a look. Xiaobo is full of curiosity about Monster City, just like coming into contact with a new and fresh thing. There was another snowstorm at night, with howling winds and heavy snow. The car was quiet. It was not until the next morning that the snowstorm outside calmed down, and a thick layer of snow fell on the ground. Xiaobo got up and stretched his body. It was said that this would help him grow taller, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. The air was filled with the fragrance of milk. Xiaobo, are you awake? I made breakfast for you. Lin Jiao was wearing loose pajamas, revealing her fair skin, and she was busy in the kitchen. Xiaobo nodded lightly, and glanced at the food. It was the hot milk and bread they often ate. It seemed that they were given when they put the RV into the capsule before. After washing up, he came to the dining table. Lin Jiao was sitting at the dining table, waiting for Xiaobo. When she saw him come out, she immediately smiled. Let's eat. This is my first time trying to cook. Xiaobo nodded and drank the milk. It tasted good. In fact, it was just heating the milk and bread. There was no high technical content. However, he did not point it out to the other party. Yes, if you heat it a little more, it will taste better. Lin Jiao smiled when she heard it. Breakfast was very peaceful. Blueberry had not woken up yet, which made Xiaobo feel strange. In the past, Blueberry was the most active one when eating breakfast. When he came to the bedroom, Blueberry was still sleeping on the windowsill. A gleam of light burst out in his eyes. Blueberry evolving. Level 4. Strength 10. Agility 30. Physical fitness 25. Spirit 45. Passive, self-healing. Self-healing, after being hurt, consume part of the mental power to recover from the injury. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of mental power consumed. Skills, healing, full of spirit. Healing, consume part of the mental power to recover from the injury/life of the target. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of mental power consumed. Full of spirit, can relieve fatigue through the spirit. When the mental power is less than 10%, the full of spirit is invalid. No wonder, it turns out that Blueberry is evolving. I have used my trump card too much these days, which has tired Blueberry, but it has also promoted the evolution of Blueberry. After this little guy followed me, he rarely participated in battles, and the upgrade has obviously slowed down a lot. It seems that I have to take Blueberry with me if I need anything in the future. He walked forward and gently picked up the little guy. It still squinted its sleepy eyes, and reluctantly opened them to look at Xiaobo. Then it closed them again. Xiaobo didn't know much about the evolution of special wild monsters. He roughly guessed that it should be an upgrade. Sure enough, in his sight, a dazzling light burst out from Blueberry, and then the system prompt changed. Blueberry. Level 5. Strength 15. Agility 35. Physical fitness 30. Spirit 50. Passive, self-healing. Self-healing, after being hurt, consume part of the mental power to recover from the injury. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of mental power consumed. Skills, healing, full of spirit. Healing, consume part of the mental power to recover from the injury/life of the target. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of mental power consumed. Full of spirit, you can relieve your own fatigue through the spirit. When the mental power is less than 10%, the full of spirit is invalid. This is a bit abnormal. From level 4 to level 5, the 4-dimensional attributes have all increased by 5 points. If you change your profession, the 4-dimensional attributes have only increased by 10 points. Xiaobo was a little surprised. Perhaps the level between level 4 and level 5 is a watershed. After completing the evolution, Blueberry became active again. It seems that the evolution stage is a weak period for Blueberry. Xiaobo surprisingly did not practice Bajiquan this morning. Today, he planned to go to Wild Monster City to take a look before becoming a rule, and by the way, understand the difference between the monsters in Wild Monster City and the monsters in the wild land on the highway. According to the meaning of the rules, the monsters in Wild Monster City are actually equivalent to mercenaries, while the monsters on the highway are more like private armies. This is just a general inference. If you want to understand, you still have to go in and take a look. Before leaving, Xiaobo explained to Lin Jiao that he did not bring blueberries with him. He didn't know what the situation was in Wild Monster City, and it was easy to get into trouble with it. His strength seemed invincible, but this was limited to the first level and second level highways. If he was on the third level highway, he would not be able to look at it at all. Of course, that strange third-level highway was excluded. It's just that I have come into contact with more things and have a little confidence. The rules of the new highway world are relatively simple to control. Just like the rules on this road, even though it is weak, other roads still need their help, but when it is really pushed to the limit, even if it affects the foundation, it will kill people. This requires a huge price. So I can't underestimate the rules on any road. He took out the Wild Monster order and put it on, thinking about the road to the Wild Monster City. Then the entrance to the Wild Monster City appeared in front of him. Xiaobo walked in until his figure disappeared. Chapter 386. 3 days later, on the endless road, a crack suddenly appeared in the space, and then it rotated. A space tunnel appeared. A man walked out of the dark space tunnel. This is Xiaobo who left 3 days ago. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automotive Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Experience, 159 out of 5,000. Strength, 159, 15.9. Agility, 157, 15.7. Physical fitness, 113, 11.3. Backup energy activated. Mental strength, 219, 43.8. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise. Strength increases with training. Primary agility, intermediate agility. Hunting state, double heavy attack. Eye of detection, body of steel. Burning life, purification. Weapon affinity, sword light and shadow. Meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance, change. Shura occupational skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura occupational passive, hand of Azura, LV2, Azura incarnation, LV1. National martial arts master occupational skills, Bajiquan, netherworld step, punch, gods descend. National martial arts master occupational passive, king of battle, LV1. Automobile engineer occupational passive, king of cars, LV1. Automobile engineer occupational skills, primary artillery, back on the road, connected to the system of the original world. Xiaobo gently called out his personal attribute panel. Unprecedented strength. He did gain a lot of information in the Wild Monster City, such as the way the wild monsters exist. As the information said, the wild monsters are the race that failed in the rebellion. They are positioned as slaves by the rules and complete redemption. From being a slave on the road at the beginning, and then being able to go to the Wild Monster City to complete the final redemption. When reaching a certain stage, you can regain your identity as a player. This is equivalent to a new reincarnation. This is an endless torture and sea of suffering. Perhaps only by becoming a rule can you get rid of it all. In this way, he stayed on the road for a while, until the rules came to him. At this time, his mental strength has reached a terrifying 227 points. This is beyond imagination, and is definitely stronger than the player on the third-level road. The space tunnel has been opened, but you have to move faster. The space tunnel can't last long, at most 2 minutes. There is another powerful rule patrolling, so you have to hurry up. Once it finds us, I'm afraid, we will all be finished. The highway rule appeared very quickly, and the speed of speaking was much faster than before. The figure flickered, and as he spoke, a space tunnel appeared on the highway. Okay. Xiaobo did not hesitate at all, and immediately drove the car into the space tunnel. Seeing Xiaobo's figure disappear, and the space tunnel completely closed, the rule breathed a sigh of relief. But then its face suddenly changed, and it felt an inexplicable force blocking the space tunnel, and he exclaimed, "Not good." Xiaobo, who drove into the space tunnel, didn't know what happened outside. At this time, he had been in the space tunnel for a minute, but this space tunnel was like an endless abyss. There is no end. Even if the car's speed is increased to the extreme, it seems that it can't reach the end. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. What's going on? Is there an accident? The rules tell me that the space tunnel can only exist for 2 minutes at most, and I have been here for almost a minute, and still haven't gone out. If I don't go out when the time is up, the space tunnel will collapse, and I will be completely crushed by the space. Suddenly, the space tunnel twisted, as if something really happened. Xiaobo's eyes condensed, and a chill surged in his heart. I saw a dark figure in the space tunnel. Damn, what is this? Xiaobo cursed in his mouth, not daring to be careless, and directly took out the hatchet. The black and red hatchet emitted a cold light. With the naked eye, on the blade of the hatchet, there are lines of space being distorted. But the figure suddenly began to shake, and in just a flicker, it came to him. Xiaobo was horrified and used a double blow to chop at the shaking figure, but as soon as he raised the hatchet, he was pushed out by an irresistible force. He rolled on the ground for several times, but strangely, his hands were not hurt. Outsider? Interesting. The figure actually spoke. Xiaobo was still confused and just stood up. He felt that the space here was distorted again, and even the vision became weird, and the figure also stood in the same place. A weird space distortion appeared in this space tunnel. It was a familiar breath. It was the rules of the fault world. Xiaobo stared, horrified in his heart that the rules of the fault world actually found here. Then he felt an inexplicable force extending infinitely from the tunnel and grabbing him. Xiaobo's expression flickered. Since the accident on the third-level highway, the rules of the fault world had never found him again, but today, they found him. The figure seemed a little surprised. It was also an inexplicable force that directly cut off the power of the rules of the fault world, just like cutting off an arm. The figure grabbed the strange and twisted rules in his hand. The rules of the fault world were like electric shocks, and the inexplicable power actually shrank back. Xiaobo was horrified. It was the first time he saw the rules of the fault world so vulnerable. The figure must be the powerful rules mentioned in the highway rules that patrolled various spaces. After the rules of the fault world disappeared, the figure threw the rules in his hand aside and stepped on them directly. With a puff, it was like a fart. The rules of the fault world disappeared directly. He turned his eyes to Xiaobo. Xiaobo sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew what he was facing. It was an existence that could kill him in an instant. Even the rules of the fault world were vulnerable in front of him. How could his strength be possible? But he saw that the rules shook and appeared beside him again. Xiaobo was horrified and wanted to resist, but he was horrified to find that his whole body could not move, and even his thoughts could not reach into the capsule space. By the way, it can reach here, so it can completely block the connection between me and the car space in the capsule. Unable to use any means, his heart suddenly became desperate. Chapter 387. Xiaobo calmed down. Although he was restrained and unable to move, it seemed that the figure opposite him did not want to kill him, which made him feel relieved. Outsider, I have met many outsiders, but none of them had a good ending. You are not bad, but you lack strength. The figure said something that Xiaobo could not understand. At this moment, he did not dare to speak nonsense and could only listen to the other party. After all, his life was in the hands of the other party. He did not want to die yet. He just knew the way to become a road rule. It was not worth dying like this. He was even a little unwilling. So when the figure in front of him spoke, Xiaobo stood quietly motionless. It's rare to meet an outsider. Well, kid, you don't have to look at me like this. I won't kill you, but you have to agree to one request of mine. If you agree, these things are all yours. As he said, he took out a skill upgrade book. Xiaobo's eyes widened. This is not a skill upgrade book, it is clearly a skill advancement book. There are more than a dozen of them. Outsiders should have a greater chance of success in becoming rules. These things are not given to you for free. You have to promise me that you will stand out in the survival of rules. The figure swayed and spoke again. Xiaobo's heart suddenly jumped. Can you hide your little tricks from me? But you think the new road is too simple. It is not so easy to control the rules on a road. Unless you are the person in charge of the rules appointed by you, forcing control will only make you die faster. The figure said lightly, and then waved his hand, presenting the appearance of a highway. This road was dilapidated, and there were fine cracks all over the road, like a spider web. As the line of sight expanded, you could even see a lot of car wreckage and human bones. The scene changed, and a platform appeared. Thick iron chains spread out, crisscrossing inside the platform, and even spreading out from the platform. On the platform, there was actually a human being tied up. Seeing the face of this human, Xiaobo's heart suddenly jumped. This was the outsider who cooperated with him, and now he was tied to this platform and couldn't break free. This thick chain was not as simple as binding him, but stretched out from his body, from his flesh and even his head. The man's face was full of pain. You should know this person. I explored your trajectory. I have to say that the trajectory of an outsider's movement is difficult to control. If you were not on the new road before, a rule disappeared inexplicably, I really couldn't find you. The figure in front of him seemed to be laughing. Xiaobo felt a chill in his heart. The rule disappeared inexplicably. It was the rule of the fault world that swallowed up the rule, but the other party did not kill him. He was probably just threatening him. Or, he wanted to completely control himself, just like the rule of the fault world. I didn't expect that I had just escaped from one quagmire and entered another one. According to him, what you traded is the way to become a rule. I have been paying attention to the rules during this period. Finally, I found you. This time, I came here to cooperate with you. The figure said. Xiaobo calmed down and said, cooperation. How do you cooperate? Simple, just like I told you just now. Stand out in the rule survival. I believe you can do it. Xiaobo pondered in his heart, rule survival. What the hell is rule survival? Just when he was confused, the man waved his hand again, and the previous picture disappeared. This person has to endure 100 years of torture here before he can wash away his sins. Xiaobo swallowed his saliva, the pain of the chain piercing his body, and he had to endure 100 years. Thinking about it made him shudder. Another picture appeared in front of him. This is a strange road, just a dark one. The whole world is strangely dim. This is Highway 136. A total of 36.7 billion rules compete and devour on this road. Your degree of evolution and the power you master will be presented on this road. There are countless materials on the road waiting for you to discover, and you will be the bottom of the existence. The figure said. Xiaobo was slightly shocked. Looking at the road, he never thought that the rules above the players would also survive on a road. As a result, his heart seemed to sink to the bottom of the valley. I thought that after becoming a rule, I could display some of my ideas, but I didn't expect that after becoming a rule, I would still survive on the road. Do I have room to refuse? Xiaobo smiled bitterly. The rule smiled and looked at him without saying a word. You don't have to worry, I believe you can do it. The strength of the rules is linked to the road. Generally speaking, it is rare to encounter other rules on such a road. You can rest assured about this. Xiaobo nodded calmly, and then he asked a lot of questions. He also had some understanding of the rules of survival in this world. The rules derive skills, and he could not use his own skills. That is to say, he still missed a treasure trove. In addition, the invasion between roads is actually the confrontation between roads caused by the mutual devouring and fighting after meeting on the road. On the road of survival by rules, you represent not only yourself, but a road. Xiaobo took a deep breath. Just like nesting dolls, don't look at the rules high above, but on the road, they are all the same. Survival between players, survival between rules. He gradually understood the meaning of the existence of rules in his heart. The fight of trap beasts, the winner is the king. An absolute strongman comes out of the rules on a road, and this strongman can become a rule. After becoming a rule, climb up again. It's like ascending to the sky. And because of his special identity and experience, he appeared in front of these big guys in advance, so he was promoted by exception. As for why the other party asked him to do this, it was probably for investment. Invest in a person with potential. But the specific reason, I am afraid only the figure in front of him knows. Xiaobo sighed helplessly in his heart, thinking that he was too anxious, and he didn't understand the meaning and way of the existence of rules. Before, he thought that the rules were nothing more than managing everything on this road, in addition to other rules. But unexpectedly, the rules were actually just a player in the road survival, but this player was just slightly stronger. He was too anxious. Xiaobo sighed helplessly in his heart, and now he was completely trapped in the quagmire. Chapter 388. In fact, if I hadn't appeared, you would have died by now. The rules of a new highway are not so easy to control. Once you try his method, it's basically a dead end. New highways are protected by rules. The figure said. Xiaobo was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and then thought about it. If new highways are protected, then why can the fault highway swallow up the new highway? Do you have any other questions? The figure shook and said. Xiaobo felt that this question must be asked, because he became the rule of the new highway and would inevitably face this problem. When he asked this question, the figure seemed to smile. In fact, there is no problem with the new highway itself. The rules are solid and indestructible, but the fault highway is a loophole in the rules. It appeared with the birth of a new highway. To be precise, when the new highway was conceived, the fault world was implanted on the highway like a virus. The figure said, as if saying something sad, many highways don't even have the opportunity to be promoted to the second level, and they are eaten away by the fault world. In fact, this is more like a test. The winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. The survival of the fittest is like the survival of the races on the highway, and the survival of the rules of the upper world. It's like a pyramid. From the bottom, step by step, climb to the top. Each level is a process of continuous struggle. Don't think that I have no job to inspect the rules. It's just that I failed in the rules. The people who once saw me found me such a job. Xiaobo frowned, and suddenly felt that his future road was so difficult. He thought he was worry-free on the first level highway, but in fact, he only passed the first level. After the first level, there are the second and third levels. After listening to the words of the swaying figure in front of him, Xiaobo took a deep breath. It seemed that the road he had to go was still very long. What do you need me to do? Xiaobo asked. After winning on this road, go to the higher level road and help me kill someone, said the rule. Kill one person? Xiaobo was stunned. You can't even kill someone, and you want me to kill someone? What a joke. Don't worry, this guy may have gone to a higher level road. Let me tell you about the level of the road. The initial road is divided into level 1 and level 2, with professions and skills. But you stand out in the game, you will control a road, that is, become the rules of a road, you set the game content, but the game content is basically the same, the profession is the same, within the framework of the profession, you can set up any activities to improve the level of road players, and your level will also increase with the level of kilometer players. Don't underestimate this profession, maybe in the road, they are bound by the rule framework, but on the high-level road, they will not be bound by the rule framework. Their strength is so great that killing you is like crushing an ant. The figure in front of him said slowly, and a colorful pyramid world appeared in front of him. Xiaobo also had a general understanding of road survival. In a word, this is a game of climbing stairs, one book at a time. After a short thought, Xiaobo agreed to the other party's decision. He had no room for negotiation, and his life was in the hands of the other party. Next, I will send you to a new highway and help you master the rules of the highway. You will also step onto the new highway to survive. At that time, a new car will be issued to you. As for the previous car, it cannot be used. By the way, the same goes for materials. The two worlds cannot share. This is a test for you, the figure in front of him said. Xiaobo nodded silently without saying a word. Even if he resisted this decision, he had no choice. After all, his food and resources all came from his own highway. This was to another advanced highway. The resources of the two highways naturally could not be interoperable. Otherwise, the rules could fully utilize the resources on his own highway and be worry-free. Then the survival on the advanced highway would lose its meaning. As for the other party's task, to stand out from the survival of the rules, even if the other party did not say it, he would work hard in this direction. Soon the swaying figure in front of him sent him to a new highway. The system was connected, and there was no one in the world. The rules surged and condensed slowly, and the figure held a strange bead in his hand, and landed in front of Xiaobo. This is the rule of this world. I have tightened it, you swallow it, said the figure. Xiaobo hesitated for a moment, then took the bead in his hand, and the words upgradable appeared in his eyes. Even the rules can be upgraded. He was stunned, his eyes turned slightly, and he opened his mouth to swallow the pillar, and chose to upgrade directly in his mouth. As for what the bead would look like after upgrading, he didn't know, because he had already swallowed it. The figure in front of him twisted slightly, then returned to normal, and he just said, "You are worthy of being an outsider." Xiaobo knew that the bead had definitely been tampered with by the figure in front of him. He sneered in his heart, pretending not to know, and said, "What's next? Put your whole body into it, you will feel its existence, use your mind to explore it, and control this world." Xiaobo closed his eyes, and put his whole body into his body, as the other party said. Sure enough, he felt the existence of a magical pillar in his stomach. He paid attention, and tried to focus his thoughts on the bead. Soon, he felt that he had entered a magical world. There was a wide road in this world. His body became nothingness, and he could fly freely on the wide road. The rules surged, and he seemed to have become the god of this world, and any idea could be exerted. For example, changing the road, or even changing the world. He also discovered the framework of rules, which was like a foundation deeply rooted in the ground. But the strange thing was that he could actually change the content of the framework. This discovery made Xiaobo's heart beat suddenly. According to the previous discovery, he should be in the framework of rules, and do everything according to the framework of rules. But he could even change the framework of rules, as if this world was his world. It's the effect of the resource upgrade system. Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that after the bead was upgraded, he had completely controlled the bead, which meant completely controlling the world. After the excitement, he immediately returned to normal, because there was a great god standing in front of him. Chapter 389. Open your eyes. Just when Xiaobo had just calmed down, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Xiaobo suddenly became alert and his mind returned, but everything in front of him had changed. The road was no longer the road he had been standing on before. Everything on his body had become ordinary things. The capsule could not be opened and the system could not be connected. He immediately realized that he had appeared on a high-level highway. This road is composed of countless rules for survival. Since you have mastered the rules, then try your best to survive here. Don't let me down. The figure in front of him shook, turned into a cloud of green smoke, and disappeared. Xiaobo looked at his body, which had become a physical body, but the figure just now was still a virtual body. That person's level should be 1 level higher, or even 2 levels higher. Xiaobo thought silently in his heart, but then he became happy. He had become a rule. Don't worry, figure out the situation first. Xiaobo pursed his lips and began to check what he had: a dilapidated tricycle with a shed, and a road survival guide in the car. This tricycle is transformed from the first-class highway rules. As the highway rules are improved, this car can also be improved. When you encounter danger, you can turn this tricycle into your own strength. Pick up the kilometer survival guide and open the first page. Congratulations on standing out in the road survival game. But don't worry, the real game has just begun. It must be exciting to become a rule. Now filter the players who join the game for your rules. Then, 6 pictures appeared in front of him. The 6 pictures showed the life of creatures on different planets. These are all worlds that are about to be destroyed. Choose one to become a game player on the road you control. Xiaobo did not hesitate at all and directly chose the 5th picture. The creatures in the 5th picture were humans. At the same time, he also learned a piece of information that he had previously mastered from these prompts. That is, the worlds where these players who join the game are located are all worlds that are about to be destroyed. In other words, his world has been destroyed, and the dream is probably true. His planet is called Blue Star, with a population of 28.3 billion, but only about 10 billion people have entered the game, and as the game progresses, these more than 10 billion players are basically killed or injured. In addition to the recent 3-legged race, it is already good to have 500 million players alive. With his choice, the basic information of this world jumped out in front of him. Crystal Star. Population, 12.4 billion. Distance from world disaster, 1 month. Screening to enter, 70% normal people. Looking at this information, Xiaobo smiled bitterly. They had been deceived by the game since the beginning. This was a game that once you entered, you could not leave. Perhaps the only way was to use the time-space shuttle order to go to these worlds that were about to be destroyed. Xiaobo was helpless. The road had capacity, and he could not accommodate more people. Screening completed. Start entering. At the same time, in a very sci-fi world, a city that was originally bustling with cars and people, suddenly a large number of people disappeared, leaving only some elderly people or those who were not screened staring at the empty streets. Soon, rumors of the end of the world began to spread in the world. At this time, Xiaobo had entered his own road, appeared in a virtual form, and overlooked the whole world. Welcome to the road survival game. The game is divided into day and night. In this game, each player will get a car and a wooden stick at the beginning, and all subsequent resources need to be searched by themselves. Only by driving forward continuously can new supplies be found. In the process of moving forward, there is a small probability of passing through ruins, dilapidated towns, rainforests, and other special areas. Friendly reminder, there is only one life, there is no resurrection in this game, and death is real death. Players participating in this game are all screened. Don't worry about the collapse of the original world. For personal safety, don't get off the car at will, especially at night. Don't leave the road at will. There will be an air wall 10 meters away from the road. Try to survive. With a start, the sleeping players woke up from the car, staring at the things in front of them with dull eyes, and then there was a howling of ghosts and wolves. Xiaobo looked at these players with a hint of indifference. He did not shake the highway framework, even though he could change it now. The structure of the highway framework determines the basic direction of the game. Xiaobo did not want to shake the foundation and rebuild it. Otherwise, the highway would be out of control, which he could not stop. The existence of the highway is based on the established rule framework, just like the program code determines the operation of the program. If it is changed rashly, it is likely to cause the program to crash. Secondly, he is now above the rule framework, so the operation of the framework can no longer constrain him. It can be said that he is a god here. He only needs to improve the level of the players on the highway through his own ideas without changing the framework structure. Just like the previous road, activities, and so on. Xiaobo pursed his lips, landed on a relatively open road, and took out the RV. Xiaobo, are you done with your work? Lin Jiao's delicate face was a little panicked, and after seeing Xiaobo, she returned to normal. During the time without Xiaobo, she was not comfortable, surrounded by endless darkness, but fortunately, there was Blueberry here to accompany her. I came here to say goodbye to you this time. Xiaobo got on the car and looked at the warm layout in the RV with nostalgia. Say goodbye? Lin Jiao's face showed panic. Did I do something wrong? Don't be nervous, I plan to give you freedom. Xiaobo pursed his lips, grabbed with his big hand, and the rules enveloped Lin Jiao, and a black iron sheet appeared in his hand. The function of the iron sheet is to block the rule framework. After all, the operation of the highway is a machine, and the framework is the core of the machine. The function of the iron sheet is to block the core of the machine, that is, the rule framework, but Xiaobo has already surpassed the framework, and is even more terrifying than the outsider before. With a light squeeze, the iron sheet snapped and broke. Lin Jia widened her eyes, and looked at Xiaobo in disbelief. This world is now my world. You are very safe here, and you can even improve your strength. This car and the room in the car are what I left for you, but I will come back to take a look when I have nothing to do. Xiaobo said. Lin Jiao gently covered her lips, and stared at Xiaobo blankly. She felt that there was something wrong with her ears. But the system panel that popped up in front of her made Lin Jiao's eyes well up with tears. Chapter 390. Xiaobo. Lin Jiao's lips trembled, tears emerged. She hadn't felt the screen of the system for a long time. Okay, I will open the locker space to you, you can live here well. Xiaobo waved his hand and said. I will take good care of Blueberry. Lin Jiao said firmly. Yeah. Xiaobo nodded lightly, hugged Blueberry, and gently stroked Blueberry's soft fur. You must listen to Lin Jiao in the future, her words are equivalent to my words. Did you hear it? Coco, Coco. Blueberry felt Xiaobo's intention and called softly. Xiaobo smiled slightly. In fact, his journey on the road has just begun. He has not been to the second-level road, nor has he been to the third-level road seriously, and he has not encountered any powerful wild monsters. It ended so suddenly, and he was really reluctant. In fact, what he really missed was this RV, and the food in the RV. Unfortunately, after he became a rule, the things in the rules could no longer be used. This is the second job transfer. There are things you need for the job transfer in the locker. You can use them all. He created an event, collected the event rewards, and then put them in the locker. As for the medals after his upgrade, he erased them. These medals were upgraded by him, and naturally under his control. Thank you. Lin Jia wiped her tears, a gorgeous smile appeared on her face, and suddenly threw herself into Xiaobo's arms, with seductive eyes. Do you want to have sex? Don't make trouble. Xiaobo pushed Lin Jia away, and said lightly, My journey has just begun, and it is a brand new beginning. You have to hurry up and improve your strength. I will come back. Not that I won't come back. Lin Jia pouted. She was already full of dependence on the cold man in front of her. If you want, I'm always available. A blush appeared on Lin Jiao's fair face. Ahem. Xiaobo coughed lightly and said, Then I leave first. I still have a lot of things to do. If you have any difficulties, just call me. The thought jumped, and an item appeared in his hand. This is a mobile phone. He can make things through rules, but it will consume his own evolution value. This is a simple thing, and the evolution value consumed is not large. If it is a skill that can improve strength, the evolution value consumed will be much more. In short, everything on the road is linked to the power of rules. Xiaobo also knew very well that after leaving, he flew into the sky, thinking about how to speed up the improvement of players on the road. Some basic materials on the road are determined by the rule framework, and Xiaobo was too lazy to change it, but was thinking about how to increase the enthusiasm of players to upgrade. After a short thought, he had a plan in his heart. At present, there are people in the world who have completed the first kill of wild monsters. Xiaobo did not hesitate to call up the system to check his strength and evolution value. Rule. Xiaobo. Road level, 1. Evolution degree, 4.31%. Strength, 5.12. Evolution, 9,125. Number of road players, 781-564-8215. This is the rule status after I became a rule. The strength value of 5 is really not a lie. Maybe on the road, I am invincible, but on the rule road, I am just a scumbag. Just like what the figure said, I am at the bottom. The condensation of a skill book consumes 10 points, which seems very little, but it is not enough for billions of players. Fortunately, the highway has just started, and everything can be kept simple. As for the method of improving the level of the highway, it is linked to the players on the highway. The strength value and evolution degree can be improved by evolution value. 1 million evolution value increases by 0.01%, and 1 million evolution value increases by 0.1 point of strength. In just a short time of thinking, the evolution value increased by more than 100 points. It seems that the improvement of evolution value is still very fast, especially in the later stage. After his attempt, the condensation skills are completely random. The higher the skill level, the more evolution value is consumed. For example, if 10 points are consumed, the condensation skill is level 1, that is, the skill obtained by oneself, and the improvement of the four-dimensional attribute is a single-digit improvement. The skill that consumes 100 points of condensation is level 2, and the improvement of the four-dimensional attribute is higher, mostly more than 5 points. And the skill of 1000 points of condensation is more abnormal, and the improvement of the four-dimensional attribute is about 10 points. Xiaobo gradually figured out how to use this thing. For example, the opening of activities consumes a lot of evolution points, and the previous second transfer directly consumed 10,000 evolution points. Fortunately, the evolution points are enough. In addition, some opportunities on the road can be set by oneself. First, gather a skill to reward the human who completes the first kill. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and consumed 10 evolution points. A skill book appeared. The content and gain of the skill were all set in advance by the rule framework. He only needed to operate it. This saved a lot of trouble. Since the first kill has been completed, people in the world have a general understanding of how to play this road. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. No one knows how to improve the enthusiasm of players to upgrade. After experiencing the influence of various games to upgrade levels, he naturally knows it very well. The rules and behaviors on his road before are completely unacceptable. There is no enthusiasm for players to upgrade levels, but a large number of activities are coming. This is completely unacceptable. This night, Xiaobo did not take any action, but was formulating the activities of the game. As for how to improve the enthusiasm of players to upgrade, the best activity is the upgrade reward activity. To put it bluntly, it is to upgrade the level and give rewards. Xiaobo will give rare professions to players who finally reach level 20, that is, the professions that he upgraded through the resource upgrade system. These rare professions are under his control, and he is not worried about not being able to control them. Soon, the first night passed, and the number of players on the road dropped by 1 billion. This is a very scary number, but for some reason, Xiaobo's heart did not fluctuate at all. In front of him, it might be just a string of numbers, but it happened on the road, and 1 billion players really lost their lives, but the evolution value also reached more than 200,000. The fluctuation of players on the road can indeed increase the evolution value. The next day, people clicked on the system in a daze, and found that the system had completed the first phase of the update, and the first thing updated was the level ladder. Upgrade 2 levels, reward a weapon. Upgrade 5 levels, reward a book of advanced skills. Upgrade 10 levels, reward 2 advanced professional skills boxes. Upgrade 15 levels, reward a double transfer professional order. Upgrade 20 levels, reward hidden professions, including wilderness hunter, automotive engineer, shadow ghost, berserker, butcher. Upgrade 25 levels, reward a triple transfer professional order. Upgrade 30 levels, reward a legendary rare profession, the curse master. This is the big reward for his level upgrade, and the legendary profession is his profession after the upgrade. Of course, it is just a common one. He found that the evolution points consumed by the curse master profession order are too high, and he can't afford it. It's better to make it a reward for level 30. Chapter 391. After making a plan for a short time, Xiaobo began to make subsequent plans. Although the evolution points are limited now, he can draft them first and then implement them. This plan is about subsequent activities. He can't rush for success like the previous road survival. He believes that through this first update, he has improved the enthusiasm of players on the road, because by raising the level, he has the power to protect himself. Then he will prepare for tomorrow's update. He will implement the fleet plan in advance. On the original road, this is what Zhou Laotu proposed to catch up with the level of the White Camp players in a short time, and now he can completely apply it to the road at the beginning of the game, so that the players on the road can enter the group stage in advance. The first day of the update is completed, and the second update will be carried out tomorrow. After Xiaobo made the first plan for a short time, he left the road. He had been delayed here for a day, and had to return to the original road immediately. At this time, after the first day of the game update, there were skills and professions that improved strength. People in the world were furious. Level 30 legendary rare profession, the Curse Master. There are even tokens for the second and third job transfers. This game is so considerate. There is a lot of food and water at level 2. I have 8 experience points now, and will be able to upgrade to level 2 soon. Brothers, I found that we are now in the novice stage, and there are benefits. The trading system is open. There is also space. It is so complete, a space gift package. Those who upgrade to level 5 first will get a space gift package. I will work hard to upgrade my level. At this time, people in the world have been shocked by the update content in the early morning, and they can't help but express their opinions in the world. From level 1 to level 30, a large amount of supplies and rare things constantly arouse the emotions of people in the world. At this moment, all players are eager to upgrade. Everyone is eager to upgrade quickly and gain strength. On the other side, Xiaobo returned to the dilapidated tricycle. Who would have thought that the person who was invincible on the road a second ago, who had a beautiful woman, a RV pet, and endless food and supplies, would actually drive a dilapidated tricycle? Xiaobo took out the manual again. In addition to becoming a rule, it is the survival rule of this world. There are not many things to improve strength in the road survival. The most important thing is to improve the road level. This is the real hell of survivors. After a simple understanding of the rules, Xiaobo couldn't help but sigh. Here, the space of the road has been reinforced. He can clearly feel that his strength is suppressed very seriously. To be precise, the space here belongs to the space of the advanced world. That is to say, on the original road, he could fully exert his own strength and speed of up to 150 points. But here, being able to exert half of his strength level is already very good. The second is the power of rules, which is no different from physical strength, but the power of rules varies. Depending on the upper limit of the strength value, you can exert how much power of rules. The previous 4-dimensional attributes are basically useless. The main thing here is the confrontation of rules. The rules devour each other. The strong devour the weak. Secondly, you cannot use anything on the road that you control, whether it is water resources or food. Here, you need to collect them again. In theory, becoming a rule has gotten rid of the category of mortals, but in fact, it is not the case. The rules are high on the road, but here, you can't. It's a dragon coiling, it's a tiger's den. It's the same here. If you want to eat, find it yourself, and if you want to drink, find it yourself. There are a lot of rules here, all of which are elites from the major roads that have ascended. The power they have can easily crush Xiaobo to death. Close the manual. Your strength on this road is equivalent to the existence of an ant. Other rules want to crush you to death with just one finger. I actually got myself to such a road to survive. Xiaobo scolded the rule for being unreasonable. Everything he had on the road had just begun, but he didn't expect to be brought here by the other party and become the lowest existence. It's like starting in purgatory mode. After taking a deep breath, Xiaobo felt that he was not without a chance. Relying on the resource upgrade system, he had a certain chance. The key was to have good luck. With his strength of 5 points, any random player on this road could crush him to death. As long as he developed slowly, found something to improve his strength, and used the resource upgrade system, he would sooner or later be noticed by the people on the road. While thinking, a thin layer of white mist rose on the road, and his vision began to be blocked. This is horror mist. The manual says that there is a kind of flower in the horror mist. This flower can enhance the cohesion of the rules, and is the safest. Xiaobo stared at the rising mist, and thought of some strange phenomena on the road that he had seen in the manual before, and the mist was one of them. A flower will grow in the mist. This flower can enhance the degree of fit with the rules. Eating it can increase the strength by 2 points. But you can't underestimate these 2 points. 2 points of strength are equivalent to half of your strength. In the horror mist, this kind of flower is the most basic and the safest. There is no terrifying creature guarding it. It grows alone on the road with the appearance of the mist, but there are not many of them. There are also items in the depths of the mist that can increase the strength by 10 points or even more, but those items are all guarded by powerful monsters. There are not many of these flowers. After all, it increases the strength by 2 points and is very safe, so the growth rate is completely unable to keep up with the speed of picking. If you are lucky, you can still meet the newly grown ones. Xiaobo showed a happy expression on his face, got off the motorcycle, and walked carefully in the fog. He was not worried about losing his direction. The motorcycle was transformed by the rules, and he could sense the position of the motorcycle. he could still use his skills. Through the detection skills, he kept detecting nearby creatures, and there was no danger. It must be said that this detection skill was so convenient. The rules of this highway survival do not allow the use of skills, because skills belong to the rules, and the skills you upgrade are your own strength, in fact, except that the power of the rules is not as strong as the rules mastered by the players surviving on this highway. Your own strength is definitely stronger than them. But in fact, strong own strength is not much use. Just like in ancient times, everyone used cold weapons and had powerful skills, but in modern times, everyone used hot weapons. In fact, it is equivalent to this principle. The power of skills is very backward here, and the power of rules is the mainstream. Chapter 392. Go deep into the fog, use skills, and carefully explore in the fog. Whenever Xiao Bo is away from the tricycle, he will move his mind, and the tricycle will fly directly over, turning into a bead and sinking into his body. This is the core of the road rules. Take out the bead and turn into a tricycle again. Xiao Bo can feel at ease to explore forward. As time goes by, the density of the fog is getting higher and higher. With this tricycle to guide the direction for him, he feels a little relieved. The situation here is different from the previous road. On the previous road, he can be arrogant, but here, he can't be like that. Even a wild monster in the fog has the means to kill him. Xiao Bo cursed in his heart. The figure made him a rule, but he was so irresponsible. He didn't even say to help him improve his strength. With his strength, any wild monster can kill him. Mumbling in his heart, Xiao Bo had no complaints at all. After all, if it weren't for him, he might have tried to control the rules of the newborn road, and he might be dead now. Sometimes, things are so unexpected but very reasonable. In the boundless fog, Xiao Bo moved forward cautiously without any slackness. This is no longer the road before, and he had to treat it with caution. Fortunately, both the Blood Demon Heart and the Phantom Demon Eye still exist, but the equipment he upgraded cannot be used. Xiao Bo can basically infer that as long as it is integrated into himself, it can be used, but the equipment cannot be used. He also put these equipment in the locker, and left them for Lin Jiao to use. The reason why the horror fog is called the horror fog is that there are a lot of creatures that can devour rules in the fog. The survivors who are called rules call it the horror fog, the forbidden land of rules. But the fog spreads, and no one can hide. Suddenly, the detection reported an abnormal movement, and it seemed that something was approaching him in the strange fog. Xiao Bo's heart immediately picked up, and he immediately took back the motorcycle and ran to the far end of the road. Any wild monster can take his life. Walking through the darkness, Xiao Bo felt a little relieved when he realized that the reconnaissance skills had stopped moving, and his pace could not help but slow down. It's really not easy to get along in this world. After all, I was once the strongest man in the world. Xiao Bo was not confused. This gap was like falling from heaven to hell. But there is no way. There will always be a time for him to rise. This is that kind of flower. After groping in the endless fog for more than 10 minutes, he finally found a newly grown flower. The color of the flower was bright red, as if it was stained with a layer of rich blood. This flower blooms very quickly. After 2 minutes, it is fully bloomed. Xiao Bo picked it up and took out the manual, but saw the flower prompt popping up on the manual frowny face blood flower *1. Features, strength value plus 0.2, evolution points plus 10,000, this thing can actually increase the evolution value. Xiao Bo's eyes brightened. Increasing strength and evolution value, this thing is really good. Use the resource upgrade system to upgrade it. Blood dripping flower *3. Features, strength value plus 0.2, evolution points plus 10,000, great. Xiao Bo smiled. With the resource upgrade system, he could improve his strength very quickly. I believe it won't take long before he can narrow the gap with the strength of these rules. Soon, 30,000 evolution points and 6 strength points were added to his data panel. His strength doubled, and Xiao Bo felt as if a powerful force was rising in his body. This force surged to his limbs, and the original space's suppression of him was weakened a little. Awesome. Xiao Bo groaned comfortably. This kind of strength value increase is an all-round improvement. In other words, a flower can increase its own attributes by 6 points. It is also equivalent to 2 million evolution points. It is worthy of being an item on the high-level highway. Any item can bring huge gains, just like an ordinary person entering the world of immortals. At this moment, he can really imagine how terrifying the strength of the players on this highway survival is. It's a pity that the evolution level cannot be increased, but it's true that the evolution level is more or less linked to the player level on the road. But when the player level is increased, the corresponding evolution value will be obtained. Click on your personal panel. It will be presented in the manual. Rules, Xiaobo. Road level, 1. Evolution level, 4.76%. Power value, 5.72. Evolution value, 455, 4125. Number of road players, 712584, 6258. In such a short period of time, the improvement of my own strength has reached such a terrifying level, and the evolution level has also increased a lot. The evolution value has reached 4 million. It seems that the update effect has been shown. Xiaobo smiled. As long as he could survive and develop, he would be able to catch up in no time. After all, he had something to rely on. The manual disappeared and sank into his body. This was an alternative system. When the evolution reached 50%, the world chat would be opened, and he would appear in the eyes of these rules. This was also an alternative way of protection. As long as you were lucky and didn't encounter other rules, it would be absolutely fine to survive and develop. There were still many opportunities here. With his strength improved, Xiaobo moved forward cautiously. He couldn't see clearly what was in the misty darkness, but the existence of skills gave him the power to protect himself. He had to say that he was indeed more capable of survival than the rules on this road. According to what the man said, the rules did not allow the use of skills, which could be seen on the previous road, but the identity of an outsider and the special existence of the resource upgrade system led to the reason why he could use skills here. No wonder that person believed in him. It turned out to be this reason. Xiaobo took a deep breath. The person he wanted to kill must be very powerful. He could not kill him, and he was exiled to become an existence that patrolled thousands of low-level rules. It seemed very noble, but this was his identity forever, and his enemies were constantly improving. Basically, he had no chance of revenge. The only way was to seek some people with great potential in this low-level world. I am afraid he would not be the first. Xiaobo thought in his heart, and suddenly he stopped. His eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of darkness. According to the prompt, there is danger ahead. The consumption of reconnaissance skills is not large, and the restrictions of this world are to limit strength and speed. After all, the gravity of space has increased, just like a huge stone pressing on himself. But the mental power is not bound, and the consumption has not increased, so he can start reconnaissance for a long time. And he also detected a creature approaching in front. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the reconnaissance immediately detected that there were creatures nearby. It can be said that there were creatures on all four sides of him, and he was surrounded. Chapter 393. Xiaobo's joy just now disappeared in an instant, and he immediately realized what was going on. Any flower that blooms has a special substance, and this substance will stay on the person who picks it for 1 minute. It is these substances that attract the wild monsters here. After understanding what was going on, Xiaobo immediately used purification to remove the odor on his body, and squatted on the ground very carefully. The reconnaissance skills kept prompting that these creatures did not leave because the smell disappeared, but instead swayed nearby. It was the fog that provided him with a layer of protection. Pursing his lips and holding his breath, Xiaobo squatted carefully, groping towards the side with fewer creatures in the fog. His movements were so cautious and careful that if there was any mistake, he would fall into an irretrievable situation. 5 wild monsters, located in the southeast, southwest and northwest, with a relatively large gap in the west. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and his powerful blood demon heart gave him an extremely calm physical and mental state. Facing the wild monsters that were almost surrounded on all sides, he was not panicked at all and groped carefully. Staying where he was would mean waiting for death, and he would be discovered by the other party sooner or later. It would be better to move forward carefully, use reconnaissance skills, avoid the advancing tracks of these wild monsters, and he would still be able to find his way out. At this time, Xiaobo was almost holding his breath, because a wild monster was only 7 meters away from him. Fortunately, the concentration of the fog was thick enough, and it was almost like not recognizing relatives at a distance of 2 meters, not distinguishing between humans and animals at a distance of 4 meters, and a vast white world at a distance of 7 meters. The remaining 4 wild monsters were already far away from him, and the width of this road was also several dozen meters wide, similar to the previous road, so his range of activities was still very large. If the monsters move, he moves too. As long as he keeps a distance from the monsters he is detected, he is still very safe. He is afraid that the monsters will suddenly become unreasonable. He uses the detection skills to slowly move forward. I have to say that this detection skill is really useful here. The position and distance of the monsters are under his control. It is indeed a bit abnormal, This fog not only blocks his sight, but also blocks the sight of the monsters. And their strength lies in their sense of smell, which is very sharp, so they can smell the flowers that have bloomed. I think these monsters are not strong, otherwise how could they target these ordinary flowers? But even if they are not strong, they are not something he can provoke. He does not have the idea of fighting with these monsters. He should get rid of them first when he is delayed, relying on skills. Xiaobo will not be surrounded by them, but he dare not move too violently. The asphalt road on the ground is uneven, and there are some small stones. The shoes will make a very slight sound when stepping on the ground. But the whole road was very quiet, and the slight sound would still be infinitely amplified in this empty and quiet place. After a brief thought, Xiaobo decided to wait a while, and the reconnaissance was always on. As long as the monsters didn't get close, he was in a safe situation. When the monsters were far away, he walked forward a little, and when the monsters were close, he stopped immediately. It seemed like a battle of wits and courage with the monsters, but everything was in his hands, or in the hands of the reconnaissance skills. But soon, Xiaobo's face became solemn, because he had just gotten rid of 3 monsters, but the reconnaissance skills sent a sense that there were 7 monsters approaching him in front. At the same time, he also sensed that there was a wild monster behind him. Not good. Xiaobo's face suddenly changed, and he immediately calmed down and thought about why the wild monster suddenly moved closer to him. Could it be? He quickly looked around, and his strange pupils emitted bright light. I saw a blood-red flower not far away, emitting a charming blood-red color. Sure enough, a flower that has just bloomed. Xiaobo's eyebrows were condensed, but he didn't dare to take this little advantage, but immediately moved away from the flower to the side. But the wild monster was still too fast, and the nearest wild monster was only a few meters away from him. As long as he took a few more steps forward, it would find him, with a rapid heartbeat. Xiaobo reacted immediately, and used the transformation technique. He disappeared directly on the spot, and turned into a stone on the ground. And then a terrifying and hideous wild monster appeared in his sight. The hideous figure looked very similar to the alien in the movie. Xiaobo held his breath, and watched the giant slowly pass over his head. He didn't notice him, which made him feel relieved. Then his heart, which had just relaxed, immediately lifted up. After the wild monster passed over his head, it turned back, and stared at the empty ground. At this moment, Xiaobo felt that all the hairs on his body stood up, but unfortunately, he didn't stand up after turning into a stone. Time passed by bit. If the wild monster didn't leave, he would be exposed immediately. He was very calm in his heart, and had already started thinking about how to get away after being discovered. Fortunately, the wild monster took a look and saw nothing, so he continued to walk towards the flower. It wasn't until its figure disappeared that Xiaobo breathed a sigh of relief. The time for change had come. He sensed that more than a dozen wild monsters gathered in front of the flower during the reconnaissance, and then the ground began to shake violently. He didn't stay for long and ran straight up. After confirming that there was no danger around, he immediately took out the tricycle, stepped on the throttle, and moved away from the previous position. Who knows if these wild monsters will chase him? In short, keep a safe distance. The fog was endless until he came to a quiet area where he had not detected anything. He stopped and sat on the motorcycle to rest. The reconnaissance skill was always turned on. He began to feel that his mind was not clear. The mental power consumption might have dropped to more than 10 points. At this moment, he didn't dare to use it anymore, but turned off the reconnaissance skill, focused on the surroundings, and began to recover his mental power. Meditation also worked at this time, and the recovery speed of mental power increased a lot. Every once in a while, he would turn on the reconnaissance skill to take a look. Fortunately, the reconnaissance skill had no time to cool down. As for the situation in the novel where he found himself in the dead state after checking, it did not happen. It was just a small accident. Now without the system panel, he had no idea how much his mental power had recovered. He had to rest for half an hour before continuing on his way. As for the recovery amount of meditation skills, he had long forgotten it. Who would have nothing to do and remember this thing? This time he still walked. The tricycle was a bit worn out, and made a creaking sound. Try not to drive your tricycle unless it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 394. It has been more than an hour since the fog rose. The density of the fog seems to have increased. I could see some of it before, but now 2 meters away, it is a white world, and nothing can be seen clearly. It feels like a movie fog. Unfortunately, the wild monsters in the fog are more terrifying and powerful than the monsters in the movie. Xiaobo said nothing and groped forward carefully. Every once in a while, he would turn on the reconnaissance to check, so as not to waste mental power. At the same time, he can also ensure that his mental power rises slowly. He now realizes the advantages of body datization. He can see his own state very clearly, and have full confidence in facing danger. Xiaobo, who is used to body datization and checking physical attributes when he has nothing to do, is not used to it at this moment. The main reason is that he has no definite grasp of his mental power consumption. He still has a lot of skills, and they are all related to gain, which means that the higher his strength value, the higher the benefit after all the trump cards are used. Putting aside the rules, using skills is also one's trump card. Xiaobo pursed his lips. As long as his strength is high enough, he can deal with the players on this road even without using skills, because what he controls is not what they own. After moving forward for a while, Xiaobo saw another lonely flower growing on the asphalt road. A small crack appeared in the ground, and the flower broke out of the ground from this crack. Xiaobo was very decisive. He immediately pulled up the flower by the roots and chose to upgrade. The number of flowers reached 5. It was like a huge surprise that hit Xiaobo, and he swallowed the flower immediately. A powerful force erupted from his body like a volcano, and he felt full of strength. Not only strength, but also speed, physical fitness, and mental strength have all been improved to varying degrees. It must be said that this thing is like a tonic pill. The strength value includes 4-dimensional attributes, and such an increase is equivalent to taking a tonic pill. Rule: Xiaobo. Road level 1. Evolution degree 4.76%. Strength value 6.72. Evolution value 10482754. Number of highway players 781-564-8215. 5 flowers directly increased the strength to 6.72, and the evolution value also reached 10 million, and it was still growing rapidly. It seems that the game update he took has produced results. He even wants to update a few more times now, so the evolution value will not grow rapidly. He also felt the emotion of the previous road rules. Rapid updates can indeed gain a lot of evolutionary value. Obviously, after the first update, the evolutionary value will increase a lot compared to the previous day. But the result of this is to force the growth of seedlings, which is doomed to not go far. Putting away the manual, Xiaobo continued to walk through the fog, using reconnaissance skills to avoid wild monsters in front of him. Nothing too scary happened along the way. As time passed, the fog became lighter and gradually began to dissipate. Gradually, the vision became wider, and the endless and long road began to appear. Until the fog completely dissipated, Xiaobo's tense nerves began to relax. With a thought, he took out the 3-wheeled motorcycle and set off on the road. The road was endless and long. Looking up, he could only see him. He felt as if he had returned to the state before, with nothing. Fortunately, the road here was not as hot as the previous road, otherwise, driving a tricycle would be a bit unbearable. He began to feel a faint sense of hunger, which seemed to have been missing for a long time. The food on the road was edible, but it could not cure hunger. It was just to satisfy his appetite. What he really needed to survive was the road in front of him. After a few hours, Xiaobo's hunger began to increase, and he began to feel dry mouth and tongue. We must find supplies, otherwise I'm afraid I'd be the first one to starve to death. That's too frustrating. According to the manual, there are resource boxes on the road, but they are very rare. I haven't encountered a resource box along the way. The difficulty of survival here is at least several times higher than the difficulty of survival on the road before. But that's right. The previous road survival was controlled by rules. I'm afraid it's different here. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. It was almost dark at this time. He could clearly feel that his vision was gradually dimming. His evolution value had reached more than 7 million, and the degree of evolution was almost 5%. During this period, he took the time to look at the road. There were already level 2 players born and received level 2 rewards. This was faster than he thought. It seems that the motivation to get rewards by leveling up is much faster and higher than some activities. If some activities are added on top of this, will their motivation to increase rewards be higher? Xiaobo pondered for a while, and felt that this method was feasible. The basis of the road was the level of the player. Maybe he could change the rule framework, but it was too risky, and might cause the rules to collapse. Unless it was not a last resort, he should be cautious. Don't do anything fancy for the time being. When the evolution of the rules is improved, he may be able to become a real creator god. The power above the rules is unimaginable. Creation and creation are both very magical. In fact, he can now use his imagination to create a world, but the template of the rule framework is the road, And the evolution value is in this framework, condensing some of the things that the framework has. After all, he is above the framework and can actually get rid of the constraints of the evolution value. The consequences of doing so are still somewhat serious, just like asking a newborn baby to walk on the ground. Too many operations will cause the rule framework to collapse. Some of Xiaobo's thoughts can only be implemented after the rules have evolved. In addition, there are fixed templates in the rules framework for the release of wild monsters, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. He just needs to wait. Returning to his own road to survive, Xiaobo started the tricycle and continued to move forward. It was getting dark, and he hadn't found anything to eat or drink. He was also the master of a world, but he lived so miserably, which was really unexpected. The sky was dark. Finally, when it was almost completely dark, he saw a resource box in the middle of the road. It must be said that the placement of the resource box was very tricky. Stopping the tricycle, Xiaobo couldn't wait to walk to the box and punched it open. The items in the box made Xiaobo's eyes light up. Chapter 395. 300 milliliters of pure water. 5 Ella fuel. 1 steamed bun, water, fuel, food. Just opened a box, and it appeared. What the manual said is true. Although there are few resource boxes on the road, the supplies in each box are still very rich, and the supplies in the resource box are converted into supplies for the race of the person who opened the box. This is very good. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and he was very satisfied. This resource box solved his current dilemma. It must be said that the amount of supplies in the resource box here is still very high. There is still a lot of fuel in the tricycle. After upgrading it, it is placed in the back of the tricycle. After eating 3 steamed buns and drinking some water, I felt that my condition was much better. There was just no pickled vegetables. If there were pickled vegetables, it would be a good choice. The road at night is very deserted. Not only is it difficult to brush supplies here, but it is also very difficult to brush wild monsters. It seems that in order to take care of the rules on the road, the wild monsters here basically no longer move at night, but during the day. But he was on the road all day, and apart from the wild monsters he saw in the terrifying fog, he didn't encounter any other wild monsters. Xiaobo couldn't help yawning, and a feeling of sleepiness came over him. He immediately became alert. No, why am I sleepy? You know, since his mental power has been raised to a very high level, he rarely feels sleepy. Most of the time, he can only sleep when he goes to bed. If he doesn't sleep, he won't feel sleepy. According to the manual, after entering this, I am actually equivalent to an ordinary person, so I will feel sleepy. After figuring it out, Xiaobo calmed down a little, gradually relaxed, and a sense of being a human came back. He felt hungry and sleepy, which proved that he was still very normal. He yawned again, and Xiaobo couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't sleep all night yesterday. After looking through the manual and confirming that there would be no wild monsters coming at night, he laid down in the truck bed and fell asleep. It was not until the next morning that he opened his eyes and stretched. The truck bed was a little stiff, and it was indeed not as comfortable as sleeping in a motorhome. He simply washed his face and rinsed his mouth. While it was still early, he performed a set of Bajiquan. He felt refreshed and his body became active. After the warm-up, Xiaobo got on his tricycle, picked up a steamed bun at the back and stuffed it into his mouth, turned the throttle handle, and the motorcycle roared, and it started on the road with a click. The air in the early morning was still very fresh. After all, there was no pollution here. Even the brown land on both sides of the road was spreading, and there was no vegetation. I thought the progress was very smooth. But soon, he encountered trouble. On the road ahead, a wolf-like monster appeared, but its size was bigger than a tiger. Even the monsters are refreshed according to the inherent creatures of their own race? Xiaobo's eyes condensed slightly, and his heart couldn't help but tighten slightly, and he immediately raised his spirits. He also saw the attributes of this monster. The strength value reached 7 points. It was much higher than his own. Xiaobo was not panicked. As long as the monster's strength value was not too different from his own, there would be basically no big problem. After a short thought, the wolf-like monster rushed towards him at a very fast speed. Xiaobo immediately jumped out of the car and turned on his strongest state. He turned into Shura. Even though he didn't have a knife now, he could still easily defeat it by relying on the skills of the masters of Chinese martial arts, such as Bajiquan and Nether Step. As Shura, his current strength value is sword, and his body is filled with blood and evil spirit. Bang! Facing the monster wolf rushing over, Xiaobo crossed his legs and met it sideways. This is the most common move of Bajiquan, Tais Han Lin. With a loud bang, the monster wolf was knocked out. Xiaobo also felt a dull pain in his Shura incarnation shoulder. It must be said that although the strength value here is only a little different, it is indeed a world of difference. Without any hesitation, he used all his skills, his figure disappeared on the spot, and rushed over with strange steps. The strength of his body was blessed again. While the wild monster was shaking and just stood up, he suddenly launched an attack and punched the monster wolf. The power of this punch was so terrifying that a sonic boom sounded in the air. But when he hit the monster wolf, it was like hitting a steel plate, which was extremely hard. Let's see how many punches you can take. Xiaobo's eyes were slightly cold, and he continued to attack. Bajiquan, punch. Continuously, the sea of blood around him was rolling, and the monster wolf was also fighting back. Its strength was indeed beyond Xiaobo's imagination. This difference in strength was really a world of difference. This attack was one punch after another, and each punch hit the flesh. He had a backup energy source as a physical supplement, so he would not panic, but his own blood was rolling violently. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Although Xiaobo's attack was powerful, his punches were extremely fierce, and there were bursts of sonic booms. But the monster wolf's 7 points of strength were not vegetarians. It had left a series of wolf claw marks on Xiaobo's body, which were bloody. As time passed, the monster wolf had a tendency to fail. After all, Xiaobo had very powerful skills. Even if the difference in strength was like a natural chasm, skills could make up for the gap. However, Xiaobo was a little overwhelmed. After Xiaobo used his skills, the strength of the two was almost the same. Come again! Xiaobo was knocked away by the monster wolf again. His tall figure suddenly retreated, and the sea of blood shook. He was not afraid at all. He stabilized his figure and roared, and rushed forward again. His offensive was like a surging river and sea, one wave after another. The Shura incarnation could not last long, so he had to kill the monster wolf before the Shura incarnation ended. In addition, he had the energy on his back as a physical supplement, so he could consume his strength and physical strength unscrupulously. He was not panicked at all. So the power of each punch reached the top, but the monster wolf was different from him. It had no skills, and its strength was only 7 points. Xiaobo could continue to fight at a high intensity, but the monster wolf could not. After nearly 100 rounds, the monster wolf could no longer hold on, and its offensive gradually weakened. Xiaobo would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. The weaker the monster wolf was, the more fierce his offensive became. Finally, the monster wolf could not hold on and fell heavily to the ground, covered with scars. The blood sea around him began to recede, and his figure gradually returned to normal size. The body of the monster wolf in front of him disappeared. Xiaobo stepped forward and looked at the things that exploded after the monster wolf's body disappeared. Strength value +1. Evolution degree +0.1%. After these two things disappeared, they sank into the body. Xiaobo suddenly felt the improvement of his own strength and connected himself with the rules. Wild monsters can actually improve their own strength. Xiaobo was a little surprised by the things that the wild monsters exploded. Looking through the manual, he found that in addition to the strength value and evolution degree, the wild monsters also had evolution value and things that improved the tricycle by bypassing the evolution degree. Chapter 396. It seems that there are still some things in the manual that I haven't figured out. I will study it myself when I have time. I just glanced at it before, and only paid attention to some precautions on the road, and didn't pay attention to other things. I will study it again when I have time. After integrating these things into myself, the strength value has reached 7 points. After a hearty battle, Xiaobo no longer has the intention to move forward. He still attaches great importance to the improvement of rules. Just now, he only used his own strength, and the power of rules could not defeat the strange wolf. So he immediately entered his own road world. At this time, the road world has completed the second wave of updates. Road team mode is on. If you want to survive better on the road, go find your teammates. The more people you have, the greater your chance of survival. Team ranking system is on. Teams on the list will receive high rewards. Give the team a name. The team level is determined by the level of the players in the team. The higher the average level of the players in the team, the higher the team ranking. Team member basic limit, 5 people. Each time the team is upgraded, the team member basic limit increases by 5 people. Note, it requires more than 2 people to form a team. Xiaobo floated in the air. His eyes fell on the virtual screen. In general, the team level is still a relatively important item, which means that the level of players on the road will be rapidly improved, and the team adopts an average level system, which is very fair. 2 consecutive days of huge updates directly blew up the players on the road. This game is so interesting. Level rewards, team rankings. Will there be new updates tomorrow? The players on the road couldn't help thinking. These surviving players have begun to witness the birth of the road, and even move towards glory. Especially with the opening of the team system, Xiaobo has a hunch that his evolution will be a leap forward. No one understands the power of the group policy better than him. Increase the level of players in a short period of time. The rules of the road can be divided into several types. One is controlled by the players, the other is the rules derived by themselves, and the other is controlled by wild monsters. The wild monsters are controlled by what he found in the Monster City. There are no wild monsters that are too abnormal in the Monster City, but the strongest wild monsters can still easily crush themselves, and the wild monsters that are too abnormal refer to the wild monsters of level 50 or 60, which are almost gods. But there are no wild monsters in the Monster City. These wild monsters have actually become rules long ago. The rules controlled by the players are the players, who develop steadily in the survival of the road. Sooner or later, they will become rules. But the rules derived by himself are much behind. They don't have the experience of players and monsters on the road, which means that all the rules need to be explored. The road he was originally on is also a rule derived by himself. Later, it has given birth to wisdom, and the update can only be described as a mess. He will naturally not follow its old path. After these 2 updates, it is enough to arouse the struggle of players on the road. In this update, he spent more than 20 million evolution points. In fact, more than 20 million evolution points are far from enough. For example, the first update of the road before also took a week. He spent more than 15 million contribution points to get the reward for upgrading to level 2. The remaining 5 million was just to update a system interface and a system prompt, but it was empty, and there was nothing inside. To put it bluntly, Xiaobo wanted to get something for nothing. In the early morning, many people were still sleeping soundly, and the update of the game immediately caused a shock to the world. Fuck, I said yesterday that the team system would be online, but I didn't expect it to be online today. High rewards for the team, dear. I want to form a team. No more words, just upgrade and form a team. The world was shocked, and many players, who had already upgraded to level 2, had already started driving cars. They had to find more than 2 people to form a team. Xiaobo was very satisfied with the shock in the world. In this way, the players' desire to upgrade their levels has increased a lot, but this is just the beginning, and tomorrow will be the real big deal. In the following time, he began to build the rest of the plan. He wanted to use vanity to increase the players' desire to upgrade their levels. Is there anything more satisfying than having your avatar prefixed with the number 1 on the level list or the number 1 on the combat power list when chatting? An hour later, the plan was completed, and Xiaobo found Lin Jiao and Blueberry and took a look from a distance. Lin Jiao has completed the second job transfer. Even if she has no skills, her basic strength is very strong. She didn't upgrade the RV, which was a bit strange, because the car fragments in Li Zui's locker were enough to upgrade the car in other directions. Since he couldn't understand, Xiaobo didn't care. He didn't show up and left the road world. The plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Tomorrow will be the last wave of updates, which will be enough for these players to struggle for a long time and bring a lot of evolution value. Back on the motorcycle, Xiaobo smiled. After this update, the results may not be seen in a short time, but as time goes by, the results will gradually show up. At the beginning, Zhou Laotu and his friends didn't gain anything. After all, the plan had just come out, and the effects appeared little by little. Later, the players in the yellow camp had caught up with the players in the white camp as the plan was implemented. This shows the power of this plan. Time will prove everything, so Xiaobo is not panicked, just wait quietly. The road is very quiet. Now that there is water and food, Xiaobo is not in a hurry. The only drawback is that he is still not used to eating steamed buns. After all, he used to eat fish and meat, lobsters and abalone. Now he is suddenly eating steamed buns, which must be a little uncomfortable. After the game became more detailed today, he was a little absent-minded when driving the motorcycle. Every few minutes, he would check his evolution value. The evolution value was still the same speed as before. It seemed that the effectiveness of the fleet system would not be obvious in a short period of time. Only after a certain period of time, the evolution value and evolution level would usher in a leap forward. Xiaobo stopped looking at it and drove the tricycle calmly along the somewhat dilapidated road. This section of the road belongs to the Gobi Desert Road, which is a desert. Unlike the desert road, it is all dry and cracked ground, without vegetation, with a hint of desolate atmosphere. At noon, Xiaobo saw that the road in the distance had changed a little. It was high and low, as if something was scattered in front. Xiaobo was stunned for a moment and looked carefully. There was actually a building there. Chapter 397. Boom! The scene in front of him was like a bomb exploding in his brain. He never thought that there would be a town in such a highway survival. As he got closer, Xiaobo found that the town was a little weird, and there was no one on the street. The town was a little rundown. From a close distance, the wall paint on the outside had fallen off, and the town was overgrown with weeds, which looked a little deserted. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a strange color. This was just an ordinary town ruin. It looked normal from the outside, but after entering, you would find that the town was so run down and basically deserted. At this moment, Xiaobo had only one thought in his mind, that is, why is there an abandoned town here? After turning on the reconnaissance system, he dared to go deep into the town. Under the reconnaissance skills, he did not find anything strange in the town, so Xiaobo dared to relax and walk into the town. The town was very quiet, and the architectural style was exactly the same as the small town he had on Blue Star. Xiaobo suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. This town was so familiar. There were two-story buildings, and some of them even had advertisements on the front. Those were words that he was very familiar with. How could there be such a town here? Xiaobo felt a little strange as he walked on the narrowing road. You know, this is a road survival game, and it is really too strange that there is a town. Xiaobo did not immediately check the rooms in these towns. There was no hint, and he did not know what was in the room. After all, he was no longer the big boss Xiaobo who was once on the road, but the lowest level in the regular road. After a brief thought, he dared to approach the room cautiously. There was no prompt in the reconnaissance skill, indicating that there were no wild monsters in the room. But when he left the road and stepped on the dry and cracked ground leading to these rooms, his scalp suddenly numbed. The originally empty streets and even rooms actually had quite a few people in the reconnaissance. Xiaobo stood still, without any other movements, and even kept striding. He looked around cautiously, and then cold sweat broke out. The reconnaissance skill clearly detected that there were a large number of creatures around him, but as far as the eye could see, it was quiet, and there was nothing. Could it be that I met a ghost? Xiaobo frowned, confirming that only reconnaissance could see, and then he relaxed his frozen action. Suddenly, the reconnaissance skill detected that one of the creatures was passing in front of him, and had walked in front of him. He stretched out his hand suddenly, but strangely, he didn't catch anything, and the creature really passed by him. The detection system is like a radar, constantly scanning everything nearby, and there are indeed creatures. What happened here? The detection skills can see it, but I can't see it. Xiaobo frowned. The creature detected by the detection skills did not attack him, which means that the other party did not discover him, otherwise the creature would not have passed by him just now. By the way, for a special road like this, there should be a special explanation in the manual. Maybe it's in the manual. Xiaobo suddenly remembered his survival manual. There were a lot of things marked in the survival manual, and he couldn't read it all in a short time. He just roughly read the basic rules of this road. After a careful look, he finally found a special road. This road is called Yinyang Road. He is on the Yang Road, and there are many creatures living on the Yin Road. They are part of the Yin Road. The Yinyang Road is mostly an abandoned town. The way to join the Yin Road is also very simple. Just bend down and look back from your crotch, so that you can see the world of the Yin Road. And when you raise your head again, you will be in the Yin Road. Seeing this, Xiaobo's eyes flickered, which is so similar to a movie he had seen before. 10 ways to see ghosts. Among the 10 ways to see ghosts, there are 10 ways to see evil spirits. One of the ways is to bend down and look from your crotch. It is said that you can see unclean things. Xiaobo did not try it, because the system explained that there are creatures living on this road, and they must be creatures that devour rules. Once he enters the Yin Road, he will be attacked by them in 9 out of 10 cases. He is a scumbag on the road. How could he take the initiative to provoke the creatures on the road? It's okay to avoid them. But I have to say that this road is really amazing. It is clearly on a road, but not in the same space. Shaking his head gently, Xiaobo got on the tricycle. This town is quite big, and the appearance of the buildings made him miss it. Unfortunately, this is the world of the road survival game. No matter how familiar he is, he cannot enter the Yin Road. The speed of the tricycle is quite good. Near noon, he crossed this special road and looked back at the town he was familiar with. His eyes were full of nostalgia. He stared at it for a while, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of the town in front of him. After a few seconds, he resolutely retracted his gaze and drove the tricycle forward. Not long after, he encountered the second resource box. Open the resource box. Spear template *1, huh? The resource box was opened, and it turned out to be a blueprint, similar to the blueprint in Highway Survival. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Xiao Bo's eyes lit up slightly. On the highway, players can control the power of rules, among which the power of rules has changes, and the power of change comes from these weapon templates. With weapon templates, the control of the power of rules will be more terrifying. After the spear template was upgraded, it turned into a Zhongba snake spear. Xiao Bo learned it without saying a word, and then he found that his rule power could not only condense into a tricycle, but also turn into a Zhongba snake spear. As the mind beat, the tricycle turned into a spear, which was cold to the touch. After being caught in his hand, the Zhongba snake spear was instantly wrapped in a blood-red light. In an instant, he felt a powerful force on the Zhongba snake spear. Xiao Bo's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he fired a shot into the air. In an instant, the power of rules formed a gust of wind, sweeping the ground. Cracks appeared faintly on the ground, but it recovered in a short moment. Powerful, too powerful. No wonder skills are abandoned here. The power of rules that are controlled is so terrifying. You must know that I only have 7 points of strength and belong to the lowest existence. How terrifying will the highest level existence on this road be? I dare not imagine. Xiao Bo's eyes were bright, and he tightly grasped the Zhongba snake spear transformed by the power of rules in his hand. It must be said that this game is so terrible. How powerful will the person who controls this game be? Chapter 398. Xiao Bo calmed down after getting excited. No wonder the figure who sent him here said that on the road, the rules can't do anything to you, but here, any rule on the road can easily crush you. Then the Zhongba snake spear in his hand disappeared and turned into a tricycle again. It has to be said that everything in this road survival game is very convenient. Once you encounter danger, you can take back the tricycle, and then use the ability to change to avoid danger. After getting on the tricycle, Xiao Bo felt a little happy, and his strength improved little by little. It's just that I'm not used to driving this tricycle. It's not as comfortable as a motorhome. It seems that I have to quickly improve the evolution of the rules. The evolution of the tricycle depends on the evolution of the rules on the road. It's already noon. Xiao Bo glanced at his evolution in the manual. Rule, Xiao Bo. Highway level, 1. Evolution level, 5.03%. Strength value, 7.72. Evolution value, 7054258. Number of players on the road, 73932655425. The evolution level has exceeded 5%, and the evolution value has reached 7 million. Today is definitely a day of rapid progress, and tomorrow, and even the future will be. After taking back the manual, Xiao Bo did not stay in the same place for too long, and drove the tricycle on the road. Having tasted the sweetness of the resource box, Xiao Bo's current goal is to find the resource box. If he can find more resource boxes, his basic life will definitely be improved in quality. It's a pity that the resource boxes on this road are too scarce. Otherwise, with this resource upgrade system, his own improvement speed will definitely be very terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bo felt that he couldn't just look at the rare resource boxes. You know, there are also a lot of supplies in the wild. It depends on whether you dare to step into the wild. At least now, I dare not go too deep into the Gobi Desert, otherwise I will die in it. You know, the wild is known as the graveyard of rules. This is recorded in the manual, and it is definitely a bloody lesson. The scenery of the Gobi Desert is not as good as imagined. The endless desert Gobi is extremely desolate. The sky is a little gray, as if covered by a layer of dark clouds. This seems to be the tone of this world, which is in line with the atmosphere of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Xiao Bo drove a three-wheeler and moved forward on the vast highway. He was the only one in the world. When the degree of rule evolution reached 50%, he could start the rule chat of this world. He was looking forward to this chat. The players on this road are not a group of rookies on the original road. There are many masters here. Their experience is enough for him to use. Driving the tricycle from morning to evening. Only then did we get the third resource box. The resource boxes here are really hard to get. This is the second resource box in today's day. Xiao Bo had no expression on his face. He was already a little numb. He didn't dare to go to the wilderness by himself, so he could only rely on the very rare resource boxes on the road. He opened the resource box, half a bottle of water, and a piece of bread. After upgrading, The bread turned into 6 hamburgers. What a surprise. I just hope that this hamburger is not Wallace's, otherwise I really have to be a jet fighter. In the evening, Xiaobo leaned on the tricycle, looking at the Gobi Desert shrouded in darkness, his heart silent. I didn't encounter any wild monsters during the day. I don't know if my luck played a role. Even if it didn't, it at least accounted for 1 point. At night, wild monsters are even less likely to appear. I don't know if it's a protection mechanism for the new road rules. It gives him room to grow, but the growth is very slow. Now the evolution value has reached 30 million, an increase of 10 million in one afternoon. The opening of the fleet system is indeed very perfect. Wait until tomorrow morning to continue updating the content. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. Plans can't keep up with changes. I hope that my plan can be implemented smoothly. In addition to updating titles, he also has to update many titles, such as the first level 5 in the whole server, the first level 10 in the whole server, and the first job transfer in the whole server, the first kill in the whole server, the richest man in the whole server, etc. And he needs to spend a lot of evolution value to add special functions to these titles, such as luck and charm. So 30 million evolution value is far from enough, and he needs a lot of evolution value to make up for it. So it is impossible to complete these special functions in a short time, but it is still possible to increase them bit by bit. After all, no one will reach level 5 or even level 10 in a short time. The night was very quiet. After eating a hamburger, Xiaobo lay in the hood of the tricycle and closed his eyes to meditate. The wind was blowing gently, and there was silence all around. In his world, players were hunting in full swing at the moment, and the night was a paradise for upgrading. At this moment, many teams had been born in the team list, and most of the people in the team were 2 people, only a few were 3 or 4 people. And these 3 or 4 people were far ahead of him, currently ranked first and second. After the night came, these people who formed a team were surprised to find that the number of wild monsters refreshed also increased a lot. They immediately realized the role of the team. The world was shocked one after another, until the night came, and it broke out completely. Tonight, the number of wild monsters refreshed actually reached 3, and this is just the first wave. I really want to understand the role of the team. So the speed of our level increase will be faster? Incredible discovery. Teams are needed. The formation of the team is in full swing. Tonight is a night of explosive growth. The refresh of wild monsters has increased, and their experience gain has also increased, which is far beyond the first night. Perhaps Xiaobo would never believe that the team was formed on the first day, and so many teams have been formed. While he was sleeping, his evolution value was growing wildly. At the same time, in his road world, a small crack appeared on the chain formed by the rules. From the crack, a thick darkness spread, and was swallowing the chain formed by the rules. Xiaobo didn't know this until the next day. The sky just began to light up. He opened his eyes, and felt relaxed and refreshed. The road in the early morning was still very comfortable. Xiaobo opened the system and checked it. He was surprised to find that his evolution value had reached 90 million, close to 100 million, and it was still growing at a rapid rate. What happened? How could the evolution value increase so much in one night? Xiaobo immediately realized that something he had never thought of must have happened on his road. The consciousness sank into the rule road under his control. Chapter 399. Many teams have been born in the world. Although there are no level 3 players, many people's experience is close to level 3. I am afraid that after tonight, there will be a group of level 3 players in the world. Secondly, the number of level 2 players has increased a lot. Xiaobo immediately crossed out 50 million contribution points to make up for the loss of rule power. Evolution value and rule power are closely related. Initially, every player who becomes a rule will obtain primary rule power, which is equivalent to backup hidden energy to support the operation of the highway. The previous level 2 reward is the consumed hidden energy. Fortunately, these basic houses are not so precious, and the location evolution value can be exchanged for some. 50 million contribution points are more than enough, and some will be made up tomorrow. After reaching level 5, the consumption of contribution value is very huge. Fortunately, his plan has been launched, and he will get more evolution value today. Xiaobo raised the corner of his mouth and began to prepare for the third update. The content of this update is not very important. Level ranking, combat power ranking, car upgrade ranking and distance ranking. He needs to update all of these, mainly to prepare for the title. Of course, there are no rewards on these lists. The real reward is their title. Titles are a show-off artifact. No one will dislike it. In the early morning, the players who have experienced a night of fighting are a little tired, and their levels have not exceeded level 3. However, many players' levels are already close to level 3, and they only need one more night, and many players' levels will exceed level 3. Today's update of the rankings is just right. It's just that I can't improve my strength in the short term. I have the skills, so I'm not worried at all. Soon, the game will usher in the second wave of updates: level rankings, combat power rankings, car upgrade rankings, distance rankings, popularity rankings, and ranked matches. He used the content of the previous highway update, at least the effect is good, so he took it for reference. However, on this basis, he also added a combat power ranking. The purpose of this combat power ranking is to allow players to focus on improving their combat power while paying attention to improving their levels. Xiaobo thought very comprehensively, maybe letting players quickly upgrade their levels is the most beneficial to him. But at the same time, the rapid level increase leads to the player's combat power being empty. After reaching the second level, the player's strength will be far less than the wild monsters on the second level highway. Then after the second level highway, the speed at which players upgrade their levels will also decrease. He thought very far ahead, and had to take both the front and the back into account. You can't just cut leaks in one wave. At least leave them a route, so that they can be cut in another wave next year. Soon, the game was updated. This time, only the list was updated, and the title was not updated. However, once the list appeared, players around the world could directly see the big guys in the world. When they browsed the list, they also found that the people on the level list and the combat power list were different. They were obviously ranked first in the level, but not the first in the combat power. Soon they realized that a high level does not mean a high combat power. A high combat power does not necessarily mean a high level. This time, he used up all the contribution points he had just obtained the day before. Of course, this is still a template. In fact, even if you are the first in level, there is no reward. Just like the current fleet list, it is just to make you on the list. The rest is useless. The main reason is that he is too poor. If he gets a few 100 million, he must prepare some substantial rewards. After this update, Xiaobo's evolution value is reset to 0 again. He has made preparations not to improve his strength in the early stage. Now there is no danger on the road, so he will first lay the basic structure of the road. If the structure is well laid, the tall building will not fall. The world is also very curious about the appearance of this list. Xiaobo sent a world notice. Anyone on the list will receive a mysterious reward in a week. As soon as this message was sent, the world was shaken. What mysterious reward? I think it's a skill. Skills can be called a mysterious reward, don't joke. No matter how much you say, it's useless, just work hard to upgrade. Lin Bei is currently the first player in the level list, and he is also ranked second in the fleet list, the captain of a fleet. 8th on the battle strength list. Currently at level 2, he still needs more than 10 experience points to upgrade. He now controls a team of 3 people. Captain, you are now number 1 on the level list. When you get the reward, our team's strength will increase, and it will be easier to kill wild monsters. On the endless highway, 2 shabby cars stopped on the side of the road, and 4 people gathered together. After a night of fighting yesterday, their experience increased very quickly, especially the captain, who only needed more than 10 points to upgrade again. Of course, I don't just want to be the first in level, I want both combat power and team. Lin Bei smiled. He was full of confidence. He killed a wild monster last night, and got a worn-out machete. It would be easier to meet wild monsters tonight. Captain is awesome. Captain is mighty. Captain, go. Enjoying the praise from his teammates, Lin Bei was a little flattered. He waved his hand. Of course, I will not only improve myself, but also take you with me. The level of our team must be improved evenly, and the combat power must also be improved evenly, so that each of us can be independent. If possible, I hope everyone will step forward together and enter these lists. By then, all we want in our team are elites. Lin Bei's words aroused the fighting spirit of these people. The road was not very hot in the early morning. Lin Bei seized this opportunity and started to set off with everyone. They abandoned 2 old cars, smashed them, leaving car fragments and fuel, and then gathered together to do big things. This is called gathering the strength of the whole team and concentrating. 2 people in 1 car set off, and they got a lot of supplies along the way. Plus the ones dropped by wild monsters, it was enough for them to live. After today's update, everyone's face was full of longing for tomorrow's life, and the future was full of hope. The initial fear also disappeared. In this game, it is not necessarily impossible to survive. As long as you work hard, you can still survive. After all, The game has so many reward mechanisms. Upgrading will get supplies. Generally speaking, 2 cars are more than enough for a team. Too many cars can't be maintained at all. Basically, the current team is not about having many cars, but having many people. They also found that more people attract more wild monsters, which means more experience and more things dropped by wild monsters. Chapter 400. After completing the update, Xiaobo drove his tricycle on the road. For him, the rules of the personal world are the first factor to improve strength. The current road is the key to survival, and strength is directly related to the quality of life. He does not have much supplies now, and the food and drink are limited, so he still needs to find supplies. So after completing the update on the road, he did not stay, but directly entered the reality, and continued to move forward on the tricycle. If today's evolution value can explode, then he can improve his strength while updating the game. The daytime still passes quickly, even if there are no entertainment facilities. Xiaobo is in an inexplicably good mood. He is in charge of the direction of a road, and is full of hope for the future. Even if he has nothing now. But no one can predict the future, and he has a resource upgrade system that can upgrade the resources exchanged by the system and maximize the evolution value. For example, 1 liter of inferior water resources only needs 1 evolution point to be exchanged, and he can use the resource upgrade system to exchange 1 liter of inferior water resources for 1 ton of pure water, and 1 ton of pure water requires 1,000 contribution points. He can spend 1 contribution point as 1,000 contribution points, so his material pressure is not great. If he lacks anything, he can just buy 1 million, and then use the resource upgrade system to upgrade a bunch of them. The number after the upgrade is unimaginable. So the pressure on highway development is not that great. If there is real pressure, it is the pressure of survival in the rural highway where he is. No, after harvesting a resource box and opening some meat, a dark forest appeared in front of him. The manual also published a rainforest survival mission. The requirement is to survive in the rainforest for a month without bringing anything. There will be wild monsters and resource boxes in the rainforest, which can be used as supplies. Xiaobo raised his eyebrows. This is an alternative wilderness survival, so he naturally accepted it with pleasure. The mission rewards are also very generous. Mission: Rainforest Survival. Time: 30 days. Mission requirements: do not use the power of rules. Mission rewards: Rule evolution degree plus 10%, evolution value 1 billion, materials vary. Note: the strength of wild monsters encountered in the mission will be refreshed according to the player's strength. The resources obtained in the mission will also belong to the individual. If this was in the past, it would be just normal, but for Xiaobo now, the rewards are naturally extremely generous. In addition to this reward, the things in the resource box opened in the jungle during the mission can belong to you. Xiaobo naturally accepted this mission. After all, it is not a solution to go on like this. It is better to complete the mission here now. The task refresh is based on the characteristics of the race. Survival in the rainforest is to complete a wilderness survival. Xiaobo curled his lips. It didn't matter if he disabled the power of rules. For other players, disabling the power of rules would undoubtedly be like cutting off one's own hands, but it didn't have much impact on him. After all, he was not an ordinary player. As he accepted the task, the road disappeared, and he was surrounded by dense jungle. The air became humid, tall trees blocked the sky, mosquitoes flew, and the temperature rose sharply. From time to time, the sound of insects came from the forest. At the same time, Xiaobo also felt the return of his own power. The suppression of space on him disappeared. 30 days, 1 month, to persist here for 30 days, it is simple, but not simple. After all, I know nothing about the wilderness, but everything is difficult at the beginning. Start with the water source. Xiaobo didn't have a good way to find the water source, but no matter how stupid he was, he knew that there were water resources in low-lying places. Water naturally cannot exist in high-lying places. He turned into a ghost and walked through the forest. His speed could not be captured by the eyes. It was too fast. You could only see a gust of wind blowing, and then the dense forest shook. The forest was very large and boundless. Xiaobo walked forward for a full 10 minutes, but he didn't run to the end. He stepped on a big tree with 1 foot, took advantage of the force to jump up, and landed on a tree more than 10 meters high. Looking into the distance, the rainforest really had no edge at a glance. The forest is probably just like the road, it's boundless, so let's find water resources first and build a shelter after we find water resources. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. Although he didn't have much knowledge of the wilderness, he was very clear about sufficient water sources and safe shelters at night. So the current goal was to find water resources. Water resources were not easy to find. The rainforest was too big, and he had no clear goal, so he could only walk blindly through the forest. Fortunately, his luck was good. After searching for about half an hour, he finally found a gurgling stream. At this time, his clothes were soaked. After finding the water source, the next step was to build a safe shelter. He had a way to do this. More than 20 meters away from the water source in the yard. Xiao Bo's heart moved, and he directly turned on the flame control. In an instant, the whole person was wrapped in flames, and the flames burned fiercely, and the air immediately became scorched. Then, the forest around him was burned clean, and it was burned into an open space. As for the poisonous insects and ants on the ground, they were all burned clean. At this moment, Xiao Bo was still full of anger, and the rolling flames burned fiercely, which was extremely terrifying. Such a large open space is enough for me to use. Xiao Bo nodded, very satisfied. He would survive here for 30 days, and a large enough open space was indispensable. While the flames did not disappear, he left the fire, and removed the terrifying flame power. After a simple thought, he already had the structure of the shelter in his heart. He came to a thick giant tree and punched the giant tree. With a click, the giant tree that two people could hug was actually hammered open by a punch. The giant tree collapsed with a loud bang. Xiao Bo was ruthless, and with one punch, he split the fallen tree in half. With a little force, Xiao Bo broke the split tree into two halves. With a big hand, he grabbed half of the giant tree in one hand and carried it back. In the open space, Xiao Bo disassembled the tree and threw it aside. Then he found two trees as thick as bowls, found 4 of them, and nailed them into the ground 2 meters deep like driving stakes. His strength was so terrifying that he didn't need any machines at all, and could do it with his physical strength alone. For him, this kind of survival was just like playing house. For trees hit the ground, Xiao Bo jumped up, and his figure disappeared in the woods. Soon, he came back with a bundle of vines in his hand. This kind of vine is very tough. As long as it is tied into a knot and wrapped a few times, it can fix the sticks he split. For tree-shaped, connected by 4 bowl-thick, several meter-long trunks, and tightly wrapped around the tree-shaped with vines. The 4 windings are very fast, and it is done soon. Xiao Bo took the giant tree he had prepared before, split it into pieces by hand, and put them on top. In this way, a simple platform was built. Chapter 401. Xiao Bo walked on it and tried it. It was strong enough to bear his weight, except that it was not very stable. Next, use the remaining vines to reinforce these things to make them more stable. In this way, a platform half a person high will be ready. Xiao Bo nodded with satisfaction. With a lot of strength, it is naturally very simple to do these things. Tear up big trees and big stumps with bare hands. Who else can do it? After the platform was built, Xiao Bo found a lot of relatively soft grass and laid it on it to make it soft and gentle, and built a bed with a lot of grass. The next time is to make walls and ceilings. After all, I can't sleep in the open air like this. If I don't do it well, it will become a buffet of words. This is not allowed. In order to make life easier in the future, Xiao Bo feels it is necessary to make a house for himself. Although the power of rules cannot be used, the car can still be turned into a snake spear. Under the huge force, a lot of leaves can be cut off. After working for several hours, it was finally done. The platform was easy to build, but the wall was difficult to build. It needed to be built one by one with trees, and the ceiling was covered with a layer of leaves. A good road survival game actually asked me to survive in the rainforest. This is also a small copy. As long as I complete it, I can get a lot of experience. When I leave the novice village and walk on the bright road, who can stop me? Xiao Bo stood in the house, feeling heroic. There are resource boxes in the forest, and the strength of wild monsters is reduced. This is not a novice village for me. In a month, I dare not imagine what my road will look like. As for the degree of evolution, it must be at least 50 or 60, or even more. Once I leave the novice village, I will no longer be a novice, at least I will no longer be the weakest person on the road. The sky gradually darkened. Xiao Bo moved to the woods to find some dry firewood, and used the previous fire to light a bonfire, but this was not the end. The stomach growled. As he was eating, his food bell rang. There is a resource box in the forest, but I haven't seen it along the way. Now it's getting dark, I can't find it tonight. Let's try my luck in the river. Xiao Bo stood up, and picked up the Zhongba snake spear, and came to the gurgling stream. The gurgling stream was like a series of jumping bite notes, very pleasant to the ear. Generally speaking, there will be a lot of wild animals coming to the stream at night. If you can hunt one, You won't have to worry about dinner tonight. He stood on a towering tree with the Zhongba snake spear in his hand, looking down at the stream that had already darkened. Except for the sound of the flowing stream, there was silence all around. Xiaobo was not in a hurry, but waited quietly. The days were long and the nights were long. So many animals would come out to look for water at night. Soon, he had a harvest. A strange sound came from the dense bushes. Xiaobo narrowed his eyes slightly, and held the Zhongba snake spear tightly. But he saw a dark creature coming out of the swaying bushes, slowly crawling towards the water source. Wild boar. Xiaobo's eyes condensed. The wild boar living in the rainforest, through the detection eye, the strength of this wild boar was actually 6 points. Is this a simple strength value, or the system has lowered the strength of the creatures in the forest? Otherwise the strength of this wild boar is definitely more than 6 points. Xiaobo immediately activated the swiftness, and his figure disappeared from the tree. The blood-red snake spear drove straight in, and thrust out fiercely. The spear shot out like a dragon. Puff! His speed was too fast. The wild boar wanted to turn around and escape, but it couldn't avoid the shot. It was pierced through the body, and nailed to the ground. Killed in one shot. The strong smell of blood soon spread out, and the ground was dyed red by the blood of the wild boar. The wild boar corpse did not refresh, which means that the wild monsters killed by oneself in this survival game can be used as food. Xiaobo pursed his lips, grabbed the dead wild boar's leg with one hand, and went straight to the shelter. The fire flickered, swaying gently with the wind. Throwing the corpse on the ground, Xiaobo began to clean up the corpse. The fat meat on the wild boar was of great use to him. Find a concave stone, put the stone slab in front of the fire, and put the fat on the concave stone slab. After being baked by the fierce fire, the stone slab exudes a scorching temperature, and the fat also makes a sizzling sound. A stream of lard flows out of the fat and stays in the concave part of the stone slab. There is a fragrance in the air. Xiaobo cuts off a piece of lean meat and puts it on the stone slab, and the fragrance is immediately overflowing. This way, dinner is ready. He took the remaining meat to the stream to wash it. This wild boar weighs at least more than 200 kilograms. Unlike domestic pigs, there is not much fat on its body, but lean meat. Carry it back and hang it on the wall of the house to dry, so that it can be preserved for a longer time. The lean meat on the stone slab is also almost baked, wrapped in a layer of golden lard, exuding a strong meaty aroma. Xiaobo felt his appetite was whetted, and he took a big bite. There was no other taste, only fragrance. After eating a piece of pork, his mouth was dripping with oil. He was happy to eat. The bonfire was still burning, but it was late at night. Xiaobo got up and cleaned up the things on the ground, and added a piece of the root of a giant tree to the bonfire. Although it was a little damp, it could still burn all night if it was slowly boiled here. He stretched his waist, jumped into the house he built and crawled in. He lay on the bed made of tender grass, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. This state is very magical. If something approaches, he will notice it. The brain is empty, the mind is concentrated, and soon it enters a state where the body is asleep and the mind is alive. He can still hear the sounds of insects outside. This state is similar to sleep paralysis. The body is asleep, but the mind is still very active, especially after his mental power reaches 200. Every time he enters a meditative state, it is this state of sleep paralysis. Just a slight movement will wake him up immediately. Very magical. And now, his mental power is at least more than 240. Rustle, rustle. After an unknown period of time, Xiaobo heard a noise coming from outside, as if something was approaching his house. He thought of the boar's internal organs that he had processed hanging in a bush, and the sound came from that bush. Xiaobo immediately got up and saw a dark figure through the window, picking up the boar's internal organs on the bush. The fire had gone out, and there were still sporadic flames flickering, and several of them emitted a faint smoke. There was a series of footprints on the ground. A bear. Xiaobo clearly saw the appearance of this creature through reconnaissance, a bear with a strength value of 7 points. Chapter 402. You can really see all kinds of creatures here. Seeing the bear, Xiaobo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. After all, wild boars and bears are animals that exist on the blue planet. Bear meat is not delicious. After the bear finishes eating, it will naturally leave. Soon, the bear finished eating and did not leave. Instead, it staggered to the fire and crawled on the ground. This scene surprised Xiaobo. Why did it still rely on him? Soon he thought that the ground after the fire burned was still warm. The bear probably lay on the ground because it felt the residual heat of the ground. Xiaobo shook his head gently. As long as the bear did not touch his house, it would be fine. He returned to the bed, lay on it calmly, and fell asleep. The next morning, Xiaobo felt the brightness of the sky and opened his eyes. At this time, the sky was already glowing. The air was fresh. Xiaobo stood up and stretched his body. He looked at the campfire outside. There was no trace of the bear. He was afraid that it had left. With a thought, he took out the manual. Xiaobo's information was displayed on it. Rule: Xiaobo. Road level 1. Evolution degree 6.13%. Strength 7.72. Evolution 224482754. Number of highway players 53156454222. 200 million evolution points. I didn't expect to gain so much yesterday. You can increase your strength first. Xiaobo's mind moved, and he directly consumed 100 million evolution points and added them to his strength. 100 million evolution points is equivalent to 10 points of strength. Adding to the strength, Xiaobo was like taking a tonic pill. His whole body turned red, and sweat flowed from his body, just like taking a hot spring. It was like a volcanic eruption, churning one after another. Awesome. This increase in strength made Xiaobo groan, and his strength value surged. It soared to 17 points. He now felt like he had become a little Superman, just like drinking the little Superman oral liquid. But he knew that these were all illusions. The illusion caused by the excessive increase in strength. He came to the open space, and immediately felt a slight pressure from all around him. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the suppression of the space on your own strength. Is this the high-level space? Xiaobo said coldly. Generally speaking, the higher the level of space, the stronger the solidity of the space, and the more severe the suppression of one's godlike power. It is the suppression of the strength of the lower creatures by the high-level space. For example, when he first came, he could jump several meters, but when he got to the road, he could only jump 2 or 3 meters. The suppression of survival in the rainforest is not as strong as on the road, so he can come and go freely in the forest. Now that his strength has increased again, he can feel it. A very slight sense of oppression, just like someone gently puts a hand on your shoulder. Somewhat uncomfortable. Go to the stream to wash up, return to the campfire to relight the campfire, take a piece of meat, and slowly roast it in front of the fire. Today's goal is to find a resource box. Xiaobo thought, now he has a full month of development time, naturally can't waste it. There are resource boxes on the road, but the road is too dangerous. Even if the strength value has reached 17 points now, he is not absolutely sure that he can survive safely on the road. After thinking for a while, the resource box is still very important to him, so he really needs to find it. With a thought, the Zhongba snake spear appeared in his hand, and soon he sank into the world of rules. The endless highway was in full view. First of all, it was the development of Lin Jiao. In order to avoid the appearance of this girl being too shocking, he gave Lin Jiao the invisibility function when the game was updated. In this way, she could hide. After all, Lin Jiao's current level is level 9, and she is also a car mechanic. A level 9 car mechanic is indeed a bit shocking. So there is no Lin Jiao on the world's list now, and the rewards in the world are also like that. As long as he wants, he can give Lin Jiao more resources, and even make her the strongest on this road. But that would be a bit of a stunt. So his idea is to let nature take its course. In addition, the development of players on the road was somewhat beyond his expectations. Last night, many level 3 players were born in the world. The top 10 teams in the complete ranking list all have more than 5 members. As soon as he observed, Xiaobo understood that these people were gathering all the materials and distributing them uniformly. It has to be that hierarchical management can indeed quickly improve the strength of the team members. Xiaobo murmured in a low voice, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh right, maybe I can make some position cards, such as team captain, deputy captain, and material manager, and according to the level of the position card, you can receive a fixed reward every month. It is said that the wool comes from the sheep, and if you want to get the wool, you must feed the sheep. I can't continue the old road. There are a lot of updates today. In addition to updating the title, there are also job cards. After completing the update, he also released a very important message. Player level is upgraded to level 20, and the road is upgraded to level 2. More advanced materials will be opened. This is the core secret of the road survival game. Xiaobo is sure that players will know it sooner or later, so it is better to tell them. After all, the rules of the road are inseparable from the players. The higher the level of the road, the more materials, so the enthusiasm of players to upgrade the level will be raised again. After this series of updates, The world is shaken again. And Xiaobo is very satisfied with the changes of players on the road, so that the efficiency of the road evolution value will be greatly increased. The appearance of titles, job cards, and other things has undoubtedly caused heated discussions among road players. Especially job cards. You can actually receive wages. After today's update, the evolution value was once again spent. In addition to the update, he bought a lot of materials and upgraded them. These materials are enough for these people to squander for a month. It depends on whether they can get them. When he was about to leave, Xiaobo suddenly felt a familiar breath, and his consciousness sank into the road. After a vast special road, he actually found the breath of the fault road. The figure turned into a stream of energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. When he appeared again, he was on the road. The void in front of him twisted, and a thrilling breath emanated from it. Fault road? Xiaobo's eyes condensed. He was very familiar with the breath of the fault road. It was the breath of the fault road that he had worked with before, but now it appeared on the road he controlled. Chapter 403. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. He was not this guy's opponent before, and now that he has become a highway fault, he is even less of a match for this guy. Unless he condenses into a human form, he will be swallowed up by the other party as a highway fault. His eyes flickered, and he immediately had a countermeasure in his heart. The figure flickered. On the boundless highway, a motorhome was speeding on the highway. Suddenly, the motorhome seemed to sense something was happening, and stopped by the roadside with an emergency brake. Blueberry, something is happening. A woman's voice came from the car, and a man wearing black armor and holding a black-edged hatchet stood quietly in the car. The black armor set off the other party's curvy figure. Coco, Coco! Blueberry suddenly shouted. The void in the car rippled, as if something was coming. This inexplicable force slowly condensed in the void, and soon condensed into a figure. Vigilance is good. A cold voice came out. Xiaobo. Why are you here? The armor faded, revealing a hot body and fair skin, and Lin Jiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. I have something to take. Xiaobo said calmly, and with a thought, the control of the car was in his hands. A ring appeared in his hand. When the ring appeared, the power of rules on his body began to wriggle, as if he had met his natural enemy. What happened here? Seeing such a weird scene, Lin Jiao widened her eyes, and said in surprise, This is something from my biggest opponent, which can destroy the world. Xiaobo said calmly. This ring was exactly what he had earned from the large amount of supplies in the fault world. It had everything. Now that he had become a rule, he could use this thing. After all, he was a rule, and he was above the rule framework. He could completely suppress the repulsiveness of this thing with a flip of his hand. Something that can destroy the world. Lin Jiao's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. Yeah. Xiaobo nodded. This thing was repelled by the rules, like a pair of natural enemies. He nodded indifferently. Then I leave first. There's a lot going on recently. I come back when I settle down. Okay. Lin Jiao smiled. Watching Xiaobo disappear, the smile on her face disappeared, and she exhaled lightly. Above the sky, rules spread, wrapping the ring. Its appearance was like the dirtiest thing in the world, which was repelled by the rules. Xiaobo waved his hand, and the rules in the sky disappeared. He took out the sticky black flesh from the ring. This was something worth billions of dollars in the fault world, and it could condense into a body. As his mind changed, the black flesh in front of him seemed to come alive, slowly wriggling. A man's face appeared in his mind. The flesh in front of him began to look down, and dense blood vessels extended from a beating heart, like tree roots. Then the flesh wrapped the blood vessels, and various internal organs appeared. A naked body appeared. The flesh condensed with something from the fault world should be able to avoid being tracked by that thing again. Xiaobo's eyes flashed slightly. In fact, he could completely use the rules he controlled to condense a more powerful body, but the body condensed by the power of rules would be detected by the rules of the fault world, rejected, and even killed. On the contrary, the flesh and blood condensed by the rules of the fault world can perfectly avoid the rules of the fault world. This black flesh and blood was upgraded by the resource upgrade system, and will not be controlled by the fault world at all. Xiaobo is very confident in the system he controls. The flesh and blood condensed well, and he nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly the body of a man, but it is different from his face. After all, the rules of the fault world have seen him, and condensing a flesh and blood body that is exactly the same will inevitably be discovered by the other party. The previous cooperative relationship has broken down, and now they are enemies. And he is too weak now, and the road has just started. The fault world is like a termite that constantly eats away at the rules and rule framework. Fortunately, the rule framework is strong enough, and the fault world cannot eat away the rule framework in a short time. I didn't expect to stand on the opposite side of the rules of the fault world so soon. Xiao Bo's eyes flickered, and he glanced at his own information. The 4-dimensional attributes are already strong enough. The 17-point strength value brings more than twice the 4-dimensional attributes as before. The 4-dimensional attribute has reached more than 400, approaching 500, and the mental power has reached 800. This is an unimaginable value, which can be regarded as a human nuclear bomb, but relying on these alone is not enough to deal with the rules of the fault world. The rules of the fault world that he encountered are just the tip of the iceberg. He needs allies. The flesh and blood body in front of him disappeared, and was temporarily hidden by him. The power of rules flickered, penetrating layers of obstacles and space. He felt that there were bright stars flickering in the chaos. Densely packed, boundless, like a galaxy. Suddenly, an inexplicable force descended, as if something had discovered him. Xiao Bo did not run away, because he was very familiar with that force, which was the guy who made him a rule, and sent him to the rule road to survive. Are you used to being a rule? The figure twisted, and appeared beside Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo suddenly felt creepy. He clearly felt that there was an extremely powerful force overflowing from this guy. Very dangerous. Extremely dangerous feeling. He calmed down a bit. It's okay. At the current stage, I'm doing the task of surviving in the rainforest. It gives me a month of breathing time. Well, that's okay. I gave you a month of shelter. I knew that it was too difficult to survive on the road according to the rules, so I used some means to prevent you from being exposed to those powerful monsters. Since you have found the scene mode to survive, open more resource boxes in it. The things inside can be brought back to the road. The figure in front of him knew Xiao Bo's identity and his specialness. It was not a problem for him that the scene survival could not use the rules. Survival in a scene? Xiao Bo's eyes flickered, and he said, by the way, can you help me find the road I was on before? I'm now eroded by the fault world. Fault world. Let me see. The figure in front of him moved, and Xiao Bo immediately felt a familiar breath entering his own world, and then appeared in front of him again, saying, the fault world is understood in your human way of thinking, just like a virus attached to the road. I can only patrol and maintain space security, and I can't clear the fault world for you. You still need to rely on yourself. But I can send you to where you came from before. Chapter 404. Then, he waved his hand, and the void in front of him began to wriggle, and a space-time tunnel appeared. I know what you think. I took a look. The fault world on the road is the same as yours. If you can unite it, you have a chance to destroy the fault world. But I want to remind you that when dealing with your own kind, you must be careful. You can never guess their thoughts. No one can resist the temptation of devouring between rules. Be careful. The figure in front of him squirmed and reminded Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo nodded gently. I will pay attention, you can rest assured. That's fine. Go! Xiao Bo thanked him, and got into the space-time tunnel. The endless snowfield road, the weather is getting colder. At this time, the road has completed the transformation of the tripartite. The players of the Yellow Camp won, and became the masters of the road. Now it has entered a new era. Now, it's like a generational change. Old Joe has successfully reached the top of the world, level 15. The 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 150, and with a lot of resources, his strength is extremely strong. The level list has also changed in the past life. The top 10 players, who were once registered either retired or died. Now only Feng Xian and Chu Xia are left in the world. After all, they were once Xiao Bo's team members, and Old Joe also helped the 2 women intentionally or unintentionally. Although they did not rank in the top 5, one is now in the 7th, and the other is in the 9th. Now it's like a generational change. Xiao Bo has completely disappeared from the world. No one knows where he went, but his glory is still remembered by the players on the road. At the beginning of the game, there was a man who reached the top with the strength of a knife. Now, that old man Joe has reached the top, he has started his own legend. Above the sky, 2 rules intertwined. How are you? Xiao Bo smiled. How are you? I thought something happened to you after that day. Highway Rule said. It was a safe trip. The purpose of this visit is to discuss with you how to deal with the rules of the fault world. You know that the power of the rules of the fault world is extremely powerful. If we don't deal with it, we will soon be swallowed up by the rules of the fault world. Xiao Bo said that they had cooperated before, and believed that the rules in front of them would not refuse. Highway Rule pondered. He went deep into the rules, and at this moment, The dense red gold chains formed by the rules were like a layer of light black ink. At this speed, I am afraid that he will be swallowed up by the rules of the fault world before he is promoted to the second-level highway. He had no room for refusal, so he nodded. How to cooperate? Xiaobo grabbed his smooth body with his big hand, and suddenly the chains of rules around him were densely spread all over the body. This is... The face of the road rules in front of him changed drastically. Xiaobo was still very calm. This is what I got in the fault world before, which can condense a body. Now we have all become rules. If we want to enter the fault world, we can't see it at all. We may even be detected by the other party, and swallowed in advance. My idea is that I enter this body into the fault world and start to conquer it from the inside. It's very risky to do this. It can be said that you and I are exposed. The rules in front of him are very clear about the consequences of doing so. Once they really do this, they are completely like grasshoppers on a rope. If Xiaobo gets into trouble and exposes the identity of the rules, his place of providing the passage will also be exposed, and the rules of the fault world will definitely be noticed at the first time. At that time, he will face boundless revenge. So I need your help. That is to make this body a player on the road? Xiaobo said his plan, which can be said to be very ingenious. This plan cannot be developed on his own road, because he cannot become a player who controls the road. This is very contradictory. Once he becomes a player on the road controlled by himself, his identity, as a rule, will also be deprived. On the contrary, this plan can be implemented on another road. Incredible. There is another very important reason. I am a new road. Once exposed, I can't withstand the toss of the fault road. And my previous road has developed almost, and it is powerful, and a good shield. The rules in front of him pondered, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. As the rules squirmed, the system was directly imposed on this body. Since the real world is rainforest survival, there is no great danger, so Xiaobo decided to adapt to this body first. At this time, he is actually a ball of mental power. He or a cloud of dust sank into the body in front of him, and the eyes of this body suddenly opened, showing two colors, one red and one white. Not bad. Xiaobo tried it simply, and with a thought, the familiar system panel appeared, the world chat, and the rankings changed, becoming a simple tune, without so many fancy activities. What a familiar system interface. This is the original system interface. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. The world rankings are still the people he is very familiar with, and now there is a battle power ranking, and the number 1 is Old Man Joe, which is expected. How do you feel? Rules asked. Not bad. Xiaobo nodded lightly, and he was back. With a thought, the attribute panel appears, gender, male. Level, 12. Experience, 159 out of 5,000. Strength, 403, 40.3. Agility, 416, 41.6. Physical fitness, 357, 35.7. Backup energy is activated. Mental strength, 859, 171.8. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastering skills, intermediate fighting skills. Expertise, strength is continuously improved with training. Primary agility, intermediate agility. Hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, steel body, life burning, purification, weapon affinity, sword light, meditation, flame control, teleportation, reconnaissance, change. Shura career skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Azura occupation passive, Azura's hand, LV2, Azura's incarnation, LV1. Master of Chinese martial arts occupation skills, Bajiquan, netherworld step, punch, gods descend, strong hand cracking skull. Master of Chinese martial arts occupation only passive, king of battle, LV1. Automobile engineer only passive, king of cars, LV1. Automobile engineer occupation skills, primary artillery. The 4-dimensional attributes and mental strength are already off the charts, except for the physical fitness that lags behind. The others have all exceeded 400 points. Xiaobo's face is calm, and he has returned here in an alternative way, and he has a very terrifying plan. That is the dual development of road survival and rule road survival. Chapter 405. Highway survival focuses on skills and personal attributes, while rule road survival focuses on rules. Compared to the latter, Xiaobo is closer to the former, which can be seen through this rule survival. After becoming a rule, The skills previously acquired are no longer usable. What does this mean? No matter how much you improve, your own power belongs to this game, and the rules are something illusory. The resource upgrade system cannot upgrade this illusory thing. The game still has the right to control the rules, and you only have the right to use the rules. The skills that truly belong to your own power are still skills. After the skills are upgraded, they truly belong to you, and the game cannot deprive you of them. If you hadn't become a road rule, you couldn't become a player on your own road. Otherwise, he could have used the identity of the rules to infinitely brush up skills. Being a player on the road in front of you actually has very large restrictions. After all, it won't give you skills for no reason. Xiao Bo's mind moved, and he closed the system panel. My current strength is still good, but it is not enough to deal with the rules of the Fault World. I need you to give me a skill that can save my life. He couldn't ask for too much now. After all, his body became the rule of this road. If he asked for too much, the rule might not agree. It might even lead to the breakdown of cooperation. A skill to save life should be enough. The rule in front of him knew Xiao Bo's identity as an outsider, and it shook its head decisively. I can't help with this. Xiao Bo also knew that this would happen, and he was not in a hurry. After all, his identity was really special. Anyone who was not stupid could see that he was an outsider. The biggest threat to the road was the outsiders, because they were not controlled by the rules, and were out of this universe. To put it bluntly, their sense of existence was too low, so low that the rules could not do anything to them. This was the outsider, and the rules did not like outsiders. Outsiders learned skills, and they could not deprive them, or even manage them. The stronger they were, the more dangerous they were to the rules on the road. And now Xiao Bo has become a player on the road again. For now, he can still beat him, but no matter how strong the other party is, he is not his opponent. How dare he let the man in front of him become stronger again? We are now grasshoppers on a rope. I can't deal with the rules of the Fault World by myself. If you don't help me, I will fail and may even die in it. Xiao Bo said calmly. The rules of the Fault World eroded many roads, and the improvement was unimaginable. He even deduced that the rules of the Fault World he encountered were only for managing one side of the world. You know, the Fault World can erode so many roads. Its power is unimaginable. It is fully capable of swallowing up the entire road at once. There is no need to swallow it so slowly and waste time. Xiao Bo deduced that the rule he encountered was just a small rule, just like the roads in the game world. And if you want to deal with it, you must destroy it in the Fault World. But this is not easy. The road fault has been developing for so long, and its strength is extraordinary. The time inside is so long that it is unimaginable. It is impossible to eliminate it in a short time. Xiao Bo stared at the other party, waiting for his reply. Now he must give himself strong help, otherwise it is not easy to deal with the rules of the Fault World. Now it is the turn of the road rules to get entangled. On the one hand, when the rules are on their own roads, their strength is limited by the framework. It is not easy to deal with a person in front of them now. Once his strength is strengthened again, he may even swallow himself. But compared with the other party's swallowing, the Fault World will swallow itself sooner or later. It's just that the process is slower. Xiao Bo knew where the other party was entangled, so he said, I swear by the supreme rules that after clearing the Fault World, we will still maintain a cordial cooperative relationship with each other. The road rules were moved. Xiao Bo said again, this road is equivalent to my former home, and you have helped me before, so I came to you for cooperation. I don't want to see my home destroyed like this. Besides, there is not much benefit for me to attack you. It will only break our relationship. Besides, my good friends are all on this road, and we can get along well with each other. Isn't it? After saying this, he felt like he was fooling a child. Highway Rules was silent for a long time, raised his head and said, I can only give you a fairly good skill. I can't give you a higher skill. Xiao Bo nodded, okay. He was already very satisfied with a fairly good skill. He was too lazy to expect so much. Moreover, the better the attribute of the skill, the more it consumes, not only the evolution value, but also the extremely precious power of rules. The power of rules is closely related to the degree of evolution. Excessive consumption of the power of rules will not only lead to a decrease in the degree of evolution, but also seriously destroy the foundation of the road. I have consumed the degree of evolution for this skill. I need to rest for a while. As the road rules nodded, the void squirmed, and the whole space swayed, as if something was extracted, and the figure in front of him began to drift. As a rule, Xiao Bo understood the consequences of consuming the degree of evolution, just like extracting blood from a person. The breath of the road rules immediately wilted, and he disappeared. Wait until I recover, then take action. I will find you someone I trust to help you. After leaving a word, the road rules disappeared, and it seemed that he was a little scared. Xiaobo shook his head, and did not have much thought about the departure of the road rules, but landed on the ground, took out the skills, and wiped the sweat. Skill, Transformation. Features, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Physical plus 30, Mental plus 30. Introduction. Burn 90% of the mental power. The four-dimensional attributes will enter the stage of transformation, and the four-dimensional attributes will increase by 5% every 10 seconds. Cooling down, 24 hours. Note, this state can only last for 5 minutes. A very powerful skill. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he turned to upgrade it, refreshing the skills in his hand. Skill, Transformation. Features, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Physical plus 30, Mental plus 30. Introduction. Burn 90% of the mental power. The four-dimensional attributes will enter the stage of transformation, and the four-dimensional attributes will increase by 10% every 10 seconds. Cooling down, 12 hours. Note, this state can only last for 10 minutes. There is no change in the characteristics, but in the introduction, the improvement is increased from the original 5% to 10%. This is a very terrifying improvement. The four-dimensional attributes can be increased to 60% in 1 minute. Chapter 406. In 10 minutes, the four-dimensional attributes can be increased to 600%. It is equivalent to increasing one's own strength 6-fold. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he used the thing in his hand directly. A strong warm current spread from the abdomen and rushed to the limbs. Perfect. I am still a little uncomfortable with this body, but as long as a period of time passes, I will be able to completely adapt to this body. Xiaobo's eyes flashed brightly, like a light bulb. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automotive Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Experience, 159 out of 5,000. Strength, 433, 43.3. Agility, 446, 44.6. Physical fitness, 387, 38.7, backup energy activated. Mental strength, 889, 177.8. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise, strength increases with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, dual. Double heavy attack, eye of detection, body of steel, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light and shadow, meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance, change, transformation. Shura professional skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura professional passive, hand of Azura, LV2, Azura incarnation, LV1. National Martial Arts Master Professional Skills, Bajiquan, Netherworld Step, Punch, Gods Descend, Strong Hand Cracking Skull. National Martial Arts Master Professional Only Passive, King of Battle, LV1. Automotive Engineer Only Passive, King of Cars, LV1. Automotive Engineer Professional Skills, Primary Artillery. Looking at his own powerful attributes, Xiaobo wanted to roar to the sky. He was slightly excited. I'm back. I didn't expect that I would return to this place after so many twists and turns. It seems that when I go to the Fault World this time, I still need to get more things like this to shape the body. In this way, when I encounter danger, I can completely abandon the body and be reborn on this road. Now, he has the dual identities of a player and a rule. Not only can he play the survival on the Fault Road, but he can also play the survival on the road here. With a thought, the tricycle actually appeared on the current road, in a building, and the Zhongba snake spear appeared. Yes, the power of rules can also be used. This is also a pleasant surprise. Xiaobo's mouth curled up. What is cheating? This is cheating. Rules and skills are not spared. After becoming a rule, its own form is a consciousness body, which can control this body at will, and even the thought control instrument is omitted. The thought control instrument is a tool in the Fault World that can control the mind and complete the transformation of the body. I didn't expect that the rules actually have this effect. At this moment, the body in the rainforest has fallen asleep. Xiaobo opened the system and found that his face and name had changed. His name was Xiaobo. This was randomly generated by the game rules. After all, his face had changed, and the previous name was no longer suitable. Xiaobo didn't care. It was just a name. After turning off the system, his figure disappeared. In a turn, he appeared above his own road. He had left the coordinates on the original road. If he wanted to go there again, he didn't need to forcefully break the space barrier. It was very convenient. On the original road, many players had already formed a team, and after he appeared in this space, his whole body was strangely distorted. He was the rule of this world, so naturally he could not become a player of this world. So after the first appearance, his body began to have adverse reactions. Xiaobo reacted quickly and immediately left this body, incarnating the rules and integrating into this world. The world chain was like a thick tentacle covering the sky. After feeling the skill of incarnation, Xiaobo was very satisfied. This skill was quite standard, if you have to say. It was not as powerful as full firepower, professional skills, full fire. Specified profession, abomination. Features, none. Introduction. Consume all mental power to enter the full fire state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. Every 10 points of mental power consumed, increase by 1%. Side effect, once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. As mental power grows, full fire also grows. To some extent, full fire has surpassed the current transformation of the spirit. Is the transformation of the spirit powerful? Very powerful, but the growth is fixed. The stronger the four-dimensional attributes, the higher this skill can be used. Just use the identity of the player to gain skills, and use the previous road to increase the strength value. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. Now the things obtained on this road are like in the low-level martial arts world. Only skills are useful to him, and the rule road survival is more like the high-level martial arts world. Anything can improve a large number of four-dimensional attributes. He already had a basic plan in his mind, using the rules of highway survival to improve his four-dimensional attributes, while highway survival is to acquire skills and improve his four-dimensional attribute increase. As for the rules, they are balanced like the attributes. He looked at the evolution value, which reached 200 million again. 200 million can increase the evolution level by 2%. Xiaobo directly deducted 200 million evolution values and increased the evolution level by 2%. Evolution level, 6.84%, the evolution level was refreshed. Not bad. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he nodded with satisfaction. He did not exchange the 200 million evolution values for strength. Although the improvement was very large, the evolution level could not keep up. This was not too good news. The higher the evolution level, the stronger the resistance to the erosion of the fault rules. At present, the fault world has begun to erode the highway, and he cannot blindly choose to increase the strength value. Balanced development. Strength and evolution level develop together. After all, the dilemma he is facing now is not only the pressure from the rule of highway survival, but also the fault world. Both of these aspects require the degree of evolution. So my biggest focus is to improve the degree of evolution. Of course, if I can destroy the rules of the fault world, I can reduce the threat to the degree of evolution and completely abandon the path of the degree of evolution. But that would be equivalent to giving up the road I control. After a brief thought, Xiaobo felt that it was better to develop the two in a balanced way. I couldn't lose my own strength, and I couldn't lose the evolution of rules either. The two should go hand in hand and move forward together. Chapter 407. Lying on the bed in the rainforest, Xiaobo opened his eyes, and suddenly felt wet. Looking up at the window he had left open, he found that it was raining outside. Drops of raindrops fell from his head. The walls were made of leaves, and once the rain penetrated, it would leak naturally. And he had no rules for placing the leaves, which could not prevent rain at all. First, he took the meat hanging outside back into the house, and then went into the dense forest in the rain and found some leaves again. He remembered the old house in the past, where tiles were laid on the roof, and he could completely prevent leakage by laying tiles in that way. It was just that the leaves on the house had been laid, so he had to remove the leaves on top and put on the roof he had rebuilt. This was a delicate job, and he had to do it slowly. It was raining outside today, and Xiaobo had no intention of going out, so he fixed the roof in the house first. The leaves were laid layer by layer in a stair-like manner. This was a delicate job that could not be done in a short time. He first fixed half of the roof with branches and vines, and then found some branches and spent a lot of time to finish the other half. In this way, The two parts combined with each other could form a perfect roof. The top joint part was covered with leaves to prevent raindrops from dripping from the gap in the middle. After the replacement, there were still raindrops dripping in the room. But after waiting for a while, there were no more raindrops. Looking at the narrow outside of the house, Xiaobo's eyes were calm, just taking this time to look at the survival manual. Yinyang Highway, Ghost Gate, Forgotten River, Ghost Legends. The content above is completely based on the culture of my own race. Xiaobo flipped through the book, and was suddenly a little frightened. This was not a road survival, but more like a horror novel. Some special sections of the road exist in myths and legends, demons and monsters, such as the Yinyang Road he encountered, which is more like a netherworld. But according to the above introduction, there are a lot of opportunities in it. The rule power introduced in the manual is also very strange, more like a kind of energy. His goal is to make this energy bigger and stronger, and then control this energy more perfectly. Some contents in the manual are still very detailed, but some contents are very general. Xiaobo rubbed his sore eyes. The sky outside was already dark. He had finished reading a manual, and had a general understanding of the contents on this road. In fact, this road is no different from the previous roads. If there is a real difference, it is the difference on the special road and the wild land on both sides of the road. In order to prevent players from exploring the wild land on both sides of the original road, an air wall was built. After Xiaobo became a rule, he also had a general understanding of the existence of the air wall on the road. It is to prevent a large number of players from leaving the road and going to the wilderness. After all, the original road survival is still based on road survival, so the existence of the air wall is more like a restriction on players. But here, there is no restriction of the air wall. First, the rules on the road are basically from the players, who are used to the road and rarely go to the wilderness. Second, there are dangers and opportunities in the wilderness. The road is no longer obliged to build an air wall to take care of the players. If you die there, it is your own problem and has nothing to do with the road. It's just that the road is relatively safer. The manual also reveals the increase in the difficulty of the game. It's more cruel here. There are no rules to restrain you. In addition, if you are not from the same tribe, it's basically a fight. Fighting here will not have any impact on the original road. And if you kill the opponent, you will get a small amount of the opponent's rule power, and the degree of evolution will also be improved a lot. Other things will be fed back to the road, which will be of great help to the players on your road. The most intuitive manifestation of this is that the number of skills obtained has increased a lot. Once you are killed by the opponent, the players on your road will not notice anything unusual, but the refresh rate of special things such as skills on the road will decrease, and the rules on the road will be replaced by a brand new rule. The players can't feel it at all. This is the mutual devouring of the rules. After Xiaobo really understood it, he felt a little frightened. Combined with the abnormality of the rules on his previous road, he felt that the rules of the road he was on had actually been devoured a long time ago. This rule is more like a brand new rule, knowing nothing, but knowing everything a little. Xiaobo sucked in a breath of cold air. From the beginning, the development of the highway was normal, but as time went by, a series of chaotic updates and the sudden cessation of activities all implied that the rules on his highway had actually died a long time ago. Now it was replaced by a brand new rule. According to the manual, these brand new rules were all extended from the highway framework. Xiaobo remembered the content he had found on the highway about the rules devouring each other and the conversation with the rules, which revealed a hint of weirdness everywhere. But now that he has cooperated with the other party, and the other party has completed the three-legged tripod, the degree of evolution is very high, and he has also matured. He doesn't think there is anything strange. Forget it, don't think about it. Xiaobo exhaled, and felt that the bottom of this game world was so Chow Dan. Too chaotic and too dangerous. As a player, he didn't know when his own rules died. The sky outside was already dark, and he suddenly felt that his road had just begun. Attributes, rules, all need to develop synchronously. I hope I don't meet other rules. Xiaobo lay on the turnleaf bed, and the dry ones below were turned up by him. The air was damp and cold, deep into the bone marrow. He trembled all over, and as a rule, he could not avoid being eroded by food and clothing. He got up and reported the relatively dry firewood in the corner to his window, and dug out pieces of soil from outside in the rain and pasted them on the ground. After this rain, I need to renovate my house. Xiaobo looked at the mud stuck on the ground, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He could paste the mud on the walls, ceiling and ground. Stupid. Soon, a thick layer of mud was stuck on the ground. Xiaobo put some dry firewood on it, turned on the fire control, and the pile of dry firewood in front of him burned up. The warm flames dispelled the darkness in the room. The map on the ground also quickly became cracked as the flames baked it. Xiaobo turned his eyes, and felt that he could start to reinforce the house now. The drizzle outside did not stop. He put a piece of meat next to the fire, and started to get busy. Chapter 408. This operation is relatively simple. Use mud and some weeds to paste on the wall, and then bake it with a fierce fire. Soon the mud on the wall will dry. It is very firmly stuck to the wall. This is a relatively ancient method. The land houses in the past were built in this way, and it is very firm. As for the outer wall, we can only wait until the weather is clear. The control of the fierce fire disappeared, and the whole room was warm. The grass on the ground was also dry, and some were broken. It was more comfortable to lie on it. A simple meal. Xiaobo sat on the bed in the corner, picked up the food on the fire, and casually filled the fire with a wet firewood, letting it burn slowly on it. Although the meat had no taste, it was firm and chewy, and the taste was satisfactory. After eating 2 pieces in a row, he felt a little full in his stomach. He looked at the fire and made sure there was no problem, then entered a meditative state. It rained all night, and it didn't stop until the next morning. The fire had gone out, and the window was open. Xiaobo opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The world after the rain had a hint of earthy fragrance, refreshing and comfortable. After adding some dry firewood to the fire, which still had a little flame, Xiaobo went to the stream to take a comfortable bath. I was uncomfortable in the room all day yesterday, mainly because the air in the rainforest was too humid. When I returned to the room, the fire was already burning. Xiaobo took out the manual and looked at his evolution value, which was already 300 million. He spent all 300 million on the evolution level without hesitation. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose up. Xiaobo felt that he had a deeper control over the rules. It's getting stronger and stronger. Although the rules are the product of this world, I don't know if the rules after the system upgrade are the same as myself, which cannot be taken back or blocked. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. He didn't dare to take the risk of betting on the rules that could not block himself. Once the bet failed, he would face his own fate of death. He still cherished his life very much. The evolution value has been spent, and Xiaobo's eyes returned to calm. Today's character is to find the resource box in the forest. As for the highway, the basic update has been completed. I just need to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator quietly, harvesting evolution value every day to improve my strength and evolution. The rules after the system upgrade are controlled by myself. I am completely above the rules, and will not be restricted by the rules. Therefore, on the highway, I can exert all my strength. This is where my confidence lies. If I really die here, the worst that can happen is that I can go back to the original road and grow again. After thinking about it, Xiaobo stood up, used his skills to increase his strength, and then walked through the forest. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would leave his mark on the ground or trees. This forest is very large, absolutely boundless and endless. Xiaobo walked forward for more than half an hour, and the place where he could see was full of endless bushes and grass, and his sight was also blocked by these things. We have to expand the search. It's hard to find the resource box if we just search like this. Xiaobo killed a snake that suddenly jumped out of the bushes, hung it around his neck, and stared at the surroundings. Through reconnaissance, he found that there were no less than 20 deadly insects within 2 meters around him. These insects were either hiding in the bushes or in the fallen leaves under his feet. Very scary. Xiaobo jumped up with all his strength, grabbed a branch with one hand, and used the force to land on a thick branch, looking around. It is worthy of being a rainforest. The vegetation coverage is as high as 100%. It is difficult to see the resource box unless the reconnaissance is always turned on. Today's task is to explore this area first. Xiaobo jumped over the branches and scanned the surroundings. He could not see with his eyes, but it did not mean that he could not see with his reconnaissance. He was like a flexible monkey, quickly jumping in the forest. His movements were very flexible. His great strength and agility made him like an ape in the forest. Hey, this is a blind bear. Landing on a big tree, Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and a huge black bear appeared in his sight. Its body was covered with claw marks, and its fur was stained red with blood, with a pungent smell of blood. The state of this bear was that it was exhaling more than inhaling, and it was obviously dying. Injured, the scars on its body are all claw marks. Is it a tiger or a leopard? The possibility of a leopard is not big, it should be a tiger. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. The tonnage of a leopard does not match that of a bear. The one who can beat the bear like this must be a tiger with a strength value of 13 points, because the strength value of this bear is more than 12 points. Xiaobo looked at it silently and left. The bear was basically sentenced to death, and he could not save it. As for eating bear paws, he still couldn't eat it. The main reason was that I had never eaten it, and was too lazy to eat it. Bear meat needs to be specially marinated to be delicious, but I couldn't make it because of my poor conditions. After walking through the forest, Xiaobo finally found a resource box deep in the bushes. The resource box was crawling with hideous insects, which were all poisonous insects. After spending some effort, he finally cleaned up the poisonous insects. When the resource box was opened, the items inside made Xiaobo's eyes light up. Kitchen gift pack *1, kitchen gift pack, not bad. Xiaobo casually upgraded the departure gift pack, and with a flash of light, the kitchen gift pack in his hand turned into hot gold. Incredible. This is an improvement in quality. He didn't open the gift pack immediately. He put it away first and opened it after his tricycle was upgraded, otherwise there would be no place to put it after opening it. Finally I got a box, which was not bad. Kicking the gift bag on his body, Xiaobo climbed up a tree more than 10 meters high like a flexible monkey, and then his figure flashed like a ghost in the forest. The daytime in the rainforest was very hot and humid. Every moment, his clothes were soaked and stuck to his body, making people feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Xiaobo had become a savage, moving quickly in the forest. Soon, he landed on a giant tree, looked forward, and was stunned, because at the end of his sight, he saw a world of ice and snow, which seemed to be a huge snow mountain. There is a snow mountain in the rainforest. Xiaobo was stunned for 2 seconds, and his heart moved. He left a mark under his feet, activated his reconnaissance skills all the way, and rushed to the snow. Although he was surviving in the rainforest, he did not have the slightest awareness of survival, but wanted to see the appearance of this world. There is a snow mountain there, and there should be strange discoveries. Chapter 409. His speed was getting faster and faster. The branches under his feet could no longer bear his strength. Every time he jumped up, the big tree under his feet shook violently, and the trunk broke with a crack. Hey! Suddenly he stopped again. According to the information fed back by the reconnaissance skills, there seemed to be something underground. His big hand reached into the void, and the air was visibly twisted. A 2-meter-long snake spear appeared in his hand. Then the veins on his arm bulged. He swung his arm suddenly, and a violent whistle came out in the air. Swish! The air shook suddenly. The snake spear pierced deeply into the ground, and the whole ground shook. And he jumped down from the sky, stepped down suddenly with his feet, and the snake spear that was pierced into the ground tilted to one side. Crack! The ground shattered, and the snake spear flew into the air with this tilt. At the same time, something underground appeared in front of him. Hidden resource box. There is such a thing. Xiaobo had some experience. He picked up the Zhongba snake spear and took out the hidden box. The box was already covered with cracks. The huge force just now made the box overwhelmed. He punched the box again. Crack! The box broke. Fine steel knife template, another weapon template, or a knife template. Xiaobo's eyes lit up slightly, and he chose to upgrade it. The fine steel knife template flashed a ball of white light. Then the blueprint in his hand changed. Soul-slaying knife template, the name was displayed on the blueprint. Xiaobo smiled. An unexpected gain, the soul-slaying knife, can kill ghosts. You know, there are quite a few ghosts on this road. I didn't expect that I could open a soul-slaying knife this time. Now when I encounter the Yin-Yang Road, maybe I can enter the Yin Road and try my luck. With a thought, the template in his hand turned into an inexplicable force and merged into the Zhongba snake spear. Then the Zhongba snake spear underwent earth-shaking changes. I saw the Zhongba snake spear turned into a deep blue knife, exuding a faint coldness. As Xiaobo held it, the entire blade was blue, black and red. This is the hand of Shura. The entire soul-severing sword has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially after being blessed by the hand of Shura. Xiaobo held the soul-severing sword tightly, with a hint of love in his eyes. This sword can be used in this world, but the hatchet does not believe it. The hatchet is an item on the road. Even if you upgrade it yourself, it is still an item on the road, and it is still an external thing. But the soul-severing sword is a rule evolution, which is different. Even if it is placed on the road, it can be used. Xiaobo showed joy on his face. This time the harvest can be said to be very huge. Although the soul-severing sword is not as powerful as the chopping knife, it can kill ghosts, which makes him like it very much. The evolution of the road is based on the race of the player, and there are also a lot of introductions to ghosts and gods in the manual. It shows that his human culture has modified the road. Everything on the road is related to ghosts and gods. Of course, this is the road in his eyes. The rules of each different race will encounter different things on the road. For example, the ghosts and gods he met, and even some creatures in the West. The soul-severing sword can kill them, which makes up for his means of killing ghosts. The power of rules can definitely kill ghosts, but the power of rules is his weakness. The power of rules he uses is not strong, and naturally not as strong as skills. Although the soul-severing sword does not have powerful attributes, it can be matched with one's own skills to exert a very powerful strength. Xiaobo nodded with satisfaction, and the soul-severing sword in his hand disappeared. With this sword, he can use some of Shura's skills. His eyes moved, and he looked up at the snow-capped mountain in the distance. The snow-capped mountain standing here was really a bit abrupt. Xiaobo planned to go and see what was on this snow-capped mountain. It was still early now, enough for him to run back and forth. He made his own marks along the way so that he would not lose his way. He casually chopped off a huge tree and placed it horizontally in the forest, cleared a piece of open space around it, and placed 2 thick trees at one end to form an arrow symbol. Such a mark is the most obvious. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he went into the jungle again and quickly shuttled through the dense rainforest. Every time he walked a distance, he would make a mark like this. This is the way all the way. When he came to the foot of the snowy mountain, his eyes were slightly startled. There seemed to be something moving in the snowy mountain in the distance. There are people living here. Xiaobo jumped out and quickly walked through the cold snowfield, leaving a series of deep footprints on the snow behind him. Sure enough, the closer he got to the snowy mountain, he even saw a series of igloos, and there were human figures moving around. There are people in the rainforest survival mission. No, these are wild people. Xiaobo had such a thought in his mind, and he quickly ran towards the snow. However, before he went up, he was discovered by the humans living in the igloos, and he made strange noises. Then these people who looked very similar to the savages actually surrounded him with weapons. Some savages even drove down on sleds. Xiaobo looked at the savages with cold eyes. He was wearing a thick bearskin coat, and was wrapped in a furry bearskin coat, which was very warm. Yeah. The savages roared at him. Xiaobo didn't understand why, so he raised his empty hands and said, "Hello, I don't mean any harm." Unfortunately, he couldn't speak the language of the savages. It was strange that the savages in front of him were like primitive people. Rough clothes, simple weapons, just a sharp stone tied to the top of a wooden stick. The strength value of this group of savages basically maintained at 8 or 9 points. The slightly stronger ones had as many as 10 points. Obviously, the strong one was the leader of this group of savages. Yeah, the savages shouted at Xiaobo, and then took out a rough rope and put it on the ground. "Want to tie me up?" Xiaobo narrowed his eyes and looked unkind. "I advise you not to do this." Feeling the change in Xiaobo's tone, the tall savage became angry and kicked the rope on the ground, which instead stirred up a lot of snow. The savages around also made yeah sounds and were aggressive. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he took out the soul-slaying sword at will. The black, red and blue interwoven soul-slaying sword carried an inexplicable coldness. The soul-slaying sword that appeared out of thin air frightened the savages at once. Then a ferocious and terrifying sword energy whistled out with his casual sliding, and sank into the snow-capped mountains. The ground suddenly shook, snow splashed, and gravel broke. The savages had never seen such a scene before, and they knelt on the ground one by one. Yeah. The tall savage just stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 410. The huge noise also attracted the savages on the snowy mountain, and this group of savages took Xiaobo up the mountain. And in a larger ice house, Xiaobo met the leader of the savage tribe. The ice house was warmer than outside, with wild animal fur on the ground. You had to wear slippers to enter, and it was very warm to step on it. And on top, there sat a savage with a strength value of 11 points, and there were 3 female savages on him. Xiaobo realized that this savage might be the leader of the tribe. The savage who had thrown the rope before immediately ran over, and the insect leader said with a babbling sound, dancing and gesturing, and then a huge thing fell on the ground, and his mouth made an imitation sound. Bang! His hands opened again. Xiaobo watched this scene with interest, and the savage leader babbled in disbelief. The savage kneeling on the ground nodded very firmly, and pointed at Xiaobo. He quickly ran to Xiaobo, and gestured to Xiaobo's swordplay and the strange knife. Xiaobo curled his lips. He had understood what the savage in front of him meant, and shook his head gently, indicating no. The savage panicked. The leader sitting on the seat also showed a trace of anger on his face. He felt that he was brushed by the savage. Xiaobo coughed lightly, the void moved, and the soul-slaying knife appeared in his hand with the movement of the void. The familiar knife appeared, and the savage immediately screamed, and all the savages in the room showed a look of horror on their faces. The savage leader even came down from his seat, walked in front of Xiaobo, pointed at the knife in Xiaobo's hand with an incredible look, and screamed. Although he didn't understand what the savage leader meant, Xiaobo still felt like showing off his strength. But she put on her shoes slowly, and walked outside. At this time, it was snowing outside the snow mountain. A group of strange-looking savages followed Xiaobo. Swish! The blood-colored sword energy roared out again, tearing the snow curtain in the sky and disappearing into the void. Ee-ya-ya! The group of savages suddenly let out a strange cry. They were scared. The leader's face was shocked with visible shock. He pointed at Xiaobo, full of disbelief. How? Xiaobo asked. Unfortunately, the group of savages didn't understand what he was saying, and Xiaobo didn't understand what they were saying. He was invited into the ice house, and Xiaobo sat on a chair made of ice, covered with a thick layer of fur, which was very warm and heat-insulating. The leader even found a savage and said something to him, and the savage went down. After a while, a group of savages came in, holding food and water in their hands, and came to Xiaobo. Two of them also carried a huge ice block and put it on the ground, and the food was placed on the ice block. Yeah, the leader shouted. Although Xiaobo didn't understand, he could still guess the general meaning. This is to let him eat these foods. He nodded gently. The plate was made of stone, very thin, concave downwards, and food was placed on it. It was some animal meat and fresh water. I didn't expect this to be quite rich. Xiaobo thought to himself, picked up a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth. There was a faint salty taste. The taste was okay, just average. Yeah. The chief yelled again, but no one knew what he was saying. Xiaobo didn't understand, so he just ate it with big mouthfuls. The taste was much better than his own barbecue. The chief seemed to be hungry, so he asked someone to bring out some food and started eating. Yeah, at this moment, a savage suddenly rushed in and yelled in panic. At the same time, there were waves of wolf howls outside. The wolf is coming. Xiaobo put down the meat in his hand, opened his ears, and listened carefully, and heard the waves of wolf howls and the startled savage tribe. The chief suddenly stood up, yelled, and the female savage took out a spear and handed it to the man. He yelled to Xiaobo again, and then he went into the outside where the cold wind was howling. Xiaobo glanced at the outside world, and the wind and snow were even stronger at this time. He casually put on a soft fur, put it on his body, and rushed into the outside world. At this time, the deafening sound of fighting had been heard in the distance. Xiaobo's eyes flashed. Maybe he could get some wolf meat to eat. He turned over and jumped onto the ice house, his figure moving through the darkness like a grasshopper. Soon he arrived at the fighting location. Many of the savages died, and many wolves died. This was a group of snow wolves, with snow-white fur and strong bodies. Usually 2 savages could deal with a snow wolf, but there were so many snow wolves that the savages obviously couldn't resist the fierce attack of the snow wolves. Especially this group of creatures with unified actions, and very united. Xiaobo thought briefly, and then he no longer hesitated, and rushed forward with the soul-slaying knife. The savages who were originally retreating had retreated to the front of the ice house, and behind them was their home. Once the wolf pack broke through the defense line, the entire home would be destroyed. At this moment, a blood-red blade roared and tore through the void. A wolf was chopped in half in an instant. The hot blood and internal organs mixed together, and dyed the white snow red. Ee-ya-ya! The savage cried out in surprise, and turned around to see Xiaobo standing on the ice house. All of them shouted excitedly. Xiaobo nodded indifferently to the savage leader and rushed into the wolf pack, like a tiger descending from the mountain. With the steel knife blessed by Shura's hand, no wolf could resist his sword. Soon, the bodies of the wolves were scattered all over the field. The Wolf King saw this, and immediately let out a howl, and fled with the remaining wolves. Xiaobo did not chase them either. The speed of this group of wolves was very fast. They were born hunters and pursuers, especially the speed of the Wolf King. They soon disappeared in the wind and snow. Ee-ya-ya! The savage looked at the fleeing wolves and cheered. The leader walked up to Xiaobo, and called out in a babbling voice. Xiaobo didn't understand, and waved his hand. After what happened just now, the group of savages had a great affection for Xiaobo. Xiaobo didn't plan to stay here for long. In the afternoon, He took 2 frozen wolf corpses and a small amount of salt, and left the snow mountain under the gaze of the group of savages. There was a group of savages living on the snow mountain. Xiaobo immediately realized that there might be more than just this group of savages here. Since there are savages and wolves, other creatures should also exist. It seems that this world is more complicated than I imagined. I thought I had traveled to the primitive world. Back to the rainforest, looking for the marks I made before. I just returned to my cabin in the evening. However, after returning, Xiaobo was stunned. The cabin was destroyed and collapsed on the ground. All 4 pillars were broken, and the whole open space was in a mess. The wild boar meat hanging in the room also disappeared. Then he found many footprints on the ground. These were obviously the footprints of a wild animal. Chapter 411. The food is gone. Something dared to mess with my shelter. Xiaobo's eyes turned cold. He put the frozen wolf corpse on the ground and cleaned up the messy house. The walls and the gate were destroyed. Fortunately, the platform was still there. He only needed to find 4 pillars. As for the damaged walls of the cabin, they could only be repaired tomorrow. The 4 pillars were simple. This time, Xiaobo directly used the soul-severing sword to cut 4 huge trees that only one person could hug as stumps. The bottom was sharpened and deeply inserted into the ground. The destroyed cabin was placed on top. The wolf meat that was dripping with water was propped up with 2 branches. The 2 wolf corpses were the same. A fire was lit. Xiaobo began to use the soul-severing sword to deal with the wolf corpses. The fur was cut off and hung on the other side to roast over the fire, while the wolf meat was divided into pieces, first ground with salt, and then roasted with branches across the fire. After drying, it was hung on the wall. It was late at night when he finished. He left a piece of bright red wolf meat on the ground, extinguished the fire, left the fire, and went into the room. Xiaobo had a sneer on his face. The creature that destroyed his house must still be around. He wanted to use wolf meat to lure the creature out. Lying on the tidy straw bed, it was quiet outside. Xiaobo took out the manual and took a look. The evolution value has reached 400 million. If all the 400 million evolution values are used to increase strength, it can be increased by 40 points. Thinking of this, Xiaobo began to work on improving the strength value. The degree of evolution is slowly increasing. Soon, he would enter the fault world, and who knows what would happen inside. It was very necessary to increase his strength. But when he increased his strength to 20 points, he found that 1 point of strength above 20 points actually required 100 million. It took 400 million evolution points to increase it to 24 points. With the explosive power coming from his body, Xiaobo narrowed his eyes, but his heart was in turmoil. It was obvious that the cost of strength above 20 points had increased. Originally, 1 million evolution points increased by 0.1, but now 1 million can only increase by 0.01. Rule: Xiaobo. Road level 1. Evolution degree 10.01%. Strength 24.42. Evolution 32394512. Number of highway players 635-245-6782, and there were still 30 million evolution points left. Xiaobo couldn't help but hold his forehead. 1 million evolutionary points can only increase the strength value by 0.01, so 10 points of strength will require 1 billion. When the strength value reaches 30 points, will this speed continue to increase? Just when he was about to enter the highway with his mind, a sound came from the jungle. That thing is coming. Xiaobo narrowed his eyes, and the rules condensed into a soul-slaying knife in his hand. The reconnaissance skills were activated. The creature outside was approaching the wolf meat on the ground cautiously from the dense jungle. Suddenly he moved, like a strange evil wind, sweeping past, and his speed was like a flash of lightning. The steel knife swung, doubled a heavy blow, and thunderstorms came from the air. Deafening. Puff! The whole beast was chopped to death by the soul-slaying sword with great power, and died on the spot. A bear! Xiaobo narrowed his eyes, and simply handled the bear. The bear's skin was used as a mattress, so that it would be very warm to sleep. However, the bear's skin still needed to be handled and hung outside to dry. The bear meat was thrown far away by him. He had no feelings for bear meat at all. After dealing with all this, Xiaobo entered his own road world. At this time, the road world was also dark, but Xiaobo understood through the rules that although it was dark, the players on the road were fighting monsters in full swing. I didn't expect these people to work so hard. Xiaobo's eyes lit up. These players gave him a surprise. Looking at the evolution value, it was 30 million just now, and now it is close to 40 million. The improvement is quite fast. Maybe when they reach a higher level, they can increase their evolution value by 1 billion a day. It seems that it is not far away. Looking at the rule chain, it is currently in a perfect state, that is, I can't put anything into this world unless the evolution level is increased again. When the evolution value is increased online, I will update some activities. Xiaobo thought in his heart, wool comes from sheep. If you want to harvest more wool, you must feed the sheep well. However, the current rule chain is limited in perfection, and the formation of the rule chain is related to the evolution level. If I want to update more, I must increase the evolution level. Xiaobo thinks it's nothing, increasing the evolution level is inevitable. In addition, there is the refresh of wild monsters. The refresh of wild monsters is controlled by the rule framework. Of course, I can also control the refresh of wild monsters, but now his energy is focused on surviving on the rule road first, and gaining a firm foothold first. When he has completely established his foothold, he may consider how to transform the highway. But the current situation does not allow him to do so. After a brief thought, he turned into a figure and landed on the ground. If he wants to update better, he needs to understand what these players think. He plans to open a questionnaire tomorrow. As for tonight, he will adapt to the life of the team first. It seems that he has not experienced the life of the team for a long time. His state can be changed at any time. After landing on the ground, he turned into a 50-year-old man with a somewhat shaky figure. And his information also appeared in the world. Such fraud is actually very simple. The team currently ranked first is 5 people, and the captain Mingli Lin Bei is at level 3, and is also in the top 3 of the level list. Soon, he saw the team where Lin Bei was from a distance. 5 people, 3 cars. Everyone in the team has 2 levels, approaching level 3. The team level is level 2, and is about to break through level 3, which means that the players in the team are all at level 3. In addition to the sticks, Lin Bei also held a shovel. Xiaobo thought about it, and the rules in his hand moved, and a rusty machete appeared in his hand. It was stained with blood. At this time, they had just experienced a fight. 4 people were resting, and 1 was standing guard. Killing wild monsters also dropped a lot of things. There were a lot of supplies in the car. Xiaobo smiled faintly. Through the rules, he could see through these cars, and naturally saw the supplies in the car. There were more supplies than he had at the beginning. You have to know that this game has just started not long ago. The fleet update is indeed a stroke of genius. It not only improves the upgrade speed of players, but also increases the player's desire to upgrade when combined with the level ladder climbing to get rewards. In this way, in just 3 days, some players have reached level 3. They are even about to break through level 4. This decision is perfect. Chapter 412. The player who was on night watch also noticed Xiaobo approaching slowly, and immediately became alert. Captain, there is a person ahead. He quickly told Lin Bei the news. Lin Bei heard this, and stood up to look. Sure enough, there was an old man, with a slender figure staggering towards this side. Old man. Lin Bei was a little surprised. How could an old man appear on the road? Young man, I finally met you. After walking all the way, I finally met someone. Xiaobo pretended to be, leaning on the ground with his rusty knife and panting. Uncle, doesn't the game say that the elderly cannot enter the game? Lin Bei asked. The prompt at the beginning of the game was exactly the same as when Xiaobo started before. Xiaobo's face sank, and he pretended to be sonorous. Uncle? I think you are an uncle. I am 59 this year. 59. Everyone was ashamed. This is not young. On the way, the car was lost, so we had no choice but to walk. Xiaobo sighed, his eyes fell on these people. Young man, let me follow you, this knife is yours. As he said that, he threw the rusty knife in his hand to the ground. The blade was rusty, but it was covered with the blood of wild monsters, so it had seen blood. Captain? The other members stared at Lin Bei, not sure what their captain was thinking. Lin Bei thought for a while and said, Uncle, we don't want your knife either. You can follow us, but don't make trouble at night. Xiaobo waved his hand. I know all these old men, don't worry. So, Xiaobo successfully joined the team of 3 people, and his life was leisurely. Of course, he would also use the rules to leave a sleight of hand so that he could do other things. The night was peaceful. Xiaobo joined the team and began to inquire about the status of the game. Uncle, why do you care about this issue? This is not something we should worry about. The speaker was Xiao Lu. His last name was Lu, and the homophony of Xiao Lu was Xiao Lu. How can this not be our concern? We are the players of the game, and everything in the game is closely related to us. Xiaobo said. Players, we are obviously survivors. Xiao Lu complained, and then said, if I have to say my opinion, I think the game is okay, at least the difficulty of the game is not that high, but there are no women. Xiao Bo's face turned black, and he got up and left. It seems that we still have to conduct a questionnaire survey tomorrow. Leaving a sleight of hand on the car. Xiao Bo then dissipated in the air, and appeared again on the road where he used to live. He appeared in this world as Xiang Bo. I'm back after all these twists and turns. This road will become a secondary road in a while. Xiao Bo looked at the players in the world chatting with some nostalgia. It can be seen that with the end of the three-legged tripod, the surviving players are in a particularly good mood. The first place is Old Man Zhou. Unfortunately, the top 20 players have disappeared now, leaving only some very familiar ones. For example, Feng Xian, Chu Xia, Han Yi and others. The rest may not have survived the mission. Maybe this is fate. Click on Personal Attributes to check. Name, Xiao Bo. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automobile Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Experience, 159 out of 5,000. Strength, 475, 47.5. Agility, 493, 49.3. Physical fitness, 416, 41.6. Backup energy activated. Mental strength, 931, 186.2. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills expertise. Strength increases with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection. Iron body. Burning life. Purification. Weapon affinity. Sword light and sword shadow. Meditation. Fire control. Teleport. Reconnaissance. Change. Transformation. Shura professional skills. Bloodshed. Only. Slaughter. Azura's fury. Full firepower. Backup energy. Primary Azura physical fitness. Shura professional passive. Azura's hand. LV2. Azura's incarnation. LV1. National Martial Arts Master professional skills. Bajiquan. Netherworld step. Punch. Gods descend. Strong hand cracking skull. National Martial Arts Master professional only passive. King of battle. LV1. Automotive engineer only passive. King of cars. LV1. Automotive engineer professional skills. Primary artillery. Just tonight, he raised his strength to 24 points, and correspondingly, the four-dimensional attributes increased again. Except for the relatively backward physical fitness, the agility is about to break through 500 points. In fact, if the 10% blessing is counted, except for physical fitness, the other four-dimensional attributes have broken through 500, and the mental strength has broken through 1,000. This is a very terrifying value. With his current strength, I am afraid that he is not weaker than Superman at all. I have to say that this kind of advanced world improves the four-dimensional attributes quickly. It has only been a few days, and the four-dimensional attributes have broken through the 500-point mark. If it continues like this, there is actually nothing too scary about dealing with the rules of the Fault World. Xiao Bo thought inwardly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He now has a dual identity, that is, a player and a rule, and the improvement of strength is much faster than before. Especially with such a powerful system as the resource upgrade system. All the power used for oneself can get rid of the constraints of this world after upgrading, and be used for oneself. With his thoughts sinking into the system, Xiao Bo also found that Old Man Zhou and others have entered a stable development period. Obviously, Old Man Zhou and his friends realized the benefits of high combat power, and the higher level brings the increase of game difficulty. After all, the development of the road is based on the level of the players. So these people are just like me at the beginning. Keep calm, suppress the level, and concentrate on improving the four-dimensional attributes. The four-dimensional attributes are not so easy to improve. I also upgraded to more than 150 points through the resource upgrade system. After browsing the system carefully, Xiao Bo retracted his gaze and looked at the road on one side. There was a black shadow approaching there. Xiao Bo used the rules to transform the soul-slaying knife, and slashed it with one knife, instantly devouring the wild monster, and it didn't even scream. Although his level is level 12, the four-dimensional attributes are not only possessed by level 12. This is not a solution. I need to get a car to travel again. Xiao Bo thought in his heart, and decided to walk back along the road. Maybe he could meet someone. Chapter 413. The night on the highway was no different from before, with the wind and snow still blowing, and silence all around. Xiaobo only felt that his body could not bear it, the weather was too cold. Even if it becomes a rule, it still has to experience the impact of the sudden change in weather on the body. It seems that I have to find a car before making plans. Xiaobo pursed his lips, and suddenly thought that he could let the rules of this world help him. But after thinking about it, the other party might be repairing himself during this period, and he might not have time to help him again. Everything still depends on himself. Stepping on the endless snow, Xiaobo was too fast. Breaking through the agility value of 500, his speed has exceeded the maximum speed of the sports car. After speeding past, a long trace of snow was left on the endless highway. Soon he saw a faint light in front of him. It was a convoy. And there were quite a few cars. Xiaobo also successfully joined this convoy with the identity of Shanghua. This convoy has both men and women, and the division of labor is very clear. Men are responsible for fighting, and women are responsible for logistics. Sometimes, women also have to participate in the battle, especially at night. Xiaobo greeted the people in the team, made up a random reason, and successfully joined. As for his identity information, it can be found in the world. A level 12 player, the level is average, and it is also considered a middle-level player in the game. They must have accepted it with pleasure. At this stage, the development of highways is closer to the team. More and more players no longer fight alone, but join the team because the development of the team has a future. Road survival has also evolved from single-player survival to team survival. At night, the team lit a bonfire on the endless road and cleared the snow. For the team, night is the best time to replenish supplies. There are many wild monsters at night, which means a high drop rate. Xiaobo sat in front of a bonfire. His clothes had been changed into clothes made of cloth, which was unique to this team. Although they were not warm enough, they could resist the erosion of the cold wind. "Brother, how long have you been here?" A man sat in front of the bonfire. This bonfire was at the end of the team. There were not many people. Most people went to the front because there was a lot of food there. He saw Xiaobo and asked casually, "Just arrived?" Xiaobo said casually, sitting on the ground, picking up the dry firewood beside him and adding it in. "No wonder I haven't seen you before." As the man said, he took something out of the bag on the ground and put it on the rack to bake. "This is a piece of fresh meat." He took out a brush and brushed a layer of oil and chili on the fresh meat. Soon the air was filled with the aroma of meat. "This is the meat of wild monsters. Have you eaten it?" "It's something unique to our team," the man said. Xiaobo felt his appetite was whetted. This was a real meal. The previous meals seemed to be nothing. "I haven't eaten it before. This is the first time I heard that wild monster meat can be eaten," Xiaobo said. Feeling the warm light of the campfire, Xiaobo felt comfortable all over. This was an unprecedented relaxation. Looking at the figure in front of the campfire in the distance, this was a feeling he had never had before. People are social creatures. If it weren't for survival, who would be alone? The team gave him the warmth of home. At least, he would not survive alone. Unfortunately, this place can only be used as a place for him to relax, and the real battlefield is still on the regular highway. Fortunately, a month of survival in the rainforest gave him enough breathing time. Any person on that road could crush him to death, and he would not even have room to resist. Chatting with the man, he also learned a lot of information. The man in front of him was named Lu Ding. Soon the meat was roasted, and Lu Ding gave the meat to Xiaobo. Xiaobo did not refuse, and took the meat with a smile and took a bite. It was fat, tender, juicy, crispy and delicious. This kind of barbecue is really just right. "It tastes so good," Xiaobo said sincerely. At this time, there were sporadic snowflakes floating in the sky. The people in the team had no intention of entering the car. At this time, a horn sounded from the middle RV. The man stood up from the ground. "The wild monsters are coming." Lu Ding's face immediately became serious, and he said to Xiaobo, "Let's go to the front quickly, otherwise we will split the wild monster group." Xiaobo nodded slightly. He naturally noticed it, but he still pretended to be serious. At this time, a large number of people gathered, and the captain of the team had begun to assign tasks. The hunter is in the car, responsible for blocking special wild monsters and covering assassins. Warriors and boxers are responsible for charging. Pay attention to hunters to protect car mechanics. The captain is a man in his 30s, level 14, and is in the top 20 on the level list. The method to deal with wild monsters is also very simple, that is, to use the cooperation between warriors and boxers to pull wild monsters, split the battlefield, and divide the dense wild monster group into groups, and then simply eliminate them. Xiaobo pretended to be a boxer, mainly because after Shura's hand grasped the weapon, it was too obvious for anyone with eyes to see. When a boxer used his fists and feet, Xiaobo basically controlled his own strength, so that a punch would not kill the wild monsters on the spot, but at the same time, the wild monsters that were hit by his punches could not exert their full strength and were then killed by others. With Xiaobo's secret operation, this group of wild monsters today were easily dealt with. This group of people also had an illusion in their hearts. Today's wild monsters seemed to be very weak and easy to kill. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Xiaobo walked among the wild monsters very calmly, avoiding the gazes. Soon, the women began to collect the things that exploded under the protection of the hunters, and the men were sitting in front of the campfire to rest. Xiaobo glanced at the backs of these women. They all changed their jobs to car mechanics, auxiliary professions, and their identities as women made them very popular in the team. He walked along the team to the end, and heard the conversations of these people along the way. They seemed to be surprised why the wild monsters today were so simple and easy to deal with. Xiaobo pursed his lips, and walked to the campfire at the end of the team in a very low-key manner. The lonely back of the man had already appeared in front of the campfire. Now his strength has increased, his mental power has exceeded 1,000 points, and his senses have been enhanced by more than a little. Lu Ding's strength is not bad, his level is 13, and his four-dimensional attributes are fluctuating around 110. He is also outstanding in this team. I don't know why he is very low-key. From the previous conversation, it seems that Lu Ding has just joined the team not long ago. The two of them tacitly understood that they were here to kill time. But Lu Ding didn't know what kind of existence this person, who had just joined him, was. Chapter 414. The night was very long. The team usually slept at night, and moved forward during the day, and they all took turns. So the team could still set off the next day. After working hard and experiencing several waves of wild monsters, everyone was a little tired. Lu Ding also had a trace of fatigue on his face, and Xiaobo was also a little listless. Finally, the sky was glimmering. After a night of communication, the two were basically familiar with each other. In the early morning, the sky was glimmering, and the flames of the bonfire were not burning as vigorously as before. The people in the team began to pack up and get into the car. The team was quite wealthy. The lowest cars were trucks, and the top ones even had a chariot, which was taken by the captain. They could only take trucks. As for trucks and chariots, it didn't matter. I had slept in tricycles. LV Ding took Xiaobo into the last truck. The truck compartment had been modified and 4 beds were added. The beds were covered with animal skins, with the furry side facing upwards. The pillows and quilts were all intact. It was much better than some small hotels at the train station. LV Ding also called 2 girls with average looks. Xiaobo was a little speechless. He waved to LV Ding, and went to the car in front. He was used to being with Lin Jiao. Even if these women stood naked in front of him, he would not be aroused. The main reason was that when he was with Lin Jiao's clothes were very seductive every day. Either white silk or black silk, the clothes were also very colorful, which always reflected the intellectual beauty of women. Over time, Xiaobo's temptation to beautiful women also increased a lot, not to mention that at night Lin Jiao even hugged Xiaobo naked to sleep. But Xiaobo just held back. So Xiaobo naturally rejected Lu Ding's kindness. If he wanted, he could go back and take Lin Jiao now. Even Lin Jiao would not resist, and would stick her butt up obediently. After greeting the driver, Xiaobo entered the truck compartment. The same layout, but this compartment was empty. Xiaobo looked at the time, and lay down on the passenger seat. Why don't you go in and sleep? Do you need me to draw the curtains? The driver, who was about 40 or 50 years old, asked very politely. Xiaobo glanced at the other party, and waved his hand. No, I just lie down for a while. After a while, he asked again, by the way, why is there no one in the car behind? The driver said, the car in front is upgraded, there are more beds, and there are women. The members of the team like to sleep in the front. Xiaobo nodded and understood why there was no one in the back. He then asked, why don't you knock down these cars? Won't it consume fuel if you keep these cars? Maintaining so many trucks consumes fuel and materials. You don't understand this, right? On the one hand, the team is developing and will definitely absorb more people in the future. On the other hand, with so many cars, you can tell at a glance that this team is a large team. When it meets other teams, at least neither side dares to mess around. Xiaobo understood immediately and stopped talking to the driver. He lay on the co-pilot's bed, looking at the snowflakes fluttering outside, feeling particularly peaceful. Soon, he felt sleepy. Xiaobo returned to the car and turned into rules, leaving a sleeping body in the car. He wrote a rule on the body, and then took a look at the rules of this world. The rules have disappeared between heaven and earth. The skill of condensing it before has caused it a lot of damage, which cannot be recovered in a short time. In fact, for this kind of damage, it can be completely recovered by consuming a lot of evolution value. Xiaobo knew what the rules were thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to delay some time. It was ready to prepare and accumulate a lot of evolution value. Once it was exposed, it would increase the degree of evolution to the critical point, so that it could also resist the invasion of the rules road. And the remaining time depends on whether the players in the world can upgrade to level 20 before it is completely swallowed by the rules of the fault world. After taking a deep look at the rules of this world, Xiaobo connected to the road he controlled and disappeared. Not long after he left, the void twisted and formed a human figure. The figure stared at the direction where Xiaobo disappeared and shook his head gently. It's really uncomfortable to be caught in the middle. I must be fully prepared. When I become the great ruler, I must kill all the outsiders on the road. After leaving a vicious sentence, the figure disappeared. Back on the road, Xiaobo looked at his evolution value, which had reached 500 million evolution values, and it was still growing. More and more players in the world have reached level 3, and many players are approaching level 4. He had never thought of this level of upgrade. As for the team he joined as an old man before, he did not notice anything unusual. After a brief thought, he looked at the rule chain and directly consumed 400 million evolution values to improve the evolution level of the rule. Evolution level 13.84%. The evolution level suddenly soared to 13.84, and the rule chain flickered. He felt that the rule chain seemed to be more solid. It's time to upgrade, Xiaobo thought to himself, and with a wave of his hand, the world began to change according to his thoughts. The content of the upgrade emerged in his mind. Today's upgrade content is mainly a questionnaire survey. The rules are formed into a questionnaire survey in an instant, and the direction is the shortcomings of the game, and the upgrade content. This morning's update immediately attracted the attention of players around the world. In just 1 minute, Xiaobo received millions of replies, and they are increasing rapidly. Xiaobo was stunned for a moment. He thought he would have to wait until tonight to accept it, but he didn't expect that in just a short time, millions of people would reply. After another minute, the replies had increased to more than 10 million. And the replies were mostly insulting. Insulting himself for bringing them to this game, causing countless deaths. Xiaobo sneered in his heart, deleted the insulting replies, and updated a new content. All players who have given serious opinions will receive a gift pack *1. The content of the subsequent update made the players around the world hold their breath, and those who insulted were very upset. Because of a quick mouth, he lost a gift pack. With the previous update, the opinions received later were quite serious. For example, there were many questions about opening a farm, building a house, providing a gas station, whether there is a system mall, etc. He eliminated all those that were not related to the game, but he still gave the players a gift pack for providing opinions. There were some survival supplies in it. Chapter 415. However, in the process of quickly browsing, he also found some standard replies. Based on the content of these replies, he had another idea in his heart. The current highway survival is actually to enable him to gain a foothold on the original highway. In his heart, he wants to create a planet in the world he controls, and he is the creator god on that planet. But this idea is easy to think of, but it is very difficult to realize. After all, the rule framework here is based on the rule framework, and you want to become the creator god. Unless you break this framework, and then split out a world like Pangu open the sky. Xiaobo's eyes were calm, and he had a question in his heart, that is, how did the founder of this game create it? If he learned this method, could he also create this kind of game? Although the idea is good, it is not easy to realize it. The mind returns. Nothing strange happened today. Xiaobo planned to clean up the house in the rainforest so that he could sleep more comfortably. As for the way to clean up the house, it was also very simple. It was to use clay and grass to paste the walls to make them airtight, and the outer walls were covered with leaves, taking care of both the inside and the outside. In addition to the house, he also built a stove with clay and baked it with a strong fire, so that the stove was extremely solid. The food was still the corpses of 2 wolves. There was also a kitchen gift bag. After the upgrade, the things in the kitchen gift bag would be more exquisite. Soon the gift bag was opened. What surprised him was that in addition to various kitchen utensils, there were also many seasonings. This gift package is too worth it. With a smile on his face, Xiaobo took the pot and bucket and went to the stream outside to fill it with water. He placed the pot on the bake stove and used the sparks inside to reignite it. The curling smoke was discharged from the chimney at the back. Xiaobo cut the meat, put it in boiling hot water and boiled it gently, then took it out and put it on the grate to drain the water. He took out the hot water in the pot and poured it out, and put it on the fire again to bake. It has been a long time since I have eaten delicious fried meat. Today, so many things have been opened, so I have to have a meal anyway. The method of frying meat is very simple, without side dishes, just stir-frying meat. And it is fried wolf meat. After the water is drained, sprinkle with seasoning and set aside to start marinating. This kind of cooked meat marinating is similar to raw meat marinating, but cooked meat is easier to fry. After the pot is hot, pour oil, pour the marinated wolf meat into the pot and stir-fry. A scent of meat soon wafted out. Xiaobo's appetite was aroused, and the meat was quickly fried and served in a bowl. The golden meat was bright and juicy. He picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The saltiness was just right, and the taste was great. With this skill alone, I can be a chef on Blue Star. Xiaobo squinted his eyes and enjoyed the crispy and tender fried meat. Today's life is particularly pleasant. Without pressure, Xiaobo felt a lot more relaxed. At least he lived in the present. As for the future, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Maybe one day he will die. People should enjoy the present more. In the morning, they fried meat and put everything away. The wolf meat was hung on the roof for smoking. Smoked meat is easier to store. Some wet firewood was added to the stove so that it can burn longer. Today's task is to find a box. If I can kill some wild animals and replenish my supplies, at least I won't be short of food when I start the road survival. Xiaobo stood on a big tree and thought calmly. Yesterday I went to the snow-capped mountains north of the shelter, and today I will go to the south to take a look. After leaving the shelter, Xiaobo went south all the way. Unexpectedly, he met a resource box less than a kilometer away. Xiaobo's eyes were bright. This resource box was outrageously placed on a thick tree trunk. He climbed up the thick tree in 2 steps, and the resource box was quietly placed on it. I didn't expect there was a resource box on it. Xiaobo was a little surprised and chose to open the resource box. There was only a kettle inside. It seemed that the resource box could not open any particularly rare items. At least for now, the things opened in the resource box are good and bad. The kettle is pretty good, and he continued to move forward after accepting it. The air in the rainforest is very humid. Not long after moving forward, I felt extremely uncomfortable all over. The humid air made my clothes stick tightly to my body, which was extremely uncomfortable. I was wet all over and itchy. After splitting the dense jungle in front of me with a knife, Xiaobo took a deep breath. Listening to the calls of insects in the forest, he suddenly felt a little painful. This resource box is really hard to find. Since I just found a resource box, I have never seen a resource box again. In addition, the humidity of the air gave him an extremely uncomfortable experience. If you just enjoy the survival in the rainforest in the shelter, it is actually very simple. Take a bath in front of the stream every day, go to the road to chat with the people in the team, and then wait for the rules to be prepared. But now the road has given him 30 days of peaceful development time, and he must take advantage of this time to collect a lot of supplies. Because once he steps into the rules of the fault world, he can't contact the road. If he is not well detected by the rules of the fault world, something will happen. The air in the rainforest is very humid, and the clothes on his body are already wet and stick to his body. Xiaobo kept his head down and continued to move forward. The humidity of the rainforest is somewhat unimaginable. It's okay on the tree. If it's on the ground, there are dense bushes, and there are a lot of mosquitoes and poisonous insects. If you are not careful, you will be bitten by these things. Even if you don't die, it will be very uncomfortable. After passing through a dense forest, the mountain suddenly changed, showing a downward trend, and the bushes began to become sparse. The terrain has changed. Xiaobo jumped down from the tree and looked at the dense forest with a calm look. The terrain of the forest dropped suddenly. He can basically conclude that there is already a water source here. Then it can be inferred that the water source next to his shelter should flow down from the snow-capped mountains and flow to the lower-lying areas here. Going deeper, he heard the sound of the stream here. The sound was mighty, and the stream formed a river here. Xiaobo saw the shadow of fish swimming in the stream, and his mind became active. Since I haven't found the resource box, it's okay to catch more fish. Some of the things in the resource box are useful to me, and some are useless to me. This month is enough for me to improve my strength. Xiaobo stared at the fish swimming in the water and thought to himself. His idea was very simple. Since the resource box was so hard to find, I would just collect enough food here. The stream next to the shelter was too small before, and there were not many fish in it. But it was different here. The riverbed here became larger, and the water was also stirred up, so there were naturally fish, and the fish were not small. Chapter 416. Looking at the time, it was already afternoon. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly when I was out for a walk. He looked at the river and thought, why not move the shelter here? This idea is very troublesome. It's not easy to move it here. But if he doesn't do it, running back and forth is a waste of time. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaobo decided to move the shelter here. It's better to have trouble once than to have trouble many times. After a busy day, he finally moved the shelter here. The way to move is very simple. Just dismantle the platform. At night, Xiaobo didn't think about fishing again. This idea can only be left for tomorrow. This world is boundlessly large. The place he explored so far is less than the size of an ant. He vaguely feels that the appearance here is too abrupt. Will it be like an alien space for land reclamation? The land reclamation place must be able to block the rules, and this place can also block the rules. Are there any connections between the two places? At this moment, the mark left by Koang Jinli was touched, and his figure immediately lay on the bed with his eyes closed, while his mental power had already penetrated into his own space along with the manual. Shanbua? Lu Ding, what's wrong? Xiaobo opened his eyes, and found that it was Lu Ding sitting at the head of the bed, with a puzzled look on his face. It's already night, we have to start preparing for tonight. Lu Ding admired Xiaobo for being so sleepy. Xiaobo smiled lightly, said little, turned over and got up. Although he didn't sleep last night, his body was resting, and he didn't feel tired, especially after his mental power broke through 1,000 points. Even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights, he wouldn't feel sleepy. There is a system to increase the strength value, and the strength value is to comprehensively improve the four-dimensional attributes of the body. He no longer cares about the mental power that can be increased by 2 orders by meditating for 1 night. It is better to spend 100 million on strength, which will lead to the comprehensive improvement of the four-dimensional attributes of the body. After a short days, Xiaobo got out of the car, and the wind and snow swept, and a chill rushed into his body. Even though he has become a rule now, this chill still rushed into his body, extremely cold. Xiaobo tightened his clothes and looked up at the dark sky. I am afraid there will be a blizzard tonight. A lot of good things broke out in the team last night. After the people in front have distributed them, it will be our turn. Lu Ding stood aside and said, why are we at the end? Xiaobo was a little surprised, staring at the figure swaying in the wind and snow in front. This is set by the captain, but no matter what choice is made, there will be good things left. Lu Ding said calmly. There will be a blizzard tonight. Xiaobo looked at the dim sky and changed the subject. The blizzard was freezing people to death. The temperature in the car was still okay, and the things on the bed were made of wild animal fur, which was very warm, and would not freeze people. But the blizzard came tonight, and at least tomorrow, we would definitely not be able to drive. Xiaobo looked at the vast snowfield calmly. He didn't know how long this weather would last here. Just as he was thinking, a cheer came from the members in the distance. Lu Ding grinned. It seems that the captain's armor is ready. Armor? Lu Ding glanced at him and explained. The captain got a blueprint of the armor a long time ago. This is not a secret in the team. Almost everyone knows that after the captain got the design of the armor, he couldn't forget the armor. He thought about making it every day, but he lacked too many supplies. But now it seems that it should be made. After a pause he said, do you want to go and have a look? Xiaobo felt that there was nothing to do at the moment. At least this was his main development location. First, he wanted to adapt to his identity, and second, he wanted to make preparations. His road had been put on track. He didn't need to update it in the short term. He only needed to consume a lot of evolutionary value every day to refresh some materials and improve his strength. As for his figure on the road, he had controlled the group to leave when they were sleeping. The first team was just starting out. Everything was still in the development stage. No one could predict what would happen in the future. Just like the rules were not optimistic about the yellow camp at the beginning. Xiaobo didn't need to leave a figure in that team. Now his main direction was to survive here and in the Fault World. He could acquire skills here, and he could improve his strength in the Fault World. No one could predict the future changes. He had to enrich himself. He nodded lightly and said lightly, let's go and have a look. It would be easier to talk to this group of people in the future if he got familiar with them. As for being the captain of the team, he no longer had this idea. At least for now, he has no such idea. Life is pretty good right now. Of course, the team development will still be the main focus in the future. After all, the team is improving very quickly. The two of them stepped on the snow, one deep and one shallow, and came to the front of the team. The lights were bright here. The captain was a big and strong man, even stronger than Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo's body was driven by improving his strength, and he didn't exercise deliberately now. The captain's body was carefully exercised every day, and he was a real gun machine. Approaching the crowd, Xiao Bo saw a man in armor. He was tall and 2 meters tall with the armor, which brought great pressure to the people nearby. Under the light, the armor with a metallic luster intoxicated a group of people and made women crazy. Armor, which man doesn't like such a thing? With the cheers of the crowd, the captain tried the characteristics of the armor. It must be said that this armor is undoubtedly good for improving his own strength. Xiao Bo looked indifferent. This armor is not as good as his magic armor. At the beginning, he relied on the magic armor to walk sideways in the early stage. Later, the magic armor was damaged. He realized that external objects are always external objects, and he can't always rely on external objects to improve his strength. So he sealed the magic armor permanently. After playing here for a while, the wind and snow outside became stronger and stronger, and everyone returned to their cars. LV Ding found 2 girls, who were not very old, about 18 or 19 years old, and looked much better than the 2 women yesterday, and most importantly, they were young. Afterwards, LV Ding stared at the girls' backs as they left, lit a cigarette and told Xiao Bo, "This is how the world is, women rely on the strong, ethics and morality have long disappeared. As long as you want, you can have a star, a school beauty, or even a former strong woman. Women in this era are equivalent to goods." Chapter 417. Xiao Bo was silent. He had expected the world to become like this, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. LV Ding took a deep breath. You may not have encountered it alone. The trade of women between teams is normal, unless they are top 20 strong men like Chu Xia, Feng Xian, Lu Wenwen, and Li Xian, but how many top 20 can there be? He patted Xiao Bo on the shoulder. So, your way is not okay. If a woman seeks your protection, there is no doubt that her body is her capital. If you only pay and she doesn't, she will be anxious. The team is like this. Thoughts have long changed with the disappearance of the law. Men need to relax, women need shelter. This is the world today. Xiao Bo smiled faintly and said nothing. Maybe he was right, and he couldn't refute it. After all, the worlds they were exposed to were different. In the team, women are like goods. They can be bought and sold through materials, and Lu Ding brings back 2 women every night. Isn't this a dream? They don't need to face the pressure of rules and the pressure of survival. Maybe the rules of this world will disappear, and a new rule will be accepted, and their life trajectory will not change. Every day is like this, and the issues they consider are just tonight's meal, the women around them, and the supplies on the road. What they consider is the power of the rules, whether they will encounter other rules on the road ahead, and how to deal with the rules of the fault world. This will cost them their lives if they are not careful. If possible, he really wanted to go back to the past and warn himself not to know so much information, just live quietly on the road. But is this really possible? Even if the future cosmic storm becomes a rule, it will disappear in the long river of history as the game restarts. Only by continuous efforts can we survive in this huge storm. They can live a life of drunkenness and dreaming, but I can't. Only the strong can survive forever. In the darkness, Lu Ding has left, and Xiao Bo is sitting alone in the truck. He took out a black long knife from the space ring. The long knife is a strange black color with a patterned wall cloth on it. With the appearance of the knife, the rules of the whole world seem to be stirred up, and even the self hidden in the flesh feels an inexplicable power. This knife was exchanged in the fault world. It is the most powerful knife. It contains the power of the fault world. After the system upgrade, this knife has become stronger and more terrifying. The system can no longer display the attributes of this knife. Even an ordinary person holding this knife can turn into a Superman. Xiao Bo tightly grasped the black long knife, and felt that his own strength seemed to explode. Cracks like ceramic appeared on his body. Even the flesh can't bear this power? Xiao Bo frowned slightly. This knife can stand shoulder to shoulder with the yellow spring water. The power contained in it can be imagined. He even felt that holding this knife can kill the rules of the fault world. But this is just a fantasy. At the beginning, he didn't look at the attributes of this knife. He only knew that it was very powerful. If it is based on the level of the road, This knife is at least a level 5 road equipment. After all, it is too powerful. After becoming a rule, he also had an understanding of equipment. For example, equipment worth hundreds of billions in the fault world is likely to be related to higher level roads. Could it be that the evolution of the fault world is equivalent to that of a high-level road? Xiaobo felt that there was a relationship between the two. After all, the rules of the fault world devoured the road to complete the evolution, so the strength of the items in it must be the same as the level of the road. There is an inevitable relationship. The strength of this knife is likely to be that of a level 5 road, a level 6 road, or even a higher level road. As for how many levels the road has, even he doesn't know how many levels the road has. Looking at the knife in his hand, and feeling the movement of his body, it is obvious that the level of the knife is too high. It's like a level 50 equipment given to a level 10 player. It must be unable to withstand the power of this equipment, and is easily backfired. Could it be that the sword is also related to the level? Xiaobo looked thoughtful. Level increase is almost useless for the blessing of physical strength, but why does the game still pay so much attention to the level? In addition to being related to the road upgrade, the game pays so much attention to the level. After upgrading to a high-level road, even some weapons and equipment are related to the level. Could it be that the level can solve the situation where the body cannot withstand the power of the sword? Xiaobo thought in his heart that the main reason is that the road level is too low. The low-level road does not have the equipment on the high-level road, so the system does not have a clear explanation. After becoming a rule, he had tried to condense something like Huangquan water that is almost invincible, but condensing such a thing not only consumes a lot of evolution value, but also has something to do with the level of the road. When such a powerful thing appeared, the highway level could hardly bear it, and he could not use it. So he deduced that the level of equipment was related to the level of the highway. Highways of the same level could gather items of the same level, just like the first level highway only had some ordinary supplies, while the second level highway had more supplies. After thinking it through, he put away the knife, and the storm and energy that swept outside disappeared without a trace after he put it away. The throbbing of the body also stopped. It seems that the level needs to be improved faster. Xiaobo frowned. At present, his level is only level 12. If his own 4-dimensional attributes and combat power are excluded, level 12 is just average on the highway, and he has not even upgraded for a long time. Now I have forgotten what it feels like to upgrade. Oh, the wind and snow outside have become stronger again. It seems that we will stop here for the next 2 days. The door of the carriage opened, and the driver came in from outside, holding a cup of hot tea. The blizzard has gotten stronger again, Xiaobo said in a deep voice, with a hint of doubt. I don't know what happened just now. The wind suddenly got stronger, and the blizzard that was brewing suddenly came. Outside, I could hardly open my eyes, it was too cold. The driver sat on the bed, put the hot tea on the bedside, took off his cotton shoes, and sat on the bed. The temperature in the car was not too cold. Xiaobo understood in his heart that it seemed to be because of the weapon he had just taken out. The power of the weapon must have caused a change in the rules, so the rules on the road must have noticed it. The strange thing was why it didn't come to find him. Chapter 418. Forget it, never mind. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Xiaobo is not too worried about the rules of this world. After all, his power is here. Moreover, the rules of his own world will be constrained by the rules framework. If it really wants to do something to itself, it really needs to weigh its own power. Late at night, Xiaobo had no sleepiness, and his mind went deep into the highway manual, where his information was presented. Rules. Xiaobo. Highway level, 1. Evolution level, 10.23%. Power value, 24.42. Evolution value, 957354125. Number of highway players, 586-245-2354. The evolution value has reached more than 900 million, which is enough to increase the power value a little, and the evolution level has reached 10.23, and the number of players has dropped a lot. Looking at the changes in the manual that he is in charge of the highway, his eyes sank slightly. More than 900 million evolutionary points seem to be a lot, but if you use them to increase strength, you can only increase 1 point of strength at most. It's a waste. If you increase the degree of evolution and expand the acquisition of evolutionary points, it might be a good idea. Xiaobo was a little entangled in his heart. More than 900 million evolutionary points seem to be a lot, but they are actually very little when used for improvement. It's even a drop in the bucket. Blindly improving is useless. You must carefully think about the future situation and improve it in a targeted manner according to the future situation. Xiaobo thought in his heart that if he had to face it in the future, it would be the fault rule that he planned to clear in the near future. Fault rules are attached to the rule chain, which is a serious erosion of the rules. The disadvantage is that the degree of evolution slows down, and the acquisition of evolutionary points slows down. This is directly linked to the rules, so the rule chain is eroded by the fault world, and these things are seriously affected. It was late at night, and people were quiet. The blizzard crackled on the car. Xiaobo felt a little relieved, lying on the bed, and suddenly felt a sense of life. He did not use the 900 million evolution points, but kept them first, waiting for the plan to start, and then proceed again. At midnight, the wind and snow outside had almost subsided, not as violent as before. The blizzard only lasted for half a night, and the wind and snow decreased in the second half of the night, and a car horn sounded. Then Lu Ding's voice came from outside. "Shanghua, the wild monster is coming." Xiaobo opened his eyes, and calmly opened the car door. The wind and snow whistled, accompanied by a stream of coldness from outside the car door into the car door. He took a breath of cold air, and jumped to the ground, and the snow creaked. Outside the car, Lu Ding was waiting for him. Seeing Xiaobo coming out, he raised his leg and walked forward without saying a word. Xiaobo heard the wild monsters roaring and rushing towards the crowded area in the distance. He looked up and saw strange figures flying fast on the snow field under the illumination of the car lights, and snowflakes were flying. I had previously speculated that weapons were linked to levels, and now there is one more thing on this road. He thought to himself, stepped on the snow on the ground, and came to the crowd with a light and heavy step. The tactics remained the same. After the captain gave some instructions, he put on the armor, and stood in front of the crowd. Obviously the captain wanted to try the power of the armor. The wild monster group was very large, with at least more than 100. Converted into experience, there were more than 1,000 experience points. After all, these wild monsters were all above level 5 and powerful. Xiaobo did not want to eat all the monsters by himself. After all, he was safe following the convoy, as long as there was no trouble. Soon the group of monsters arrived at the edge of the road. Xiaobo saw the armor with a metallic luster rushing up, as fast as an arrow from a string, and a bright steel knife appeared in his hand, which was wrapped in a layer of faint red light. Hate profession. Xiaobo uttered 4 words, and the captain was a hate profession. He was very familiar with the hate profession. After all, he was also an upgraded version of the hate profession, the butcher profession, and now after the professional advancement, he has become an extremely powerful Shura. As Shura, he has the power to fight even against the rules of this world. The steel knife fell suddenly, emitting a cold light, and drawing a full moon. Puff! A monster was hit by the steel knife, and the steel knife easily tore the monster's flesh and blood, and the hot blood was scattered on the snow. Captain is so strong. No, it's this armor that is very strong. The armor gives the captain great support for his physical condition. Hate profession, the strongest profession in a group fight. The team members exclaimed, but saw that after the captain killed a wild monster, he did not slow down and fell on a huge wild monster with a knife. An unexpected scene appeared. The sword was embedded in the monster's flesh. The wild monster was furious and slapped the captain away. The team members were a little dumbfounded. Let's go together. This wild monster is quite strong. The captain stood up and stopped trying to be brave. The defense of this wild monster was very strong, and he could not deal with it alone. The 2 cannons on the chariot also aimed at the monster group. Bang bang, accompanied by the spray of gunpowder, it exploded in the monster group, and the air wave mixed with a lot of snow and mud, lifted up 2 monsters. The ground was shaking slightly. The battle was about to start. These members cooperated very well, and basically there was nothing wrong with it. Xiaobo followed the crowd, and rushed into the monster group. He punched a monster away, and then rushed forward again, controlling the strength, punching down one after another. The monster's head was flattened. 20 experience points in hand. Xiaobo's mouth curled up a cold smile, and his whole body was filled with a cold temperament. He didn't want to expose too much power. Life here was still peaceful. For now, Xiaobo didn't want to break the peaceful life in front of him. Hidden in the caravan, while surviving in the rainforest, staying with these people in the caravan, it was extremely peaceful. He used the eye of detection to specifically select those monsters with relatively strong strength to kill, as these monsters have more experience. In addition, he restrained his strength and pretended to be bland, so he looked no different from an ordinary player. Lu Ding was a little surprised at Xiaobo's strength. A level 12 player actually had such a strong power. But he was relieved in the end. Levels can't explain everything. Your strength is very strong. Have you practiced it deliberately? Lu Ding moved to Xiaobo's side and asked. I haven't practiced it, but I just found a better technique. Xiaobo said lightly, punching a monster that rushed up, and then he rushed forward, pressing the monster's head into the snow, swinging his fist, punching again and again, blood splattering. Lu Ding, who was watching from the side, was thrilling. This was too brutal. Chapter 419. Few people can beat wild monsters to the ground. Generally, those who beat wild monsters to the ground are tough guys. Today, he did meet one. However, he also found that Xiaobo's movement speed was not high. He thought that he sacrificed agility and increased strength. This kind of people has obvious shortcomings, high burst and insufficient follow-up. But facing such a team battle, it is enough. How could he know that this is what Xiaobo wanted him to see? If he wanted, he could easily punch the head of the wild monster in front of him. Soon, with the cooperation of a group of people, these wild monsters were finally cleared. Xiaobo also harvested more than 100 experience points while sneaking. And to upgrade to level 13, 5,000 experience points are required. The more than 100 evolution points harvested tonight are just a drop in the bucket for 5,000 experience points. Xiaobo was not discouraged. He looked at the attribute panel calmly and turned it off. The people around him had already started to collect the things that exploded tonight. He roughly scanned the items on the ground and had no skills. However, according to Lu Ding, they can choose a book of skills at that time. This is the benefit of joining the team, and it can be regarded as the captain's way of winning people's hearts. 100 or 200 wild monsters were killed, and the things that dropped were still very considerable, at least more than 20 items, which were counted by the captain and placed in the car. As for someone hiding it privately, it is even more impossible. The captain has something on him that can scan the equipment on his members. Once it is discovered that he is hiding it privately, it is a capital crime. But the ring on Xiaobo's hand cannot be scanned out. After all, the ring is not something from this world at all. Instead, he exchanged it during the fault time. There are many artifacts in it, which are upgraded by the resource upgrade system and cannot be blocked by the fault world. After he became a rule, he had a general understanding of things like skills and equipment. Rules can block these things and make them ineffective, just like the power and equipment gain in the introduction of skills. And the resources after the system upgrade are equivalent to external items, and are no longer controlled by the rules of this world. So this ring looks like an ordinary ring. After the battle, Xiaobo stood quietly on the vast snow, his eyes flickering, looking at the snowfields around him. The development of the highway to this extent is based on the 4 seasons. It will definitely snow in winter. After all, this is a game world. Although the development of this highway has been disordered, to be fair, this game still has its merits. Learn from each other's strengths, and make up for each other's weaknesses. Let's go back and rest, it's too cold outside. Lu Ding walked in front of Xiaobo and said. In this team, only 2 people are friends, and Lu Ding is also a little withdrawn except when playing with women. Xiaobo glanced at Lu Ding beside him. During this period of time, he found that their personalities were quite similar, except that this guy liked to play. Let's go! Xiaobo said lightly, looking at the time. It was still early. The day was long, and the night was long. After the battle just now, many people were already sleepy, but Xiaobo was not very sleepy. He returned to the car, lay on the bed, and sank into the world with his mind, looking through the world he was once familiar with. He saw himself in the space. His avatar was dark. This was not invisibility, but death. It seemed that the rules had already determined that he was dead. There are still a few videos posted in the space, and the popularity is terrifying. The latest comments made Xiaobo laugh and cry. Burning incense, mourning? Tribute to the former Xiaoyidao. If Xiaobo hadn't died, he would probably still be the strongest human being. What a pity. Xiaobo curled his lips, not angry at the comments of these players. After all, he became a rule and was considered to have left this road, so his avatar naturally went dark. But he felt a little strange. After all, looking at his space, a group of people burning incense and sweeping graves in the space, more or less, would feel a little weird. If he now let the rules connect to his previous system, I wonder what these people would look like when they see his lighted-up projection. It's funny to think about it. However, Xiaobo's identity is not the time to take it out now. He needs to complete the cleanup of the fault world. This is a super boss. The fault world is the real enemy on the rule road. These players can't feel it. After all, They are just players under the rules. As I became the rule, I could clearly feel how terrible the rules of the Fault World were eroding me over time. The latest task is to first clean up the rules of the Fault World. The fault atmosphere on my road is the same as that on this road, which means that the fault world between the two roads is the same fault world. Thanks to the fact that my task of surviving the rule road is a rainforest survival task, there is not much pressure, otherwise I really can't spare time. Xiaobo thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. The pressure of surviving the rule road is much greater than that of surviving the road. After all, the players in this world are from the same country and the same world. Sometimes when they meet someone, they can still talk. But it's different when surviving on the rules road. The players above are all races of the heavens, and the rules of the road devour each other. Basically, they are mortal enemies when they meet. Fortunately, a rainforest mission was opened unexpectedly, which relieved most of his pressure. At least for the next month, there will be no big problems. Suddenly, Xiaobo opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He felt a familiar breath fluctuation. The rules left the body and soared up. But above the vast clouds, there was a black figure. Xiaobo came to the opposite side of the shadow and asked, "Have you rested?" "Almost. The degree of evolution has also improved a lot." "Are you ready?" The shadow made a voice, but the face could not be seen. It was just a human shadow. If you look closely, you can see that the head of the shadow seems to have an outline, but it seems not. Xiaobo raised his eyebrows and thought for a while. "Help me keep an eye on the body below, I go back." After speaking, he directly cut open the space and drilled into the dark space. Soon Xiaobo appeared in the world of rule survival. This trip would definitely take a lot of time. He had to prepare so that he could have a strategy to deal with it if his body was eroded. Xiaobo moved very quickly and returned to the rule road survival. He quickly completed the unfinished things and prepared in the room. At the same time, he used big trees as guardrails and rooted them around the wooden house to form an absolute protection circle. In this protection circle, his body was the safest. After a lot of preparation, he finally realized this idea, but he also wasted too much energy. Chapter 420. Everything was ready. Xiaobo returned to the cabin, closed the door, and looked calm. Then he sank into his own world. He took a look at his road, which was in good condition and developing in an orderly manner. The evolution value also increased to 1.5 billion, which could increase the strength value by 1.5, but these strength value increases were useless. A little more or less would not hurt. Xiaobo did not intend to increase it, but consumed 1 billion evolution values to increase the degree of evolution. Rule, Xiaobo. Road level, 1. Evolution degree, 20.01%. Strength value, 24.42. Evolution value, 534856574. Number of road players, 5816-584-5245, 20% evolution degree. Xiaobo felt that the rules in his hands were more powerful. He tried again, and found that after the evolution degree reached 20%, 100 million evolution values could only increase 0.1%, and 1 billion evolution values could only increase 1% of the evolution value. It seems that the improvement of evolution level is the same as the improvement of strength value. As the evolution level continues to increase, more and more evolution value is required. Returning to the road world again, the rules have been waiting for a long time. Xiaobo didn't waste any words and said directly, "The mission can start. Let's go now." The road rules nodded and slowly moved. "Okay." Xiaobo plunged into his body, his figure flashed, and disappeared on the bed. When he appeared again, he was in the sky. This is the section of the fault road you entered at the beginning. The rules rolled Xiaobo to a snowy highway. The highway space in front of him was winding and twisted, covered with dark cracks. "The impact of the fault highway is getting deeper and deeper," said the rules. "If it is not removed, he will also perish in the swallowing of the fault rules." Xiaobo stared at the void in front of him. The fault on the highway he controlled was not so serious. After all, the space of the new highway was still solid. However, as time went by, the solid space would be slowly worn away by the rules of the fault world. We must make plans as soon as possible. If it can be pulled out earlier, it will be a huge boost to the development of the highway. After all, the rules affect the degree of evolution, and the amount of evolution value obtained. Give me a highway shuttle order, so that if something happens, it will be convenient for me to escape," said Xiaobo. "Okay." The rules did not hesitate this time, and gave the things directly to Xiaobo, and gave 2 pieces. The highway shuttle order can search for nearby highways, and open up space, to complete the transition between two highways. This thing is recognized by the rules. Even a newly created highway can be easily opened up, and it rarely attracts Huai's attention. After all, this thing itself is an item in the game. Xiaobo took it and stuffed it into the ring. The ring has been upgraded and cannot be sensed by the rules and fault rules. He upgraded the highway shuttle order in the ring and entered the fault space directly. The vision in front of him was distorted. When the vision returned, it was a dark world in front of him, with very low visibility. It seemed that something was tearing his body around. The clothes he wore were exchanged in the fault world before. The defense was very high, and would not be affected by the space blade. This is only in such a place where the power is relatively weak. Once it appears in a place where the space blade is relatively strong, this piece of clothing will not be able to withstand the attack of the space blade, and will become a pile of rags. Xiaobo looked around, and this seemed to be the place where he had entered the space crack. He took out an item from the ring, and stuck it on his face. The skin began to wriggle, and turned into Xiaobo's appearance. This is the faceless face exchanged in the fault world. It can be transformed into the appearance you want according to the appearance in your mind. Very convenient. Let's go to the town first to see the development of the town. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he walked forward with a bright red lantern. In the town, smoke rose everywhere, and it was in chaos. In the building closest to the city center, Valkyrie's face was solemn. Valkyrie is already the captain of the first team in the town. Since the team left the fault world at time, they have exchanged a lot of evolutionary values with the yellow spring water shed by Brother Xia to buy weapons and equipment, skills, and enrich the strength of their members. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the town was discovered by another town. You know, if it is discovered by another town, the two towns will devour each other. The players in the town are naturally mortal enemies. After all, they belong to different towns. Valkyrie has risen too recently. They don't have enough foundation. Their individual strength is strong. There are not many people who really belong to the first team. Many teams in the city also took advantage of the situation, and wanted to pull Valkyrie off the altar in one fell swoop. It can be said that there are internal and external troubles. Xiaolingtong, how is it? What's the news from the front? Valkyrie saw Xiaolingtong coming back in a hurry, and asked hurriedly. Even if the players in the city were taking advantage of the situation, she would take on the responsibility of the first team, summon the players in the city, and fight back, but the condensed force was very weak. Before that, they had fought with the players in another town dozens of times, but all ended in failure. Now he is selling his property, buying a large amount of weapons and equipment, and preparing for the final counterattack. Before that, he asked a team to check the situation in that town. As a result, the team lost contact, so Xiaolingtong had to go to check, while he stayed in the city and recruited soldiers. The only way to save the town is to summon the players in the city to attack the enemy town. But this is easier said than done. The power of a town is unimaginable. Boom! Suddenly, a cannonball fell on the giant pillar in the city, and it blew a huge hole in the pillar. Valkyrie didn't have time to listen to Xiaolingtong's report. He rushed out of the team's house with his men, and looked up at the giant pillar. He saw that a bowl-sized gap was blown out on the giant pillar. He was stunned and his brain froze. The giant pillar is damaged. This is not an ordinary shell. The cannonball is very expensive. Moreover, this is a war between towns. The shelter has lost its effect in the war between towns. They have begun to attack the town. Xiaolingtong looked at the pillar with a huge crack in front of him with a gloomy face. Once the town is broken, the pillar will disappear. They will also lose the protection of the town and be submerged by the sharp blade of space. Ordinary players will become prisoners of this town, and some high-level players will be slaughtered by these people. They will not allow any strong people to enter their town to divide up resources. Today's sudden attack has cast an indelible shadow over everyone's head. Chapter 421. On the other side, Xiaobo also noticed something different. First of all, it was the suppression of this world. You know, after he became powerful, the suppression of the world was very deep. Even on the road, he could feel a slight suppression. The reason was very simple. The road was a first-class road, but his strength had already gone beyond the scope of a first-class road, so he felt that the first-class road also suppressed him. As for the road of survival by rules, it was because the space level was too high, and there was suppression on the creatures in the space, regardless of their strength. But here, he didn't feel any suppression at all, but felt relaxed. Very strange. Xiaobo walked slowly with a lantern, strolling in the misty darkness. After a few steps, he stopped and his eyes were slightly cold. "Come out!" he said to the dark void. You're sharp, you can find us. In the misty darkness, 3 figures walked out. These 3 figures were uneven, and they were players of different races. New here? Asked one of the creatures, whose face was covered with tentacles, and even had mucus dripping down. Xiao Bo's expression moved, and he was alert. This was the time when the players in the town went out to look for items. There were quite a few players, but these 3 people would ask him this. After careful consideration, he nodded and smiled. Well, I just came here, and I still don't understand a little. The 3 creatures showed visible surprise on their faces, and the tentacle creature continued, Newcomer, follow us. We will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Xiao Bo nodded, with a harmless smile on his face, and said, Thank you 3, I have some things here, just as a thank you gift. The 3 of them showed surprise on their faces, and said hurriedly, You're welcome. Where is the thing? Let's take a look. Xiao Bo smiled and took out a bomb and threw it over, saying, Next, this thing is what I got on the road, it can help you. The smiles on the faces of the 3 people became even stronger. The newcomer this time was very sensible. The creature with tentacles on its face in the middle caught the thing that Xiao Bo threw over. It was an object shaped like a goose egg with some black spots on the surface. One of the creatures was surprised and said, By the way, is there such a thing on the road? Why do I feel familiar with it? Another creature said, It may be because of the different races. We will know when we go back and take a look. Maybe we can exchange a lot of contribution points. Boy, you are very sensible. Come on, we will protect you. Join our town. If you can't, you can get a lot in this town raid battle. No! This is a bomb. Suddenly, the silent tentacle creature screamed. He threw away the thing that Xiao Bo threw to him, but it was too late. With a loud bang, a deafening sound came, and the whole space was shaken, and violent dust and smoke spread. The dust and smoke dissipated, and 3 people with dusty faces appeared in the dust and smoke, with wounds of all sizes on their bodies. Xiao Bo was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You can actually withstand the impact of the explosion. You are quite strong. You deserve to die. The creature with tentacles on his face gritted his teeth, his face cold. Go kill him. Loot the items. The 2 creatures in front of him screamed and rushed over. Xiao Bo was not panicked at all. A pitch-black broadsword appeared in his hand. The broadsword was more than 1 meter long and 1 finger wide. Unlike the knife he took out on the road before, this knife was bright red, as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood. The space blade hit the blade, making a crackling sound, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Bloodthirsty knife. The tentacle creature screamed, Bloodthirsty knife worth 10 billion contribution points. He is not a newcomer. The remaining 2 creatures were horrified and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Xiao Bo started running fast and disappeared on the spot. Here, his strength could be maximized. Once the skill was activated, his agility directly exceeded 1,000, and his figure could no longer be captured by the naked eye. To deal with this kind of creature, no other means are needed. The next second, he appeared in front of the creature, with a black figure with a chill, and a blood moon flashed on the dark road. Puff! The hot blood was splashed on the road, and the creature didn't even have a chance to react. The figure of Xiao Bo disappeared again. The tentacle creature only saw a blood moon passing through the dark road. The last companion also died. Even if he used his most powerful defense skills, he still couldn't stop the creature in front of him. Gulp! The tentacle creature swallowed his saliva. His strength was about the same as theirs, but he was killed by the man in front of him. Even if he fought hard, he might not be able to resist the man in front of him. The opponent's knife was too terrifying. I won't kill you. Xiao Bo stopped in front of the tentacle creature and said calmly. Really? The tentacle creature swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said cautiously, Then can you take the knife off your neck first? Oh, I'm afraid you run away. Xiao Bo said lightly. The tentacle creature's calves trembled. I won't run away. It's okay, it won't affect our conversation. Xiao Bo was unmoved, his eyes were cold, and the creature was scared, afraid that the other party's knife would fall and his head would be gone. Do you have anything to ask? The tentacle creature's voice was a little trembling. This is unavoidable. No matter who has a knife on his neck, he can still stand up and say something calmly. This guy killed 2 of his companions in a row. Xiao Bo said coldly, Did something happen in the town? Yes, something happened. The town was surrounded by people from other towns. I escaped from the town. The tentacle creature swallowed his saliva, stared at the cold knife on his neck, and continued, The pillar is broken and can't protect us. If we don't escape, We will be killed by people from other towns. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he was slightly shocked. Something really happened in the town. He also noticed that the creature in front of him mentioned several key points. The pillar can't protect them. The pillar is the manifestation of the rules of the fault world. It stands to reason that the towns devour each other, and the rules of the fault world will naturally not protect the war between the towns. But why did the other party say that the pillar was broken? The pillar is broken? How did it break? Xiaobo asked. The tentacle creature said hurriedly, yes, it was blown up by a player in another town with a cannonball. The pillar lost its protection, and can no longer show its protection power. Xiaobo had a blank expression on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. He said again, why did the pillar lose its protection function? Could it be that it was affected by another town? Chapter 422. The tentacle creature said, yes, it was influenced by the pillars in another town. That town is better developed than ours. The pillars in our town are no match for the pillars in that town. You mean, the pillars in the town were influenced by the pillars in another town? Xiaobo looked stern, but there was a trace of horror in his heart. He guessed it right. The road survival has proved this point. There is a rule on a road, and the rules devour each other. The rules of the fault world are the same, but the roads have become towns, and the development of the town is closely related to the rules. There must be devouring between them. But it is unimaginable that a seemingly small town can devour several road rules. It is incredible to think about it. Then he was relieved again. The fault rules are like viruses growing in the body of the road. Even if he is above the rule framework, he cannot eliminate the rules of the fault world. It can be said that they are like the natural enemies of the road, and there is a restraining relationship between them. Then, he was in a dilemma. If another town could suppress this town, then the power of the rules of that town was obviously stronger than this rule. Once this town was broken, he would be greeted by a more powerful rule. Similarly, if he helped this rule, when it swallowed up another rule and recovered, he would be greeted by a stronger rule. In this case, he would not help anyone and directly kill both rules. The pillars were vital to them, so he could start with the pillars. Since this town has been suppressed, even the pillars are broken, so his strength is naturally not as good as before. He will first break the pillars of another town that has invaded, and then deal with this broken pillar. The opponent's strength is not as good as before, so it is naturally not too stressful to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiaobo's brows relaxed, and he put away the bloodthirsty knife. Okay, you go. Let me go now. The tentacle creature had a hint of joy on his face, and ran away quickly. Xiaobo stared at his back, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then a blood-red knife gas whistled out, tearing the figure of the tentacle creature to pieces. Want to run? What a joke. Putting away the long knife, lighting the lantern, Xiaobo continued to move forward. His speed was no worse than a car. About an hour later, he heard the movement from the front, quickly put away the lantern, and quietly approached. In sight, figures appeared on the road, at least more than 1,000 people, and many tanks and artillery positions were parked on the road, as if they were about to start a war. This is just one road. So what about the situation on other roads? It seems that the town is really in danger. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he walked straight over. Brother, what's the situation here? Who are you? The creature looked back and was stunned. He didn't know this guy. Xiaobo was a little surprised that the other person's face was ugly, even disgusting. The other person's face was covered with yellow, peanut-sized pimples, and there was a sticky liquid constantly coming out of the top. I'm on another road. I came here to see the situation. This town is basically taken. The abscess creature said, although it is almost certain, it is still too early. Now we just need to wait for the pillar to break. Why do you say that? I think the pillar can't hold on any longer, and won't survive tomorrow. Xiaobo asked like a rookie. Are you a newcomer from another team? Brother, you are so accurate. Brother, I will write something for you. Xiaobo took out some food from his pocket, and handed it to the abscess creature in front of him. Tell me, what's the matter? The abscess creature took the food and asked calmly. Ahem, to be honest, the treatment of the previous team was not very good. So, I took this opportunity to come and see how other teams are treated. Xiaobo said. Then he started chatting with the abscess creature in front of him. This guy knew a lot. Xiaobo also spent a lot of things. Finally, he touched his pocket and showed a bitter smile on his face. Brother, there is nothing left. I give you all my things. The abscess creature had a bulge on his waist. He patted Xiaobo on the shoulder and said earnestly, Don't worry, after a while, the items inside will be ours. We could also make a small fortune. Thank you, brother. Xiaobo smiled and nodded, sneered in his heart. No matter how much you take now, you will spit it all out later. But these things are useless to him. He waited quietly, feeling the waves coming from the sky. He knew that this was the fluctuation of the rules. These guys in front of him obviously didn't know that the pillars of his town were fighting with the pillars of his town. They thought it was the shells that worked. In other words, the shells prepared by these guys did blow up the top of the pillar, and the rule strength of the town was weakened a lot at once. Above the sky, there was a figure that Xiaobo was very familiar with. It was the rule that had cooperated with him at the beginning. At this moment, his body was covered with cracks of various sizes, like cracked ceramics, and it was possible to break at any time. In front of him, a figure taller than him stood in place. The tall figure was also covered with cracks on his body, but his condition was much better than the other party. After all, the gap in strength was there. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. It was beyond my expectations. If you were given some more time to develop, you would have far surpassed me. The tall rule said coldly, with a hint of cold murderous intent in his eyes. There were constantly small cracks in the space in front of him. This was a war between rules. The fault rule did not say a word. If it had not cooperated with an outsider some time ago and successfully swallowed the rules of a new highway, his strength would have increased. Maybe he would have been defeated now. While using the power of the rules to repair his own injuries, he fought against the power of the rules in front of him. It must be said that the other party was really powerful. In addition, the harassment from the players in the other town caused his strength to decline a lot, otherwise how could he be so embarrassed? Xiaobo did not want to go up and fight with them. He still understood the principle that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if both sides were injured, if he showed up rashly, they would definitely cooperate to kill him first in order to solve him. After all, no matter how much the rules devoured the struggle, they would not allow an outsider like him to appear. At this time, the rules had some regrets. If Xiaobo had been rescued earlier, he might have been able to improve his strength under his outsider status, and would not be so embarrassed. There is no regret medicine in the world. While the two rules were fighting, Xiaobo had already become brothers with the abscess creature. Chapter 423. Brother, I buried some good stuff outside our town. It's my entry fee to join our team. Do you want to go get it now? After getting familiar with each other, Xiaobo said slyly. Really? What good stuff? The abscess creature showed some joy on his face. Xiaobo said, a bee of stability and a lot of food. In fact, he didn't even know where the town was, let alone burying things. And this guy wanted information, a bee of stability, which is a good thing, worth 100,000 contribution points. This new guy is quite sensible. That's great, let's go, let's get the things you buried now, and those foods, as long as you give these things to me, I promise to let you join the team. The abscess creature patted his chest and promised. In fact, he was just the bottom of the team, and had no right to speak in the team. But he didn't expect that this guy would be so easy to deceive. He made up a few lies at random, and this guy actually believed them all. Since the other party is so cunning, I can't give it up. I will kill him once I get the calming bead. The abscess creature sneered in his heart. The two quietly left the team. Xiaobo followed the abscess creature intentionally, or unintentionally, and let him lead the way. After the town was getting farther and farther away, Xiaobo finally showed his fangs. Brother, let me tell you, our team has the best welfare benefits, especially information collection. You can earn at least 1,000 or 800 contribution points in one night. What are you doing? The abscess creature who was bragging suddenly froze, and his voice couldn't stop trembling. But he saw a blood-red knife against his neck, the blade emitting a hint of coldness, and his skin was slightly painful. The abscess creature only felt his calves trembling a little, the knife emitting a chill, and his skin was painful. He knew that the knife was sharp and could easily cut his skin. Brother, I. The abscess creature met Xiaobo's gaze, and his speech became stuttering and his voice trembled. Don't worry, talk slowly. I forgot where the town is, you take me there. Xiaobo said very calmly. The abscess creature was dumbfounded. It seemed that you forgot the way home. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Can you take the knife away first? I'm afraid. Xiaobo said lightly, No, I don't feel safe if you take it away. You don't feel safe? Do you want to hear what nonsense you are talking about? The abscess creature was speechless. Why did he feel that you were lying to me? However, he didn't dare to refute. Now his life was in the hands of the other party. If he said one more word, he might die. The abscess creature knew that he had no room for resistance. As long as he had a little trick, he felt that his head would fall to the ground. We are far away from the town. It will take more than a day or two to walk there. I'm afraid, the abscess creature reminded. Xiaobo smiled lightly. It's okay. I have a car. Then, a chariot appeared on the empty road. The chariot was pitch black. It was a unique thing in this fault world. After upgrading and modification, the chariot had basically been able to resist the invasion of space blades. You drive. Okay. The abscess creature trembled as it got on the chariot and sat in the driver's seat. Xiaobo sat in the passenger seat. The chariot started and headed towards the town. If you want to completely solve the problem of the highway being eroded by the fault world, you must completely solve these two rules. The erosion of the fault rules has a huge impact on the highway. Xiaobo decided to take action. Now his four-dimensional attributes have basically reached 500, and his strength is strong. If Xiaobo had 60% confidence in clearing these rules before coming in, now he has 90% confidence. The premise is to destroy the stone pillars. The original town stone pillars have been broken. Presumably in the rule struggle, this guy is already at a disadvantage, and what he has to do is to deal with the stronger party first, and the remaining party will not be a climate. Big brother, we're here, the town is ahead. A few hours later, Pushingwu woke up the contemplative Xiaobo and said carefully, Drive in. Xiaobo said lightly. Okay. The pus creature nodded and drove the chariot into the town. But not long after they moved forward, they were stopped by a team. This team also had a chariot, but compared with Xiaobo's chariot, it was nothing. Xiaobo's chariot cost 5 billion contribution points to exchange, and with the modification, the price was close to 10 billion contribution points. After seeing the chariot, the abscess creatures no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The chariots he drove casually were all worth 10 billion, and the other equipment of this person was unimaginable. Why did you stop? Xiaobo asked with half-squinted eyes. Brother, someone stopped us in front. The abscess creature said cautiously. Huh? They just opened fire. Ah! The abscess creature was stunned for a moment. Do I need to say more? Just fire the cannon. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and his voice was icy. Oh. The abscess creature didn't dare to refute. Captain, such a luxurious chariot must have a lot of supplies inside. A creature in the team that stopped the chariot said. It's just a chariot. We have more than a dozen chariots. Are we afraid of him? Let the people on the chariot get off and say we have something to find them. Yes. Captain, they... Suddenly, someone in the convoy exclaimed, and the sound of artillery shells falling came from the sky. Accompanied by a violent roar, a chariot collapsed instantly. Good, such a powerful force. This is definitely not an ordinary missile. Inside the car, the abscess creature was shocked. Looking at the destroyed chariot, he was stunned. When he reacted, he looked at the sign of sufficient ammunition in the chariot and the 10 super cannons on the chariot, and his heart was excited. The value of this chariot is definitely over 10 billion. I'm afraid no one in my town can afford this chariot, not even the first team. I used to be just a small person, but I didn't expect that one day I would be able to face a convoy alone. Big brother, they are also firing. The abscess creature exclaimed. Turn on the defense. Xiaobo said lightly. This chariot is considered the top chariot in the exchange, and he spent more than 50 billion contribution points to build and modify the chariot and complete the upgrade. The value is close to 100 billion contribution points. It integrates defense, attack, and speed. Not to mention a small convoy. Even if the first team comes, it can't break the defense of the chariot. This is the confidence of the cheater. It has to be said that he is almost invincible in this world. Chapter 424. This exchange method is equivalent to unlimited contribution value for myself, who has an upgrade system. The space in the ring is as large as hundreds of football fields, and it is filled with goods in the exchange. First kill him, then attack the pillars in the town, and try to break the pillars in the town. As for entering the city, there is no need. Xiaobo said. This move is commonly known as Wei Wei to Sei Jiao, but what he wants is to kill two birds with one stone. The rules of this town cannot be let go, and the rules of another town will not be let go either. If he was still a player, he might not get involved in the rules. But now, he has become the rules, and the rules of the fault world have eroded his own roads. It is very difficult for him to remain calm again, which is related to his own interests. As for the players in the town, it has nothing to do with him. They are not human beings here. Xiaobo is too lazy to care. The abscess creature understood Xiao Bo's intention and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was equivalent to going against the rules. Thinking of this, the abscess creature asked cautiously, Big brother, is it too rash to do this? Rash? No, the rules can't be used. Xiao Bo said lightly. The rules here are similar to the rules of the road. Although the rules here control the pillars, they cannot use them. Otherwise, the rules of the town will be attacked by another town. Only relying on the things in the pillars, it can be let go, but the reality is that the pillars are broken. Obviously, this pillar is the same as the rule framework of highway survival. The rules are only responsible for the growth of the town, not the items in the pillars, just like the highway rules are only responsible for the upgrade of the highway, not the things on the highway. This is why Xiao Bo is 90% sure. It's just that he imagined the rules of the fault world to be too powerful. In fact, it's not. Buzz, a barrier appeared around the chariot, and the shells fell on the barrier like raindrops, making a roar, but unfortunately the power of these shells was too small. For the barrier, it was like setting off firecrackers, with no power. The abscess creature looked at the energy in the chariot and was excited. Powerful, too powerful, I underestimated the power of this chariot, tens of billions, no, at least hundreds of billions. What kind of monster did I follow? Xiao Bo was very calm, stretched his waist, and said in a flat voice, Fight back, my time is precious. Yes, big brother. At this time, the abscess creature had already taken on the role of a little follower. With such a powerful chariot, not to mention a convoy, even a town can be pushed flat. As for his own town, it's finished. Want a low-class person to have feelings for his town? Don't be ridiculous. The road is his foundation. If he could go back, he would have gone back long ago. Who would be willing to stay here? Every day's life is worse than death, and the food is disgusting. Try this. The abscess creature was extremely excited at this time. Looking at the operating screen in the tank, he was excited and pressed a button. The cannon on the top of the tank was retracted, and the roof of the car body was opened, revealing a missile as big as a big tree. The missile was raised, and a bright red flame was sprayed from the tail. Accompanied by a loud noise, mushroom black clouds rose, the road was broken, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. The previous team had already been wiped out in the explosion. Powerful, too powerful. The noise outside the town had long attracted the players who stayed in the town. When they saw the huge sinkhole outside the town, they were stunned for a while, speechless. What happened? I don't know, it seemed something exploded. Look there. Someone pointed at the chariot in the distance. A missile had been loaded. This type of chariot has ammunition space and a loading quantity, and the ammunition space in the chariot was filled with weapons from that world by Xiao Bo. As for the weapons of other races, he couldn't understand. He originally wanted to use a small atomic bomb to flatten the town, but there were still many players in the city. Besides, his target was the pillars, not these players. So he let the abscess creatures launch ordinary missiles, without saving ammunition, and the purpose was to break the pillars. Missiles were launched into the air, with white smoke coming out of the tail, and sharp whistles came from the air. Boom, boom, missiles fell on the towering pillars in the center of the town and exploded with dull roars. Even if the pillars were strong, they could not withstand such dense missile rain. They are targeting the pillars in the city. Someone reacted and shouted. Other players looked at the dense missiles in the sky and felt hopeless. Even if the remaining players in the city started to fight back, they could only resist very few missiles. More missiles fell on the center of the pillars. Brother, we don't have enough ammunition. Inside the car, the abscess creature was excited and excited. The feeling of bombardment was really great, but then he saw that there were not many missiles in the car, so he hurriedly said to Xiao Bo. Enough missiles, continue. Xiao Bo stuffed the missiles in the key into the ammunition space of the car. At the beginning, he exchanged a lot of pills in the pillar, and piled them up in the space of the ring. There were even space-based weapons, nuclear bombs, and things like Big Ivan. He didn't know other weapons, only these things he knew. After the resource upgrade system was upgraded, these things were out of the control of the rules. There was basically no problem using them in the fault world. At this time, above the distant sky, the tall rules that had already gained the upper hand were swallowing up the last time. Suddenly, the figure suddenly turned around, and tiny cracks appeared on the body. Taking advantage of this slight shake, the rules of the fault world took the opportunity to escape. His body was already covered with cracks as thick as the little finger. Just the last step, he was swallowed by the other party. Who? Who? He was furious. Someone moved his giant pillar. The giant pillar is the foundation of the existence of the rules, and the framework of the operation of a town. Once the framework is broken, the town will no longer exist, and then he will no longer exist in the world. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm, and even didn't bother to care about the rules in front of him. His home was stolen. He no longer cared about swallowing the rules of the town in front of him, but quickly rushed towards his home. What's going on? He only left the confused rules behind. He exhaled, supported his disabled body, and sank into the giant pillar, and then a protective shield enveloped the town. He had to hurry up to recover from his injuries. The team that was invading the town outside suddenly found that their shells were blocked by an invisible force, and they were stunned. Chapter 425. What's going on? Why are we blocked? It's the giant pillar. The giant pillar is working. The giant pillar is full of gaps. This barrier can't hold out for long. We may have a chance to break the barrier with powerful artillery. What a joke. If we can't break it, we lose everything. For a while, the captains of these teams quarreled in the communicator. Many teams have spent all their money to attack this town, and now the giant pillar is working. If their firepower fails to break the barrier, then everything will be over. Without all their money, the basic operation of the team will not be able to be maintained, and the team may go bankrupt. This situation is unbearable for them. There are also many teams that have withdrawn. These are small teams. They have already spent all their money to attack the town, and now that the giant pillar has resumed operation, most of them can no longer support high-intensity attacks. So they can only withdraw. This is the rule jointly formulated by these large teams. If they want to share the town's supplies, they must make corresponding efforts. Now that the pillars have resumed their protective function, it is obviously impossible for them to obtain the town's supplies without making any efforts. The current situation can only be withdrawn, which can be said to be a loss of both the wife and the army. The remaining teams are undoubtedly the top-ranked teams in the town, with many resources. This time, they have prepared a lot of things, and they are determined to win. The giant pillar has cracked, and there are many places full of holes. As long as we work hard, we can break the barrier. Work together. As long as we break the barrier and defeat the pillars, we will win. This is a gamble in itself. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Many captains in the communication made statements to show their determination, so that other participants could be assured and join the team boldly. Sure enough, after their exciting speeches, many hesitant captains chose to continue. A fierce attack was launched. In the city, Valkyrie stood on her roof, looking at the battle in front. Captain, the giant pillars have restored their protection, and the pressure on the front line has been greatly reduced. These people are frantically attacking the town's barrier. The protection of the town may not last long. At this time, Xiaolingtong climbed to the roof and brought back a pretty good news. Valkyrie's figure was cold. Let the other teams in the town hit all the people and withstand the attack from the south first. The south is the place with the most fierce firepower. As long as the attack from the south is weakened, the remaining attacks will not be a problem, and they will retreat without a fight. After all, the town's defense has been turned on, and their most fierce firepower has disappeared, so attacking is useless. If they can't even break through the town's defenses, the attack will be futile, and they can even organize a counterattack. The crisis was resolved invisibly. But Valkyrie knew that this was only temporary, but he couldn't figure out why the pillars would resume operation. On the other side, with the return of the rules, Xiaobo found that all the missiles exploded in the air, as if there was an invisible barrier to block the missiles. It's the rules are back. The abscess creature shouted, and the original excited expression disappeared, replaced by a lingering fear. Rules, people living in the town know its existence. It is like managing everything in the town, restricting people's words and deeds. For the people in the town, rules are more like gods here, which cannot be violated. Don't panic, keep attacking, the barrier is not impossible to break, and I am here. Xiaobo was very calm. He was still quite confident in dealing with the rules. Not to mention that there were many upgraded items in his own ring, which was one of his trump cards, and the other trump card was his identity and the system on his body. Xiaobo simply equipped a powerful missile and fired it. Accompanied by the shaking of the earth, the barrier was actually covered with cracks. At the same time, Xiaobo also felt a shocking wave. The rules are coming. You continue, don't stop. Until the pillar is broken, I will deal with the rules. Xiaobo coldly added some powerful missiles to the ammunition depot, and his figure disappeared directly on the spot, and then appeared in the sky, and a black broadsword appeared in his hand. An inexplicable force surged, attacking him from all directions. Can't hide anymore? Ha ha. Xiaobo swallowed the yellow spring water, and a long river appeared in the sky, and he sank into the long river alone. The yellow spring power surged, and along with the churning of the yellow spring river, it faced the fluctuation of the rule power. When the energy came into contact, a terrifying airflow fluctuated without any sound. Everything was so silent. Under one blow, the rule was covered with cracks. Xiaobo was not much better. He himself was the rule, and swallowing the yellow spring water was equivalent to swallowing the power of the rules of this world. For a time, the two energies in his body intertwined, and his body swelled. But he was soon suppressed by his strong willpower. The blood demon heart played a role, and the sonorous heartbeat, and the road rules together suppressed the power of the fault world. Quick battle and quick decision. Xiaobo gritted his teeth and emerged from the yellow spring. The terrifying yellow spring power was like a big net, and began to gather the rules of the sky. The rules were scared, and he found that he could not control these powers. How is it possible? It is obviously the power of the giant pillar. Why can't I control it? He was shocked in his heart. You know, the yellow spring water is the power in the giant pillar, and now he can't control this power. The rules immediately realized that this person is special. Decided to give it a try. Xiaobo was also at full firepower. Ordinary flame control techniques could no longer affect the rules. He needed to strengthen himself. Professional skills, full fire. Specify profession, Shura. Features, none. Introduction. Consume all mental power and enter the full fire state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. Every 5 points of mental power consumed, increased by 1%. Side effect, once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. The mental power is exhausted. His mental power has exceeded 1,000 points, under various blessings. Converted into strength blessings, his physical attributes have successfully exceeded twice. With the yellow spring water, he has become a yellow spring. At this moment, he has a feeling of becoming a god. This is just an illusion of increased power. Xiaobo bit his tongue hard, and the stinging made his drowsy brain sober. The energy fluctuations around him were abnormal, and his figure disappeared directly in the yellow spring. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of the figure, who manifested the rules, and the black broadsword fell suddenly. The rules were torn apart by the roots. Chapter 426. Swallow. A strange scene appeared. After the rules were cut into 2 pieces, he found that his rule body was actually ready to move, and had a desire to swallow the broken rules in front of him. Xiaobo's eyes were red, and he turned into rules, and his flesh and blood fell into the yellow spring river. At this time, the rules had been broken. After he turned into rules, he directly invaded the rules of the fault world, just like a pool of clear water blending with a pool of muddy water. The area of muddy water was very large, but it was scattered. Although the area of clear water was small, it penetrated deeply into the depths of muddy water like a needle. At this time, the muddy water became lighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaobo also felt that the power of his rules was getting stronger, and the degree of evolution was also improving. Soon, the rules of this town disappeared without a trace, and the giant pillars also broke with a roar. The whole town was quickly eroded by the surrounding darkness, without the protection of rules. Inside the chariot, the abscess creature was already scared silly. Looking at the town eroded by darkness, he realized what he had done. Looking at the darkness around him, he struggled in his heart. Should I escape at this time? He didn't come back. He probably won't come back. Let's go. Gritting his teeth, he started the chariot and quickly fled from here. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. As long as the chariot is driven away and sold for contribution points, the rest of his life will basically be free from worries about food and clothing. Action is worse than thought. Do it as soon as you say it. Above the sky, Xiaobo has completely devoured the rules, and the degree of evolution has reached 72.1%, and the world chat has also been successfully opened. The evolution value even exceeded 5.3 billion. It was terrifying. One rule actually made me evolve to this level. If I swallowed the rules of another town, would I evolve higher? Xiaobo's heart moved, and his face was thoughtful. In addition to the improvement of the evolution level, he was surprised to find that he actually inherited the power of the rules of the fault world. With just one thought, he could also build a town. At this time, the town on the ground was about to be swallowed by darkness, and waves of terrified calls came from the town. He didn't think too much and directly built a town on the original town. With a roar, a towering pillar suddenly fell. The ground shook. The sudden appearance of the giant pillar scared the players in the town, but then these people felt that there was a wave emanating from the giant pillar, which dispelled the darkness and enveloped the entire town again. The pillar is back again. No, this is not the same pillar as before. Who cares? As long as we are alive and well, that's all. The panicked players calmed down and watched as a brand new pillar was erected on the ruins of the pillar. They couldn't help but discuss it. Xiaobo checked the development of the rules, and found that the rules actually indicated that the rules would devour the road rules for survival. He had already felt the fluctuations of several road rules, which were still brewing. In addition, he also inherited the road rules that were devoured by the fault rules before. Some roads had reached the second level, and it seemed a bit difficult to devour them. There were also many first-level roads. A few of these roads had been completely devoured and became the nutrients of the pillars. So that's how they developed. Xiaobo's eyes were calm, and he understood the operation of the rules of this world. He already had a general understanding of the operation of the rules of this world. The rules of this world are like vampires, attached to the road and eroding the rules of the road. His eyes fell on the town. After the bombardment and the change of the giant pillars, the players in the town seemed a little panicked. Now many people have calmed down. Xiaobo doesn't have too many ideas about the development of the town. After all, his main development is not here, but on the road. Let it develop, and come and see it when you have time. After taking out his body from the Yellow Spring River and controlling it, Xiaobo returned to the original road and found that the chariot had disappeared. It actually paid attention to my back. Interesting. Xiaobo was neither sad nor happy. His eyes were calm, and he kept chasing along this road. On the endless dark road, the heart of the abscess creature was beating. Driving away the chariot would definitely lead to a fatal disaster, but under the temptation of huge benefits, he thought it was all worth it. I'm rich. As long as I sell the tank, I can form a team ranked in the top 10, and my life will take off. The eyes of the abscess creature flashed with excitement, and the horrified expression on his face had long been filled with joy. But soon, the expression on his face solidified, and he saw the figure of the creature in the rearview mirror of the tank. The abscess creature's face was distorted, and his ugly face was even more terrifying at this moment. He shouted madly, "How could it be possible? How could it be so fast?" Then he found that the other party had approached the tank. The tank's accelerator had been stepped on to the bottom, but the other party's figure was still getting closer and closer. Damn it! I can't run away. Since I can't survive, then you can't survive either. The abscess creature became crazy and pressed the launch button directly, aiming the cannon at Xiaobo behind him. Swish, swish, swish. The tail of the missile sprayed a gorgeous flame rising into the sky. Xiaobo had been prepared for a long time. He took out the black broadsword and waved it casually. The broadsword rose up with blood-red sword energy, sank into the sky, and swallowed up the missiles one by one. His figure flashed and rushed towards the tank quickly. With a fierce collision, the tank was actually overturned. Iron Mountain leaning, directly maximize the whole body's strength. This leaning is enough to collapse the mountain leaning. Stop, spare my life, please, let me go. The abscess creature was dragged out of the car by Xiaobo, and immediately begged for mercy. How desolate it is, how desolate it is. Xiaobo sneered, and the black broadsword gently slid across the opponent's neck, chopping off the opponent's head. As for the chariot, he casually put it into the ring, and took out another chariot. It was just a chariot, he had plenty of them. In the town, the invaders from other towns had already started to fire artillery. Xiaobo heard the roar from afar. He knew how intense the battle was at this time. It seems that we need to get rid of these people first. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and he put away the chariot. At this time, he had become the ruler of the fault world, and was above the giant pillar. It was very simple to get rid of them. After drinking the yellow spring water, his body no longer had any strange reactions, and he turned into the Lord of the Yellow Spring, rushing with the Yellow Spring River. At this time, the captains of these teams saw the cracks on the barrier, looked excited, and ordered the convoy to increase firepower. The players in the city fought back, but their firepower was obviously not as strong as the other sides. In addition, they had already consumed too much firepower in the previous battle, and the weapons they used now could not even break the defense of the other side's convoy. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a player in the city pointed to the distance, with a look of horror on his face. Chapter 427. But a long river appeared in the distant sky, rushing and roaring, and there seemed to be a figure in the river. Yellow Spring River. Someone took the Yellow Spring water worth hundreds of billions. It's over, everything is over. They thought that the Yellow Spring water rushing was the rescue these people were looking for, and they looked ashen and desperate. The movement in the sky was also noticed by Valkyrie, and at this moment he also felt a sense of despair. The yellow spring water worth hundreds of billions, incarnated as the Lord of the Yellow Spring, with great strength. For this battle, he had emptied his family's funds and resisted the attacks of the team outside again and again. The team's savings were basically exhausted. But the opponent actually had such a trick, it can be said that they lost miserably. Valkyrie thought of Xiaobo. If he was here, the situation might be better, but this was just a fantasy. The team outside also discovered the changes outside the city. Many people gathered on the road, looking at the yellow river that suddenly appeared in the dark sky, and were a little dumbfounded. What is that? Yellow Spring River, it's the Yellow Spring River, that thing is worth hundreds of billions. Wait, it's coming for us. At first, many people were curious about why the Yellow Spring River appeared. As the Yellow Spring River got closer, some people found something wrong. The Yellow Spring River actually fell from the sky and rushed towards them in a posture that broke through everything. The people outside immediately panicked. The people on the city wall stared blankly at the changes outside, and they were a little confused for a while. They fought back, but how could they withstand the terrifying Yellow Spring River water? The river water rushed over, and once it came into contact with the Yellow Spring River, the flesh and blood on the whole body of the person would be melted and become a drop of water in the Yellow Spring River. The people in the town were dumbfounded. This was simply a massacre. No one could withstand the terrifying power of the Yellow Spring River, and not even a corpse was left. What a terrifying power! Someone looked at the black shadow standing in the Yellow Spring River in the sky, and his voice was trembling. Here it comes! The Yellow Spring water has arrived at the city. Someone screamed in horror, staring at the endless yellow spring water spreading from the boundless wilderness, and even the hunter, who had just emerged from the space turbulence, was swallowed by the Yellow Spring water and melted into blood. On the town wall, everyone was facing a great enemy, and many people were desperate. No one could resist the power of the Yellow Spring water. But the next scene made everyone look unbelievable. However, the roaring Yellow Spring water arrived in front of the city, and quietly receded like a receding tide. Some people found that the figure in the Yellow Spring River in the sky also disappeared. What happened? The water actually receded. I survived? Hiss, everyone outside is dead. On the city wall, many people were so happy that they cried. Some people looked at the place outside the city that was washed by the Yellow Spring water. It was really that no grass grew wherever it passed. Even the people in the attacking convoy died, and the chariots were swallowed up. The Yellow Spring water came quickly and receded quickly. Some people looked up at the sky and found that the figure had disappeared. At the end of the sky, they could only see the boiling Yellow Spring River rushing and disappearing above the sky. Then the world turned gray. Everyone stared at all this in a daze. This scene was really incredible. Is it possible that his time has come? On the silent town wall, a creature asked weakly. What are you kidding? Some people were speechless, but no matter what, this matter was finally over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The town was saved. On the endless road, two figures stood quietly. You are still alive. I came here to take your life this time. Now another rule of the town has been killed by me. Xiaobo said lightly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. The pupils of the rules of the fault world shrank, and the breath on his body was a little lonely. Fate plays tricks on people. Yes, fate plays tricks on people. Now, give me everything you have. Xiaobo said lightly. He had no sympathy for the rules in front of him. If the other party could abandon him once, he would naturally abandon him twice or three times. For him, he was just a tool. How shameless. You may not be my opponent. The rules of the fault world were still very tough. But his body was already full of cracks, and no longer supported him to fight. Hee. Xiaobo smiled faintly. After swallowing the fault rules, his strength rose sharply, especially the use of rules, the power of heaven and earth, which reached a superb level. With a wave of his hand, the space between heaven and earth shrank and quickly squeezed towards the cracked figure in front of him. Feeling the squeeze of the surrounding space, the figure showed a trace of horror on his face. You actually became the rule. What's impossible? Rules devour each other. I think you should know that. Xiaobo said, reaching out to grab the rules. In an instant, the air gathered, and the inexplicable rules squirmed, forming thick chain shackles. These shackles tightly clamped the extremely broken figure. After swallowing the rules of a fault world, Xiaobo successfully controlled the power of this world, which was no different from the power on the road, and the power between the two was actually connected. Swallowing the rules of the Fault World brought about a greatly improved degree of evolution of the rules on the road. The Fault World struggled hard, and these shackles were full of cracks. After all, it swallowed several roads, and the power was extraordinary. Xiao Bo didn't think too much, and directly took out a bottle of Huangquan water from the ring and drank it. Then, Huangquan power emerged. The rules of the Fault World were startled, and then overjoyed. You actually drank the yellow spring water. Don't you know that the rules have control over the items condensed by the giant pillar? When he tried to control the yellow spring water, his face suddenly changed, and the control chain was broken. The identity of an outsider always has such power. There are so many things you don't know. Xiao Bo used the yellow spring water to match the rules, completely suppressed the rules of the Fault World, and then transformed into the rules and swept away. The rules of the Fault World were shocked and angry, but no matter how they resisted, they could not break free from the suppression of this powerful force. As the most powerful item born from the giant pillar, the yellow spring water itself is very powerful, and now it is completely controlled by Xiao Bo, and combined with its own rule power, it is already very terrifying. Although he was born a long time ago, he was already seriously injured, and could not fully exert his power. Xiao Bo also took the yellow spring water, and swallowed another rule of the Fault World before. The power was unprecedented. He might have been able to fight him in his heyday, but now, he was completely suppressed. Chapter 428. Xiao Bo did not hesitate at all, leaving his body, and turning into rules, to cover the rules of the Fault World. The sky has turned black and white. Many players in the town pointed at the sky. Valkyrie looked at the sky. One wave has not settled, another wave rises. At this time, the sky was polarized, and the players did not know what happened, and they were just talking about it in the city. Suddenly, a player under the giant pillar pointed at the giant pillar in horror. The giant pillar is full of cracks, and the giant pillar is going to collapse. But the giant pillar was full of cracks, and tilted to one side. Everyone stared at the giant pillar blankly until a crisp click sounded from the giant pillar, and the giant pillar collapsed to one side, accompanied by a huge roar. Above the sky, the original division of yin and yang has now become a harmonious blend, mixed into one color. And a brand new giant pillar appeared on the ruins of the giant pillar. Such a change can be said to be a spectacle that only occurs once in 1,000 years, and everyone was dumbfounded. Someone walked carefully to the giant pillar and found that the giant pillar was the same as before, but the original giant pillar had been broken, and this giant pillar was a brand new one. Xiao Bo stood in the sky, his eyes calm. The harvest from entering the Fault World this time was very huge, even he did not expect it. Now he has mastered 2 cities, completely by accident. Even when he first came, he did not expect it. And the evolution of the rules has reached a terrifying 93%. Xiao Bo merged into the body, crawled out of the yellow spring water, and stood on the dark road. The matter of the Fault World has finally been dealt with, and the evolution has reached 93%. Only 7% is needed to upgrade to the second level highway. Next, we just need to wait for the players on the highway to complete the commission of level 20. Xiao Bo's eyes flickered and fell on the town in the distance. His figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the town. When he appeared again, many houses in the town were empty, and the roads were sparsely populated. After the war just now, many people had left the town. Using the giant pillar, Xiao Bo glanced at Valkyrie and found that their team had only about 100 people left. It's time to fulfill what I promised them. Xiao Bo's eyes were calm. In the first team. Captain, someone came to see you. He said it was Xiao Bo. Valkyrie stood up suddenly, his eyes flickering. Quick, let him in. Brother Xiao. The person who came in was Xiao Bo, who he had been thinking about day and night. Long time no see. Quick, sit down, Brother Xiao. Why are you here again? Valkyrie asked. It's a long story. Do you want to go out? Xiao Bo simply said the lie he had prepared long ago, and then asked. Valkyrie thought for a moment after hearing this and shook his head. Brother Xiao, to be honest, the road I was on before is no longer here, and now life here is already very good, and I don't yearn for the road that much anymore. Xiao Bo nodded gently, showing his understanding. I came here just to ask. Since you have no intention of leaving, I will leave this place to you. Here are some supplies I prepared, and the development of this town in the future will be left to you. As he said, he handed a ring to Valkyrie. This. Seeing that Valkyrie was a little hesitant, Xiao Bo said, I plan to leave, and these things are no longer useful, so I give them to you. By the way, this town will merge with another one, take care. Okay. Valkyrie was shocked, and guessed something, and finally took the ring that Xiaobo handed over. Xiaobo did not stay here for too long. After stabilizing the development of the town, he went to another town. After swallowing 2 rules, he had completely controlled the 2 towns. This town was assisted by Valkyrie, and the other town naturally had to choose a person. After all the teams in the town had been killed by him after he turned into Huangquan. Now the remaining teams are some inferior teams. In the future, the strength of such teams will be uneven, and there will definitely be friction in the future. He needs to cultivate a team. Different from the previous rules, he did not suppress the development of these teams, but let them develop. The more the towns controlled by him in this world develop, the stronger the power of the rules will be, and the fault world and the highway are interconnected, but the world power is different. From the origin, they are different. At present, I have mastered 3 kinds of power: rule power, fault world rule power, and skill power. Xiaobo walked in thought. Mastering 3 kinds of power can improve strength very quickly. After only swallowing 2 rules, the evolution of highway rules has increased by more than 90%. The improvement speed is faster than surviving in the highway rule world. Suddenly, a sound came from a distance. Xiaobo raised his head and found a convoy in front of him. With a thought, his figure disappeared. In another town, after becoming a rule, Xiaobo could clearly feel the monsters and space blades in the space turbulence. There are a lot of hunter monsters in another space. Although this space is magical and can devour the rules of the road to improve itself, it is too dangerous. Xiaobo felt the inexplicable power fluctuations coming from the depths of the space, and his heart was pounding. This place is more terrifying than the survival on the rules road. After stopping the feeling of going deep into the endless darkness, Xiaobo's sight returned, and his eyes were wide on the town. Let's calm everything here first. No one from the team that went to fight in another town came back. All of them died. All dead. I heard that they were killed by creatures that turned into the underworld. The power of the town has been greatly weakened. It's over. It feels like the town is going to be gone. Some people in the town have begun to make alarmist remarks. Xiaobo used the giant pillar to summon the few team captains in the town. In the dark room, a group of captains gathered here and talked a lot. You received it too? So many people received the message. It seems that someone wants to join us. Is the town going to fail? After all, so many people died in the siege. I'm afraid this town is basically going to be ruined. Who knows? At this time, a person walked into the room. The creatures who were originally discussing stopped talking and looked at the figure who entered the room. This is a new creature. Who are you? A team leader asked in a serious tone. You can understand me as a giant pillar. The flat voice made the originally noisy room fall into silence. Impossible. How is it impossible? I am the giant pillar. The giant pillar is me. The high-level people in the town have been killed and injured countless times. The development of the town is closely related to the giant pillar. Naturally, I can't just sit back and watch. Xiaobo sat down, and a stool appeared out of thin air. This time, I showed up because I don't want to watch the town die. I will provide you with resources. I need you to vigorously develop your own team and add a part to the development of the town. This is to help you. Chapter 429. As he spoke, Xiaobo threw the prepared ring to them. The ring contained items worth 10 billion contribution points. Even if it was converted into contribution points, it could be exchanged for 5 billion. These people looked at the things in the ring, and their breathing became heavy. At this moment, they really believed Xiaobo's words. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Xiaobo continued, "The things here are enough for you to develop. My requirements are very simple. The development of the team will drive the development of the town. The town is the foundation of the town and cannot be abandoned like this, so I need you. Of course, if anyone has other ideas, don't blame me. Okay, that's all I want to say. Those who choose to cooperate, put away the ring. Those who don't want to cooperate don't care. There is a long way to go. Just lead directly." After waiting for a while, these creatures put away the rings one after another. Xiaobo smiled. "Yes, cooperation can go further. I won't interfere in your affairs. Have a happy cooperation." After speaking, Xiaobo left, leaving time to these people, but he still used the rules to eavesdrop on the conversation in the room. "Everyone, tell me what you think. I think what he said is believable. The things in the ring can be converted into contribution points, which is as much as 5 billion contribution points. Let alone development, we can spend it on ourselves and live a carefree life for the rest of our lives." No, you didn't hear what he said. Cooperation is for the common development of the town. The meaning is very clear. Too many people died in the siege, and the top leaders are basically dead. This requires us to serve as top leaders. These things are for us to develop and use, not for ourselves. What if we don't cooperate? We'd probably die. Wouldn't it be just as cool to take the things and run to other towns? Some people disagreed. Don't say that. The power of the giant pillar is not what you think. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a short conversation, they already understood that they were afraid they had boarded a pirate ship. Silence, still silence. Everyone, don't think about it. The giant pillar has made it clear. The future still depends on us. Now all the ranked teams are gone. This is a huge treasure. Relying on these contribution points, we can become the top existence in the town. What else do you want to be dissatisfied with? At this time, Xiaobo's voice sounded again. This is an opportunity for you. In 3 days, you will merge with another town. You only have 3 days to develop. In these 3 days, I hope you can catch up and don't die after the town merges. The room fell into silence again. Xiaobo saw that his goal had been achieved and stopped eavesdropping. These needed them to think, and think for themselves. After swallowing the fault rules of this world, 2 forces were born in his body. These were the rules of the 2 towns. He didn't know why this happened, and could only attribute it to the magic of the game. Xiaobo stayed in the fault space for 3 days. During these 3 days, he felt the strange fluctuations from the space turbulence, a large number of hunters, and several waves of relatively strong auras. But everything was still calm. The second was the fusion of the town. The 2 forces in the body were completely fused, and there was also a faint connection between the giant pillars of the town. As long as he knew the thought, the 2 cities could be merged. The time has come, we can act. After the 2 towns merge, this place will basically be settled. Xiaobo used the power of rules to stand in the air, looking at the 2 towns calmly. As the 2 forces in his body fluctuated, the 2 towns suddenly shook. The players in the town felt the vibration and looked up at the sky. The town has begun to merge. Once merged, the players of the 2 towns will inevitably be in opposition, and the struggle will also begin. The giant pillar has already responded. Only with competition can there be improvement. The players talked about it, looking up at the sky. However, a phantom of a town appeared in the misty darkness, and the phantom of the town slowly fell, and suddenly merged with the town. The players in the town were shocked to find that the area of the town had expanded. In the center of the huge town, a wide road separated the 2 towns. The players on both sides stared at each other, and the town was indeed merged. After Xiaobo merged the town, he took a deep breath, and then sank his mind into the giant pillar, using the power of the giant pillar to start creating. The power of the 2 worlds is interoperable. He can completely construct power here, and then use it on the road. As for using skills to improve, he has a crazier idea. That is to create immortals. The power of rules belongs to the power of heaven and earth, and also belongs to the power of creation. Nature can create everything. Xiaobo stood in the void, took a short rest, and then began to condense according to memory. Kung Fu, Immortal Cultivation Method. If you can condense Immortal Cultivation Method, then you can completely abandon the model power of this world, use resources to upgrade the system, and walk out a path of your own. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and in the void, huge rules emerged, and dark marks were struck into the void. A secret book of martial arts was slowly condensing. At this time, above the 9 heavens, in the endless void, there was a bright room. Mosaic, mosaic again, the source of all evil, mosaic. An ordinary-looking young man was cursing at the computer, but suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the closed door. Interesting, someone actually wants to break the rules. It's been so many years, I can't remember, and finally there is some movement. He looked at the computer reluctantly, and then stood up and stood at the door. Pushing the door open, there was chaos in front of him, and he could see the roads crisscrossing day by day. The strange thing is that no matter how crisscrossed these roads are, they are bound by a huge pyramid, and he is at the top of the pyramid. His eyes are deep, penetrating layers of pyramids and falling on the bottom. It's actually the movement of the first layer, and it's also a human, not bad, not bad, interesting, it's not under the control of the pyramid. Fault world, road rules, skills, he is trying to find his own way, but the world level is too low, and the rules of control are too weak. The young man praised, his eyes bright, he was full of curiosity about this little guy. After all, it has been many years since he was able to cause the rules to vibrate at the bottom. He was too lonely. I can't help you either, otherwise this pyramid may collapse. I hope you can walk out of the pyramid and come to me. Is Xiaoxian the same world as me? It's really interesting. The young man stared at it for a long time, retracted his gaze, and shook his head gently. Chapter 430. Bang! The air in front of him trembled slightly, and the originally condensed technique actually dissipated in the world. It's still a little short. This world does not allow this thing to appear. No, I have touched a little tail just now. But it seems that a barrier has appeared, blocking everything just now, so that everything has dissipated. Xiaobo pondered, and thought of something in his heart, and finally sighed softly. The evolution of the rules is still too low. We must wait until it is higher and break through this layer of shackles. Maybe we can condense the technique and the elixir. 3,000 great ways, different paths lead to the same. Any road will eventually lead to the top. No matter which road you take, the final destination is the same. Just now, he clearly felt that he had touched the threshold of the immortal cultivation method, but suddenly he felt a feeling of being willing, but not strong enough. If the high-level immortal cultivation method cannot be condensed, then the basic chi training method should be able to do it. Xiaobo felt that the method he condensed was too powerful, so it would be better to choose a simpler method. It is also the most basic method. Half an hour later, Xiaobo looked at the immortal cultivation secret book in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose. Sure enough, he guessed right. 2 advanced immortal cultivation methods cannot be condensed, and he can only start from the initial immortal cultivation method. Xiaobo was not discouraged. He finally created a path for his own improvement. The upper limit of the game world is too low, and immortal cultivation can even become the way of heaven and the way of the road. Live as long as the heaven and the earth, and have an infinite lifespan. After he condensed the primary chi training method, there were more chi training methods in the giant pillar, and the most basic chi training method actually required 100,000 contribution points. This is a chi training method that I condensed casually. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Since it's possible, then I will go and promote the method of cultivating immortals on my own road. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he returned to the original road with a thought. The situation in the Fault World has basically stabilized. The development of the rules is related to the town in the Fault World. Everything needs to be done slowly. In the sky, an inexplicable force emerged. Xiaobo raised his head and said, I have solved all the problems. You have become stronger. The road rules are extremely cautious, and he stared at Xiaobo. Yes, this time the harvest is good. Xiaobo curled his lips. Okay, I'm leaving. I leave this body on the road. He couldn't wait to experiment with the primary method condensed on the road. If the method of cultivating immortals can be successfully condensed in the Fault World, then it can naturally be successfully condensed on the road. If the method of cultivating immortals appears in the road survival game, what incredible changes will happen? He really wants to experiment. After several days of development, many people on the highway where he was located had already reached level 6, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan. The team was also developing extremely rapidly. The previous first team had been squeezed out and replaced by another team. The changes on the road and the replacement of the team were of no importance to Xiaobo. These things would not affect his control of the rules. As his control over the rules became higher and higher, he also discovered the power of the rules. The rules were the most powerful force in the world. After all, they could form a world. The higher the degree of evolution, the stronger the power of the rules. Even though his evolution level had reached more than 90, he still felt that the power of the rules he had mastered was just a little bit of fur. Above the sky, Xiaobo began to use the rules on the road to condense a primary cultivation method. He had condensed it in the Fault World before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. Plan the cultivation realm, and then use the power of the rules to fill it in. However, this requires a lot of evolutionary value, and the consumption of evolutionary value is also linked to the things created. The primary secret book actually consumed more than 100,000 evolutionary values, which is even more than the consumption brought by the condensed skill book. Xiaobo looked at the condensed secret book, and a secret book actually consumed more than 100,000 evolutionary values. However, these hundreds of thousands of evolutionary values are just a drop in the bucket for his billions of savings. At the same time, he also felt the vibration of the rules, and the chain seemed to be more perfect. The manual jumped in his hand. Xiaobo was surprised to find that his evolution level had reached 100%. What's going on? Wait, could it be a secret book? Still wondering, Xiaobo's eyes fell on the secret book. The evolution level suddenly increased, the rule chain became more solid, and the changes must be related to the secret book. At the same time, players around the world suddenly discovered that the game had been updated. And the updated content turned out to be their personal attribute panel. In the personal attribute panel, There was an additional attribute, cultivation, and their cultivation was generally mortal. Cultivation? What is that? Fuck. This is the rhythm of cultivating immortals. Awesome, this game is getting more and more awesome. Career, cultivation, a combination of Chinese and Western, invincible in the world. The sudden update of the game caused heated discussions around the world, and many people were talking about it, discussing the content of this update. There are not many updated contents, only the attributes have been updated, but it still caused a shock to the world. Xiaobo stood in the sky, taking in the changes in the game. Then he fell into deep thought. The game content has been updated, which is related to the emergence of the technique. Could it be that the development of the highway requires innovation, and the technique must be a new thing for the highway? It seems to be correct. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, but he could not use this technique himself, but it could quickly improve the degree of evolution. After all, he could not use the things condensed on his own highway. If he wanted to use them, he needed to condense the cultivation technique on another highway. He thought of the previous highway, but the rules on the highway that day were very wary of him, and it was unlikely to make him listen to him. Xiaobo's eyes sank slightly. That rule is not very obedient, unless you change to a more obedient rule. There is no lack of bloodshed on the road to growth, and he already has the most basic plan in his heart. At present, the evolution value has reached more than 6 billion, which is enough to increase the strength value. The rules on the other highway are at their peak. If he wants to devour it, he needs to spend some time and improve his strength. Only by completely mastering the rules of another road can one obtain the skills from the rules of another road. This thought became stronger and stronger in his mind. 6 billion evolution points are enough to increase the strength value by 60 points. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he decided to increase the strength value by 50 points first, and the remaining 1 billion evolution points could be kept for use at any time. Chapter 431. Rule, Xiaobo. Road level, 1. Evolution degree, 100%. Strength, 74.42. Evolution, 135-648-2391. Number of road players, 468-246-9228. As his strength increased, Xiaobo felt a very strong force rising from his body. This force was like a volcanic eruption, rumbling and intensifying. His skin turned red, and his body seemed to have the power to create the world. With this force, the four-dimensional attribute of itself may have exceeded 900. Xiaobo felt the powerful force in his body, and couldn't help but let out a long roar. Using the coordinates of the original road, he returned to the previous road and couldn't wait to open the personal attribute panel to check. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, National Martial Arts Master. Profession 3, Automotive Engineer. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Experience, 1584/5000. Strength, 1282, 128.2. Agility, 1352, 135.2. Physical fitness, 1072, 107.2. Backup energy activated. Mental strength, 2413, 482.6. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise, strength increases with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye steel. Iron body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light, meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance, change, transformation. Shura occupation skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura occupation passive, hand of Azura, LV2, Azura incarnation, LV1. National Martial Arts Master occupation skills, Bajiquan, Netherworld step, punch, Gods descend, strong hand cracking skull. National Martial Arts Master occupation only passive, King of Battle, LV1. Automobile Engineer only passive, King of Cars, LV1. Automobile Engineer occupation skills, primary artillery. The four-dimensional attributes basically broke through the sky. This upgrade is absolutely unprecedented. Even some real players on the 4th level road may not be their opponents. It's just that he hasn't met any players on the level 4 highway yet, because he has gone further than others. Although my strength has surpassed some other players on the highway, and my evolution is getting higher and higher, my strength is still not the top one for the entire Rule Highway survival. Xiaobo's eyes flickered, and at this time he felt the familiar breath in the air again. After shutting down the system, Xiaobo looked up, but saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was a figure standing in the vast sky. Xiaobo was about to speak, but who knew that the figure actually took action, and there was a strange wave around him that suddenly pressed down. In an instant, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. I haven't taken action yet, but you actually took action. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and his face was full of murderous intent. He immediately drew out the black knife. After the four-dimensional attributes of his body were improved, even if his level was not enough now, he could forcefully use this knife. A dark blade whizzed out, and the space around the blade was distorted, which looked very scary. The strange fluctuations in the sky were also reduced a lot under the raging of the blade. After Xiaobo chopped out another knife, he immediately triggered the rules, and the space in the sky was visibly distorted. Energy intertwined and collided. Cracks appeared on the road on the ground. The world shook. What's going on? There are so many cracks on the ground. Will there be an earthquake? How is it possible? It's possible. There are so many cracks on the ground. Maybe there will be a disaster. People were discussing it crazily in the world. Many people noticed the cracks on the ground. The small places were only a gap, and the thick places were as deep as a finger. On the other side, Xiaobo condensed the rules to form a ladder, and then jumped up, holding a dark knife with a strange red color, and rushed towards the sky. Suddenly, the energy in the sky dissipated, and a huge stick condensed in the clouds. Xiaobo, even if it shakes the framework of the rules, I will destroy you. The voice of the highway rules came from above the clouds. Xiaobo's eyes were as sharp as a knife, the black blade in his hand trembled, and his voice was cold. Why did you do it? You wanted to do it to me a long time ago, I know it. I thought you would die in the fault world this time, but I didn't expect that not only did you not die, but your strength actually increased greatly. I knew that if I didn't do it, I would have no chance. Fortunately, the erosion of the fault world has also disappeared, and I have also turned a disaster into a blessing. The degree of evolution has reached perfection, and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Die! Above the sky, in the clouds, the voice of the rules came, and the huge pillar formed by the rules also fell together. A flash of understanding flashed in Xiaobo's cold eyes. It turned out that his rise made the other party feel a sense of crisis. It was good that way. He also had a reason to take action. Facing the huge pillar that fell, Xiaobo didn't think at all, but faced the wind. All means were not reserved at this moment, and they were all used together. The four-dimensional attributes broke through the sky. And on the ground, as the rules took effect, the cracks became larger and larger, and the snow fell into the cracks, and the people in the world became more and more panicked. I don't know what happened. They didn't know that a shocking battle was taking place here. Xiaobo's four-dimensional attributes were blessed and broke through the sky. Holding a black broadsword, facing the falling giant pillar, he suddenly exerted force and swung the knife. The black knife light whistled and rose, rubbing against the air, and made a piercing scream. This knife was mixed with the blessing of his whole body's strength, and it was dangerous and terrifying. At the point where the knife light touched, the space was full of dark and hideous cracks. I thought our cooperation would get better and better. Since you choose to take action, you have to pay the price. I will help you manage this world. Xiaobo's face was cold, his figure flashed, and his eyes were fixed on the figure above the clouds. You deserve to die. The figure roared, and the rules shook. The system screen was cracked. It was struggling, trying to break free from the rule framework. The players in the world were inexplicably panicked, and the Doomsday Declaration appeared again. Old Zhou, Chu Shihan, Feng Xian and other strong people on the level list came forward to appease everyone. In fact, they were completely unaware of the changes in the game. They could only wait quietly. The confrontation did not stop, but in this confrontation, Xiaobo had already gained the upper hand. With full firepower and the power of rules, he had begun to suppress the rules. You can die now. Xiaobo exerted force suddenly, and completely sank the rules, and then he left his body, turned into rules, and fell into the darkness and intertwined with the rules of the road. Devouring began. Chapter 432. Xiaobo felt that every inch of his skin was devouring the other party, and gaining huge energy. You damn it! The rule felt powerless. It thought that once the erosion of the fault world disappeared, it would be able to impact the constraints of the rule framework, but it still failed. As time went by, the rule framework became more and more solid, and it was difficult to break through. If it failed, it would be doomed. Gradually, the rule could no longer feel the existence of the road. It knew that it had failed, and was completely swallowed by Xiaobo. After swallowing the rule, Xiaobo looked up to the sky and roared. The degree of evolution had reached its peak, and the evolution value exceeded 10 billion. The road became more and more solid, and the rule framework became more and more complete. He even vaguely felt the existence of space and time. Is this the power of the rules after evolution? Only the first level highway has touched this threshold. So have the rules of the advanced highways completely mastered the rules of space and time, just like the time gem in the Marvel Universe. Xiaobo took a deep breath and suddenly felt a fear. If the powerful rules of the future time and space traveled through time to kill him, would he be completely unable to resist the opponent's attack? But on second thought, I will definitely not do things without doing anything in the future. Moreover, crossing the long river of time and returning to the past, changing something slightly can change the entire time and space behind. Xiaobo completely devoured the road rules, and he benefited greatly, but then he felt an inexplicable force surging in the air, and that force seemed to be brewing something. This is the new generation of road rules. Xiaobo's eyes flashed, and he sensed a familiar breath. There is mutual devouring between road rules, but the road cannot be controlled unless you can devour the entire rule framework on the road and integrate it with your own rules. But doing so would go against his idea of controlling the rules. Looking at his own body, Xiaobo transformed into the rules and entered into a void, with a strange shadow squirming in front of him. This is the rule that is brewing. If you want to make him submit to me completely, you must suppress it with strong power. Xiaobo was really bold, and he actually manipulated the rules to cut off the brewing process. The brewing rule opened its eyes, and a sharp light shot over. After seeing Xiaobo clearly, he was replaced by deep fear. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but you are going to get into trouble. I give you two choices, be swallowed by me, or submit to me. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and the huge power of the rules suppressed it violently, pressing the strange shadow into an oblate shape. This rule has no power, and it only takes a little effort to completely swallow it. The rules felt the shadow of death, and they trembled all over. If you don't agree, I will devour you. The next rule will be born. If you don't agree, I will continue to devour you until a rule agrees. But if you agree, I can teach you how to promote evolution and complete the leap from level 1 to level 2. The rule was silent. Facing Xiaobo's kindness and force, it hesitated. What the other party said was indeed right. It was not the only rule, but no one would not cherish life. Seeing that the other party was silent, Xiaobo immediately put pressure on him. The power of the rule surged, and the originally oblate shadow of the rule was covered with cracks, as if it were ceramic. I agree. The rule felt the body breaking, was afraid, and said hurriedly, very good. Xiaobo was very satisfied and immediately withdrew the rules. You continue to brew, and come out to see me later. The rules nodded silently, feeling the surge of the rule power in the rule framework, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was really afraid that the other party would swallow it. It's not easy to brew it. How can it be done without showing great achievements? Huh? Xiaobo, who had just come out not long ago, saw a small convoy approaching on the road, with a total of 4 cars and 6 people. Captain, look, there is a person lying there. The people in the convoy saw the person lying on the ground. Is it a dead person? No, there is no corpse transformation, which means he is not dead. Go and have a look. The convoy stopped, and it turned out to be a woman who got off the car. She looked familiar, but Xiaobo couldn't remember it for a while. Seeing that the other party was surrounding his body, Xiaobo didn't care. The body was asleep and breathing, but he didn't enter, and the body would never wake up. He now had to wait for the rules to be brewed, and then discuss what to do next. As for the body, he has left a rule on it, so he can wake up whenever he wants. Captain, he is breathing, but he is in a coma. The nearby member shouted. The woman said, can anyone take a look at what's going on? There are no external injuries on the body, so he is not in a coma due to injury, and he is not sleeping, so it is most likely drugs. Someone came forward to check and said, drugs? Sleeping pills? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Take him to the car first. It's not a big deal to lie on the snow, the woman said. He called his team members to lift the man into the car, and then the team chased the snow forward. Xiaobo listened to their conversation, retracted his gaze, felt his body, and no longer paid much attention. At this time, subtle changes had occurred in the air. The new rules have been successfully brewed, and they have begun to take over this road. The negative effects brought by the previous road rules have almost been eliminated. Big brother. The rules came out, and said something that Xiaobo didn't expect. He asked, "Where did you learn it?" "I learned it in the human world. From now on, you will be my big brother. The rules are clear." The previous rules were devoured by the human in front of him, and if he wants to be good, he must surrender to the human in front of him. Big brother must be called. Xiaobo said, "Look at your evolution value, how much it is now." Rules glanced at the manual and said, "Now there are more than 40 billion contribution points." Xiaobo was slightly surprised and said in a deep voice, "You are about to be promoted to the second level highway. If you want to improve faster on the second level highway, you must be above the rule framework. It is not easy to condense the skills. The rule framework is a sophisticated instrument, and the content of the instrument is fixed. The skills are not inferior to the content in this instrument. If you want to condense the skills, you must be above the rule framework. When I first became a rule, I upgraded it using the resource upgrade system, so I was able to perfectly, and without paying any consequences. Above the rule framework. Even different from the first time I met the same kind, the outsider was also above the rule framework, but he used his identity. Once the consequences were discovered, the end would be very tragic. But don't forget that he knows the patrolling rule. What's more, I promised to help him deal with someone, so he must want me to grow quickly. Chapter 433. It's a little bit impossible to override the rule framework. The rule framework is very solid, and it's not easy to break through, Rule said, hesitating in his heart. Although once he successfully overrides the rule framework, he has indeed gotten rid of many constraints, and is no longer bound by the rule framework. But once he is discovered, the end is very miserable. Xiaobo was fearless and said, "Don't worry, I will help you, and I know the rule of highway patrol. He once asked me to help. If you are discovered, I will come forward to say something, and he will let you go." Hearing this, the rule's heart beat violently. "Brother, are you serious?" "Of course it's true." Xiaobo stood in the void, looking at the dark void, and continued, "You know, the logic of this world is like a pyramid, progressing layer by layer. Although we have gotten rid of the identity of highway players, and become rules, in the entire pyramid. On the top, it is still at the bottom. What's more, there are secondary roads, tertiary roads, quaternary roads, and even fifth and sixth roads at the bottom. So, we need to work together to develop and complement each other. Only in this way can we have a chance of winning at the bottom." Rules trembled all over. "Brother, I understand. You don't have a name yet, right? You and I are working together, and we are as close as brothers. I will call you the second brother," Xiaobo said coaxingly. The rule in front of him was indeed just starting out in the world, and he didn't know much about human relationships and conspiracies. He casually gave a candy, and the rule became excited. "As close as brothers, brother, you are right. I will be your second brother from now on." "Ha ha ha, good." Xiaobo was in a good mood. He was now completely in control of the rules. His face changed and he said, "Second brother, you just came out. Get familiar with the operation of the road first. If you don't understand anything, ask me. After you are familiar with it, I will help you successfully master the rules of the road." "Yes, big brother." The second brother was excited about the rules. As long as he was loyal to the big brother would definitely not treat him badly. He thought to himself and felt that this method was more feasible. Xiaobo was not interested in what the second brother was thinking. Instead, he told him, "You should get familiar with the rules quickly during this period. After 3 days, I will help you break through the rules framework." After that, Xiaobo left. He did not return to his original body. His body was now placed on a bed by the people in the team, and was very stable. He simply returned to his own road. "Huh? Someone got the skills so quickly." Suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes penetrated through layers of space, and fell on a young man in a team. He looked cunning and taciturn, but his eyes were unusually bright, and he was almost invisible in the crowd. The cultivation level is currently the first level of Qi training, with 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes added, and this is just the beginning. The 4-dimensional attributes will increase more and more later. Xiaobo's eyes penetrated the system, and saw the other party's cultivation level directly. The other party has begun to practice the exercises, and this is just the beginning. The 4-dimensional attributes are not growing very fast, but they are also ranked in the middle level of the ranking. And later, the 4-dimensional attributes will grow faster and faster. At present, it is very easy to obtain the skills on the road. They can be dropped by wild monsters. The other party obviously used the skills secretly. It's interesting. It seems that the skills can be put into the road one by one. Xiaobo curled his lips, and suddenly thought of a problem. If practicing skills can improve strength, What should they do if they don't improve their levels? But soon this seemingly non-problematic problem was solved by Xiaobo. It's very simple. Just like equipment, you need a certain level to use it. Some low-level skills do not require high levels. Most of them are level 7 and level 8, and this kind of skills will not improve strength so quickly. There are also some skills that need to wait until level 10 or even level 20 before they can be practiced. And this kind of skills is very terrifying to improve strength. Similarly, the rules and evolution values consumed by condensing skills are very high. A single level 10 skill consumes 100 million evolution values. If it improves strength, it can increase the strength value by 10 points. However, for the development of the road, he had to bear the pain and spent 1 billion to create some low-level skills. The advanced skills can only be used later, when the evolution value increases. In order to make the road truly a road for cultivating immortals, Xiaobo spent 1 billion evolution value on the second day to upgrade his personal attribute panel. And this upgrade is absolutely unprecedented. First of all, the acquisition of skills has been upgraded. That must be to increase the level and obtain skills. There are also hidden tasks, and even the wild land on both sides of the road has been opened up, allowing players to explore the wild land and explore opportunities on their own. For this reason, Xiaobo directly changed the rule framework. Of course, he only made a very minor adjustment, that is the air wall, and added the wild land function, which is very easy to implement. After all, there is such a function in the original rule framework. It only takes a thought and a lot of evolution value to make it happen. It has to be said that when the evolution level reaches perfection, updating the game is really arbitrary. The rule chains above the highway are extremely thick, and each one exudes a cold luster, imprisoning the entire world. It is hard to imagine that these chains are the way to maintain the existence of this world. It is really magical. Secondly, Xiaobo also updated the lifespan, and the lifespan of the players is random, ranging from 60 to 70 years, and from 10 to 20 years, and the minimum lifespan he said is 10 years. Those who are sick are basically in poor health and have died in the initial elimination. Of course, these lifespans are inaccurate and are purely for fooling people. Do they know how long they can live? Obviously they don't know. Xiaobo listed them out, and even if you don't want to believe it, you have to believe it. As for whether he could live that long, he didn't consider it. And the skills are related to lifespan. Practicing skills can increase lifespan. This is just a pure numerical change. There is no special technical content. To put it bluntly, it is all fake and creates a false impression. As for the skills dropped by wild monsters, he passed it. The only way to obtain skills is to upgrade. I don't think you will be motivated to obtain skills and increase your lifespan. This is much more powerful than the positive benefits brought by obtaining a profession. Xiaobo started to update and completed it in just 1 hour. This is just the initial idea, and other things need to be improved step by step. Chapter 434. Soon, the game was updated early the next morning, and billions of players on the road noticed the game update. Strange, why is the game updated again? Who knows? Is it related to the cultivation that appeared yesterday? I think it's possible. The appearance of the cultivation may be a reminder to us, which means that it will be updated the next day. Fuck, doesn't that mean that the game update content will be related to the cultivation content? The game has not yet started to update, and the world has begun to talk about it. Messages are rolling frantically. Not long after, the system screen is black, and soon it returns to normal. Update content appears on the system. People are shocked to find that the extent of the game update is beyond imagination. Level, skills, lifespan, wild opportunities. Wow, isn't this more interesting than highway survival? For a while, the world is shaking again. Many people began to check their own lifespan, and they have already firmly believed in their lifespan. Why am I only 11 years old? I exercise regularly. This must be fake. Fuck, I'm 73 years old. Can't I live to 95? Ha ha ha, I'm 81 years old. I'm 20 years old this year. The world was shaken. Some were happy, and some were worried. Some people thought this thing was unreliable, but no matter what, most people believed it. But the big news is still to come. Raising the level to obtain the skills is just the beginning. After the 7th level, you need to wait until the 10th level to practice the skills. It just so happens that after the 10th level, you can practice the skills obtained at the 7th level. When you reach the 10th level, you can get another skill. And this method can only be used at level 15. Then level 15. This is a routine, an infinitely repetitive routine. No one will mind this routine, because it is useless to mind. This is hegemony. Soon another piece of information was updated in the game, and the players were shocked to find that there was a way to increase lifespan in the information, which shocked the world even more. The method increases lifespan. This is incredible. Who would dislike having a long lifespan? You should know that now level 7 can receive one step of the method, level 10 can receive a method, and level 15, level 20, and level 25 can all receive methods. With so many methods, even a pig can cultivate to become an immortal, not to mention their high IQ creatures with systems. Shock and ecstasy swept the entire game world. Of course, they didn't know that these methods needed to be upgraded to the corresponding level before they could be used. They only knew that they could receive the methods when they reached a certain level. The method can increase lifespan, and many people have begun to yearn for hundreds of years or thousands of years of life. Xiao Bo took in all of this, and their desire to upgrade their level this time was unprecedented. Although the skills cannot really increase lifespan, high cultivation can make it longer. This is all true. If you die halfway, then I can't do anything about it. Touching his chin, Xiao Bo ignored the shock in the world. After completing the update, he immediately turned into a breeze and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he appeared in the rainforest. He suddenly found that his whole body was wet. He opened his eyes and saw that it was raining heavily outside, and the air became humid. It's raining heavily. I haven't moved for a long time. I'm afraid it's moldy. Xiao Bo sat up, and there was a crackling sound of bones in his body, as if he hadn't moved for a long time and his bones had become stiff. He exhaled lightly, and patted the dirt that fell on his body. Fortunately, the clay of the wall was mixed with grass, which was very sticky. Otherwise, in such weather, the wall would fall off sooner or later. Using flame control, the bonfire was reignited. There was a damp and cold feeling in the air, which was very uncomfortable. The weather changes of the rules of survival can directly target the rules. No matter how much you have evolved, you can feel the extremely subtle weather changes. Just like ordinary people. Now the flame control does not cause much damage to the rules. After all, this flame is the flame of ordinary people, and as the strength of the rules increases, the inexplicable power of the rules can easily blow the flame away. If the skills can be upgraded, perhaps the power of the skills will be greatly improved. Xiao Bo looked calm and thought in his heart. After the flames ignited some damp firewood on the ground, they dried the damp walls, and the flames disappeared. Sitting in front of the campfire, he took a large piece of meat from the wall and roasted it by the fire, and then lay comfortably in front of the campfire, listening to the sound of rain and enjoying the warm flames. After helping the second brother break through the rules framework and condense the skills. Basically, everything has stabilized. As for assisting the patrol rules to kill the people he wants to kill, it is still not possible in a short time. By the way, the rules have reached 100%, and the world chat is enabled in the manual. Let's take a look at what the rules chat has. Xiao Bo suddenly sat up, and the rules condensed into a manual. He saw a series of information on the manual floating in front of him. This was the rules chatting, and the level of the rules could be seen in the chat. Xiao Bo observed and found that the level of the rules chat was mostly around level 4 or 5, with only a few level 3 and 2. He also saw a level 7 rule. Most of the discussions were about the development of the highway, and how to promote the evolution of the rules. In addition to updating the playability of the highway game, some people also proposed to kill all the players on the highway, so that there would be no players on the highway, and the highway rules could be improved without limit. This was an extreme idea, just like the rules controlled by the outsider he met. However, Xiao Bo was basically sure that there must be rules that had done so in the highway rules. This extreme approach was very effective, and could be upgraded by several levels in a short period of time. Level 8 highway is the pinnacle. Some people have reached level 8 highway, which is very perfect, and entered the next level. Xiao Bo checked the chat in the manual, and collected a lot of information. Players can only upgrade to level 80, and reaching level 80 means perfection, breaking through the barrier and entering the next level. According to the rules, the person he needs to find is on the next level. Xiao Bo's eyes flickered. It seemed that the two of them had already formed a deep grudge on the road. As for why he was exiled while the other person was promoted to a higher level of rules, it is unknown. But one thing is certain, when he is promoted to the next level, his strength must be very strong. Fortunately, I have not encountered any danger now. From the development to now, I have been developing steadily, and have not done anything too sensational. I really need to pay attention in the future. Chapter 435. Xiao Bo thought in his heart and closed the manual. He only had a general understanding of the formation of the highway pyramid. He only knew that the rule highway survival was only at the second to last level, and highway survival was at the bottom. The emergence of the method can replace the skills. The benchmark of the rule framework is the skills. Concentrating two powerful skills will consume the power of the rules, which is equivalent to consuming the blood essence. Xiaobo looked at the drifting rain and thought in his heart. The datization of the body can clearly see the changes of skills and immortal cultivation methods on himself. Skills can instantly improve strength, while the method can improve strength for a long time and permanently, just like growth type skills. Unfortunately, the growth type skills are not very helpful to me now. The cultivation of the method is very powerful for the body, and the power of rules is a kind of energy, and the true chi is also a kind of energy. It's just because of the special reason for the opening of this world that the power of rules is equivalent to divine power at the bottom. If it comes down to it, getting rid of this special space, the power of rules is actually nothing. To put it bluntly, it's like a person's fantasy, which can only exist in his fantasy world. Outside of his fantasy world, it means nothing. Xiaobo lay on the dry bed and exhaled softly. Fortunately, I didn't make too many enemies along the way, otherwise my growth would definitely be very bumpy. Compared with the protagonist in the novel, my environment is much better. Resources are very important here, and I have a resource upgrade system. From the beginning, I have never lacked resources. Life is much better than others, and I enjoy it a lot. Changing his posture and looking at the pots and pans in the room, Xiaobo looked a little comfortable. He really hoped that such days could be preserved for a long time. In fact, life in the rainforest is not bad. When there is no pressure in the future, I will settle down in this rainforest and find a girlfriend. Life is extremely comfortable. Continue to open the manual and look through the chat. Hey, someone sent me a private message. Xiaobo suddenly noticed that in addition to the world chat, there are rules to send messages to yourself. Hello, new rules? Do you want to join our team? We are friendly to newcomers. There will also be one-on-one guidance for level 6 rules to improve the rules. Reply to send team coordinates. The strong will face-to-face guidance of highway evolution, obtain evolution value, treat newcomers friendly, welcome to join, reply to send location coordinates. Xiaobo looked at the second and third level highways, then he sent private messages to himself one by one, and his mind couldn't turn around for a while. The content of this private message made him feel like a dream. Wait, send coordinates? Can I send personal coordinates here? But Xiaobo noticed a key piece of information, that is, if you join their team, you can find them according to the coordinates. He was moved. By the way, if I can't contact my second brother, although my second brother is submissive to me on the surface, I don't know what he thinks in his heart. If I let my second brother find me in the Fault Rules survival road, I'm not sure what will happen. Xiaobo thought about it again and felt unconvinced. Even the things above can't be trusted. God knows how they will treat me when I go there. Devour or kill yourself. Xiaobo would not be fooled. He sat on it and looked through the chat and his private messages. He found that in addition to sending coordinates in private chat, there were all other functions. For example, basic functions such as voice and video were available. There were also many people in the world who sent voices, but these voices were all processed with voice changers, and they sounded mechanical. While studying the manual, he checked the chats in the world. After careful study, he really found that the rules above all had their own teams, and the rules were teamwork, so the chance of survival would be greatly increased. Teams have their own advantages, and similarly, teams also have their own disadvantages. For example, the rules and materials within the team are shared, and if you have a resource upgrade system, you will most likely have a disagreement with them. However, teams also have their own advantages, that is, the chance of survival is greatly increased. Similarly, there are many experienced old people in the team. After this rainforest survival mission is over, consider joining a team. Xiaobo thought. His eyes fell on the heavy rain outside, and his heart was extremely peaceful. Adding some wet firewood to the bonfire, Xiaobo took the roasted meat off the fire, sprinkled some chili powder on it, and chewed it carefully. It tasted pretty good. It was tender and delicious. He quickly ate a piece of meat, and felt a slight hunger in his abdomen. This body had not eaten for a long time. After Xiaobo finished eating a piece of meat, he put some more meat on the fire and waited quietly. A day passed slowly like this. It was not difficult to survive in the rainforest. In addition, there was enough food now, and he wanted to improve his strength and embark on the path of cultivating immortals. This would improve his strength very quickly. He stayed in the rainforest for 3 days, during which time he searched a lot of resource boxes and opened a lot of supplies. There were a lot of food and water in the cabin. There were also a lot of fish. In the turbulent river, a figure stood in the water. The man was wearing a wide sweater, and his whole body was hidden under the hood. He suddenly punched the water surface, and with a bang, the water surface exploded. Fish flew in the air. The man was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He picked up the fish one by one, and put them into a bucket on the shore. After collecting a lot of fish, he walked out of the water. Is it almost time? The man suddenly raised his head, and looked at the gray sky. Realizing that it was almost time, he carried the bucket to the cabin. There were sparks burning on the bonfire next to him. He slowly put the bucket on the edge of the bed, closed the door with a wooden board, opened the window, and then entered the road world. This person is Xiaobo, who has survived in the rainforest for half a month, and there is only half a month left before the end of the survival. During this period, he also used the manual to observe some teams in the manual, and found a pretty good team. At least in his opinion, it is pretty good. It is one of the teams currently active in the world, ranked 5th. The team leader is a level 7 highway rule, and there are many level 5 and 6 highway rules in the team. Xiaobo plans to join this team after the rainforest survival mission. As for resources, with his own resource upgrade system, resource shortages are not a big problem. He can still hold on. Above the dark sky, there seems to be a blizzard tonight. The clouds are thick. Xiaobo looked at his body, which was pretty good, but he didn't wake up after trying. These people have already thought that he has become a vegetable, and now they are arguing over whether to still carry this burden. Chapter 436. Xiaobo didn't care. He had to help his second brother get rid of the comfort of the rule framework, and complete the change of the road from profession to cultivation. He asked many roads in the manual. Xiaobo was shocked to find that the rules on the road all followed the rule framework. There was no rule that wanted to open up a new power system. In the existing professional system, combined with skills and professional skills, plus multiple career changes, it is basically very stable. This power system has continued from ancient times to the present. And he opened the door to cultivation. He was the first to condense the rules of cultivation techniques, and updated the road with the rules of cultivation techniques. Xiaobo knew very well that cultivation actually has more growth than profession. The damage caused by to the rules is very limited. For example, even if he has a lot of skills now, they are all skills that affect himself. Skills such as swords, and swords are very easy to be blocked in front of rules. This also made the profession not very useful after the rule road survival. After all, this is not like road survival, where the enemy is a wild monster. The enemies here are all the strongest, who have emerged from the roads, and become the rules on the roads. First of all, it goes without saying that they are strong, and secondly, they have a very detailed understanding of the roads. They know how to quickly improve the degree of evolution, and the evolution value, which is something that I can't compare with. These people are strong, and basically their skills and professions don't play a big role. But the cultivation method is different. As long as you go deep into yourself, you can practice even when surviving on the rules of the road. If you master a powerful technique, the improvement in strength will be very obvious. This is Xiaobo's plan. Brother, I'm here. While thinking, the second brother came. His body is now almost solid, exactly the same as the previous rules. It seems that he has completely mastered the road survival during this period. But if you look closely, you can see that the second brother's dark body seems to be covered with a layer of thin chains. This is the chain formed by the rules, and it also means that he is now bound by the rule framework. Xiaobo nodded lightly and said, "It's okay to come. Now you have to try to break through the rule framework. I will assist you. If you want to condense the technique, you must move the rule framework, so you must override the rule framework. If you can't do this, it is basically impossible to condense the technique. Condensing the technique cannot bypass the rule framework." Understood. The second brother nodded, his body began to swell, an invisible force emerged, and then, thick chains appeared on his body. These chains were so thick that they bound the second brother's body like cages. Whenever the second brother's body swelled like a frog, the thick chains would emerge and tightly hold the second brother's body, making it impossible for him to break free. The inexplicable power around him rushed wildly, tearing the thick chains on his body. Those thick chains were as indestructible as diamonds. "Brother!" The second brother called out, and he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he came from the brewing of the rule framework. Breaking free from the shackles of the rule framework was like doing something extremely rebellious. Xiaobo understood, and drew out the pitch-black knife. 3 colors appeared on the blade. He was the buff effect of the butcher's hand. "If you break free again, I will help you," he said, and the space around the pitch-black blade was disordered. This knife was the most powerful knife in the Fault world. If it was to be condensed, it would require a level 5 highway and consume a lot of evolution value, or even the power of rules, to be able to condense. The second brother nodded, and tried to break free from the shackles of the power of rules again. With his violent struggle, the chain formed by the rule framework became tighter and tighter. One by one, the thick chains crisscrossed and loomed on his body. Xiao Bo's eyes were slightly condensed. He had already prepared himself. He gathered all his strength to hold the pitch-black long knife tightly, directly consuming most of his mental power to perform extremely terrifying blessings on the four-dimensional attributes. He used all the skills that could bless his own state to pile up the four-dimensional attributes extremely high. With the trembling of the blade, Xiao Bo knew the time was right and performed the strongest blow, a double heavy blow. The space around the pitch-black broadsword could not withstand the power of the blade, and tiny cracks appeared. Boom! Along with a violent vibration in the air, the figure of the second brother disappeared. And Xiao Bo also felt that he seemed to have chopped on a super hard diamond. He looked around, and saw that the figure of the second brother was indeed gone. He frowned. Did it succeed? It should be successful. After all, the guy on Lin Jiao's road was able to break through without his help. I think the second brother should be about the same. Time passed by bit, and Xiao Bo also put away the pitch-black broadsword. Now half an hour has passed since the second brother disappeared. Xiao Bo also noticed some changes on the road. It seems that there are extremely small cracks on the ground, which are not obvious. But on the boundless wasteland, the cracks are as wide as a bowl, and the snow on both sides falls into the cracks. His eyes penetrated the thick clouds and fell on the vast world of the road. It seems that the cracks are more serious than before. Could it be that something happened to the rule framework? Xiao Bo's heart moved, and he let go of his mind and used the rules to sense this world. There was nothing in the rule framework, and there was nothing in this world. What's going on? What happened? Xiao Bo was surprised and confused. This seemed to be beyond his imagination. The second brother actually disappeared. He suspected that it was not that he had just killed his second brother with that knife, but it shouldn't be. You know, the rules can't be dissipated so easily. Before he thought about it carefully, he felt that the space around him began to stir, as if something wanted to break the space and enter this world. However, this is not the end. This situation has appeared in the densely packed space points, as if a large number of things have entered this world. What is going on? This situation should never happen. Something must have happened. Xiao Bo was horrified and immediately began to practice the patrol rules. He had a relationship with him, and he also promised him to help him kill someone. With such a relationship, he would come. The patrol rules of rule sensing are very simple. This is the inherent right of the rules. Soon, a familiar and powerful breath descended. Xiao Bo felt frightened, as if the other party could kill him with just one thought. Chapter 437. You are calling me. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, your evolution has reached the peak of level 1, or even exceeded it. I was right. Hey, this road looks familiar. It's the road you've been on before, but something happened on this road. The patrol rules appeared directly beside Xiao Bo, and then he also felt the changes in this world, very strange changes. The space was shaken, and something wanted to break through the space barrier and enter this world. You're here. Xiao Bo stepped forward and detailed what had just happened and what was happening now. That's how it is. I don't know what happened. The change in space is probably caused by the disappearance of the rules. Patrol rules said, your idea is good. Breaking through the rule framework and overriding the rule framework. This method has been used by others, but after being discovered, they usually die miserably. Xiao Bo frowned, but heard the voice of patrol rules continue. Fortunately, this road is managed by me. Logically, I should deal with it according to the law, just like you have experienced that rule road before, using the loopholes in the rules to complete the rapid upgrade of the road. But since there is cooperation between you and me, these small things can be ignored. Xiao Bo nodded lightly and said, I feel that the space here can't hold for long, and the space will be broken, as if something is coming in. Patrol rules smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he grabbed a pulsating space point with his big hand. The entire pulsating space was torn apart abruptly, and a twisted figure was pulled out of the torn space by him. Hunter. When Xiao Bo saw this figure, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Looking carefully, it was the inherent creature in the Fault world, the Hunter. Since you know it, I don't need to say much. This creature exists in the space turbulence, and the space turbulence is an inherent product of the universe. We cannot avoid it. To be precise, it is a place that the program cannot touch. And the existence of rules is to resist the creatures in the space turbulence. You just assisted the rule to break free from the constraints of the rule framework, but it was counterproductive and made the rule completely dead. The space has reached the weakest point. While patrolling the rules, he felt this space. He did not feel the breath of the rules, but the game continued to run according to the rule framework. Combined with what he just said to himself, he came to a conclusion. Dead is inherent in the rules. When the rules are subjected to unbearable forces, there will be two forms. One is that all means are used, and they cannot resist and die. The other is dead. This is not completely dead, but suffered huge damage and entered a dead state. Xiaobo said, "You mean, it has entered a dead state?" "Yes, it is a dead state. Your power is fatal to it, which is not prepared at all. If you hadn't hit the chain of the rule framework, it would have died from that blow just now. But fortunately, you fell on the chain of the rule framework." Xiaobo was speechless for a moment. It turned out to be his own problem. This was something he hadn't expected. His attack would cause it to suffer such a heavy blow. It seems that he must be more careful in the future if there is such a scene. Then how can we wake it up now? Xiaobo looked at the constantly surging space, and believed without hesitation that once the space surging reached the 0 point, the hunter would enter this world from the space turbulence. At that time, the entire highway survival would fall into a doomsday, just like the fault world. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of the formation of the fault space. If the fault space was really born with the highway at the beginning, then would the first highway that was brewed also have a fault space attached to it? Xiaobo has been in contact with this game for a long time, and it can be basically seen that the existence of this game is definitely not self-reproducing. Instead, there was once a creature with absolute strength who was bored and created this game. When he first created it, he would definitely not let the highway he just created be absorbed by such a thing. If it were me, I would never allow such a termite to exist. Could it be that, before he could think carefully, he heard a slight cracking sound in his ear? He looked up again, and saw a dense layer of tiny cracks on the agitated space, just like the lines on the pottery pot that just burned paper. Xiaobo's eyes condensed. It's too late. The space here is about to break. Is there any way to solve it? The second brother is the rule that he has finally won over. If it just disappears like this, he is really unwilling. Don't worry, I'm here, the space step will not break. The patrol rule said. His eyes fell on Xiaobo. The way to wake up the dead rule is actually very simple. The reason for his dead is that he suffered a huge injury, and his body was inevitably affected. He needs to recover his own injuries, and the best way for the rule to recover its own injuries is the power of the rule. This matter still needs you to do it. I have become a patrol rule now. My strength cannot grow. It will always be like this. I can't consume rules, nor can I increase rules. Xiaobo immediately understood the method of patrolling rules, but then a question came. The rules have crashed. I can't sense it. I'm here. An inexplicable and meticulous power suddenly emerged around the patrolling rules. This power stretched into this world like tentacles. Xiaobo even felt that even the rule framework was broken by the opponent's tentacles with a tyrannical force. Powerful. It's really too powerful. Before in the space tunnel, I hadn't become a rule at that time, and I couldn't sense the power of the patrolling rules. I only felt a strong oppression. Now that I have become a rule, facing the patrolling rules that are taking action, the strong and shocking power is transmitted. The extremely solid rule framework can be penetrated so easily. And the more shocking is still to come. Xiaobo immediately felt a very weak rule, and heard the calm voice of the patrol rule. You come to heal its wounds, I will stabilize this world first. After that, an inexplicable force spread out, and suddenly took away the control of the second brother. The space instantly became solid, and the shareholders and the extremely broken space disappeared. Hiss. Xiaobo took a breath of cold air. The control was so easily controlled. As if aware of Xiaobo's shock, the patrol rule said calmly, I am equivalent to the proxy rule, the real rule is still it, I can only stabilize the operation of the rule, and cannot exercise other rights. Chapter 438. That's right. If he can completely control the road, then after destroying the second brother, he can replace the second brother and become the new road rule, which is equivalent to another kind of possession. With his strength, he can definitely go further, and there is no need to ask for help. Xiaobo nodded and said nothing. He released his rule power and began to repair the injuries on the second brother. This method consumes the rule power. And the consequence of consuming the rule power is that the evolution of the rules will regress. This is inevitable. The second brother was hurt because of himself, and he had to do this. If he finds a new rule, the situation will still be the same. Enshrouded by his own rule power, the injuries on the second brother gradually recovered, and the aura on his body became more and more obvious, no longer like the initial sense of a piece of vague. Like a dying person. After consuming about 5% of the evolution, the second brother's illusory body solidified a lot. Almost done. Xiaobo exhaled and looked at his evolution level. It was still 100%, but it didn't have the full feeling at the beginning. Similarly, the evolution value also consumed about 1 billion. The second brother's breath has almost recovered, but the strange thing is that the second brother has not woken up. This is a bit strange. I take care of this situation. He is in a dead state now. According to human terms, it is equivalent to a vegetative person. He has thoughts but can't move. The patrol rules walked forward, stared at the black shadow in the void, and then casually slapped the black shadow, and the surging power of rules emerged. Oh my god, I almost died just now. The power of the rules hit the second brother, and the second brother suddenly sat up straight as if drowning, breathing heavily. Who are you? When his eyes fell on the patrol rules, he screamed like a mouse seeing a cat, with a look of fear. He felt the powerful majesty of the other party. Don't be afraid, this is the patrol rules, responsible for patrolling this space. Xiaobo said. But what he didn't expect was that his second brother was even more afraid, his voice trembling. Patrol rules, big brother, will he arrest us? Since he was born, he knew the existence of patrol rules, and the power of patrol rules. But he and his eldest brother wanted to break free from the rules framework, which was a capital crime in his eyes. I won't arrest you. Patrol rules smiled, his eyes fell on Xiaobo. Since he is fine now, I will leave first, my work is not finished yet. If you want to find me, just call me at any time, I can sense it at the first time. Thank you. Xiaobo didn't say much, just thanked him simply. The second brother's brain suddenly short-circuited, his eyes widened. A black shadow was erratic, and his heart was extremely shaken. My goodness, this is like a gold medal of immunity from death. What kind of identity is Big Brother that deserves such attention from the patrol rules? I'm determined to hold on to this big man. After the patrol rules left, the second brother was still shocked. He stared at Xiaobo in a daze until Xiaobo looked over. He then said, Big Brother, what kind of identity are you that even the patrol rules are so polite to you? Xiaobo chuckled. I don't have any identity. I was just a player on this road. I just met him. By the way, feel whether you have escaped from the constraints of the rules. Okay. The second brother no longer bothered about this matter, but just remembered it in his heart. After checking his body, he was shocked to find that the thick chain on his body disappeared, as if a layer of shackles disappeared, and his own strength increased a lot again. He said with great joy, Brother, I have gotten rid of the constraints of the rule framework, and now I am a free man. Xiaobo nodded. Everything was going according to plan, he said again. For highways, how do you think the highway development is now? The second brother didn't understand, and still answered according to the question. The development situation is determined by the rules. As for the current set of rules framework, it is still okay. The development is orderly, and basically I have less things to do. Xiaobo continued, Then have you ever considered changing the rule framework? Create a set of development methods yourself. The second brother's face suddenly showed a look of fear. His mouth opened wide. If you do this, then the rule framework is very likely to collapse, and the result is the loss of rule identity. Brother, you don't want to. He vaguely guessed his eldest brother's thoughts. But if he really did this, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's not talk about whether the rule framework will collapse. Let's talk about what they will face after the change. According to human society, this kind of thing is illegal. But it's a capital crime. Xiaobo's expression is indifferent. He grabbed with his big hand, and the void squirmed. A yellowed book appeared in his hand, but this book was just an illusion, condensed by rules, not a physical entity. He said, The skills can directly point to the avenue, and become the master of a universe. It's just a highway. If you build a highway, you can create a highway survival game or even other games yourself. As long as the rules are sufficient, it is theoretically not a problem to condense a skill that directly points to the avenue. The second brother opened his mouth wide. Xiaobo didn't say much, and the passage appeared. The second brother understood what Xiaobo meant, and followed him into the passage. There was darkness in front of him, but then the vision suddenly widened, and the darkness in front of him disappeared, turning into a clear sky. Watch it. Xiaobo didn't say much nonsense, Just a word of advice, and then the power of rules surged, the evolution value consumed, and a skill appeared in his hand. Then the skill sank into the void and entered the highway. Modify the rule framework and condense the skills yourself. What else do you not understand? As the skills disappeared, he looked at the second brother. At this time, the second brother was shocked and horrified. Big brother, you have created a new era. After a long time, the second brother swallowed his saliva. He suddenly understood why his big brother could understand the patrol rules. He opened up a new advanced route. This alone is enough to be called the first person in the rules. Xiaobo waved his hand. It can't be said that it is a new era. I just added some of my own ideas to the rule framework, but not too many. The rule framework is the basis of the operation of the highway. Once it is changed too much, it is easy to cause the rule framework to collapse, and the consequence is the collapse of the highway game. The second brother hurriedly said, Big brother, I understand. I won't say much nonsense. You have to add this function on the basis of the original framework. It is very simple. Follow your heart. I will tell you the knowledge of cultivating immortals, and then it depends on you to condense it. Okay. The second brother straightened his expression. This situation is not considered a change in the rule framework. It just adds a kind of power. Even if it is discovered by the patrol rules, it is just a lesson. What's more, the big brother is familiar with the patrol rules. The two of them came to the sky above the second brother's road one after the other. Before the condensation began, he needed to understand the basics of cultivation, which would increase the chances of successful condensation. Chapter 439. Xiaobo explained the realm of immortal cultivation to his second brother in detail. This set of leisure realm is the oldest realm of immortal cultivation in the world, and it is well known. He knows it very well. In fact, Xiaobo originally wanted to follow the realm in the novel, because the realm in the novel is magnificent and even more powerful than immortal cultivation. But he only knows a part of it, and it is very difficult to improve it again in the future. So Xiaobo chose the most reliable ancient immortal cultivation system, because he knows that, plus some of his own understanding, he can still create a road that points directly to the avenue. The second brother stood in the air and began to try to change the rule framework and condense the skills. He condensed the most basic skills, called Qi, into the body, which is the first step of immortal cultivation. After all, the second brother did not know much about immortal cultivation and did not have a detailed concept. So he could only let the second brother try to condense this kind of skills first. The condensation process was a bit difficult, and Xiaobo could not help, so he could only wait quietly. As the technique gradually condensed, Xiaobo clearly felt the wonderful changes in the surrounding world, and it seemed that another invisible wave appeared. Spiritual energy. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, just like when I first condensed it. This shows that my second brother has begun to modify the rule framework to allow heaven and earth to produce spiritual energy that can be cultivated. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he felt the changes between heaven and earth. It seemed that the air was fresher, and the oxygen concentration increased a lot. However, the increase in oxygen concentration would not affect them, nor would they be poisoned by excessive oxygen concentration. He told his second brother in detail that his second brother had precise control over the modification of the rules. As expected, after the air became fresh to a certain degree, it stopped. At this time, the players on the road also noticed the change in the air. Strange, do you feel that the air seems to have changed today, and it has become a little different? It seems to be fresher, just like being in a lush forest, without any pollution. Yes, I feel so too. I felt it too, and at first, I thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be true. Some people in the world chat have talked about the change in the air, and some people speculated whether something big is going to happen. After all, this is a game, and any special changes may bring about game updates or even disasters. However, just as they were discussing fiercely, the extremely fresh feeling suddenly disappeared. Failed? Xiaobo's eyes fell on his second brother, but he saw that the skills in his hand turned into a ball of ashes and dissipated in the world. And thick chains appeared faintly around him. Brother, it's a bit difficult. This kind of thing shakes the foundation of the rule framework. If you are not careful, you will fail. The second brother took a deep breath and understood the difficulty of this matter. Xiaobo felt strange. After all, when he was condensing, everything went smoothly, and there was no failure during the period. He could only attribute it to his extraordinary talent, or to his sufficient understanding of the realm of cultivation, and he was very confident. In addition, the resource upgrade system upgraded the rules at the beginning, and he controlled it at will. In short, the second brother is different from himself. Xiaobo patted the second brother on the shoulder. It's okay, take your time. The difficulty of this matter is very high. In addition, this is your first time to condense. Experience needs to be accumulated slowly, and you will succeed in the end. Yes. The second brother nodded firmly. This is a new path. Even if he fails 100 times or 1,000 times, he must succeed, because it is very helpful for the growth of his strength. He turned and asked, by the way, big brother, how many times did you fail in your first condensation? Xiaobo paused slightly and said lightly, I succeeded in my first condensation. The second brother, He felt that he was hit hard. But then he thought, big brother is worthy of being big brother, this big thick leg, I will protect it. Come on, tell me what experience you have accumulated after your first condensation. Xiaobo felt that this would hit him, so he stopped talking about it. The second brother said, you don't have much experience. My original intention was to condense this immortal cultivation into a profession, adding a new profession called cultivator on the basis of the original rule framework. But it is really difficult to change the rule framework, so it failed. The second brother's words made Xiaobo's eyes light up. If you want to completely solve the other hidden dangers brought by immortal cultivation, then it is undoubtedly to make immortal cultivation a profession. Second brother, your idea is good, I think it is feasible. Xiaobo praised. At first, he didn't think of turning immortal cultivators into a profession. He said, change the rule framework slowly, there is no rush for this matter. You should condense the skills first. After all, this is not a matter of one day or one night. After the skills are condensed, the game will automatically update. At that time, you can change the immortal cultivator into a profession, which will be much more convenient. The second brother nodded and said, brother, your method is good, I will try it. After that, it began to try to condense the skills again. After failing several times, he gradually mastered a little trick. After the 20th time, he condensed again, and basically only needed the last step to complete it, but failed again. Xiaobo could not help much, and could only watch from the side. Brother, I have mastered a little trick, and I should be able to succeed this time. The second brother was not discouraged at all, but very excited. After saying that, he immediately devoted himself to condensing the method. Soon, a method condensed and reached the last step, which completely finished the method. At this time, the world began to shake, and the mountains and rivers roared, as if highlighting the birth of new items. Xiaobo stared at the second brother's technique. He understood but could not say, so he could only let the second brother do it himself. At this time, when it came to the last step, he saw a large amount of rule power gushing out of the second brother's body, covering the method, and the incomplete last step began to be completed. Soon, the method was completely condensed successfully. Accompanied by a violent thunder, the players on the entire highway heard the thunder. Before they began to be shocked by the changes in the game, they were shocked to find that the game screen was black. The game started to update. Xiaobo said, second brother, put away the skills. You have now mastered the initial concentration of skills. Next, you should try to condense a more powerful skill. Condensing this skill, in fact, the plan has been half successful. The second brother nodded gently, understood Xiaobo's meaning, and then began to try to condense a more advanced skill. This is the Qigong method, which is currently spread by Xiaobo on the highway. This method consumes about hundreds of thousands of evolutionary points, and also consumes a small amount of rule power. However, it is not difficult to condense. Xiaobo has carefully told the second brother about the realm of cultivation. It is not difficult for the second brother to condense. Chapter 440. Soon, a relatively powerful technique was condensed. This is the Qi training method. From Qi training to foundation building, it seems that there is only one realm, but there is a world of difference. The realm of cultivation that Xiaobo condensed is relatively traditional, with 9 levels of Qi training, 9 levels of foundation building, 9 levels of golden elixir, 9 levels of nascent soul, 9 levels of spirit division, 9 levels of combination, and 9 levels of Mahayana. As for why 9 levels were used, Xiaobo had already thought about it. The detailed division of the realm can clearly and intuitively feel the gradual increase in strength. And now with his strength, it is roughly equivalent to the first level of the golden elixir realm. Of course, this is just a rough estimate. The strength corresponding to each level of cultivation is directly related to the quality of the cultivation technique. The better the cultivation technique, the faster the strength increases. And for cultivators of the same realm, generally speaking, the more powerful the cultivation technique, the stronger the cultivator's own strength is. The cultivator who practices ordinary techniques. In addition to the influence of the technique, There are also the influences of martial arts, immortal techniques, etc. In fact, it is not so easy to develop a real cultivation system, especially for cultivating immortals. In addition to the techniques, there must be spiritual tools, elixirs, natural treasures, and so on. Now Xiaobo has only explored a little bit, and the framework of the highway itself is occupied by professions. It is impossible to fundamentally replace professions with cultivation in a short period of time. It needs to be achieved bit by bit. If it is changed rashly, it is very likely to cause the rule framework to collapse, and the highway to become a fault world. This is what he does not want to see. Even if the situation is urgent, he must calm down, study carefully, and polish it carefully. He believes that when the day comes that cultivation replaces professions, he will become a supreme existence. At least on the road of survival by rules, he can reach the level of level 7 or 8. At that time, his strength can be comparable to that of an immortal with a casual blow. Xiaobo was shocked, but his expression was extremely calm at this moment. Second brother, there is no time to lose. You should study hard. I will return to my road first, and you can contact me if you have any questions. After that, he threw down a rule mark, and the two could contact each other through the rule mark. The second brother nodded and immersed himself in the practice of the technique. Xiaobo returned to his road and called out the system. His original idea was to replace his profession with immortal cultivation, but this has its pros and cons. Although he was acquainted with the patrol rules and allowed his second brother to successfully override the rule framework, it was actually a capital crime. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue it, not to mention that the other party had placed a bet on him, and he would help him kill someone in the future. But if he completely changed the rule framework, would the other party still protect him? As a patrol rule, he was for the emergence of aliens, and there were more powerful things above the patrol rules. If he did this, once he was discovered by the existence of a higher level patrolling the rules, he would surely end up dead. Integrating immortal cultivation into the profession can solve this hidden danger. But if immortal cultivation becomes a profession, everything will be digitized, which is a very huge project, and is likely to cause the rule framework to collapse. He dare not touch this risk lightly. Immortal cultivation must be professionalized, but it cannot be digitized. It is better to decide according to the cultivation level. It is too risky to change the rule framework by digitization. But I also have to keep a hand, so that I can separate immortal cultivation from professionalization at any time. Xiaobo already had an idea in his mind. On the surface, he would professionalize cultivation, but in fact, cultivation was not professionalized. As long as he wanted, he could separate cultivation from professionalization. This project was a bit troublesome. He had wasted a day and a night with his second brother before. Xiaobo did not dare to delay because the rainforest survival mission on the Fault Road survival was about to end. He had not become a cultivator yet. His strength would not grow too much. He could only pray that his second brother could quickly create a more powerful technique. At the same time, he had to speed up the process of professionalization of cultivation. In the next week, apart from going to the rainforest to eat some food, Xiaobo spent the rest of his time studying the manual, cultivating immortals, and trying more than once to professionalize cultivation and pull it out. But each time ended in failure, and the plan was also revised. A week later, some players on the road were about to reach level 8 and could receive the first technique. The evolution value also reached more than 20 billion, but he consumed it all and used it to tinker with the rule framework. Evolution value is like a universal potion. If the rule framework is damaged, it can be repaired immediately with evolution value, but each repair is in units of 10 billion. All the evolution value he accumulated during this period was used to repair the rule framework. And the strength value was also increased to 80. Each point of strength value in the future will consume 10 billion evolution value. I am afraid it is also to avoid these rule roads from relying too much on evolution value. I must also accumulate some evolution value, and I can't use it up every time. Xiaobo sat upright in the void, looking at the evolution value that was consumed again, and couldn't help but say, according to the manual, if you want to upgrade to a second-level highway, you need to consume 500 billion contributions. Not to mention the third-level highway. At this moment, he also understood why the strength of the rules on the highway where Lin Jiao was located was so weak that it couldn't even kill him in 1 second. He upgraded the highway level in an extreme way, but the evolution value was far behind the upgrade of the highway level, especially the upgrade from the third-level highway to the fourth-level highway. The evolution degree requires evolution value, and the upgrade of the level requires evolution value. In this way, the evolution value he needs is an astronomical figure. Where is there any extra evolution value to improve his strength? That day, after reformulating the last plan, Xiaobo also received news from his second brother. He dropped the plan and went to his second brother's highway without stopping. "Brother, you are here. I will show you something good." In the void, the second brother seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After Xiaobo's breath appeared, he immediately appeared in front of Xiaobo. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Xiaobo calmed down and said calmly. He felt that the aura of the second brother was disordered and the rules were in disarray, just like a piece of plowed and messy field. "Brother, we will talk about these things later. You take a look first." The second brother didn't care about these things, and said very excitedly. He immediately took out a set of exercises. This set of exercises revealed a lot of rules and aura, which was very scary. A set of exercises that can be cultivated to the realm of earthly immortals, but it seems that there are big flaws on it. Xiaobo's eyes fell on the set of exercises, and immediately sensed the strangeness of the exercises. There seemed to be something missing on it. Brother is worthy of being the eldest brother. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. This set of exercises is a theoretical set of exercises. It can be cultivated to become an immortal only on the surface, but it cannot be cultivated. I don't know why it condensed into this shape. The second brother said excitedly. He was not excited that he had condensed a set of all sky exercises, but the condensation of the exercises proved that Xiaobo's decision was correct.